Chapter 181. Flame King Lucia. Haha. Don't be so nervous, seeing Han Feng's black gun pointed at him. Lucia stopped and stretched out his hand, looking a little embarrassed. It seems that you haven't answered my question yet. Han Feng looked at Lucia unmoved. I am a person who just wants to survive. I feel that if I follow you, I may live longer. Lucia put down his hand and said seriously. After Lucia finished speaking, Han Feng didn't quite understand. What does it mean to have a way to survive by following me? Tell me your reasons. Han Feng knew that he couldn't show ignorance now, so he could only look serious and see if he could get Lucia to say something. Being loyal to the country is the duty of every citizen. It is also my unshakable responsibility to defeat the enemies of the country. After saying this, Lucia saluted fiercely. Seeing Lucia's right hand suddenly raised, Han Feng thought he was going to attack and almost pulled the trigger. Fortunately, Lucia did not notice his shaking hands. I want to join the country. I don't seek fame and fortune. I just want to live. Please give me hope. Chief. Seeing Han Feng didn't speak, Lucia thought he didn't express himself clearly, so he added another sentence. Country. Why would he say such a thing? Why does he think he is a member of the country? Han Feng kept asking himself in his heart. How did you know? Han Feng asked without rebuttal. Hee. Don't blame me if you tell me. Lucia looked at Han Feng with a smirk and continued. Some time ago, I saw your military dog tipping you off. Think about it. Who among us ordinary people would use military dogs? And I have also seen that your military dogs are many times more powerful than police dogs. Besides, stop. Are you following me? Hearing this, Han Feng interrupted. Because at that time, he clearly asked Luna to check the surroundings. And Luna also gave a very clear answer that no one was following him. Actually, it's not tracking. I just watched you with a telescope from a high place. Lucia's words were reasonable, but Han Feng's heart was hanging at this time. No wonder Brother Yang wanted to kill me. He considered himself a member of the country. After thinking for a while, Han Feng asked, besides you, who else knows my identity? Brother Yang knows. Didn't you say there is no such person as Brother Yang? This is also my guess. I was originally a member of Brother Yang's secret guard team, and Brother Yang never faced us directly every time. He always stayed in a room without showing up, and even used a voice changer to speak. So I suspect that Brother Yang is not Brother Yang at all, either a substitute, or someone else. After Lucia finished speaking, Han Feng frowned and began to think about every word he said. Why did Brother Yang kill me? After a while, Han Feng asked the doubts in his heart. You are too special. Brother Yang is worried about you. In fact, I feel that Brother Yang may not have discovered you yet, but he is really worried about you. So he wants to kill me. Yes. Actually yesterday, the task I received was to kill you. But the situation has changed. So he plans to let you kill me today. Right? After Han Feng finished speaking, Lucia's eyes began to dodge a little, but he still nodded slightly. Let's run. Wait until you bring the main force back. How about we take him down together? After hesitating for a long time, Lucia mustered up the courage to say, what are the secret guards you just mentioned? Han Feng suddenly asked, without answering Lucia directly. Secret guards are people with special skills, whose purpose is to protect Brother Yang and spy on intelligence. Superpower? Yes. You can understand it that way. My superpower is playing with fire. You see? After saying that, Lucia raised his hand and snapped his fingers. After snapping his fingers, a flame appeared on his index finger. Although the flame was small, it continued to burn. Is this your superpower? A mobile lighter? Such a small fire. Can it be used to light a cigarette? Although Han Feng said this, his heart was already in turmoil. If speed, telekinesis, recovery and other superpowers surprised Han Feng, then Lucia's performance at this time might have completely overturned Han Feng's cognition. Luna. What is his superpower? Humans also have genes that control fire? Han Feng contacted Luna in his mind and asked. Report to Captain Han. Lucia's superpower is of the superpower type. Human genes do not have genes that control fire, and they are the product of genetic mutation. I'm just showing it briefly. Aren't I afraid of scaring you? As soon as Luna's voice fell in his mind, Lucia continued, watch it. Boom. After Lucia finished speaking, the flame in his hand suddenly grew larger. It formed a circle similar to a shield, blocking the two of them. A fierce heat wave hit him, and in an instant, Han Feng quickly closed his eyes. In a trance, Han Feng smelled the smell of burnt hair. Come on, Chief. Shoot at this flame shield. Let you see. As Han Feng retreated, he heard Lujia's confident voice. With his eyes squinted, Han Feng stood at the edge of his limit of endurable heat waves and fired a shot without hesitation. Bang! After the gunshot, the flame shield slowly became weak. Then, in a few seconds, the flame disappeared. Without the heat wave, the things Han Feng saw were no longer shaky, but gradually became solid. Hee. Look! I'm fine, Lujia said with a smug tone. Han Feng blinked a few times to dispel the discomfort, looking at Lujia who was unharmed in front of him. His expression gradually solidified. I call this a flame shield, which can withstand incredible damage. How is it? I am the Flame King. Is it enough to join the country? Lujia asked, patting the burn marks on his body. Enough. Besides you, are there any other people with superpowers in the secret guards? Although his face was serious, Han Feng was laughing in his heart at this time. Flame superpower. Can defend against bullets at close range. This is simply bulletproof magic. I don't know. I only know that I am a member of the Dark Guard. As for how many people there are in the Dark Guard, and what abilities they have, I don't know. They all contact me through a single line. Lujia slowly lowered his head after Han Feng's question. Oh. Okay. Then. Roar. Roar. Suddenly, a fierce roar interrupted Han Feng who was speaking. Level 4 zombie. Hearing this familiar voice, Han Feng immediately said who the owner of this voice was. What for? Roar. Lujia hadn't finished speaking when the roar changed its tone, and a piercing sound wave swept over. Ah! At the same time, Han Feng subconsciously dropped the pistol in his hand, and covered his ears with Lujia and knelt on the ground, enduring severe pain. Roar! The sound continued. At this time, the entire hospital, except for this roar, there was no other sound. Simon, can you fight? Holding his head, Han Feng contacted Simon and tried to let Simon use a sniper rifle to interrupt the 4th level zombie. Sorry, Captain Han. We can't see it. Suddenly, the roar stopped, just as Simon finished speaking. Stop! Stop! Han Feng slowly put down his hands. His body was already wet with cold sweat. Go! Go! The big boss is coming out. Without time to explain anything, Han Feng picked up the pistol and turned around to rush out. Lujia was half a step behind Han Feng. And then he stood up and shouted, You go first. It's hard to explain why we go out together. Hearing Lujia's words behind him, Han Feng didn't say anything, but just slowly quickened his pace. With the blessing of speed superpowers, Han Feng went downstairs in a few seconds. When he rushed down the first floor, Han Feng's heart instantly sank. At this time, a giant zombie, level 4 zombie, was slaughtering people crazily in the lobby on the first floor of the hospital. Beside the level 4 zombie, there were several level 3 zombies. Run! At this time, Han Feng had only this word in his mind. Swoosh! As soon as the thought came to his mind, Han Feng ran towards the hospital gate. One of the level 3 zombies noticed Han Feng and followed closely. The speed of the level 3 zombie was obviously faster than Han Feng, but Han Feng was closer to the gate. When he was about to go out, Han Feng contacted the sniper outside the main gate and said, Get rid of the tail behind me. Quick! Bang! The moment Han Feng went out, gunshots rang out. Han Feng, who escaped death, did not feel relieved at all, because he saw that the battle at the entrance of the hospital was still going on. Several level 3 zombies were slaughtering people crazily. Compared with the damage of the zombies, the people who shot and resisted seemed a little powerless. Sniper. Free shooting. Mainly targeting level 3 zombies. Han Feng gave the order without hesitation. In the chaos, the sound of a few sniper guns would not attract the attention of these people at all. At this time, Han Feng looked at the crowd and suddenly thought of Brother Wang and the others. Luna. Find the location of Brother Wang and the others. After talking to Luna, Han Feng had only one thought. That is, to save as many people as possible. Report to Captain Han. The personnel have been marked. Before Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's attention entered the system. looking at the specially marked points on the radar. He began to act. At this moment, the superpower of speed did not stop. 1, 2, 3. Going back and forth among the zombies. Han Feng tried his best to rescue every member of the domination team. A few minutes later, Han Feng pulled Wang Gu, Bao Qiang, and Lu Hua out of the zombies. And the last Kong Xiang was rescued by Lu Zhe. Looking at the traces of fire on Kong Xiang's body, Han Feng relaxed a little. It's good that he's okay. Brother Wang, take everyone back to the car. Run directly. Don't worry about me. I have a way. After giving instructions, Han Feng turned around and hurried back to the hospital. Because Wayne and Wang Zhao were still inside. When Han Feng found Wayne and the two mobilized soldiers, his heart sank a little. The two mobilized soldiers were bitten by zombies. Chapter 182, Level 4 Zombies vs. Level 1 Wild Orcs. Looking at the hideous wounds on the two mobilized soldiers, Han Feng's heart tightened more and more. Gurgle. Gurgle. In the noisy environment, Han Feng could actually hear the sound of the mobilized soldiers bleeding. Too late. Too late. After a trembling murmur, Han Feng hurriedly contacted Luna. Luna, report the situation of these two mobilized soldiers. Report to Captain Han. These two mobilized soldiers were bitten by zombies in the artery. In this environment, such wounds have a 100% mortality rate. Wayne, find a way to take him. Go! After listening to Luna's report, Han Feng gritted his teeth, pushed one of the mobilized soldiers to Wayne, and carried the other mobilized soldier on his back, and ran quickly towards the door. After using the superpower of speed for nearly 10 minutes, a 200-pound mobilized soldier pressed on his back. Every time he ran, Han Feng had the urge to kneel down. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng silently said to himself, Persevere. Persevere. Luna, 2 bottles of wild bee serum. Quick! Quick! At this time, Han Feng's forehead was exposed with veins, and his nose was bleeding slowly. He almost shouted at Luna in his mouth. It was because Han Feng knew that wild bee serum could save lives. So Han Feng would take these 2 mobilized soldiers with him at all costs. Report to Captain Han. 2 bottles of first-level gene wild bee serum. The production cost is 2,000 gold coins. Please. Confirm. 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 Han Feng replied with great effort, his bloody mouth open. At this time, Han Feng was about to come out of the hospital. Okay. Captain Han. The first-level gene bee serum is being produced. Please wait. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng rushed out of the hospital. The moment he saw the sunlight, Han Feng's legs softened and he rolled down with the mobilized soldiers. Disaster, always half a step behind me, alive. Alive. Turning over, Han Feng lay on the ground and muttered to himself. Because in the outside world, snipers will provide the greatest degree of protection for themselves. Life safety is no longer a problem for the time being. Captain Han, give me the serum. Wayne had just come out. He was seen stabilizing the mobilized soldier behind him, while handing a box to Han Feng with his other hand. Staring at the box of serum, Han Feng said nothing. After taking the box, Han Feng opened it roughly, holding a needle with a faint green fluorescence in his hand. From the appearance, this violent serum and the rapid recovery potion are somewhat similar. Pulling off the needle cap, Han Feng directly stabbed the mobilized soldier beside him. And in a hurry, he didn't care whether the position was right or not. Ding! Something strange happened. There was a crisp sound, and the sharp needle tip could not penetrate the soft skin of the mobilized soldier. Seeing this, Han Feng asked Luna anxiously, Luna, look! What's going on? Why can't the serum penetrate? Do we need to do other preparations? Report to Captain Han. You are holding the first-level Gene B serum. But these 2 mobilized soldiers are 2-star soldiers. The drug and the receptor do not match. So it cannot. Luna was halfway through her words. And Han Feng suddenly remembered what Luna had said to him. The first-level Gene B serum can only act on 0-star Red Alert soldiers and ordinary human bodies. Fuck. Luna. Make a matching serum. Hurry up. They can't hold on any longer. At this time, the 2 mobilized soldiers were pale and trembling. Whether because of lack of blood or the GS virus. Every time the 2 mobilized soldiers twitched, Han Feng's heart lifted a little. He hadn't cursed for a long time, and didn't care about his gentlemanly manners at this time. Sorry, Captain Han. You must use this first-level Gene B serum in your hand to obtain the information of the second-level Gene B serum. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng suddenly remembered what Luna had said before. Only after you have made and used the first-level Gene B serum, secondary Gene Wild B serum, the manufacturing option will be opened. Pa! 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 Suddenly, Han Feng slapped himself 3 times, and each slap was louder than the last. I'm such an idiot. Why didn't I prepare in advance? After scolding himself fiercely, Han Feng jumped up from the ground. After looking around, he saw a man rolling on the ground with his wound covered not far away. Looking at his wound, Han Feng knew that he was bitten by a zombie. I've been looking for it for a long time. After muttering, Han Feng quickly approached him, then stabbed him with a needle, and pushed the serum. Luna, use it. Is it okay now? Make the second-level violent serum. Seeing the person twitching violently on the ground, Han Feng hurriedly asked Luna. Report to Captain Han. The second-level Gene Wild B serum costs 2,500 gold coins. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng quickly turned his attention to the system. When he saw that the gold coin column showed 6,830 gold coins, his tense heart finally relaxed a little. Make 2. Quick. Confirm. Don't ask. At this moment, Han Feng was racing with the god of death. The more serum came out in 1 second, the more hope these 2 mobilized soldiers had to survive. Okay, Captain Han. 2 Gene Wild B serums are being made. Please wait. Watching the progress bar of the Wild B serum start to move, Han Feng was scratching his head anxiously, and kept muttering, hurry up, hurry up. Roar, roar. When Han Feng was concentrating on the progress bar, a few rough roars woken up him. Level 4 zombies came out? When he thought of this possibility, Han Feng immediately prepared for the battle. Although he was exhausted physically and mentally, he still had a chance to fight. But what he didn't expect was, these roars were not from level 4 zombies, but from the monsters around him. They were the level 1 wild beast men that Han Feng had just transformed. Roar! Roar! The rough roars continued, and Han Feng frowned. Is this still a human? Han Feng couldn't help but say, as he looked at the monster in front of him, that was nearly 2 meters tall and full of strong muscles. You know, the person lying on the ground just now was a skinny guy less than 1.7 meters tall. I didn't expect that he would transform in the blink of an eye. Roar! Boom boom boom. Perhaps provoked by the roar of the first-level wild orc, the 4th-level zombie in the hospital rushed here with a step that made the earth tremble. Suddenly, the entire battlefield became extremely silent. The roar of the zombies and the shooting of people became quiet. The whole place was like being paused. After being transformed into a wild beast man, one more attribute will be added to the body. That is, the injected human body will emit an aura that scares animals, so that they will not be attacked by any animals. Humans are also animals, but human reason can forcibly reverse this inner fear. But zombies with no IQ are different. Low-level zombies just stood there trembling, and only level 3 zombies could barely move. Humans who were frightened by level 4 zombies, and zombies who were suppressed by the blood of wild beast men, were quietly watching the battle that was about to happen in front of the hospital. Roar! Roar! Both monsters were attracted by each other's momentum, and kept roaring at the other side. Damn it! Go! Run! Wayne! The stunned Han Feng was the first to wake up, and his first thought after waking up was to leave here quickly. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Let alone the strength of the first-level wild orcs. The strength and defense of this 4th-level zombie alone are enough to make Han Feng drink a pot. In order to avoid the center of the battlefield, Han Feng pulled up the mobilized soldiers, and called Wayne to take another mobilized soldier to retreat. Bang! The 4th-level zombie rushed out, and knocked down half of the wall at the door. What shocked everyone was that such a hard wall did not slow it down at all. It was as if the level 4 zombie just smashed a thin layer of foam board. At this time, Han Feng and Wayne had just carried the mobilized soldiers, and had not moved a step. Roar! Roar! After seeing the opponent, both sides beat their chests and roared, not paying any attention to Han Feng, who was close at hand. Slip away. Taking advantage of the gap between the two sides, Han Feng whispered to Wayne in a low and hurried voice. With the grease on their feet, Han Feng and Wayne quickly evacuated the battlefield. When Han Feng and Wayne evacuated to a place dozens of meters away from the battlefield, There was no other movement behind them except the roar. After putting down the mobilized soldiers, Han Feng turned around and looked at the two monsters. Are they communicating with each other? Could it be that the level 4 zombie is a woman? Are they going on a blind date? Han Feng murmured in confusion as he looked at the level 4 zombie and the level 1 orc, who were just roaring at each other without any other actions. But judging from their appearance, the level 1 orc is obviously several times smaller than the level 4 zombie. Whether it is roar or muscle mass, whether it is height or momentum, the level 1 orc cannot compare to the level 4 zombie. Luna, do you think they will fight? There has been no movement for such a long time. I'm afraid the level 1 orc is afraid? After a few seconds, the two still did not fight, and Han Feng could only ask Luna anxiously. Report to Captain Han. They will definitely fight. Level 1 orcs will never be timid. Luna replied confidently to Han Feng's question. Oh! Why? Report to Captain Han. No matter how many stars the orcs are, their attributes have amnesia, dementia, exposure of nature, mania, bloodthirstiness, cruelty, etc. This means the orcs don't know what fear is, nor do they know what fear is. In their eyes, killing the enemy in front of them is the only purpose in their minds. Of course, unless you transform your soldiers into orcs, they will have the only fear. Oh! Report to Captain Han. 2 2-star gene orc serums. Roar! Bang! Boom! As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, Wayne stretched out his hand and handed over 2 boxes. And at this moment, the level 4 zombies and the level 1 orc started a fierce melee. Chapter 183, Level 4 Zombie vs. Level 1 Wild Beastman, Part 2. At the moment of receiving the 2 boxes, several banging sounds were heard. Han Feng followed the sound and subconsciously looked over, only to see 2 monsters fighting like elementary school students. There were no moves to speak of. No body movements. The level 4 zombie and the level 1 wild beastman just stood there, punching each other. After watching for a few seconds, Han Feng retracted his gaze, because the more urgent thing at this time was to save the 2 mobilized soldiers. Picking up the 2 boxes containing the level 2 gene wild beast serum injections in his hand, Han Feng opened them directly. When he opened it again, Han Feng took a special look. The second level box was slightly larger than the first level box. He took out 2 injections, and the serum inside was a little darker than the first level serum. Holding an injection in each hand, Han Feng pulled off the needle cap with his mouth, and then stabbed the 2 mobilized soldiers without hesitation. Of course, the stabbing places were also different. After pushing the medicine in, Han Feng asked Luna when he pulled out the empty needle tube, Luna, they should be fine now, right? How fast is the transformation of the second level wild beast serum? Report to Captain Han. The second level gene wild beast serum is transforming the bodies of the mobilized soldiers, and it will take a little longer than the first level gene wild beast serum, and it will take 1 minute. Oh, that's good. After replying this sentence, Han Feng quickly looked up at the ring at the entrance of the hospital. Han Feng was very curious about this unique battle. Roar! Bang! Bang! At this moment, the 2 muscle monsters wrestled together, roaring and attacking mindlessly. Almost every punch hit the same position of the opponent's chest. What is a punch to the flesh? What is a crazy output? At this time, Han Feng had a certain understanding of these 8 words. Bang! Crack! The 4th level zombie punched the 1st level wild orc's chest, and a muffled sound of a broken bone was heard. Afterwards, Han Feng could see with his naked eyes that the chest of the 1st level orc had collapsed into an incredible dent. Damn it! Although Han Feng knew that the 1st level orc could not beat the 4th level zombie, he did not expect that the 1st level orc would fall into a disadvantage so quickly. Han Feng, who could not accept this fact for a while, cursed softly. Oh, so stupid. Why don't you hit its head? What's the point of hitting its chest? Looking at the injured 1st level orc, Han Feng muttered in a somewhat iron-fisted manner. Luna, the 1st level orc is so weak. He got injured right at the beginning? He looked very imposing. But he was unexpectedly just a vase that can only be looked at but not used. Captain Han, it's too early to make a conclusion now. You'll know when you see the rest of the story. What Han Feng didn't expect was that Luna didn't show any contempt for the level 1 wild beast man. Instead, her tone made Han Feng watch the show. Oh really? Then I'll have to watch carefully. As he spoke, Han Feng's eyes widened. fearing that he would miss any details. Roar! Because the level 1 wild beastman's chest collapsed. His roar was somewhat changed, and he didn't have the confidence he had before. But the speed and frequency of his punches were not any weaker, and he still showed strong combat power. Just when Han Feng thought that the two tanks were going to attack from a standing position, the level 1 wild beastman moved. Because the first level orc is a little smaller than the 4th level zombie, and the 4th level zombie's legs are not easy to move, so he moves his body much faster than the 4th level zombie. The first level orc dodges the 4th level zombie's punch attack, and then goes around the 4th level zombie's side. The right hand is made into a fist and put at the waist. The left hand takes advantage of the high raised shoulder of the 4th level zombie, and jumps up after shrinking his legs. Seeing the first level orc's movements, Han Feng's blood instantly surged. Judging from his posture, the first level orc is going to jump up and hit the 4th level zombie's head with a straight punch, which is not easy to attack. At this moment, Han Feng suddenly remembered Luna's frivolous tone just now. Captain Han, it's a bit early to draw a conclusion now. You will know when you see it later. Could it be that this is a boxing method that falls from the sky? Staring at the falling fist of the first level orc, Han Feng said to himself, there is no way to avoid or escape the level 4 zombie. Even a simple block is impossible due to the huge shoulder muscles. Bang! This punch hit the head of the level 4 zombie accurately and fiercely. It lived up to everyone's expectations. Roar! The level 4 zombie was stimulated by the huge pain and let out a very tearing roar, and its footsteps began to become weak. Judging from the state, it will fall to the ground in a few seconds. Good fight. After saying that, Han Feng contacted Luna and said, haha. It turns out that the level 1 orcs are so fierce. If I had known that the gold content of 1,000 gold coins was so high, I should have prepared a few more level 1 orcs. What am I afraid of? After a pause, Han Feng continued to say to Luna, no wonder you were so confident just now. It turns out that you know the strength of the first level wild orcs. But what puzzled Han Feng was that, after Han Feng finished speaking, Luna did not speak. Roar! The rough and powerful roar of the 4th level zombie attracted Han Feng's attention again. But this roar also awakened the low-level zombies present. In cooperation with the 4th level zombies, the low-level zombies began to move. Seeing the zombies move, the people present realized that their battle was not over yet. Suddenly, the sound of shooting became more intense again. Looking closely, there was no trace of frivolity in the footsteps of the 4th level zombies. Looking up a little, Han Feng saw a little blood slowly flowing from the scratch on the forehead of the level 4 zombie. The rest? Nothing. Just now, the level 1 wild beastman's fierce attack only caused the level 4 zombie to scratch its skin. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, two roars sounded behind Han Feng. Han Feng, who was concentrating on watching the battle, was so scared that his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. The transformation of the two 1-star mobilized soldiers by the level 2 wild beast serum was completed. These two roars were made by the two level 2 wild beast men. Han Feng, who had stabilized his body, looked back and saw the neatly arranged abdominal muscles of the level 2 mobilized wild beast soldiers, and the fragments of clothes hanging on his body that were blown up. Han Feng slowly raised his head and looked at the chin and nostrils of the level 2 wild beast man. Due to the short distance and limited height, he could not see anything above. Han Feng was 1.83 meters tall, and could only match the chest of the level 2 wild beast man. This was still a good way of speaking. The truth was that his height was only at the height of the level 2 wild beastman's abdominal muscles. Luna, how tall is he? How can I? Roar! Roar! Before Han Feng finished asking, the two level 2 wild beastmen moved. As if they had agreed, they raised their fists and were about to hit Wayne on the side. Stop! Han Feng, who had no time to speak, instantly gave orders to the two level 2 wild beast men in his mind. After receiving the order, the two level 2 wild beast men gave up the idea of attacking Wayne. But he didn't lower his raised hand at all. Instead, he scanned the whole place with fierce eyes. Finally, the two of them fixed their eyes on the 4th level zombie. You two just stand there and don't do anything. Han Feng patted his chest while speaking. It was too scary. If his order just now lasted for half a second, Wayne would be turned into a meat paste. Don't say that Wayne is a 1-star American soldier, and he can avoid such an attack with his skills. You know, there are two comrades beside him. Two comrades suddenly shoot at you next to you. No one can avoid it. But what Han Feng didn't know was, due to his height limitation, he didn't see the eyes of these two. Before he gave this order, the two level 2 wild beast men were about to raise their legs and run towards the level 4 zombie. So Han Feng's order was a blessing in disguise. Han Feng turned back to look at the level 4 zombie, only to find that the level 4 zombie was biting the level 1 wild beast men. Although the level 1 wild beast men were still fighting, they were powerless, being held tightly by the level 4 zombie at close range. The body could neither avoid the level 4 zombie's sharp teeth nor pull away to deal damage. How could the level 1 wild beastmen, who were still full of energy and made attacking moves a few seconds ago, suddenly become a stake? Han Feng, who was puzzled, felt very disappointed. Even the wild beastmen couldn't solve the level 4 zombie. So who else could knock it down? Sniper? But the sniper at the main gate only had a few bullets left. It was estimated that there was still a long way to go before he could kill it. The chest of the first level orc collapsed, and several broken ribs were inserted into the heart, resulting in insufficient blood supply to the body. I had expected such a result, so please don't be too surprised. Captain Han, feeling the change in Han Feng's mood, Luna stood up in time to explain. You expected it? You didn't say that before. Aren't you full of confidence in the orcs? How do you explain it now? In my opinion, run away quickly. After Han Feng and Luna finished talking, they wanted to order a retreat. But who said this first level orc is a orc? Suddenly, Luna interrupted Han Feng's next order. What do you mean? This kind of orcs are worthy of being called orcs? Haha, Captain Han. Let these two orcs play, and you will know what violence is. At this time, Luna regained her previous arrogant tone. Let the level 1 orcs play for things that the level 1 orcs can't handle. If they still can't handle it, do we have to let the level 3 orcs play? Han Feng misunderstood Luna's words and thought that Luna was going to use the human sea tactics to pile up the level 4 zombies. No. 2 level 2 orcs are enough. I believe you again. Staring at the level 4 zombies torturing and eating the level 1 orcs, Han Feng's heart was ruthless. Without saying a word, Han Feng raised his hand and pointed at the level 4 zombies dozens of meters away and ordered, level 2 orcs, kill it for me. Roar! After receiving the order, the 2 level 2 orcs clenched their giant fists and instantly raised their legs and ran towards the level 4 zombies. Chapter 184. The Real Level 2 Wild Beast Men. Boom boom boom. The dull running sound of 2 level 2 wild beast men rang out. Although it was not as heavy as the running of level 4 zombies, their momentum was definitely more than a dozen streets ahead of level 1 wild beast men. Roar! Noticing the 2 level 2 wild beast men running towards him, the level 4 zombie roared to the sky, then lifted up the level 1 wild beast men and threw them forward with all his strength. At a distance of more than 10 meters, the level 1 wild beast men weighing 200 or 300 kilograms were thrown out in an arc. The force was imaginable. Boom! The 2 level 2 wild beast men dodged half a step to the left and right, and were not hit. After landing heavily, the first level wild beast man was breathing out more than breathing in. He was about to die. Luna, will this level wild beast man become a zombie? Staring at the first level wild beast man not far away, Han Feng asked Luna tremblingly. Because Han Feng carefully recalled the introduction of the gene wild beast serum, he found that Luna did not tell him whether the modified human body would become a zombie. Ordinary humans infected with zombies are already so fierce. If wild beastmen can also become zombies, who else can check and balance? Report to Captain Han. Wild beastmen are absolutely immune to any virus. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. At least now, he didn't have to worry about the unfortunate first-level wild beastman coming back to life. After a pause, Han Feng asked, Why? Why are wild beastmen absolutely immune to the virus? Report to Captain Han. Because the wild beastman's genes have been modified by wild beast serum. Strictly speaking, wild beastmen can no longer be considered human beings. The virus in their bodies cannot infect them like it infects ordinary humans. Oh, so that's it. When replying to Luna, Han Feng was still thinking about whether he could use this ability to make vaccines and the like. But after Luna said these words, Han Feng immediately gave up this idea. Roar! As soon as the words fell in his mind, 3 humanoid monsters collided fiercely in his sight. I saw 2 wild beastmen, one on the left and one on the right, holding the arms of the 4th level zombie, and then began to knee it back and forth. The 4th level zombie, who was attacked from front and back, turned his body hard, trying to shake off the 2 wild beast men. But it did nothing but make its body swing more. Fuck? They actually know how to attack together. Looking at the funny action on the scene, Han Feng couldn't help asking. As soon as Han Feng finished muttering, the 2 wild beastmen separated. After taking a half step back, he punched. Bang! 2 straight punches from the left and right made the level 4 zombie lose focus. No matter how hard he defended, he was hit in the end. After shaking for a few steps, the level 4 zombie stabilized his body and took a deep breath. It seemed that he was going to fight to the death. But the 2 wild beastmen did not give it any chance. One of the wild beastmen stepped forward and raised his leg, kicking the level 4 zombie in the head with a high whip kick. The other wild beastman attacked the level 4 zombie's lower body. One up and one down, attacking together. Bang! Although the high whip kick hit the level 4 zombie, it only kicked its extremely developed shoulder muscles and did not hurt the head at all. Ha! Roar! At the same time, another wild orc attacked. He rushed over, hugged the waist of the 4th level zombie and pushed forward, and threw the 4th level zombie to the ground. Seeing the 4th level zombie fall to the ground, the 2 wild orcs quickly approached his head and punched his head. Haha. Captain Han, I just told you that this is the strength they should have. Following Han Feng's question, Luna said with a smile, the 2nd level wild orc is so much stronger than the 1st level wild orc. At this time, the 2nd level wild orc overturned Han Feng's previous view of their strength. In fact, the 1st level wild orc you saw just now cannot be regarded as a wild orc, because the gene of the wild beast serum is changed according to the physical condition of the recipient. In short, the stronger the receptor, the stronger the wild beast man after the transformation. After a pause, Luna continued, the 1st level wild beast man just now can only be regarded as the lowest level defective product. In the real battlefield, they are only worthy of being the lowest level cannon fodder, because they can't fight tanks or even armored vehicles at all. Then, how strong are the real wild beastmen? Looking at the 2 2nd level wild beastmen who were outputting at full power, Han Feng asked thoughtfully. Luna told herself before that 6 1st level transformed people, or 4 2nd level transformed people, are equivalent to the real strength of a wild beast man. So that means the 2 cyborgs in front of them are only half as strong as the orcs. Report to Captain Han. It only takes a few seconds for the orcs to dismantle a tank with their bare hands. And it is even easier to smash the wall. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng opened his mouth slightly in shock. If the orcs had such strength in the game, Han Feng would not be surprised at all. But after seeing the defensive power of the wall in reality, Han Feng felt that the real orcs were too amazing. A wall that can withstand 2 shells from a tank gun per square meter is really so fragile under the iron fist of the orcs. Roar! When Han Feng was lost in thought, the 4th level zombie had stood up without knowing when. After getting up, it began to roar in a demonstrative manner. Roar! Roar! The 2 level 2 orcs were not at all inferior to the level 4 zombies. After the 3 parties roared, the 2 level 2 orcs took the lead in launching an attack again. Each of their attacks was highly targeted, and each move was aimed at the weak spot of the level 4 zombie. Looking at their attack posture, it was not possible to see random grabbing and hitting. Luna, they can actually use the moves before the transformation? If the combined attack technique just now was a coincidence, then their fighting style has completely changed now. Except for the change in body shape, nothing else has changed. Yes, Captain Han, they were slowly adapting to this new body before, and many combo moves could not be performed. But now, it seems that they have adapted to this body shape, so the movements look much more coherent. Didn't you say that the cyborgs would lose their memory, dementia, etc.? Why now? Suddenly, Han Feng didn't know how to describe his mood at this moment. This kind of lost and regained psychological activity made his mouth dumber. Report to Captain Han. What you just said is only a phenomenon that occurs to ordinary people. For your soldiers, they will retain everything before the transformation to the greatest extent. Although dementia and rage may occur, everything is under your control. Ha ha. That's great. So, roar. Just as Han Feng was expressing his joy, the level 4 zombies began to attack with sound waves. A strange sound resounded through the world. Roar! 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 All the zombies present responded to the level 4 zombies with roars. Then, Their attack speed became faster, as if they were killing with blood-red eyes. Ah! It was the first time that Han Feng heard this kind of weird cry at close range. And it was made by a level 4 zombie. Like Han Feng, all the humans on the field also struggled to keep their bodies steady. As for shooting? Haha. Next to the level 4 zombie, 2 level 2 orcs also held their heads with their hands. Their expressions were very painful. Kneeling on the ground, Han Feng desperately protected his ears with his hands, hoping to reduce a little pain. But it was useless. Imprisonment. Raising his head with difficulty, Han Feng stared at the level 4 zombie dozens of meters away and muttered in his mouth. Without any reservation, Han Feng released all his mental power to the limit to maintain his superpowers. In an instant, the huge body of the level 4 zombie froze in place. And the strange cry ended. Who? It was dangerous. After saying this, Han Feng's 2 nostrils left bright red blood. Drops of cold sweat flowed down Han Feng's pale cheeks, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. This was the first time that Han Feng used telekinesis at such a long distance. And the target was a level 4 zombie. With half-closed eyes, Han Feng watched the melee between 2 level 2 orcs and a level 4 zombie. Captain Han, your mental strength is seriously insufficient, and you have 42 seconds before you fall into a coma. Suddenly, Luna's voice sounded in his mind. You too. Kill the level 4 zombie with all your strength. After the battle, help deal with the rest of the zombies on the field. Simon, the next battle is up to you. Help the orcs when necessary. Yes, Captain Han. Yes, Captain Han. Simon and the 2 orcs answered in unison. Wayne, take me back, take. Yes, Captain Han. After explaining everything in the first place, Han Feng could no longer hold onto his head, and slowly lowered it. Damn. I'm so weak. Before closing his eyes, Han Feng muttered with a self-deprecating smile. After closing his eyes, the surroundings fell into darkness. The body gradually lost weight, sank, and sank again. Xiao Han. Brother Han? Xiao Han. In the haze, Han Feng heard several voices calling him again. After responding unconsciously, Han Feng rolled his eyeballs and slowly opened his eyes. The dazzling light shone on Han Feng's eyes, making him feel uncomfortable. Turning his head and looking away, Han Feng saw the window, black. It was dark. Brother Wang. Look, Brother Han is awake. It was not until Kong Xiang finished saying this that Han Feng realized that he had returned to the safe zone and was in the tent. The darkness outside the window was because it was already midnight. Xiao Han, you finally woke up. You have been unconscious for almost 12 hours. Brother Wang walked over quickly, looked at Han Feng on the bed and continued, Are you hungry now? After talking to Han Feng, Brother Wang said to Kong Xiang, Go and heat up the meal and bring it over. Okay. Kong Xiang finished speaking and ran out of the tent. Water, water. Han Feng murmured while lying on the bed. Oh. Right. Here. After Han Feng finished speaking, Brother Wang quickly picked up a bottle of water from the coffee table, unscrewed it, helped Han Feng up, and handed him the water. Drinking the water, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind, Luna, where are the wild orcs? Where are they? Just woke up. Han Feng only cared about the situation of the wild orcs. They are so big that they can't enter the safe zone. Report to Captain Han. All the wild orcs were killed. What? Killed? After receiving such news, Han Feng spit out a mouthful of water, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Chapter 185. Lin Lan is here. Xiao Han. What's wrong with you? Seeing Han Feng spit out all the water, Brother Wang was upset, and quickly went over to pat his back. While patting, Brother Wang said, I'll find a doctor for you. Wait a moment. No. No need. After forcing himself to recover, Han Feng raised his hand, and waved and continued, Brother Wang, please go out first. I have something to deal with myself. But you? If I need you, I will call you then. By the way, tell Kong Xiang that I don't want to eat for the time being. I will go out when I'm hungry. Seeing that Brother Wang wanted to stay, Han Feng could only issue an order to expel him. Okay. Then I'll go out first. Call me if you need anything later. I'll be outside. Okay. Brother Wang. After that, Han Feng watched Brother Wang leave the tent. Luna. What's going on? Han Feng asked impatiently as Brother Wang left. Report to Captain Han. After you fell unconscious, Zhang Lei ordered everyone to retreat. A total of 26 people returned, and the overall loss exceeded 80%. I don't want to hear this. I'm asking you. Where is the wild orc? How did he die? Brother Wang Zhao lived with Han Feng in this safe zone for a week, and they had a lot of feelings for each other. There were also some emotional factors involved in desperately pulling the two of them out of the zombie horde. I thought that injecting the wild beast serum would ensure that they would not die. But I didn't expect. Report to Captain Han. At that time, the level 4 zombie summoned 2 level 3 zombies to join the battle, distracting the attack of a level 2 wild beast man. In a single fight, the level 2 wild beast man is no match for the level 4 zombie. So, where is the sniper? What is the sniper for? Why not kill the level 3 zombie? Report to Captain Han. The sniper is out of bullets. There is only one sniper in the position that can hit the level 4 zombie. And the bullets were used up at the beginning of the battle. After listening to Luna's explanation, Han Feng felt bitter in his mouth. He wanted to say something but just opened his mouth. After a few seconds, seeing Han Feng remain silent, Luna said softly, Captain Han, I have 1 good news and 2 bad news to report to you. Go ahead. Captain Han, please be prepared, because what I'm going to say next may make you uncomfortable. After Luna said this, Han Feng sat up straight immediately. He knew that Luna must have said something that he couldn't accept. Go ahead. Han Feng said, after being mentally prepared. The first bad news is that Lin Lan left the temporary residence. Ugh! Suddenly, Han Feng felt his throat was choked. After a pause, Han Feng asked, when did it happen? Time, 11:58 a.m. Location, entering the 5-kilometer range of Wei Yun and others' temporary residence. The radar received the report from the remaining soldiers. Really? Suddenly, Han Feng remembered what Lu Rui said the day before yesterday. Lin Lan really left? But why? There is no reason. Han Feng, who couldn't figure it out, could only put this question aside for the time being. After a pause, he asked Luna, what about the only good news? Report to Captain Han. Lin Lan is now in the safe zone. Huh? What is she doing here? At this moment, Han Feng's head was full of black lines. Lin Lan is not lost. It's all because of Luna's heavy breathing when she spoke. Lin Lan didn't leave, but came to find me. This is another bad news I want to tell you. Ah? What happened to Lin Lan? After Luna said this, Han Feng subconsciously thought that Lin Lan was in trouble in the safe zone. His heart was instantly lifted up. Lin Lan is now exchanging fire with the people in the safe zone. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng did not speak, but held his breath and began to listen. Duh. Sure enough, there were bursts of gunfire in the air, but they were very weak, indicating that the battlefield was quite far away from here. If Luna hadn't told me, this weak movement would not be easy to attract attention. Knowing that Lin Lan was in danger, Han Feng lifted the quilt and said to Luna when he got out of bed, Luna, connect the vision. Ah! Suddenly, Han Feng knelt down with his feet on the ground. He cried out in surprise. Although his mental strength had recovered a little, his body had not been fully recovered from the overdraft. As a result, Han Feng's legs became weak, and he knelt down in a hurry. Xiao Han, what's wrong with you? Brother Wang rushed in instantly after hearing the noise. Report to Captain Han. There are no red alert soldiers at Lin Lan's current location, so the vision connection cannot be opened. After Luna finished speaking, Brother Wang also ran to Han Feng and pulled Han Feng up. Brother Wang, I have something to do. I'll leave first. Without time to thank him, Han Feng stood up and staggered towards the door. Before leaving, he said to Wayne behind him, Wayne, follow me. After receiving the order, Wayne didn't say anything. He just stood up and followed Han Feng out, leaving only a confused Brother Wang standing there. Wayne, hold me. We have to hurry over. After walking dozens of meters, Han Feng was shaking even more. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't keep his legs steady. Han Feng had no choice but to let Wayne be his crutch temporarily. Yes, Captain Han. In response, Wayne carried Han Feng on his back and ran towards Lin Lan. Han Feng, who was relying on Wayne to travel, was free for a while. So he asked Luna, Luna, what's going on? Why did Lin Lan come here? Sorry, Captain Han. I don't know. Why did they fight? Do you know? After thinking for a while, Han Feng changed the way of asking. Sorry, Captain Han. I don't know the specific reason. But according to Lin Lan's route, she should be deliberately picking trouble. Deliberately looking for trouble with the guards? After hearing Luna's words, Han Feng was confused. According to his understanding of Lin Lan, she should not be that kind of brainless person. Yes, Captain Han. This is also the system's analysis based on her route. When did she come? Where did she go? The journey was still long, and Han Feng wanted to know more about what happened. Report to Captain Han. Lin Lan appeared in the radar detection range about half an hour ago. After appearing, she walked straight to the safe zone and did not go anywhere else. Luna's explanation made Han Feng even more confused. He could never figure out why Lin Lan did this. Duh. When he was halfway there, Han Feng could clearly hear the sound of gunfire coming from a distance. Wayne, can you go faster? Han Feng hesitated and said to Wayne. He was so anxious that he just wanted to get to Lin Lan as soon as possible. Okay, Captain Han. Wayne responded with a heavy breath and quickened his pace. On Wayne's back, Han Feng focused on the system and wanted to see how many gold coins he had now. When Han Feng noticed the amount of gold coins, he couldn't help but take a breath. 10,092 gold coins. More than 10,000 gold coins. After feeling the joy of 10,000 yuan household, Han Feng shouted excitedly, Luna, summon 2 snipers. We have powerful helpers this time. Han Feng, who was worried about the lack of manpower, felt relieved. Report to Captain Han. It takes 5,000 gold coins to summon 2 snipers. Please confirm. Haha. Confirm. Han Feng paused halfway through his words, because he suddenly thought, hero-level characters need these 10,000 gold coins. Captain Han, please confirm the summon. While Han Feng was hesitating, Luna asked, Luna, let me ask you something. When did I get the hero soldier nameplate yesterday? Han Feng, who had forgotten the time, asked. Report to Captain Han. You got the hero soldier nameplate at 12:49 last night. What time is it now? He looked up at the sky, which was completely dark. Han Feng thought that it should be almost 24 hours now. If he could summon a hero-level soldier now, rescuing Lin Lan would be a piece of cake. Report to Captain Han. The time is now 12:17. That means it will take another half an hour before I can summon a hero soldier? Yes, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng fell silent. At this moment, he was extremely conflicted. Should he summon a sniper? Summon a sniper first? Rescue Lin Lan? Or should he go up and hold on for a while? Anyway, both Lin Lan and himself have the superpower of telekinesis, and the opponents are just a group of minions. Besides, even if the sniper is summoned, there are only 10 sniper bullets, which will not have much effect on this group of people. Forget it. Luna, the sniper will not be summoned for the time being. After a pause, Han Feng continued, Wait for the time. Summon a hero-level character when the time is up. Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, Okay, Captain Han. The sniper summoning has been abandoned. Duh. The distance is getting closer, and the gunshots are getting clearer. At this distance, Han Feng can clearly see the sparks jumping from the muzzle not far away, and the trajectory of the bullets that rubbed across the scarlet night sky. After roughly calculating the distance, Han Feng found that he was almost there. So he raised his hand and pointed to the front and said, Wayne, put me in front. You can rest for a while. I will. Report to Captain Han. The situation has changed. Lin Lan is leaving here at a high speed. Hearing that Lin Lan was leaving here at a high speed, Han Feng was dumbfounded, and his arm raised in the air looked a little lonely. Wayne was exhausted in order to hurry. He was finally about to reach the battlefield, but he was notified that Lin Lan had left. What happened? How fast is it? Why did Lin Lan leave? Did she see me? Was she afraid of getting me in trouble? Han Feng asked Luna after retracting his hand. Report to Captain Han. Luna's speed at this time is close to the speed of your normal speed superpower. As for why she left, sorry, Captain Han, I don't know for the time being. What? Did Lin Lan have a second superpower? Han Feng was shocked after hearing what Luna said. Chapter 186, Tanya. Luna. Check Lin Lan to see if she has awakened a second superpower. Han Feng said to Luna to confirm his guess. Okay, Captain Han. The system test is continuing. Please wait. After a few seconds, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. The test is completed. But, what's wrong? Luna? Is there a problem? Hearing Luna's hesitant tone, Han Feng's heart tightened. Report to Captain Han. The system can't detect whether Lin Lan has superpowers. Can't detect a second superpower? Han Feng didn't understand what Luna meant, and was still wondering why Lin Lan could run so fast. No, Captain Han. The system cannot detect whether Lin Lan has superpowers. Even the telekinesis she had before cannot detect this superpower. Is the system broken? Why can't it be detected? At this time, Han Feng simply thought it was a system problem and didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Report to Captain Han. The system is normal. And the abnormal one is? Lin Lan. Oh, forget it if it can't be detected. Then it can't be detected. Han Feng didn't want to believe that it was Lin Lan's problem. So he simply changed the subject and asked, by the way, Luna, where is Lin Lan now? Can we still catch up? Report to Captain Han. Lin Lan is now in Terminal 2. And has already started a fight. Go. Go. Go! Hurry up and follow her. When Han Feng heard that Lin Lan had not escaped the fight, he immediately stood up and rushed to Terminal 2. This time, Han Feng did not let Wayne carry him, but struggled to control his soft legs, because he knew that if Wayne carried him again, Wayne would not be able to bear it. After more than 10 minutes of rushing, Han Feng finally approached Terminal 2. Report to Captain Han. Lin Lan. Lin Lan left again. Ah! At this moment, Han Feng was so angry that he really wanted to curse. He finally got here, but Lin Lan ran away again. Could it be that Lin Lan has a third superpower? Perception? Luna. Where did she go this time? Han Feng asked after taking a few deep breaths. Report to Captain Han. She is now heading to Area B12. B12? Hiss, that should be the territory of the Iron Cavalry team. Right? Hearing the familiar place name, Han Feng suddenly remembered that Zhang Lei had asked him to go to Area B12 to find him. Yes, Captain Han. Lin Lan has now arrived at Area B12. And she is still fighting. Suddenly, Han Feng was dumbfounded. He stayed where he was, and he couldn't figure out what Lin Lan's purpose was. Come here and start fighting directly. When I come, we'll change places and continue fighting. When I get close again, she's gone again. She always refused to meet Han Feng, as if she was fighting all the time. Captain Han, are we still going to go? Seeing Han Feng didn't speak for a long time, Luna asked softly. Let's go! I have to find out what she wants to do. Han Feng responded with his last bit of strength. Fortunately, the B12 area is not too far from Terminal 2. In less than 10 minutes, Han Feng and Wayne arrived. Listening to the bursts of gunfire in front, Han Feng took a deep breath and prepared to activate his super speed ability. Rush into the battlefield and find Lin Lan. Report to Captain Han. What happened? Did Lin Lan leave again? Han Feng, who was about to speed up, heard Luna's report and interrupted her to ask. Yes, Captain Han. Lin Lan left here again. After a pause, Luna found the atmosphere a little awkward. So she bit the bullet and asked, Captain Han, are we still going to follow her? No, let her go. After thinking about it, Han Feng felt that Lin Lan must have her own purpose in doing this. Since she wanted to avoid him, he would help her. Besides, even if he really wanted to catch up with Lin Lan, it would be difficult. Lin Lan was moving very fast now. Even if he really turned on his super speed ability, he might not be able to catch up. Especially when he was lacking both mental and physical strength. Go back. Lin Lan knows that when he is running out of energy, he will evacuate here on his own initiative. Waving his hand, Han Feng continued, let's go home. 10 minutes later, Han Feng slowly walked back to the domination team's territory. Report to Captain Han. The time limit for the hero-level soldiers has expired. Just as he was about to lift the curtain and enter the tent, Han Feng heard Luna's prompt. Oh, really? Then summon the hero-level soldiers now. Han Feng, who had been depressed for a long time, finally felt a little better at this time. Report to Captain Han. Summoning a hero-level soldier requires a hero soldier nameplate and 10,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Summon. After replying to Luna excitedly in his mind, Han Feng turned and entered the tent. Hi, Brother Han. You're back. The food is on the table. See if it's hot. If it's cold, I'll heat it up again. Kong Xiang, who stayed in the tent, stood up and said when he saw Han Feng coming in, No. I'll just have a quick meal. You should go and rest. You've been waiting for me for so long. I've worked hard. It's okay. Brother Wang was worried that you were feeling unwell. So he asked me to stay and wait for you. He just left a few minutes ago. So he should still be awake now. Do you need me to call Brother Wang? No. I'm much better. See you tomorrow. How could Han Feng care about them at this time? He pushed Kong Xiang and personally sent him out the door, wanting to see the heroic soldier. See you tomorrow. Shao Kong. Han Feng did not forget to greet Kong Xiang after inviting him out of the tent. Luna, how long will it take for the heroic level soldiers? When only his own people were left in the room, Han Feng asked nervously and excitedly, rubbing his hands. Captain Han, you can step aside for now. Tanya is about to appear. Tanya? The person coming this time is Tanya? Hearing Luna's spoiler, Han Feng felt suffocated. That's right. It was the suffocating feeling of excitement. Yes, Captain Han. So please leave the tent now, and come back later. Okay. Let's go! After saying okay 3 times in a row, Han Feng called Wayne out of the tent. Standing at the door of the tent, Han Feng looked at the bright moon and stars in the sky with a smile on his face, took out a cigarette, and waited for the next beautiful moment. Come in. Please. Less than a minute later, a sweet female voice came from the tent. But she spoke in English. Although Han Feng's English was not very good, he understood this sentence. After hurriedly throwing away the cigarette butt, Han Feng couldn't wait to enter the tent. Ah! Han Feng let out a brief exclamation as soon as he entered the tent, because he saw Tanya was looking for clothes with her bare back. Her golden hair was scattered on her bare back, and her smooth back reflected the light from the top, making Tanya look a little dazed. Her absolutely perfect and attractive figure, coupled with her gentle movements when looking for clothes, made people want to love her at a glance. However, Tanya was not completely naked. At least, she was still wearing a pair of pants. However, looking at the pants, Han Feng knew that this was also an original item in the tent. This also indirectly shows that when Tanya was summoned, she had no clothes to wear. In this way, Han Feng's first hero-level soldier Tanya met her commander in such an alternative way. Tanya picked up a men's short-sleeved shirt and put it on neatly, then turned to look at Han Feng and said, "What's up, Chief?" Can you speak Chinese?" Han Feng, who didn't understand what this sentence meant, smiled awkwardly and asked back. After saying this sentence intermittently, Han Feng's other words were blocked in his throat. Because Tanya is so beautiful, the green pupils alone seemed to have magic, deeply attracting Han Feng's soul. Haha, of course, my sir. Looking at Han Feng's embarrassed face, Tanya smiled softly and replied in standard Mandarin. These few words of numb tone almost made Han Feng collapse. It's not that Han Feng is so hungry. It can only be said that Tanya is too good at provoking men's psychology. Seeing this, Han Feng bit the tip of his tongue. After calming down, Han Feng pretended to cough a few times. Ahem. So you can speak Chinese? In addition to Chinese, I am also proficient in dozens of languages. What? Commander, do you want to listen to them one by one? As she spoke, Tanya got closer and closer to Han Feng. Han Feng could even smell the faint fragrance in her mouth. Not daring to look at Tanya's seductive eyes, Han Feng had to lower his gaze a little. But he never thought he saw Tanya's white chest, because Tanya was wearing a men's short-sleeved shirt, which was a bit loose, and Tanya had a relatively well-proportioned figure, so most of her chest was exposed. From Han Feng's perspective, he could see Tanya's pants from her collar, not to mention anything else. Is this how you talk to your superior in the barracks? Han Feng raised his head quickly and looked at Tanya, who was right in front of him, and asked. After Han Feng finished speaking, Tanya smiled indifferently, and after moving a little away from Han Feng, she said, "Is my superior such a person who doesn't understand romance? Report to me." Han Feng, who couldn't stand Tanya's look, suddenly said. The moment Han Feng finished speaking, Tanya immediately stood up straight and replied in a sonorous voice, "Report to the commander. Tanya Adams reports to you." However, The difference between Tanya's report and other soldiers was that she didn't salute. What Han Feng didn't expect was that when Tanya looked serious, all her charm disappeared instantly. Even Han Feng could clearly feel murderous aura. Strong murderous aura. Murderous aura rushing towards him like a blade. To gather such murderous aura, how many cruel battles did Tanya go through? A series of psychological reactions such as agility, speed, danger, fear, etc. spread in Han Feng's heart. But Tanya just kept a military posture. Motionless. Introduce yourself. When saying this, Han Feng wanted to maintain his dignity. But facing such a ferocious beast, Han Feng really couldn't raise the slightest sense of dignity. Chapter 187, Tanya's First Mission. Captain Han. I'm Tanya Adams. Graduated from the Allied Barracks. Fort Bradley, New York. After Tanya finished speaking, she continued to stand there, without saying anything else. No more. After waiting for a few seconds, Han Feng, who was silent, stared at Tanya and asked, "What else do you want to hear? My combat experience?" Tanya turned her head, looked at Han Feng and smiled gently, and continued, "Hundreds of battles, thousands of secret missions. If you want to listen, I can tell you slowly. But I'm afraid it won't be finished without 3 or 5 days." Tanya finished speaking with a frivolous smile on her lips. Han Feng saw ridicule in Tanya's expression. "You ridicule me?" Although Han Feng thought he was not as good as Tanya, he was still the highest commander recognized by the Red Alert system. Why did this foreign girl despise him? After Han Feng finished speaking, Tanya just put away her smile and did not make any excuses. "You?" Han Feng puffed his chest and wanted to say something, but in the end, he just mumbled a few words. "What are you good at? What weapons do you use? You have to explain these, right? If you don't tell me anything, how can I give you tasks in the future?" After thinking for a moment, Han Feng asked in a different way. After hearing Han Feng's question, Tanya released her standing position. While walking in the tent, she said, "Good at everything? I'm good at everything. I can use any weapon. Report completed, my commander. Ahem. Please call me Captain Han." "Thank you." Unable to bear the way of calling him commander, Han Feng ordered Tanya to change her words. "Okay, Captain Han. I got it." Commander, it is not known whether Tanya did it on purpose or just thought it was fun. But every time she spoke, Han Feng would be speechless. After hearing Tanya's casual answer, Han Feng pursed his lips and said nothing more. "What can you do?" Han Feng still wanted to know how powerful this heroic soldier was. So this time he changed the way of asking, afraid that Tanya's answer would be irrelevant again. Han Feng reminded her, for example, a sniper can blow off a zombie's head with one shot from 800 meters away. Another example is a heavily armored soldier, who can shoot down an armed helicopter several kilometers away with a Stinger missile. So what can you do? Do you understand this time? After speaking patiently, Han Feng looked at Tanya, looking forward to her answer. "I understand." "Huh? I'm glad you understand. Tell me, what can you do?" "It depends on what you want me to do." Suddenly, Han Feng was completely speechless. Facing such a foreign girl, Han Feng felt helpless. When Han Feng was still speechless, Tanya said, "Anti-submarine, infiltration, sniping, assassination, camouflage, stealing, ambush, sabotage, combat in any terrain." After saying this bunch of terms, Tanya stared at Han Feng's eyes and continued, "Next time, just tell me what you want to do, and I will execute it perfectly. Are you sure?" After Tanya said this, Han Feng got excited, staring at Tanya. "Sure. Okay." Looking at the confident Tanya, Han Feng straightened his back and said, "Now I will give you the first task. Bring Lin Lan back. As for who Lin Lan is, Luda will tell you. Alive? Or alive?" Tanya was halfway through her words when Han Feng was almost scared to death and quickly interrupted her. "Oh, if she resists, she might suffer a little." As she spoke, Tanya walked out. "Don't hurt her. This is one of ours." "Silly roe deer." Han Feng shouted loudly and muttered softly, "I know. Give me 10 minutes. See you in 10 minutes. After Tanya finished speaking, she didn't give Han Feng a chance to speak again, and she flashed out of the tent. "Ha ha. Luna, did you hear that Tanya actually said that she would bring Lin Lan back within 10 minutes? She didn't know how fast Lin Lan is now. Ha ha. Han Feng, who thought that Tanya would definitely fail in the first mission, teased Tanya to Luna. He even thought about how to punish Tanya after the mission failed. Captain Han. She actually asked me just now. And I told her about Lin Lan's current situation. Oh my. No way. She really thinks she can catch up with Lin Lan? After hearing Luna's answer, Han Feng felt confused. No matter how powerful Tanya is, she is only a little more powerful than ordinary people. But in front of a speed-type superpower, she will definitely not be able to touch the corner of her clothes. Absolutely. This is also the last stubbornness in Han Feng's heart. Oh, Luna. Tanya, when she went out just now, she didn't seem to be wearing shoes. Was she barefoot? Suddenly, Han Feng thought of the scene when Tanya went out just now, and asked Luna. Yes, Captain Han. So Tanya is looking for clothes for herself now. Ah? No way. Time is so precious. She has to have time to change clothes? It seems so. After listening to Luna's uncertain answer, Han Feng directly said, Luna. Vision link. Target, Tanya. Okay. Captain Han. Vision link completed. Opening his eyes again. Han Feng's perspective has been connected to Tanya's perspective. The moon was dark, and the wind was strong. And the tents on both sides retreated rapidly. In Han Feng's opinion, this speed was definitely not something that a barefoot person could run at. What's wrong? Sir? Any other instructions? Captain Han, feeling Han Feng's coming, Tanya said casually. How can you run so fast barefoot? Han Feng expressed his doubts. After Han Feng finished speaking, Tanya did not speak, but shifted her eyes downwards, looking at her feet. And then her eyes returned to the right track again. At the moment when Tanya lowered her head, Han Feng saw Tanya's clothes and shoes. But they looked a little familiar. I borrowed it from Kong Xiang. His clothes are of good size, and his shoes are also suitable. Any other questions? Captain Han. Tanya asked me about all the information of your people before she left. And then? Huh? After listening to the conversation between the two ladies, Han Feng thought about it, and finally just took a deep breath. I didn't expect that the thin Kong Xiang was the same size as Tanya. Duh. Han Feng listened to the increasingly clear sound of firing beside his ears, and knew that Tanya was approaching the battlefield. How long did it take? 1 minute. Feeling Tanya's abnormal speed, Han Feng had an illusion. Could she be a speed-type evolver? Captain Han. I'm here. A few dozen meters away from Lin Lan. On the edge of the battlefield, Tanya found a very hidden corner, squatted there, and reported to Han Feng. Be careful. The previous teasing was gone at this time. Han Feng was just nervous now, looking at the fierce exchange of fire in front of him. Han Feng subconsciously gave instructions. Okay, sir. After saying that, Tanya adjusted her posture and prepared for a surprise attack. But at this moment, something strange happened. Lin Lan, who was fighting, suddenly turned his head and looked towards the place where Tanya was hiding. In an instant, their eyes met. Han Feng could clearly feel Tanya's shock at this moment. Yes. What Tanya didn't expect was that, as an absolute god of the Allied forces, she, whose concealment skills were many times better than those of snipers, could let the other party see her position at a glance. However, Tanya was also an elite who had experienced hundreds of battles. The moment she was seen by Lin Lan, she rushed out and went straight for Lin Lan. The swift explosive power allowed the two to quickly close the distance from dozens of meters to a few meters. I don't know if Lin Lan didn't react, or she didn't know how powerful Tanya was. Lin Lan didn't dodge, but just stared at Tanya close. Watching Lin Lan getting closer and closer, Han Feng's heart became more and more tense. But fortunately, there were no obvious scars on Lin Lan's body. Just when Han Feng thought Tanya had succeeded, Tanya suddenly retreated. That's right. She retreated directly without stopping for a moment, looking at the scene happening in front of him. Han Feng didn't understand it, but he didn't say anything. When Tanya retreated more than 10 meters away from Lin Lan, Tanya turned around and rushed back. In the environment of gunfire and bullets, Tanya launched a second charge at Lin Lan. In Tanya's sight, Han Feng saw Lin Lan fighting while avoiding the incoming bullets. At the same time, she was also on guard against Tanya. When Tanya was 3 meters away from Lin Lan, Tanya retreated again. After pulling away, Tanya turned around and rushed forward again, then retreated again. Han Feng couldn't understand several ways of operations. He couldn't help but ask Luna, "What's wrong with this Tanya? She could have caught Lin Lan with just one hand. Why did she retreat again? And several times. Will she catch him or not?" Report to Captain Han. Tanya is avoiding Lin Lan's imprisonment superpower. Look carefully. Every time Lin Lan wants to release his superpower to imprison Tanya, Tanya will retreat at the moment before imprisonment. How did she do it? Looking at the scene in front of Tanya, Han Feng muttered absent-mindedly. Is there anyone who can avoid the imprisonment superpower? Impossible. The applicable range of the telekinetic imprisonment superpower can cover the distance of more than 10 meters around. Even if Tanya wants to retreat, Lin Lan can still freeze Tanya. Lin Lan can imprison Tanya when she is more than 10 meters away. It is completely meaningless for Tanya to do this. Han Feng, who knows the imprisonment superpower well, does not understand Tanya's actions at all. But he can't interrupt Tanya's current actions, so he can only express his doubts to Luna. Report to Captain Han. You are right. The release distance of the imprisonment superpower is indeed very far. But the farther the distance, the more mental power is needed. If Lin Lan forcibly activates the confinement superpower at a long distance, she will not be able to bear it, facing the enemy's concentrated fire. She absolutely dare not gamble. How does Tanya know that the farther the distance, the greater the mental power consumption? Did you tell her this? After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng asked thoughtfully. Chapter 188. You are not Lin Lan. Who are you? No, I didn't tell Tanya. She came up with it herself. On the way to the battlefield, she asked me to retrieve some data about Lin Lan's use of superpowers. After hearing what Luna said, Han Feng was dumbfounded. His open mouth trembled a few times, and he was extremely shocked. While rushing on the road, he argued with himself and analyzed the data at the same time. Is there a computer in Tanya's head? If Lin Lan lost consciousness for a moment when imprisoning Tanya, she would be shot. But Tanya would not. Continuing with the previous question, Luna continued to explain. Why? Because the people on the field can only be sure that Lin Lan is the enemy. For Tanya, they can't tell whether she is an enemy or a friend. Before the target is clear, they will not attack Tanya. Don't believe it? Captain Han. Look! After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng observed the battlefield and found that no one attacked Tanya. After thinking about it, Han Feng felt that it was right. Using human psychology, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Even if you join the battlefield, you won't fall into too much crisis. I guess the people on the battlefield still think Tanya is their own from leaving the house to now. Only less than 4 minutes have passed. In this short period of time, Tanya has almost achieved true perfection. From the big bet of psychological games to the small things, like stealing clothes and shoes. From the big things, like absorbing huge amounts of information to the detailed analysis and specific handling. No matter from which angle, Tanya is almost perfect. Of course, except for teasing her boss. Before entering the battlefield, Tanya also asked me to retrieve the situation description in the safe zone. Now, she can completely call herself Brother Yang's secret guard. Anyway, no one has seen the secret guards, and no one knows how many secret guards there are. After a few seconds, Luna also analyzed what Tanya might do next. What else did you tell her about the secret guards? After listening to Luna, Han Feng was speechless. I just want to know how much information Tanya absorbed in just 1 or 2 minutes. No more. Is she a god? I need to listen to so much information for a while. She can also do all kinds of analysis? Han Feng exclaimed, expressing his shock again. Captain Han. To be precise, these can only be regarded as Tanya's basic operations. There are really too many heroic deeds about Tanya. Haha. Okay. When you have time, tell me slowly. Hearing Luna's admiring tone, Han Feng's heart surged with a strong curiosity. If Tanya was not on a mission now, and time did not allow, Han Feng really wanted to listen to the legend of this heroic soldier. The small talk came to an end for the time being, and Han Feng focused again to connect with the visual field. During the 10 seconds that Han Feng and Luna were talking, Tanya teased dozens of times. Every time, Lin Lan was unable to accurately release the imprisoned superpower, which made Lin Lan very anxious. Finally, Lin Lan, who couldn't help it, began to try to leave the battlefield and move towards Tanya. Although the speed was not fast, The center of the battlefield did shift towards Tanya, according to the radar. Lin Lan can't help it. She's going to take action. Sharing Tanya's sight. Han Feng guessed. When Lin Lan approached Tanya, Tanya moved to the edge of the battlefield, and the two always maintained a safe distance. As time passed, Tanya seemed to be in no hurry and kept wandering around the battlefield. What is she going to do? Han Feng pondered in his heart, wanting to know how Tanya would end up. After all, there was not much time left to complete the mission. Suddenly, while Han Feng was still struggling, Tanya and Lin Lan left the battlefield. Tanya ran in front, and Lin Lan chased behind. Everything happened in a flash. But the strange thing is, Lin Lan's speed was incredibly fast. But he did not catch up with Tanya, who was more than 10 meters ahead. The two disappeared in the battlefield in an instant, leaving only the crowd looking at each other. Luna, can I outrun her? Han Feng looked at the two fast-moving dots on the radar and asked intermittently. Han Feng finished speaking, and before Luna responded, he heard Lin Lan's voice in his mind. It came through Tanya's ears. She said, "Stop. Don't run. This place is remote enough. If I want to catch up with you, it will only take a few seconds." Lin Lan is hiding her strength? Such a fast speed is not her limit. Hearing Lin Lan's words, Han Feng thought hesitantly in his heart. Oh, are you so confident that you can beat me? Do you really naively think that this is my fastest speed? Tanya felt that Lin Lan had stopped behind her. And then she also stopped, turned around and slowly walked towards Lin Lan and said, through Tanya's sight, Han Feng found that the two people had left the safe zone. At this time, the two of them were at the extreme edge of the non-safe zone. In this position, there was almost no light source and no people. Just darkness. Now I give you two choices. First, you follow me obediently. The advantage of this is that you can suffer less. Second, you can try to resist. But the final result, you will be miserable. And then I will take you back. Tanya's footsteps did not stop. She pulled out a saber from behind, frowned, and then said, "Choose." Where did she get the saber? Han Feng asked Luna when he saw the saber flashing in his sight. At the same time, he was confused. Didn't Tanya have no weapon? What is this saber? Report to Captain Han. This saber was stolen by Tanya from Sean. Sean? Suddenly, Han Feng also remembered Sean. After leaving the 7th hospital, it seems that he has never seen Sean again. Oh, right. After thinking about it, Han Feng remembered. He had told Sean to go with Brother Wang. So, it must be that Tanya took Sean's saber when she stole Kong Xiang's clothes. Han Feng's eyes returned to Tanya, but he saw Lin Lan standing there, just watching Tanya approach quietly, without any action, including defensive posture. When Tanya stood a few meters in front of Lin Lan, she said, "So, you agree with the first one? Oh, what a cute and good child. I think Lu Rui's superpower is really interesting. He can predict who will leave." Suddenly, Lin Lan said such a meaningless sentence. It's a pity that Wei Yun is not a superpower person. And he has a younger brother, so he can only be a logistics staff, cooking for everyone and chatting. Lin Lan just stood there, as if talking to himself. Looking at Lin Lan, Tanya frowned. The hand holding the saber loosened and tightened again, not understanding what Lin Lan was doing. "I was planning to go to Brother Yang today and just kill him. I haven't seen you for so many days. To be honest, I really miss you." Lin Lan's words were like a heavy bomb, exploding directly in Han Feng's mind. Could it be that Lin Lan knew that I could hear these words? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The only person in front of her was Tanya. And Tanya had just been summoned for less than half an hour. That is to say, Lin Lan was absolutely unfamiliar with Tanya. After Lin Lan finished speaking, Tanya instantly realized that something was wrong, and immediately raised the saber, intending to force Lin Lan to faint, and then bring him back. "Tanya, wait a minute," Han Feng quickly ordered after sensing Tanya's change, because Han Feng still wanted to hear what Lin Lan would say next. "It's fine for me to play alone. Why do you need someone to disturb me? I just find meaningless chatter annoying." When Lin Lan finished this sentence, Han Feng was already very sure. Lin Lan really saw his presence. "What are you afraid of? Why don't you do it? Are you afraid that you can't beat me? Or are you afraid of something?" Staring at Tanya, Lin Lan spoke to Tanya, and it seemed like he was speaking to Han Feng. Gulp. Han Feng swallowed subconsciously. The situation was too weird. This is unprecedented. And it can no longer be described in words. In front of me. It is no longer Lin Lan. The tone of voice, behavior, everything, are different from the Lin Lan of the past. Since you don't have any next move, I'll leave. Lin Lan raised his mouth a little. And continued, next time we meet. I can't say what the scene and situation will be. This sentence is like a farewell. But also like a warning. You are not Lin Lan. Who are you? Han Feng asked through Tanya's mouth. Is it important? As long as you say a word. I will get you Brother Yang's head now. Even if Brother Yang is not Brother Yang. Instantly, Han Feng felt confused. Why? Why did Lin Lan know this? Do you need it? Facing Lin Lan's provocative words, Tanya spoke on her own. I'm not asking you. Why are you in a hurry? The scene was extremely weird. It was obviously a scene between two people. But there were extremely intriguing words. I ask again? Who are you? At this moment, Han Feng was about to collapse. He believed that someone else must be living in Lin Lan's body. After speaking through Tanya's mouth, Han Feng ordered Tanya again, Tanya, I allow you to make your own judgment. When necessary, knock Lin Lan unconscious and forcibly bring him back. Who am I? Haha, I may not be your enemy. Nor may I be your friend, it depends on how you understand it. Swoosh. The moment Lin Lan finished speaking, Tanya moved, at a speed as fast as an afterimage. A sound of breaking wind was emitted. The distance of more than 10 meters was shortened to almost face-to-face in an instant. However, this action was a fake move. After approaching Lin Lan, Tanya changed her body shape in an instant, went around behind Lin Lan, and raised her hand to hit Lin Lan's neck. Huh? The palm knife chopped down instantly, and the palm wind followed like a shadow. Huh? Tanya completed the attack, but pounced in vain. The attack that should have been unavoidable was actually dodged by Lin Lan. Tanya's eyes widened, and she seemed to be unable to believe that her attack just now had missed. The next moment, Tanya felt something, quickly evacuated the original position, turned around, and the saber came out. Ding! The two sabers collided, and a flash of fire was wiped out in the darkness. Chapter 189. You are not Lin Lan. Who are you? Part 2. Ding! Ding ding! The sound of sabers colliding quickly was heard. In the darkness, Han Feng could only vaguely see the swaying figure, and the flash of cold light, when the saber reflected the moonlight. Standing in the tent and watching, Han Feng clenched his fists. Luna, conduct a comprehensive inspection of Lin Lan. This person is definitely not her. Han Feng suddenly ordered. Report to Captain Han. Didn't the system conduct a test before? The result is comprehensive inspection. After interrupting Luna's speech, Han Feng frowned and continued. It is impossible that there is no trace left. What the system needs to do now is to look carefully and find the clues. Okay, Captain Han. The system will conduct a comprehensive inspection of Lin Lan, Luna said. But Han Feng did not respond, but continued to watch the battlefield nervously. Ding ding. Who? Swoosh. Tanya and Lin Lan fought faster and faster, with various body movements and combat skills emerging one after another. The two sabers could collide fiercely several times in just a few seconds, and the fight between the two could be described as flaming. Ding! After a crisp sound, the two finally separated. In Tanya's sight, the saber held by Lin Lan had been broken in half, but the saber full of gaps in Tanya's hand was not much better. These two high-quality sabers were damaged like this in just a dozen seconds. Han Feng never dreamed of it. You are very strong. Lin Lan spoke first, and swung the saber in his hand, stabbing Tanya. Seeing Lin Lan's action, Tanya immediately reacted. Like her behavior, Tanya also swung the saber. Ding! The two sabers collided in midair, and then fell one after another, stabbing on the battlefield. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sound of the sabers colliding was like the sound of a starter's gun on the running field. At this moment, the two of them quickly approached each other at the same time. Swoosh! Swoosh! On the field, Tanya and Lin Lan attacked each other, but the attacks were resolved or avoided. After several rounds, neither of them touched the other. Report to Captain Han. The system has fully tested Lin Lan, and only detected that Lin Lan's body has been enhanced. Nothing else. Just as Han Feng was concentrating, Luna's voice sounded in his mind. Body enhancement? What caused it? Is it related to Lin Lan's abnormality? After listening to Luna's report, Han Feng asked 3 questions in a row. Report to Captain Han. The test results show that Lin Lan's body has been enhanced as a whole, according to preliminary simulation calculations. At this time, Lin Lan's combat power can be reduced to a level 4 zombie. Or stronger. Listening to Luna's report, Han Feng slowly opened his mouth. Level 4 zombies. As strong as level 4 zombies are, they may not be as strong as Lin Lan now? Seeing that Han Feng didn't respond, Luna continued, as for why Lin Lan became so strong, the system cannot make a judgment or conclusion. As for whether this body enhancement is related to Lin Lan's current abnormality, please ask Team Han to hand over the monitoring data to the combat laboratory. It is estimated that only the combat laboratory can study and analyze the relationship between the two. The combat laboratory can make an analysis? After listening to Luna, Han Feng perked up and asked, I'm not sure whether the combat laboratory will make a report, but at least it is much deeper than the system's preliminary detection. Now the system has recorded all the indicators and data of Lin Lan's body. Please ask Captain Han to hand over the data to the combat laboratory. After answering Han Feng, Luna continued to instruct again. Okay. Let the combat laboratory study Lin Lan. Without hesitation, Han Feng directly gave the order. Okay. Captain Han. The combat laboratory is starting a research project. After a pause, Luna continued. The combat laboratory research project has been launched. The project name, Lin Lan's Data Analysis. When will the combat laboratory be able to come out with a report? Han Feng asked anxiously. Sorry, Captain Han. I don't know. Okay. I hope it will be quick. Muttering, Han Feng shook his head gently. Frowning, Han Feng continued to pay attention to the fight between Tanya and Lin Lan. In the 10 seconds that Han Feng and Luna were talking, Tanya and Lin Lan had fought for dozens of rounds. During this period, both of them were hit to varying degrees. But looking at their movements, it seems that these injuries are not important. Tear. Suddenly, a sound of clothes being torn apart was heard. Huh? Lin Lan retreated quickly, and this retreat was 6 or 7 meters away from Tanya. If you can't beat them, tear their clothes. Is this your fighting technique? Panting, Lin Lan stared at Tanya and asked. Haha, I really can't kill you. Otherwise, you will lose more than just a piece of clothing. As she spoke, Tanya threw the clothes in her hand aside, splashing a trace of dust. Unlike Lin Lan, Tanya's breathing was very smooth, not as breathless as Lin Lan. From this point, it can also be seen that Tanya's physical strength is much better than Lin Lan. Stop. I can't kill you, but you definitely can't keep me. At this time, Lin Lan only had a small vest on his body. With the blessing of panting, it seemed that he was about to burst out. If that was your limit just now, then you can accept your fate. Calculate the time. It should still be in time after saying that. Tanya tiptoed and prepared to charge. Stop! Tanya was ready to speed up, but she saw Lin Lan making a stop gesture with his right hand to Tanya and shouted. Tanya! Wait! See what she is going to do! Seeing this, Han Feng also asked Tanya not to attack for the time being. After receiving the order, Tanya stopped reluctantly, and then replied to Han Feng in her mind, if you delay any further, there will not be enough time. It's okay. I voluntarily gave up the time limit. Han Feng unilaterally lifted the 10-minute time limit, and Tanya was no longer in a hurry. Don't you want to know who I am? After a pause, Lin Lan continued, you can go to the HS Armed Forces Department to look for it. Maybe you can find something. Even if the SH Armed Forces Department has Lin Lan's files, they won't have your stuff. Right? Who told you to look for Lin Lan's files? Lin Lan rolled her eyes and said, following Han Feng's question. Okay. I'll go to the Armed Forces Department as you said. Please return Lin Lan to me now. Return it to you? Lin Lan is yours? Suddenly, Lin Lan seemed to be very angry, staring and shouting. Seeing Lin Lan's look, Han Feng was a little confused, and for a moment, he didn't know how to refute. Let's play a game now. Lin Lan's expression changed faster than turning a page. He looked angry the last second, and after a look, he suddenly said this. Game? What game? Han Feng was also confused at this time, not knowing how. When you can find the secret of the zombies, I will return Lin Lan to you. Or, you become stronger. After listening, Han Feng was speechless. Isn't the secret of the zombies what he has been pursuing? But becoming stronger. After thinking for a while, Han Feng asked, how strong is considered strong? Beat her. Lin Lan pointed at Tanya in front of him and said, haha, before Han Feng could speak. He heard Tanya's laughter. And then said, haha, excuse me. Little cutie. Are you here to make fun of me? Can he beat me? Then write my name backwards from now on. Seeing Tanya's merciless words, Han Feng took a deep breath, thinking, what is this? Being laughed at by his subordinates? Then you can wait to write your name backwards in the future. Lin Lan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then said, I'm leaving first. Don't try to find me. I'm very busy. After that, Lin Lan turned around and walked into the night. Tanya, leave her. In the tent. Han Feng whispered. Yes, sir. After responding to Han Feng, Tanya's body instantly accelerated and quickly approached Lin Lan. And at the same time teased, can you leave? Swoosh. In just a few seconds, Tanya had caught up with Lin Lan. Lin Lan just reacted at this time. Feeling the momentum behind him, Lin Lan quickened his pace, trying to get rid of Tanya. Buzz. Suddenly, a quick and short sound sounded. Stop. Tanya, who was about to catch up with Lin Lan, stopped instantly, stood in place, and just watched Lin Lan run away. Tanya, what's wrong? In the tent, Han Feng also felt something was wrong. Tanya did not reply to Han Feng, but gently raised her hand and slowly reached forward. When Tanya stretched her hand forward for more than 10 centimeters, she stopped. It's not that Tanya paused, but that Tanya touched a layer of transparent wall. Tanya spread her hands out and placed them in front of her body, while the other hand also joined the search. Barrier? Tanya murmured while touching the invisible wall. Luna, what is this? Han Feng asked hesitantly, staring at Tanya's movements. Report to Captain Han. This should belong to the category of telekinesis. Telekinesis? Is this telekinesis? After hearing what Luna said, Han Feng's frown tightened. In addition to imprisoning the human body, telekinesis can actually generate a transparent wall? This question is a bit incredible for Han Feng, who already has telekinesis superpowers. Sorry, Captain Han. This is also a preliminary judgment, because just now, the system detected fluctuations in telekinesis. As for how Lin Lan did it, it is not clear yet. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng was left standing there stupidly, digesting what had just happened. Tanya, come back. After a few seconds, Han Feng whispered an order. Humph, what a broken superpower. It can only be used to escape. Tanya, who was not convinced, said as she walked back and picked up the saber on the ground. Luna, do you think the other party is a superpower of mental power? After thinking for a while, Han Feng asked Luna. Sorry, Captain Han. I don't know. But the system did not find anything abnormal in Lin Lan's brain waves. You mean, Lin Lan is pretending? She is really herself? Is she just acting tonight? Thinking of this possibility, Han Feng became even more confused. We have to wait for the conclusion report of the combat laboratory. Maybe we can find the answer. Compared with Han Feng, Luna's answer was calm. When will the combat laboratory be able to issue a report? Is it soon? Report to Captain Han. The combat laboratory has 3 minutes to finish the research. Chapter 190. The Iron Cavalry team sends an invitation. 3 minutes later. Report to Captain Han. The combat laboratory research project, Lin Lan's data analysis has ended. When the time came, Luna reported to Han Feng. After listening to Luna, Han Feng took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit one and said, okay. Now let's talk about it. I hope the report issued by the combat laboratory can give some clues. Okay, Captain Han. According to the report from the combat laboratory, in addition to the strengthening of Lin Lan's body, his brain waves have also changed slightly. But because the changes in brain wave data are extremely subtle, the system did not find it during the initial detection. After a pause, Luna continued, for this phenomenon, the combat laboratory has given 2 guesses. But neither of these guesses has been confirmed, so they can only be regarded as reference opinions. Which 2 guesses? Han Feng said, flicking the ash off his cigarette. First, Lin Lan's main consciousness is controlled, and his autonomous consciousness is silent. This can explain why Lin Lan's temperament has changed drastically. Second, Lin Lan's second personality has awakened. But it is different from schizophrenia. This can explain why Lin Lan remembers everything that has happened while his temperament has changed drastically. Luna, which situation do you think Lin Lan belongs to? Han Feng asked after listening to Luna's two guesses. Luna did not answer Han Feng's question directly, but hesitated for a moment and said, "Sorry, Captain Han. I don't know. But no matter which conjecture it is, it can't explain why Lin Lan's body has been strengthened." "Oh, huh?" Han Feng exhaled a puff of white mist and asked, "Why does Lin Lan know my existence?" Han Feng seemed to be asking Luna, but more like asking himself. "By the way, Luna, do you think, is there anything that can detect the red alert system in my body? Or is there any ability that can sense the red alert system in my body?" Report to Captain Han. Theoretically, no one and nothing can detect the red alert system in your body. Because I told you before that the red alert system is directly connected to your soul consciousness. Unless what? Hearing these two words, Han Feng immediately became alert. Unless there is really someone in this world who has the ability to peep into the mind. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng was stunned. After a few seconds, Han Feng thought of something and asked, doesn't Yuri have a mind detector? Do you think? Could it be that Yuri has controlled Lin Lan? As an old player of Red Alert, Han Feng certainly knows that Yuri has a special skill to control the enemy. And the technology of Yuri country is also very awesome. It is not inferior to the allied technology at all. If it is said that Yuri used their technology to transform Lin Lan. Report to Captain Han. That's impossible. Han Feng was still immersed in the ocean of solving the case. But Luna shattered his guess with one sentence. Why is it impossible? Then how do you explain Yuri's mind detector? Han Feng, who was rejected, asked. Captain Han, there are a few points about Yuri country that you may have misunderstood. First, the mind detector is only the most basic mind detection mechanism. It can only detect the attack intention of consciousness, and can only analyze and judge the strength of the attack intention through breathing, heart rate, and body hormone reactions. It doesn't work every time. If facing a spy, the mind detector will fail. Really? After listening to Luna, Han Feng suddenly felt that the mind detector was more like a large lie detector, judging the other person's thoughts through various reactions of the human body. Second, after Yuri controlled Lin Lan's brain waves would definitely undergo special changes, because Lin Lan's main personality would resist. And as long as there was resistance, the brain waves would definitely become disordered. Just because the system did not detect Lin Lan's abnormal brain waves, she is definitely not under Yuri's control now. Continuing with the previous question, Luna said, "So what do you mean? Lin Lan's transformation into this is still a mystery?" After talking for a long time, Han Feng's problem was still not solved. In addition to a bunch of common sense exchanges, there was no useful information at all. Yeah. This time, Luna answered the question very happily. Captain Han, Tanya is back. Hi, dear Commander. My mission is over. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Tanya opened the door curtain and entered the tent. Thank you for your hard work. Looking at Tanya, Han Feng continued, how do you feel? Not bad. If I can kill her, it will be a lot easier. As she spoke, Tanya wandered around in the tent. Looking at Tanya wandering around the ground, Han Feng asked, what are you doing? Looking for something? No. You guys go to sleep first. I'll walk around by myself. After saying that, Tanya turned around and walked out of the tent without waiting for Han Feng to speak. Seeing Tanya was about to leave, Han Feng immediately got up and followed her out. But when he got outside, he didn't see Tanya. Captain Han, get used to it. Tanya has always been alone. Of course. Except for orders. While Han Feng was looking around, Luna said leisurely, it's past 2 in the middle of the night. So late. Where can she go? I don't know. Maybe she's spying on the enemy. Or maybe looking for a place to sleep. Luna also had a vague understanding of Han Feng's question, and could not give an accurate answer. Alas, forget it. Looking at the small dot on the radar that had gone far away, Han Feng shook his head, threw down his cigarette butt and stomped it out, and returned to the tent. It was already past 2 in the morning. After a simple wash, Han Feng lay on the bed and slowly fell asleep. The next day, Brother Han, get up outside the tent. Kong Xiang acted as a human alarm clock as always, calling Han Feng to get up. While eating breakfast, John Lei from the Iron Cavalry team came. Brother Wang. They came so early? Looking at John Lei, who was getting closer and closer, Han Feng asked while eating breakfast. Early in the morning? It's really a fucking bummer. Who knows what these bastards are going to do? Brother Wang said angrily after taking a big bite of the steamed bun. Tens of seconds later, Zhang Lei brought several of his brothers to the domination team's territory and said, Han Feng, our brother Chung wants to see you. After Zhang Lei finished speaking, he took out an invitation from his pocket and handed it over. It's just a matter of one sentence. Why do you have to send an invitation? It's so formal. Aren't you annoyed? Aren't you annoyed? Han Feng's words were a double entendre, expressing his dissatisfaction and implying that Zhang Lei and others were annoying. This is Brother Yang's rule. You must have an invitation if you want to enter Terminal 1. Zhang Lei explained calmly. Oh, I see. After receiving the invitation, Han Feng continued. Anything else? Zhang Lei heard Han Feng's intention of driving away guests, so he said, nothing else. I hope you can arrive on time. Goodbye. I won't see you off. Han Feng was very upset about Zhang Lei asking the domination team to open the way yesterday, so his tone was no longer as gentle as before. After hearing this, Zhang Lei waved his right hand lightly and led the way out of the domination team's territory. Bah! Trash! Brother Wang cursed in a low voice as he stared at Zhang Lei's back as he walked away. It seems that Brother Wang was also extremely dissatisfied with his command yesterday, but due to the problem of strength, he could only wait until he was far away before he dared to speak. Xiao Han, what does it say on this? Brother Wang turned around and pointed at the invitation and asked. Who knows, wait. Han Feng said as he opened the seal on the invitation. Opening the invitation, Han Feng saw the words written on it. Invitation tonight at about 6 o'clock. Terminal 1. After seeing the content, Han Feng snorted coldly. What kind of invitation is this? No date. No respectful words. A completely condescending attitude. Okay, wait, and see what tricks Chung Ji, the old guy, wants to play. After putting away the invitation, Han Feng stood up and said. At the same time, Kong Xiang on the side also stood up and cursed. Brother Han. This bastard must want to. Suddenly, the angry voice changed its tone. Want to harm. Hi, beautiful girl. Hearing the change in Kong Xiang's tone, Han Feng looked at him in confusion, but he saw Kong Xiang staring at a certain place with a crazy look on his face. Following Kong Xiang's gaze, Han Feng turned his head. Tan! Seeing Tanya, Han Feng subconsciously wanted to call out her name, but reason prevailed in time and made Han Feng shut up. In this world, many people know the red alert game. What if someone around him hears the word Tanya? Then his secret will be known to everyone. Brother Han? Do you know her? Kong Xiang looked at Han Feng and then at Tanya, who was getting closer and closer, with a look of deep doubt in his eyes. How can I explain this to you? Han Feng scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Good morning. Tanya came over with a greeting, attracting the attention of everyone around. There was no way, not to mention in the end times, even in the past heyday, such foreign beauties were rare. So everyone present, except Han Feng, showed a crazy look, staring at Tanya. What are all these big and small bags of yours? Han Feng asked in confusion, looking at Tanya holding 2 packages in her hands. I'm starving, let me eat first. Tanya sat down unceremoniously when she came to Han Feng, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and started to eat breakfast. Seeing this blonde, blue-eyed beauty sitting opposite him, Kong Xiang said excitedly, Hello, beautiful sister. I am Kong Xiang. I am a member of the domination team. I am currently in charge of logistics management. I am unmarried and single. May I ask, can you get me some breakfast? Handsome boy listening to Kong Xiang's chattering self-introduction, Tanya directly picked up an empty bowl and handed it to Kong Xiang. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. It will be ready soon. Kong Xiang took the bowl with both hands as if he had received the supreme honor and ran away. This silly boy. Looking at Kong Xiang with a silly smile on his face, Han Feng actually felt pity for him. He actually dared to be insolent in front of the famous Tanya. Chapter 191. Tanya's equipment supply box. You eat first. I'll go back to the house first. After saying hello to Tanya, Han Feng took Wayne back to the tent. Under Kong Xiang's attentive service, Tanya quickly finished her breakfast. Wiping her mouth, Tanya said to Kong Xiang, "Today's breakfast is delicious, thank you." After that, Tanya got up, picked up 2 packages, and turned to enter Han Feng's tent. Outside the door, Kong Xiang was full of confusion, wondering how Brother Han knew such a beautiful foreign girl. "Hi, Chief." As soon as she entered the door, Tanya said to Han Feng with a smile, "What are these 2 packages? Have you heard about them now?" Han Feng had asked this question just now, but Tanya chose to skip it and did not answer. But based on the name Tanya Adams, these 2 packages should not be low in goods. "Ah, huh." Tanya yawned, then bent down and began to open one of the packages. Staring at the package, Han Feng was full of curiosity. After a few seconds, Tanya took out a box from the big package. "This is?" Han Feng asked hesitantly, staring at the slightly familiar box. "Report to the Han team. This is a supply box," Luna answered in his mind. After listening to Luna, Han Feng's eyes widened and he said, "Supply box? What's wrong? Why are you making a fuss?" Seeing Han Feng like this, Tanya turned her head and asked. After that, Tanya handed the box to Han Feng. "Did you go to find a supply box last night?" Looking at the supply box within reach, Han Feng felt like he was dreaming. Once upon a time, a supply box alone could make Han Feng lose a large number of troops to get. "Don't be stunned. Help me open it." Seeing Han Feng in a daze, Tanya shouted, "Oh! Oh!" After Tanya said that, Han Feng realized that the supply box could only be opened by himself. "What is this? It's quite heavy," Han Feng murmured in a low voice after taking the supply box. Putting the supply box on the bed, Han Feng began to observe it. This supply box looked similar to an ordinary suitcase, but slightly smaller than a suitcase. The silver-white box surface is very eye-catching. No wonder Tanya wants to wrap it up. Turning it over and over, Han Feng did not see any logo on the box surface, which means that the contents can only be known after opening it. Without hesitation, Han Feng directly put his hand on the supply box. And then with excitement, he whispered, "Open the supply box." Ding! Click, a familiar mechanical sound rang out, and the supply box opened in response. Extending his hands, Han Feng slowly opened the supply box. Staring at the contents of the supply box, Han Feng was a little surprised. At this time, Luna said in her mind, "Congratulations to the Han team for obtaining the Tanya equipment supply box." "Tanya, this is your supply box?" "Your equipment." Looking at the various items in the supply box, Han Feng turned his head and said to Tanya, "Mine?" A puzzled voice came from Tanya's mouth. Obviously, Tanya didn't know what was in this supply box before. Han Feng's sight returned to the supply box, and saw that on the upper layer of the supply box, the black and cool double guns were fixed in the middle by black sponges, and under the double guns were 2 matching magazines. 2 cute little grenades made of silver-white steel balls were placed on both sides of the double guns, also fixed with black sponges. If it weren't for the pull rings of the grenades on these 2 round objects, Han Feng would have really thought they were 2 works of art. And below the double guns and grenades, there was a small yellow rectangle, like a pack of cigarettes. There was also a series of English words written on it. Although Han Feng couldn't understand it, Han Feng recognized the word C4. After reading the items on the upper layer of the supply box, Han Feng moved his eyes to the lower layer of the supply box. The first thing placed on top was a light green tactical vest, and on both sides of the tactical vest were tactical gloves. The things below were blocked by the vest and could not be seen. "Is this your equipment?" Looking at the heavy box, Han Feng looked at Tanya and then at the box. "Yes, this is my equipment. I didn't expect that I could get my equipment just after coming to you. It seems that I am lucky." From Tanya's expression, Han Feng could see that she was very happy, just like a child getting a favorite toy. "What is this? I have never seen it," Han Feng asked, pointing to the supply box. After Han Feng finished speaking, Tanya took a few steps forward, took out 2 guns and said, "2 Black Vulture special pistols. The bullet capacity is 7 rounds. This is the best weapon I have ever used." As she spoke, Tanya held the guns with both hands and gestured back and forth. A few seconds later, Tanya put the 2 Black Vulture special pistols back to their original positions, and took out a small grenade, explaining, "The Pearl Grenade, produced by the Swiss Rod Company, is an improved version of the HG-85. There are tens of thousands of small steel balls inside. According to a NATO test result, its divergent penetration ability is the strongest. No doubt some steel balls can even penetrate a 2mm bulletproof steel plate from 5 meters away. Holding the pearl grenade, Tanya leaned in and said, if it explodes in front of the enemy, no matter what type of bulletproof vest the enemy wears, he will definitely die. Unless he approaches with a tank armor plate. After saying that, Tanya smiled. In her ghostly eyes, Han Feng felt a chill on his back. Straightening up, Tanya put the pearl grenade back to its original position, and then took out the C4 explosives. Then she said, C4 plastic explosives are made of a mixture of high-performance explosive materials such as TNT, Semtex, and white phosphorus. They can be ground into powder, and can be freely placed in rubber materials, and then squeezed into any shape. If adhesive materials are attached to the outside, they can be placed in very hidden places, and stick to them firmly like chewing gum. So they are called cruel chewing gum. After speaking, Tanya weighed the C4 explosives in her hand. Seeing Tanya's actions, Han Feng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If Tanya accidentally dropped the C4 explosives on the ground, then the people around would be buried with the flames. Ha ha! Seeing Han Feng's drastic change in his eyes, Tanya laughed happily. She looked like a child who had successfully played a prank. Looking at Han Feng, Tanya smiled and asked, what are you afraid of? Do you know why I like C4 plastic explosives so much? Hearing Tanya's question, Han Feng shook his head, but his eyes never left the C4 explosives. This kind of explosive can easily avoid X-ray security inspections, and it is difficult for police dogs without specific olfactory training to identify it. It is resistant to strong pressure, squeezing, and even waterproof, except for detonation by a specific fuse. It will not explode automatically due to pure high temperature or fire. There are many ways to detonate, usually inserting a time fuse on the explosive, or using remote control, electric current, etc. After saying that, Tanya took out a lighter from somewhere. Then, under Han Feng's gaze, ignited and approached the C4 explosives. You are crazy. Seeing this package of C4 explosives being burned by the flame of the lighter, Han Feng jumped up from the bed, ran to Tanya, and grabbed the explosives. Haha, you are so funny, my boss. Seeing Han Feng jumping anxiously, Tanya laughed even happier. You're crazy. What if it explodes? I'm only 23. I haven't lived long enough. Although Han Feng was cursing, his eyes were fixed on the blackened area of the C4 explosives, fearing that it would explode in the next second. The interior of C4 is extremely stable. Even if you throw it into the fire, it will not explode. Please, my boss, can you have some common sense? Hearing Tanya's pleading tone, Han Feng also reacted, and then said weakly, what if? Right. What if? Alas. Tanya sighed softly, took the C4 and put it back. Tactical vest, tactical gloves, summer combat trousers, Tanya said as she took out these clothes. When the clothes on the upper layer were taken away, Han Feng saw what was behind the supply box. Staring at these alternative clothes, Han Feng asked, this is waterproof steel-toed combat boots, which look similar to high boots, but are very practical. Also, bulletproof sports bras. The function is to protect my breasts. Okay. Hearing Tanya say this, Han Feng immediately interrupted and thought to himself, are foreigners really so open-minded? They say everything. Okay. I almost know the rest. Bulletproof sports pants. Right. Pouting, Han Feng looked at Tanya and asked, when will you wear these clothes? Wait until there's no one around. Okay. After answering, Han Feng turned around and called Wayne. Wayne, let's go for a walk. Brother Han, you're out? Is it you? What are you doing? Kong Xiang ignored Han Feng, but stared at the door curtain behind Han Feng, looking eagerly, and said, where's the beautiful sister? Seeing Kong Xiang's greedy look, Han Feng couldn't help but laugh, and then said, pretty. Following Han Feng's words, Kong Xiang nodded repeatedly, his mouth corners getting bigger and bigger. Seeing this, Han Feng thought of a prank. He pretended to be serious and said seriously, how about this? Xiao Kong, I see that you are not young anymore, and you are single. How about I introduce her to you? Really? Seriously? Don't lie to me. Oh, how can I lie to you? With a turn of his eyes, Han Feng continued, how about this? As long as you can beat her, I will match you too. How about it? Ah? Let me be a woman. Hearing Han Feng say this, Kong Xiang was embarrassed. Hey, you don't know. She used to learn fighting. She once said that she would marry whoever could beat her. Really, really? Kong Xiang still didn't believe it. But there was a tone of eagerness in his tone. Chapter 192, Idiot Without Eyes. Little Kongzi. Think about it. In this doomsday, what does a woman, especially such a beautiful woman, need most? When Kong Xiang was struggling in his heart, Han Feng put his arm around his shoulders and said, money. As soon as Kong Xiang started talking, Han Feng interrupted him mercilessly. Bullshit. I need safety. The world is big, but safety is the most important. Look. In a world full of monsters, your fist is hard enough. Can it protect her? If you give the monster money, will it let you go? At this point, Kong Xiang pursed his lips and frowned. Seeing that the prank was about to succeed, Han Feng added fuel to the fire and said, it's time to prove that you are a man. Go warriors. The whole world will cheer for you. At this time, Kong Xiang's mind was already a little confused because of Tanya's bewitching. Han Feng stimulated her again. There is only one chance. She doesn't want to be. What are you talking about? You are still hugging each other suddenly. Tanya's voice came from behind them. Ah! Nothing. Hearing Tanya's voice from behind, Han Feng was frightened. He quickly let go of Kong Xiang in his arms. Han Feng turned around suddenly and saw the beautiful Tanya. At this time, Tanya was wearing a white suspender dress, a wide-brimmed sun hat, exquisite and slender high heels, and a slightly larger black shoulder bag on her right shoulder. This kind of dress makes Tanya, who already has fair skin, look even more sparkling. How is it? Tanya turned around gently in front of the two people, and the hem of her long skirt fluttered in the wind, making Tanya look more graceful. After a circle, Tanya took out a pair of black sunglasses from her shoulder bag. After putting them on gently, Tanya asked, tell me, how is it beautiful? You brought this dress back this morning, right? Seeing Tanya's new clothes, Han Feng suddenly remembered that she brought back 2 packages in the morning. One was a supply box, and the other must be for these clothes. Looks good, gurgle. At this time, Kong Xiang beside Han Feng murmured in a lost voice, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva when he finished speaking. Haha. Seeing Kong Xiang's loss of composure, Tanya laughed. Unlike the girl from Xia country, Tanya did not cover the corners of her mouth with her hands when she laughed, but let 2 rows of white teeth show. With a light laughter, Han Feng was moved. Let's go shopping. We haven't taken a good look here yet, Tanya said, and walked towards Han Feng. Obviously, Tanya automatically ignored Kong Xiang beside him. Seeing Tanya getting closer and closer, Kong Xiang's breathing became heavy. Staring at Tanya's eyes, Kong Xiang said, I'm sorry. After that, Kong Xiang bowed deeply to Tanya. Seeing this, Tanya raised her eyebrows and looked very confused. Han Feng, the only one who knew the inside story, was having a hard time holding back his laughter. Ah! Kong Xiang shouted loudly when he straightened up. Then he made a palm with his right hand and hit Tanya's shoulder. From Kong Xiang's posture, Han Feng could see that he had been accumulating strength for a long time. And from the position of the attack, Kong Xiang was also afraid that Tanya would be injured. So he carefully chose Tanya's shoulder. Han Feng used the superpower of speed in his eyes. At this time, in his opinion, Kong Xiang's movements instantly slowed down several times. Looking at Kong Xiang, who hurt people on one side, and Tanya, who was confused on the other side, Han Feng couldn't help but curl up his mouth a little, thinking that this prank worked. Haha. On the other hand, although Tanya's expression was a little surprised, her body movements were the first to come. Tanya stretched out her slender right arm, like a soft white snake, and wrapped Kong Xiang's right arm in an instant. Kong Xiang, whose right arm was controlled, struggled hard for a few times, but found it useless. Instead, he was locked tighter by Tanya. Ah! Kong Xiang, who temporarily gave up trying to break free, screamed, clenched his left fist, and smashed Tanya's hand on his right arm. It seems that Kong Xiang wanted to let Tanya let go of him in this way. Tanya, who didn't know what Kong Xiang was crazy about, instantly got rid of her right arm and let Kong Xiang go. But Kong Xiang wanted to retract his fist at this time. But it was too late. His. Ouch. Watching Kong Xiong self-harm. Han Feng said with empathy. Ugh. Kong Xiong cried out briefly. But in order not to lose face in front of the beauty, Kong Xiong forced himself to endure it. Kong Xiong, who didn't care about rubbing the pain, gritted his teeth and attacked Tanya again. Come again? Seeing that Kong Xiong was still going to fight, Tanya rolled her eyes and casually stretched out her left hand. Facing the fierce attack, Tanya resolved it one by one with one hand. When Kong Xiong was weak, Tanya seized the opportunity, grabbed Kong Xiong's fist, gently pulled it, and slightly lifted her feet. Kong Xiong couldn't stop his body from rushing forward, and instantly turned into a flying big bird, falling forward. Isn't it just lending you 2 pieces of clothes? Why are you so anxious to hit me? Looking at Kong Xiong struggling to get up, Tanya pouted and said, Haha, little Kongzi. Now you know how powerful she is. Right? She didn't even move. And you fell down. Han Feng laughed at the success of the prank, and at Tanya's mistaken belief that she was beaten by Kong Xiong because she stole clothes. Hearing Han Feng's laughter, Tanya turned her head and said to Han Feng, What are you laughing at? If you laugh again, I'll throw you out too. You dare try to laugh again? Kong Xiong had already stood up when he said this. Looking at Tanya and then at Han Feng, Kong Xiong wanted to cry but had no tears. Brother Han? Who is she? Why is she so powerful? Covering the painful part, Kong Xiong asked, holding back the tears in his eyes. She is my biological sister, Hanya. At the moment Han Feng finished saying this, he saw Tanya staring at him from the corner of his eye. For a moment, Han Feng felt like he was being stared at by a beast. As the hairs all over his body exploded, Tanya's voice came to his mind. Who said I am your biological sister? I don't have your last name. I am Tanya Adams. This is an order, Han Feng responded in his mind. Seeing Tanya's eyes slowly moving away, Han Feng knew that he had one. What? She is your sister? After hearing what Han Feng said, Kong Xiong reacted for a few seconds and then shouted. What's wrong? 2 fathers? Not born from the same mother. What's wrong? Han Feng said seriously, thinking that this kid must not be able to react. But she is a foreigner. How can they be siblings? What's so strange about this? I said 2 fathers, not born from the same mother. Is there a problem? Taking advantage of the language loophole, Han Feng framed Kong Xiong again. Oh. Kong Xiong nodded with a look of interest. Obviously, he didn't hear the meaning behind Han Feng's words. You practice for a few more years, and see your little arms and legs. Okay, go back. Let's go for a walk. After saying that, Han Feng turned around and walked away with Tanya. Where are we going? After walking for a while, Han Feng felt that everyone around him was looking at Tanya. And Han Feng, who was a little uncomfortable, subconsciously asked Tanya. Just take a walk facing Han Feng's questions. Tanya's answers were always casual. Okay. Whatever you want. Glancing at the people around him, Han Feng was a little worried, always afraid that some blind people would come up and seek death. Swish, just when he was afraid that some blind people would come out, he didn't expect that a long road whistle would blow towards Tanya in the next second. Swish. And another one. Hearing the hooligans' whistles in the crowd, Han Feng was confused. Little sister, come over and play. I guarantee you'll have fun. Ah. Beauty? Are you looking for a partner? Follow me. It must be said that some people's ignorance is the greatest protection for them. Looking at this group of poor people, Han Feng suddenly remembered this sentence. Looking around, Han Feng was still guessing how Tanya should deal with this group of hooligans. Anyway, there was no danger. Even a special forces soldier could kill Tanya in seconds. Facing this group of people, brother, look at them. I'm so scared. TSK. Damn. I'm in trouble. Hearing Tanya's extremely numb cry for help, Han Feng smacked his lips, his face full of black lines. Little bastard, get out now. You're woman. I'm taking over. At this time, a leading man walked out of the crowd, pointed his finger at Han Feng, and cursed him very rudely. Behind him, there were several younger brothers following. Alas, Han Feng stared at the leading man, sighing helplessly, thinking about what tricks to use to deal with it in a while, so as to deter other scoundrels. I told you to get out. Are you looking for a way? I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't leave, I'll stab you to death. Taking out a folding knife, the man slowly walked towards Han Feng. In the eyes of this man, Han Feng's eye was full of helplessness. 3. Han Feng raised his head and looked at the man with a fool's eyes. 2. Hearing the man's countdown, Han Feng became impatient. His eyes changed, and his sharp eyes pierced the man's eyes and said, 1. I counted for you. And then what? Fuck. Seeing Han Feng's unfriendly eyes, the man felt seriously humiliated, especially with his little brother following behind. Then, the right hand holding the knife suddenly stabbed forward. The target was Han Feng's lower abdomen. Stupid. After cursing the man secretly, Han Feng continued to read, imprisonment. Instantly, the man's whole body was frozen, and there was no possibility of movement. Seeing the man imprisoned, Han Feng slowly reached out and took the folding knife from his hand. Such a big head. Is it filled with shit? As he spoke, Han Feng turned his head and stared at the younger brother behind him and asked, which team are you from? Big brother. We are from the gangster team. The younger brother behind him was frightened when he saw his big brother entering the state of meditation without anyone noticing, and responded intermittently, oh, I know. Retracting his gaze, Han Feng said softly. Suddenly, Han Feng, who had just finished speaking, instantly stabbed the man's lower body with the folding knife in his hand. Hiss! Everyone present gasped when they saw Han Feng's death move. The bright red blood slowly flowed down the man's legs. Because Han Feng did not release the superpower of confinement, the man did not make a sound or move. Han Feng slowly pulled out the folding knife, threw it on the ground, and then approached the man and said, since you can't control your brother, then I will control it for you. The cold voice sounded in his ears. And to this man, it was no less than the low kiss of the devil in hell. Take him away. Give you a little more time, 10 seconds. Is it enough to disappear in front of me? Turning his head, Han Feng glanced at the brothers behind him and said, enough, enough, enough. The brothers wanted to escape from here at this time, but they had to hold on until now because the boss was in front of them. At this time, Han Feng spoke, and the brothers nodded quickly. 5. Han Feng did not play by the rules, and actually said 5 as the first number. At the same time, Han Feng released the man's restraints. Ah! My! As soon as the restraints were released, the man immediately knelt on the ground, covering his head with his hands and shaking his head frantically. 3. Han Feng ignored the roars around him and directly said 3. Chapter 193, Banquet is advanced. Brother, let's go now. Without any hesitation, the younger brother behind carried his brother and ran back. At this time, they only hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. And they were also afraid that Han Feng would regret it. Rogue Team. As the name suggests, they really know themselves. Looking at the backs of these people, Han Feng had no intention of keeping them. Anyway, he had achieved the result of wanting to shock others. In the circle of people, Tanya hugged Han Feng's arm, looking fragile, while Han Feng glanced at the people around him. Wherever his eyes fell, they were all silent. Retracting his gaze, Han Feng stared at Tanya in front of him and said softly, can you wear a mask or something? Here, with such a beautiful face. Isn't this asking for trouble? Puff, Han Feng said. Tanya laughed out loud, and then replied, excuse me, my boss. How do you write the word trouble? Looking at Tanya laughing happily, Han Feng didn't say anything. That's right. Who can cause trouble to Tanya here? Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, 3 gunshots were heard. Everyone present was so scared that they couldn't help but tremble. Your trouble is coming after the gunshots. Tanya let go of Han Feng's arm and said to him, trouble? What trouble? Han Feng asked in confusion, looking at Tanya. Before Tanya could say the next sentence, a voice rang out, who the hell is causing trouble and hurting people? Stand up for me. Following the direction of the voice, Han Feng turned his head and found that it was a guard of 5 or 6 people. Alas! Crow mouth. Looking at the guards walking towards him, Han Feng murmured in a low voice. We received a call saying that someone is causing trouble here. It's you. A jerk? Don't you know this is a safe zone? Can't. You are not injured. Beautiful girl? Halfway through the sentence, when the guards saw Tanya behind Han Feng, their tone changed from the previous arrogance and they became concerned about Tanya. It's dangerous here. Please come back with us, beautiful lady, so that we can protect you. Okay, the fat and big-eared captain of the guard said with a lecherous look when he saw Tanya's face. And at the same time, he slowly stretched out his hands towards Tanya. Ah? No need. Big brother. Didn't the bad guy run away? After pushing away the captain's hands, Tanya said with a pitiful expression. Seeing Tanya like this, Han Feng felt a burst of toothache. And at the same time, he despised Tanya in his heart. No danger? Impossible. Isn't he dangerous? As soon as he changed his voice, the captain of the guard turned his head and glared at Han Feng, then waved his hand and shouted to the guard members behind him, "Catch him for me. Interrogate him for 3 days and 3 nights first. Dare to make trouble in my territory. You must be tired of living." The captain of the guard gave the order, and 3 or 4 members put away their guns, took out ropes, and walked towards Han Feng. In their opinion, 3 or 4 people were more than enough to deal with Han Feng. Besides, in the safe zone, no one dared to resist the guards, so their vigilance was relaxed for a while. Dare to take me away. Have you thought about the consequences? Looking at the guards in front of him, Han Feng said casually. When Han Feng said this, everyone present was shocked. You know, the guards are all Brother Yang's people. In the safe zone, the guards can be said to be laws. Hey, did I hear it right? Come on. The captain of the guard waved to Han Feng and continued, try to say it again. You didn't wear your ears when you went out? Or did you wear them just to look good? You asked me to say it again when we were so close? Are you sick? Han Feng acted casually, not taking the guard seriously at all. Hey, shit! Upon hearing Han Feng say this, the captain of the guards took out his gun and pointed at Han Feng and said, kneel down. Just when many people were wondering how Han Feng would end up, a voice suddenly came from outside the crowd, spare his life. It turned out that Zhang Lei had come with a few of his brothers. Seeing the leader of the Iron Cavalry team coming, people consciously made way for Zhang Lei to enter. Seeing Zhang Lei, Han Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. It turns out that the reason why Han Feng spoke so cunningly was because he had asked Luna a few minutes ago. And Luna also told Han Feng that Zhang Lei would be here soon. Knowing that Zhang Lei was coming, Han Feng first wondered why he came. And then he came up with a plan. Zhang Lei? What are you doing here? Seeing the man coming, the captain of the guard asked in confusion. But the pistol in his hand did not drop at all. Put down the gun first. Zhang Lei did not answer the captain of the guard's question, but frowned and said. Seeing Zhang Lei's arrogant attitude, the captain of the guard said with a frown, I give you face. And you really think of yourself as a human being? Why should I listen to you? After hearing this, Zhang Lei took a deep breath, waved to him and said, come over here first. Let's talk for a minute. The captain of the guard looked at Han Feng, then at Zhang Lei, and then slowly walked towards Zhang Lei. When he came to Zhang Lei's side, Zhang Lei took out something from his pocket and showed it to the captain of the guard in a very covert way. Ouch! Seeing what was in Zhang Lei's arms, the captain of the guard groaned and his posture immediately became respectful. Han Feng stood in place, tiptoed to look, but could not see the object in Zhang Lei's arms. And then asked Luna, Luna, what is Zhang Lei holding? Report to Captain Han. I can't see it. Sorry. Oh. Okay. Han Feng, who had no answer, looked at Zhang Lei's guard captain and muttered something. After dozens of seconds, the guard captain turned around and said to Han Feng, Okay. Okay, you can go now. After talking to Han Feng, the guard captain said to his team members, Let's go. Let's go back. Stop. Suddenly, Han Feng spoke softly. Everyone present was stunned. No one knew what happened in the meantime. Why did the guard captain give up? Why did Han Feng suddenly want to keep the guards? Why did a team leader suddenly come to save the situation? Han Feng took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, exhaled a puff of white smoke and said leisurely, Did I let you go? When this sentence came out, people were amazed. Even Zhang Lei and the captain of the guard were dumbfounded. They stared at Han Feng with their eyes wide open, not knowing what he was going to do. Speak. Where's your mouth? Suddenly, Han Feng threw down the cigarette he had just taken a puff of and shouted suddenly, Ugh! The captain of the guard, who was frightened by Han Feng's action, murmured subconsciously, He could not imagine why Han Feng was so aggressive. Why Zhang Lei came to protect him. And brought that thing. What do you mean by I? Wasn't I very powerful just now? Han Feng interrupted the captain of the guard just after he said a word. And said sternly again, holding a gun and pointing it at my head. Right. Walking slowly towards the captain of the guard. Han Feng continued, threatening me and asking me to kneel down. Right. No. At this time, the captain of the guard only felt that a devil was walking towards him. And his tone became intermittent. Mr. Han, give me a face and let this matter go. Okay. At this time, Zhang Lei stepped forward to cover for the captain of the guard. And Han Feng snorted coldly, looked at Zhang Lei and said, Oh. Zhang Lei didn't know what Han Feng meant. So he said, Oh, I give you face. Then who gives me face? Han Feng said casually, staring at Zhang Lei. Hearing Han Feng's tone, Zhang Lei quickly took out a cigarette from his pocket, took out a cigarette and handed it to Han Feng, then took out a lighter to light it for Han Feng. This time, I came here specifically to deliver the invitation for our brother Chung, Zhang Lei said as he lit a cigarette for Han Feng. Invitation? Didn't you just deliver the invitation early in the morning? Why do you have to urge someone to invite you? Han Feng asked with a puzzled look on his face while smoking a cigarette. No, our brother Chung changed the time to noon, which is an hour later. Zhang Lei glanced at his watch while speaking. See you at Terminal 1 at 11:30. Please be sure to come. Mr. Han. After speaking, Zhang Lei pretended to look around and said, Well, I have other things to do. I'll leave first. After listening to Zhang Lei, Han Feng nodded gently, indicating that he could leave. Then I'll go. See you later. After speaking, Zhang Lei turned and left. The captain of the guard followed Zhang Lei without saying a word. Watching them leave, Han Feng didn't say anything, but smiled intriguingly. Why did Zhang Lei come to save the situation? It must be related to Chung Ji. Why did Chung Ji change the banquet time? I'm afraid it has something to do with Tanya. What did Zhang Lei hold in his hand that could scare the captain of the guard so much? I'm afraid it has something to do with Brother Yang. What is the relationship between Chung Ji and this Brother Yang? After Zhang Lei left, Han Feng began to disassemble what had just happened. From the perspective of today's banquet venue, Terminal 1, things would not be that simple. If that was Brother Yang's lair, how could he let the team members in so easily? As the second in command of the Iron Cavalry, it was not legitimate for Zhang Lei to personally send out invitations. The captain of the guard can obey Zhang Lei, and he needs Zhang Lei to leave. So is this rescue for Han Feng? Or for the guard? This self-directed and self-acted play made Han Feng taste a little taste. If I guess correctly, Chung Ji should know the beauty Tanya. So he asked Zhang Lei to come and send the invitation to change the time. As for the purpose, it is nothing more than wanting to take Tanya for himself. Second, the captain of the guard only obeys Brother Yang's leadership. So the thing in Zhang Lei's arm should be related to Brother Yang. Third, if I guess correctly, this so-called Brother Yang will definitely show up at the banquet. Based on the above information, Han Feng speculated. Slowly, Han Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, and a trick rose in his mind. Hey, I'll take you to a fun place later. Han Feng thought about these things and turned to Tanya. Fun place? Is it the banquet at noon? Looking at Han Feng, Tanya replied. Yes, let's go eat delicious food. As he spoke, Han Feng perfected a prank in his mind to avenge Tanya's revenge for the trick she had just played on him. Chapter 194, at the luncheon. But who is Tanya? She is the most capable individual soldier in the Allied forces. No one else. In terms of IQ, she is much higher than Han Feng. In terms of reconnaissance, when Han Feng's eyes turned, Tanya knew that he had bad intentions. But Tanya has a playful heart, so she simply didn't point it out, but said, Really? That's great. Seeing Tanya's excited face, Han Feng thought that this matter was successful. What should we do now? Tanya asked Han Feng with less than an hour left before the luncheon. Let's go back first. We have to tell Brother Wang and the others. After thinking for a while, Han Feng decided to go back first. Okay. It's a good time for you to change your clothes dressed like this, a little out of place. After saying that, Tanya walked away first in Han Feng's puzzled eyes. After a while, Han Feng and Tanya returned to the domination team's territory. Huh? No one. After looking around, Han Feng did not find Brother Wang and the others. Even Sean was gone, leaving Wayne alone in the tent. Wayne, where are they? Report to Captain Han. They are out. Before leaving, Brother Wang told me that they would be back before dinner. Following Han Feng's question, Wayne responded, "Oh." After Wayne finished speaking, Han Feng remembered that when John Lei came to deliver the invitation in the morning, Brother Wang was also there. Perhaps he was afraid that he would not be able to come back before dinner, so he did not bring me with him. Come here and take a look at the new clothes I prepared for you suddenly. Tanya interrupted Han Feng, who was guessing. After listening to Tanya, Han Feng frowned and turned to Tanya and said, "My clothes? Yes, I prepared a set of clothes for you. Just in time to use it now." "Stolen." Looking at Tanya, Han Feng said hesitantly, "Is there any difference?" Seeing that Han Feng didn't move, Tanya walked straight to the package and took out a whole suit from it, a white suit. "Come and try it on. I picked all these clothes according to your body size," Tanya said as she took out the suit. "Okay." Han Feng was not a pretentious person, and after responding, he stepped forward and started to change clothes. A few minutes later, "You are still quite handsome." When Han Feng adjusted his white suit, Tanya praised him for the first time. "You mean I wasn't handsome before?" Han Feng turned his head and looked at Tanya, asking in a faint threatening tone. "Yeah." Tanya opened her eyes wide and nodded gently. "Oh, there's hairspray." Suddenly, Tanya remembered something, and before Han Feng could speak, she rushed to the package and started looking for it. Looking at Tanya's back, Han Feng felt speechless. He now bet all his hopes on the luncheon in a while. In Han Feng's heart, he solemnly swore he must make Tanya embarrass herself in public. There are also leather shoes, watches, belts. After a while, Tanya came to Han Feng with a bunch of things. "Did you rob this place?" Han Feng asked in shock, staring at the dazzling array of things in Tanya's hands. "Put it on quickly. We don't have much time." Tanya didn't have time to argue with Han Feng, but pushed everything to Han Feng. A few minutes later, Han Feng was completely dressed, and even his hair was carefully dressed by Tanya. Since there was no mirror in the tent, Han Feng thought for a while. Luna, connect the vision. Target Wayne. Through Wayne's vision, Han Feng saw himself wearing a white suit. His 1.83-meter height set off his slender legs. Since the zombie outbreak, Han Feng has been exercising almost every day, and his muscles must have increased a lot. Therefore, Han Feng is now almost a perfect clothes rack. The straight suit with expensive accessories makes Han Feng a complete transformation. Not bad. I'm still pretty handsome, what do you think? Stinky sister? After exiting the visual connection, Han Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Tanya. Don't be so beautiful. Let's hurry up. I'm hungry. Tanya had no intention of appreciating Han Feng, and walked out after saying a word. Han Feng raised his hand and looked at his watch, and found that there were only 20 minutes left before the lunch started. Wayne, you can solve the lunch yourself. After talking to Wayne, Han Feng followed Tanya. If I had known there was no car, I would have driven one back yesterday. Since the Hummer was driven away by Brother Wang and his friends, Han Feng and Tanya had to walk. On the way, Tanya said to herself. 20 minutes later, we're here. Arriving at the bottom of Terminal 1, Han Feng said. After that, Han Feng began to take out the invitation to the banquet. A few seconds later, where's the invitation? Looking at Tanya, Han Feng asked with wide eyes. The invitation is for you. You asked me for it? Oh my god. Suddenly, Han Feng slapped his forehead and said, I forgot to take it out when I changed my clothes. After Han Feng finished speaking, Tanya did not respond, but half closed her eyes and looked at Han Feng with a look of a fool. Mr. Han, you are finally here. Just as Han Feng was about to turn around and go back to get the invitation, Zhang Lei came over and greeted him. I forgot to take the invitation, and was just thinking. Oh, no, I will take you in myself. When Zhang Lei said this, he glanced at Tanya, but turned around and led the way without saying anything. Under the leadership of Zhang Lei, Han Feng and the others successfully entered Terminal 1. As soon as they entered the terminal, Zhang Lei said with an embarrassed look, well, the banquet is in room 888 on the second floor. I have something else to do, so I'll leave you. Okay, go ahead. Looking at Zhang Lei, Han Feng said casually, after Zhang Lei left quickly. Han Feng looked up and looked around. Here, it can only be described as magnificent. Compared with Terminal 2, the decoration of Terminal 1 is more luxurious. And even the waitresses inside are more beautiful than each other. High beauty. Suddenly, the originally quiet hall was destroyed by a very discordant voice. Han Feng retracted his waiting eyes and looked at the source of the voice. It was a man in his 30s or 40s, dressed brightly. But his expression was the same as that of the idiot in the road team. Suddenly, Han Feng thought of the 4 words beast in human clothing. Excuse me. Who are you? The man walked over. But his eyes shifted from Tanya to Han Feng and asked. I'm here to attend the banquet. Which team are you from? Han Feng stared at the man and asked back. Ah ha ha ha. After Han Feng finished speaking, the man laughed as if he heard a very funny joke. You actually asked me which team I'm from. Ha ha. You actually asked me which team I'm from, the man said while laughing. Han Feng was a little puzzled by the man's behavior, thinking in his heart. Is this a fool? People from the team are also qualified to come here. Suddenly, the man stopped laughing and shouted with a serious face. The cold eyes also wandered over Han Feng. Seeing the man's unfriendly eyes, Han Feng did not give him face and responded directly. Are you sick? You are good at changing faces in front of me. Are you a street performer? You are a rubbish of the team. And you are qualified to come to Terminal 1? I really don't know how you got away with it. Pointing at Han Feng, the man continued, Come on. Throw the man out and kill him. And leave the woman to me. As soon as the voice fell, 3 or 4 guards rushed out with assault rifles. The guards here are completely different from the guards in the safe zone outside. Just looking at the various equipment on them, you can tell that they are not country chickens and clay dogs. Are you really looking for trouble? Seeing the guards approaching, Han Feng lost all patience and stared at the man in a cold voice. Trouble? Haha, look at your situation. You dare to come here and act so presumptuous even though you are dressed like a human. I really don't know where you kidnapped such a beautiful girl. Today I will enforce justice and kill you. The human trafficker. The man knew that he was in the wrong. But fortunately, he found a lame excuse for himself. Just like the tricks used by a certain national army when they attacked other areas. I don't have the patience to listen to your nagging anymore. Congratulations. You have successfully pissed me off. Han Feng straightened his suit and continued. I don't want to start a killing spree. I'll give you a chance. 3 seconds. I give you 3 seconds. Disappear from my sight, or I will make you disappear from this world. Ha ha ha. Say it again. I didn't hear you clearly. You dog. How dare you. Bang. Bang. The man hadn't finished speaking yet. But Han Feng had silently finished the 3 seconds in his heart. Han Feng raised his leg and kicked the man in the abdomen. 2 seconds after the man flew into the air, Han Feng activated his super speed ability. He pulled out his pistol and pulled the trigger. A hot, spinning bullet twisted fiercely into the man's head. As for Han Feng's pistol, he hadn't returned it to Sean during this period. The gunshots ended, and the man's head exploded in midair like a bursting watermelon. Scarlet stuff splashed all over the ground. At this time, the guards who were rushing over were only 7 or 8 meters away from Han Feng. Gudong. The man's body fell to the ground, and there was no movement. Rubbish. Han Feng stared at the man's body and muttered softly, slowly retracting the gun. The guards saw what was happening in front of them and stopped immediately. Stunned. You look at me. I look at you. No one stood up to take the lead. Those who can stand in Terminal 1 are all well-known figures. The guards did not know Han Feng, so they did not dare to act rashly. Here, the guards are security guards. They are used to killing people. Tanya, on the other hand, was just picking her nails beside Han Feng, very calm. Excuse me. How can I get to room 888 on the 2nd floor? Han Feng turned around and asked the guard closest to him. Han Feng suddenly asked. And the guard murmured subconsciously, not knowing how to answer. Oh, I'll just go away for a minute. Mr. Han, why are you At this time, Zhang Lei arrived before he even arrived. Chapter 195, After Lunch. Looking at the blood on the ground, Zhang Lei slapped his thigh and said with a sad face, Mr. Han, you make it very difficult for me. It makes me very difficult to do. What if Brother Yang blames you? Hump the cat cries over the mouse and pretends to be merciful. looking at Zhang Lei, who directed and acted himself. Han Feng sneered in his heart. A few minutes ago, when Zhang Lei just left here, Luna reminded Han Feng and told him that Zhang Lei was hiding in a corner on the second floor, watching him. Not only did he know, but Tanya also knew. Now rushing out. Do you really think I know nothing? However, Han Feng saw through it, but didn't say anything. Instead, he cooperated with Zhang Lei's performance and said calmly, "Oh, what should I do? I have killed this man." This, Zhang Lei looked at the body, and then at Han Feng. Under his cunning eyes, I don't know what he was thinking. The current scene has greatly exceeded Zhang Lei's expectations. He could never have imagined that Han Feng would kill people without hesitation. Now, he didn't know how to end it. Seeing that Zhang Lei didn't make the next move for a long time, Han Feng gradually lost his patience and said, "It's a good thing that you are here. Please lead the way." "Okay. Let's meet Brother Chung first, and see if he has any good ideas." Zhang Lei nodded as if he was thinking about something, and then began to lead the way. After Han Feng left, the guards began to clean up. After going up to the second floor and turning a few corners, Zhang Lei came to a door and said softly, "Mr. Han, this is it. Please come in." Han Feng observed the door and found that there was number 888 on it. "Oh, thank you." After thanking him, Han Feng pushed open the door in front of him. This?" Seeing the scene in the private room, Han Feng frowned and turned to ask Zhang Lei, "This? Hey! Oh, where is Zhang Lei?" Unexpectedly, Han Feng didn't see Zhang Lei when he turned around, but only saw his back as he walked away. Helplessly, Han Feng could only walk in. The scene in front of him was not a private room at all. It was a suite, like the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. "Hello, is anyone there?" Looking at the whole room, Han Feng only saw a closed door. Out of politeness, Han Feng asked first. Click. The door opened, and then 4 guys in black suits walked out. Broad shoulders, tall body, cool sunglasses, a pistol vaguely seen on the waist. Seeing these 4 people, Han Feng immediately thought that they should be bodyguards. The 4 men walked towards Han Feng and Tanya at a leisurely pace. Standing in front of Han Feng, one of the bodyguards said, "Mr. Han, Brother Chung is waiting for you inside." "Okay." Han Feng responded casually and walked towards the room. Unexpectedly, "Sorry, Mr. Han. People entering the room must be searched. Please forgive me." After that, the 4 bodyguards began to search Han Feng's body together. Han Feng was a little depressed when he saw his pistol being disarmed. After he was checked, Han Feng asked, "What about her, Tanya?" After a pause, Han Feng continued, "You 4 grown men touching a woman randomly. It's not good, right? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Brother Chung only invites Mr. Han to enter, and no one else is allowed." After the leading bodyguard finished speaking, he turned his head, glanced at Tanya and said, "Miss, please stay here for a while. There are candies and snacks here. You can eat them at will. Luna, check if the food in this suite is poisonous." Looking at Tanya, Han Feng contacted Luna calmly. "Report to Captain Han. According to the preliminary detection of the system, no toxic substances were found in the food in the suite. Tanya, you can eat the food here at will." As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng said to Tanya in his mind. After looking around, Han Feng found that there seemed to be nothing dangerous to Tanya, so he turned and entered the room. The moment before pushing the door, Han Feng couldn't help but sigh. This time the calculation was wrong. Tanya couldn't be harmed. She was too lucky. As soon as she entered the suite, Han Feng found there was only a tea table here. On one side of the tea table, Brother Chung was making tea. On the other side of the tea table, in front of Han Feng's position, there was a cup of tea with a strong aroma. It can be seen that this cup has just been poured. On the tea table, a fragrance is slowly burning, filling the whole room with a sense of tranquility. Soft and mellow, refreshing and cool. It's really the best agarwood. Brother Chung is so elegant, Han Feng said leisurely, as he walked to the tea table. "Oh, Mr. Han also knows about incense?" Brother Chung said with a smile after hearing Han Feng talk about the origin of this fragrance. I dare not say I know. I can only say I know a little bit. In fact, this is also the answer Han Feng got from Luna when he asked about incense. Sitting in his seat, Han Feng looked at Chung Ji. Suddenly, Han Feng found that there was an invisible door behind Cheng Ji, which he could not find if he did not look carefully. Could it be that Brother Yang is behind the door? Han Feng thought to himself. Mr. Han is really knowledgeable. Come, please have some tea, Cheng Ji said, pointing at the cup of tea in front of Han Feng. Thank you, Brother Cheng. His eyes returned to Cheng Ji, and Han Feng picked up the teacup and drank it all. Drink it all. Seeing Han Feng swallowing the cup of tea, Cheng Ji was slightly stunned, and then smiled and said, Mr. Han is really a generous person. Good Longjing. Han Feng put down the teacup and recited in a literary way, watering over Longjing. Clouds and mist rise and clear the picture. Cooking and frying golden buds. Swallowing 3 times and not wanting to rinse. Of course, these poems about Longjing were all picked up from Luna. But the action of drinking tea is indeed Han Feng's knowledge blind spot. There are very few people in this world who can understand tea and fragrance. If you don't mind, I will bother Mr. Han more in the future, haha. Han Feng was extremely embarrassed when listening to these classical Chinese. But he couldn't show it, so he could only follow and giggle again. Haha. I wonder why Mr. Han came here. Suddenly, Cheng Ji asked with a smile. Didn't you accept Brother Cheng's invitation to attend the luncheon? Han Feng asked knowingly with a smile. I mean, Mr. Han came to the safe zone. What is the so-called business? Cheng Ji asked without being impatient. Why did Brother Cheng say that? Did I do something wrong? Han Feng did not answer Cheng Ji's question directly, but changed the subject and asked back. It's not that you didn't do well, but that you did it too well. Cheng Ji played with a tea pet on the tea table, as if talking to himself. I've been watching you for a long time. Suddenly, Cheng Ji looked directly into Han Feng's eyes, and said with a little chill, facing Cheng Ji's gaze. Han Feng was not at all in vain. After returning the same gaze, he said, Then what? Then I found that you are a talent, and I want to join forces with you. Cheng Ji's words made a 360-degree turn, which made Han Feng confused for a while. Join hands? The Iron Cavalry team and the Domination team join forces? Han Feng said, took out a cigarette and a lighter from his pocket, took out a cigarette and handed it to Cheng Ji and said, Do you smoke? Cheng Ji shook his head, indicating that he didn't smoke. Oh, okay. After that, Han Feng lit up a cigarette without caring about the environment here. What I said is that you and I will join forces. It's not a cooperation between teams. Looking at Han Feng, Cheng Ji added, Why? What's the reason? Your Iron Cavalry team is already the largest team here, and has maintained good cooperation with Xingchen and Blood Battle. Why do you want to pull me in? Han Feng was unmoved by the so-called cooperation. The casino business here can be handed over to you. If it's not enough, I can also give you the pink zone here. Cheng Ji didn't explain anything, but directly threw out the sugar-coated bullet. Pink zone. Hee. Are they willing? After listening to Cheng Ji, Han Feng asked after exhaling a puff of green smoke. Some are. That means some girls were coerced by you. Is there a problem? They are just for the people here to have fun. They can have a bite of food to eat. All thanks to me. If they are placed outside, I guarantee that they will be 1,000 times, 10,000 times more miserable than here. After Cheng Ji finished speaking, Han Feng's heart skipped a beat, because he thought of that night. The shrill cries for help, and the girl who used her life to buy time for himself. What if I say I don't want to join forces? At this time, Han Feng's tone has become a little colder. Then you will kill me, right? Before Cheng Ji finished speaking, Han Feng spoke first. Looking at Han Feng's changing eyes, Cheng Ji laughed instead of getting angry. It seems that Mr. Han is still too inexperienced in the world. Pa. After laughing, Cheng Ji clapped his hands back 3 times and said, Come out. Yuan Tian. As soon as Cheng Ji finished speaking, the invisible door behind him slowly opened. A tender foot slowly stretched out, followed by a slender leg as white as jade. Then, a girl in extremely revealing clothes appeared in Han Feng's sight. The girl was wearing a pink see-through outfit. Although she was wearing clothes, her beautiful body was exposed. I knew that this old guy had bad intentions, but I didn't expect his means to be so despicable. Looking at Cheng Ji, Han Feng felt an inexplicable sense of loss of control slowly surged into his heart. Let me introduce you. This is Yuan Tian, a top beauty here. If Mr. Han is willing to join forces, then this beauty will be presented to you personally. From now on, she will regard you as her master. How about it? Serve me as the master? Han Feng felt that something was wrong with him. There seemed to be a mess in his mind, and even his speech was intermittent and incoherent. Yes. Mr. Han, you are my master? Emergency alert. Report to Captain Han. The poison is invading the body. Emergency alert. Report to Captain Han. The poison is invading the body. Emergency alert. Report to Captain Han. The poison is invading the body. Emergency alert. Report to Captain Han. The poison is invading the body. Along with Chung Ji's laughter, Luna reported 3 emergency alerts in a row. Chapter 196, Decapitation Operation. Han Feng clenched his fists, trying to stimulate his numb nerves. In his mind, Han Feng asked, Luna, what kind of toxin is so powerful? Report to Captain Han. This is a neurotoxin, released by Yuan Tian. She is a superpower. After a pause, Luna continued, she carries toxins herself. Please be careful. Captain Han, can the system detoxify? Han Feng continued to ask with gritted teeth. Report to Captain Han. Please open the combat laboratory. Let them study this toxin, so that they may be able to make an antidote. After listening to Luna's words, Han Feng smiled bitterly. What time is it now? Even if the antidote is developed, what can it do? Can it be transformed into your own hands out of thin air, and then secretly drunk? Research it. Hurry up, maybe you can make it in time. By the way, let Tanya do something. Han Feng no longer had the energy to assign tasks to Tanya. Now, he could only place his hopes on the combat laboratory and Tanya. Okay, Captain Han. The combat laboratory is opening. Han Feng didn't listen carefully to the rest of the words, because there were 2 big troubles ahead. Han Feng raised his head with difficulty and said with a smile, this girl is so beautiful. How is the casino business? Pink. How is the business in the pink area? After saying this irrelevant sentence, Han Feng took a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand and threw it out. He didn't care whether the cigarette butt was extinguished or not, and then shook his head and said, damn, there's something wrong with this cigarette today. Why? I feel a little drunk. Oh. So, Mr. Han is going to join forces with me? Chung Ji sneered at Han Feng, who was confused. At this time, in Han Feng's eyes, Chung Ji and Yuan Tian had begun to become unreal, blurry. But I still can't figure it out. Why? In order to buy some unnecessary time. Han Feng said some nonsense. Report to Captain Han. The combat laboratory will give priority to the development of antitoxin drugs in response to the current situation. Suddenly, Luna's voice sounded in Han Feng's mind. What is antitoxin drugs? Antidote? Han Feng asked, who didn't understand. Report to Captain Han. Antitoxin drugs are only for now, which can temporarily suppress the toxins, but they don't detoxify. Okay. Quick, develop it quickly. At this moment, Han Feng finally felt that the system was useful for once, because you are a double-edged sword. At this moment, Chung Ji thought he had won the game, and even his tone was a little proud. If you were my enemy, then you would definitely be my most troublesome enemy. Looking at Han Feng's half-closed eyes, Chung Ji continued, this is also for your own good. Isn't it wonderful to join hands to dominate? Report to Captain Han. The anti-poison potion has been produced, and the gold coins are automatically deducted. Now the anti-poison potion will directly act on Captain Han's body. The next second after Luna finished speaking, Han Feng felt a special change in his body. Sensing the effectiveness of the anti-poison potion, Han Feng felt relieved. Then why do you want to kill me? The drug took effect very quickly. In just a few seconds, Han Feng could hardly feel the effects of the toxin. But Han Feng's goal had not been achieved yet, so he simply cooperated with Chung Ji in acting. Kill you? I'm also surprised that you can survive. Chung Ji picked up the teacup and took a sip before saying. Han Feng looked at Chung Ji, then at Yuan Tian, who was smiling. Then he took out a cigarette, lit it and said, I'm glad I can survive, right? Brother Yang. Chung Ji's eyes changed slightly when Han Feng pointed out his identity. But he quickly calmed down. Being honest and open should also be the premise of cooperation. You want to talk about cooperation after giving me a fake identity? I really don't know what you are afraid of. Brother Yang, straightening up his previously limp back. Han Feng stared at the cigarette in his hand and said lightly, as soon as he saw Han Feng return to normal, Chung Ji. Oh no! Brother Yang widened his eyes, then quickly turned around and looked at Yuan Tian, who was as confused as himself behind him. You and I have no grudges. Aren't you a member of the country? Brother Yang interrupted Han Feng before he finished speaking. Which eye of yours saw that I am a member of the country? At this time, the atmosphere in the room began to become subtle. Knock. 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 Just when Han Feng and Brother Yang were at loggerheads. The door was knocked. Hearing the knock at the door, Brother Yang frowned and looked very unhappy. After hesitating for a long time, Brother Yang shouted, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and it was Tanya. Seeing Tanya holding a small cake outside the door, she licked it while looking inside. And the 4 bodyguards before were nowhere to be seen. I said you went in for so long, and there was no movement. So that's the case, there are still 2 people. Tanya glanced at Yuan Tian and Brother Yang, then looked at Han Feng, and said with obvious and covert ridicule, "How did you get in? Where are they?" Brother Yang said angrily, staring at Tanya outside the door. Judging from the tone, Brother Yang seemed to be secretly cursing his bodyguards. Ah? Are you talking about them? The 6 of them have all formed a team and gone far away. It's pointless for me to stay here to eat and drink. So I thought about coming in to play with you. But I didn't expect, it's not the right time, Tanya said, and slowly walked towards Han Feng. After entering the room, she did not forget to close the door. Han Feng listened to Tanya's words and was a little confused, thinking, aren't there 4? How come it became 6? They were all, Brother Yang asked hesitantly, staring at Tanya, who was getting closer and closer. Yes, there are 2 very powerful ones, who lasted for several more seconds. Tanya stuffed the cake in her hand into her mouth and said vaguely. Hearing this, Han Feng understood. It turned out that there were 2 hidden secret guards in the suite. Ah ha ha. Suddenly, Brother Yang laughed up to the sky. Han Feng and Tanya looked at Brother Yang, who was laughing foolishly, and looked at each other, both of them confused. Since you don't want to join forces with me, then you can die. Brother Yang stopped laughing and said suddenly, who? As soon as Brother Yang finished speaking, Yuan Tian took a deep breath, and while blowing towards Han Feng and Tanya, she lifted the transparent gauze on her body. Han Feng looked at the exposed part of Yuan Tian's body and suddenly understood. No wonder she wanted to wear such transparent clothes. It turned out to be convenient for poisoning. Hey, it smells pretty good, Han Feng said with an intoxicated look when the wind blown by Yuan Tian brushed his cheek. Haha. I really don't know if you are really stupid or foolish. You are already poisoned. Ha ha ha. Looking at Han Feng, Brother Yang stood up and laughed wantonly. Really? I just think it smells good. What are you crazy about? After a few seconds, Brother Yang's laughter stopped, and Han Feng responded leisurely. Why are you okay? Staring at Han Feng, Brother Yang looked at Tanya again, and his tone changed again. Why are you okay too? Kill them! Kill them! Although Brother Yang felt weird, he still calmed down and gave orders to Yuan Tian behind him. After receiving the order, Yuan Tian didn't say anything, but rushed towards Han Feng barefoot. She suddenly stretched out her right hand and stabbed Han Feng in the face. On the other hand, Han Feng sat motionless in his seat, and even the ash of the cigarette in his hand didn't shake at all. As for the confidence, isn't there Tanya behind him? With Tanya, the killer god by his side. Do you still need to do it yourself? Swoosh. Tanya moved. Han Feng only felt a gust of wind blowing behind him. And when he looked at Tanya, she had already fought with Yuan Tian. To be precise, it's not a fight. Right? Because Tanya didn't touch Yuan Tian at all. Tanya raised her left leg and kicked Yuan Tian in a weird posture, which made Han Feng very confused. But the next second, Han Feng understood. It turned out that Tanya was using the heel of her high heels to stab Yuan Tian's palm. In terms of reaction speed, Tanya beat Yuan Tian. Before Yuan Tian, the Poison King, could react, the back of her palm had been stabbed by the heel of the high heels, and it crashed towards the tea table at a rapid speed. Bang! The fierce impact sound came from the wooden tea table, making the listener feel very uncomfortable. Han Feng looked at the tea table, and saw that the high heels pierced Yuan Tiantian's hand and were nailed to the tea table. And this nail is the thin heel of the high heels. Hiss. Han Feng made a painful sound, as if he felt it himself. But Yuan Tiantian is also a strong girl. Until this moment, she didn't say a word. She even wanted to resist. Tanya quickly retracted her left leg. Of course, the high heels were temporarily integrated with the tea table, since Yuan Tiantian and Han Feng were not too far away. She stretched out her other hand, and grabbed Han Feng like lightning. Seeing that Yuan Tiantian was still resisting, Tanya raised her right leg again. Bang! It was a great honor. Just like a few seconds ago, Yuan Tiantian's other hand was pierced by the high heels again, and nailed to the tea table without moving. Ah! Until this moment, Yuan Tiantian finally burst into a heart-wrenching scream. Mr. Yang, do you have any other tricks? Yuan Tiantian was nailed to the tea table, twisting her body, and her posture was extremely seductive. But Han Feng was unmoved, and stared at the panicked brother Yang, exhaled a cigarette and asked, Ha ha, you are dead. After a few dry laughs, brother Yang suddenly took out a gun from behind and prepared to pull the trigger at Han Feng. But at this critical moment, Tanya supported the tea table with one hand, jumping on the spot. Her body flew over Yuan Tiantian on the tea table, and kicked brother Yang. Bang! Bang! Brother Yang's arm holding the gun was kicked off in an instant, and the gun also fired at this moment. Fortunately, this bullet was considered a misfire, and did not hurt anyone. After the gunshot, brother Yang subconsciously let go, and Tanya seized the opportunity, grabbed the pistol in the air, and shot brother Yang. Bang! A puff of green smoke drifted away. A scarlet blood hole appeared in the middle of brother Yang's forehead. It is estimated that brother Yang has not yet felt the pain caused by the broken arm. After killing brother Yang, Tanya slid down the tea table swiftly, and put away the pistol. Is this the end? Looking at brother Yang's body falling backwards, Han Feng was a little confused. He could never have thought that brother Yang, who was so wise all his life, would die just like this? It's just killing a person. Do you think it's difficult? I don't know how many times I have participated in decapitation operations looking at Han Feng with a surprised face. Tanya said lightly. Haha, it's good that he's dead then I can. Suddenly, Han Feng stopped talking, staring at brother Yang's body. His eyes slowly began to tremble. He is not brother Yang. Pointing at the body on the ground, Han Feng said tremblingly. Chapter 197, Decapitation Operation. Isn't it brother Yang? Tanya, who was walking in front, turned around and repeated Han Feng's words. His sight followed the direction Han Feng was heading. The body of brother Yang on the ground was changing quietly. Appearance, body shape, height, skin color, hair length. In just a few tens of seconds, brother Yang had undergone a drastic change. Luna! What's going on? Encountering an inexplicable phenomenon, Han Feng immediately contacted Luna. Report to Captain Han. This should be a superpower. Superpower? What type? After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's heart skipped a beat. He thought, it's over. I've been fooled. This is not brother Yang at all. Damn! Report to Captain Han. His superpower can change any part of his appearance, and can even control the expansion and contraction of bones. A clone. Luna finished speaking. Han Feng frowned and muttered. This is absolutely a disguise. Han Feng said, quickly approaching the corpse on the ground. What are you going to do? Seeing that Han Feng was still not leaving, Tanya asked in confusion. Han Feng did not answer Tanya's question, but quickly touched the blood on the corpse with his hand, and said to Luna in his heart, Luna, let the combat laboratory analyze this blood. Okay, Captain Han. Wait! Before Luna finished speaking, Han Feng hurriedly interrupted. Then he looked at Yuan Tiantian and continued, and hers. Standing up, Han Feng walked towards Yuan Tiantian. At this time, the blood that Yuan Tiantian slowly flowed out had already infected most of the tea table. Han Feng lightly touched a bright red on the tea table with his fingers, and then quickly clamped Yuan Tiantian's head with both hands and twisted it hard. Until death. Yuan Tiantian didn't say a word. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. Such a beautiful little girl, you really have the heart to do it. Watching Han Feng kill people, Tanya laughed and teased. feeling the arrival of 3,000 gold coins. Han Feng casually said, "A few minutes ago. She almost killed me. What you say is ruthless." Looking at Tanya, Han Feng said calmly, "Let's go. Brother Yang is not dead yet. I'm afraid it will be too late if we don't leave now." After saying that, Han Feng walked out the door. Report to Captain Han. The research project of the combat laboratory has been launched. The project name is Gene Body Change. The research results are unknown. Report to Captain Han. The research project of the combat laboratory has been launched. The project name is Gene Unknown Toxin. The research results are unknown. When he walked to the door, Han Feng heard 2 consecutive reports from Luna in his mind. Unknown? Forget it. Let's do this research first. After a pause, Han Feng continued to reply, "Well, let's make the antidote for this toxin first." "Okay, Captain Han. The combat laboratory is urgently developing an antidote for neurotoxins. Report to Captain Han. There are 132 combatants approaching here nearby." The stand-in has been dead for so long. And the support just came. Han Feng had expected that a large number of combatants would come to trouble him. But he didn't expect them to come so slowly. "Tanya, trouble is coming. We are surrounded." Han Feng took out a cigarette slowly and said to Tanya while lighting it, "I want one too." What surprised Han Feng was that Tanya actually pointed at the cigarette in Han Feng's hand, and there was no panic in her tone. Staring at Tanya, Han Feng raised his voice a few points and said, "Sister, we are surrounded now." "I know. What do you do? There are 132 of them. What's the use of having more people? I only have so many bullets in my pistol. Do you really expect me to fight 1 against 100? I'm not a god." Tanya rolled her eyes at Han Feng, then grabbed the half-pack of cigarettes in Han Feng's hand and sat on the sofa. At this time, Han Feng's biggest reliance is the strongest soldier in the Allied forces, Tanya. But now Tanya actually said that she can't solve it. What should I do? Looking at Tanya, Han Feng's tone was a little less confident. "Do you believe in God?" Suddenly, Tanya said something out of the blue. Although Han Feng didn't know the deep meaning behind Tanya's words, he still answered honestly, "God? Sorry. I'm an atheist." "Then there's nothing we can do. If you believe in God, maybe you can pray that the other party doesn't have large weapons," Tanya said lightly, blowing out a smoke ring skillfully. Damn. Han Feng knew that he couldn't rely on Tanya now, so he could only save himself. Walking in the luxurious suite, Han Feng's attention entered the system and found that he only had 3,301 gold coins at this time. "Luna, where are my gold coins?" Han Feng knew that he had killed someone before, and Tanya had just killed 4 bodyguards and 2 secret guards of superpowers. But the number of gold coins was far from matching. Han Feng, who was confused, quickly asked Luna, trying to find the gap in the loss of gold coins. "Report to Captain Han. All your gold coins were used to make 2 anti-poison potions 10 minutes ago. 1 for you, and the other for Tanya. The system leaves 1 gold coin for you out of humanitarianism." After hearing Luna's words, Han Feng was petrified. He was rewarded with 3,000 gold coins for killing a superpower who released poison, and Tanya was rewarded with 300 for killing a superpower who was a master of disguise. It was exactly 3,003, plus the humanitarianism of the system. Hee. Summon snipers. Confirmed. Use all the remaining gold coins to summon mobilized soldiers. As many as you can summon. Confirmed. Han Feng gritted his teeth and gave the order. These 3,003 gold coins are Han Feng's last hope. "Okay, Captain Han. A sniper and 8 mobilized soldiers are being summoned. Please wait." Seeing the progress bar of the summoned personnel begin to move, Han Feng asked again, "Luna, how long will it take them to arrive?" "Report to Captain Han. The guards have entered the first floor, and the estimated arrival time is 16 seconds later." "I'll go." Hearing that there are still 16 seconds left, Han Feng snatched the cigarette from Tanya's hand and said, "Don't smoke. They are coming." "What's the hurry?" Tanya sat up from the sofa and walked towards the door. When she reached the door of the suite, Tanya turned around and said, "They still have some weapons on them. You get ready." Tanya was referring to the dead bodyguards in this room. "Oh, I see." Han Feng understood the situation and began to search for weapons on the bodyguards. Pistols, spare magazines, sabers. Unfortunately, Han Feng did not find weapons of mass destruction, such as grenades on them. Duh. Just as Han Feng was collecting these weapons, a short burst of intensive gunfire came from outside the door. Looking up, Han Feng found that it was Tanya, who opened the door and took out 2 pistols to shoot randomly at the corridors on both sides. Just as Han Feng was wondering why Tanya did this, he saw Tanya took out 2 shiny pearl grenades from her shoulder bag. 2 seconds later, Tanya pulled the rings of 2 grenades at the same time, and then threw them to both sides. Oh my god! At this moment, Han Feng understood Tanya's intention. She wanted to temporarily suppress the enemy, wait for the vanguard of the guards to stop at the corner of the corridor for a while, and then attack with high-penetration grenades. Great. 66. This way, more people can be hurt. Boom. Boom. Just as Han Feng was still admiring Tanya in his heart, the sound of 2 grenades exploding came. Swish. Swish. After the explosion, the wall on the roof of the suite was shaken off a lot, making a rustling sound. Huh? Han Feng raised his head, squinted his eyes, and blew away the white ash on his body. Bang! 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 Suddenly, Han Feng heard 4 sniper rifle sounds outside the suite. The sniper is coming! Han Feng shouted excitedly to Tanya. Duh. After a few seconds, the unique sound of AK-47 also came. Listening to the gunshots of the reinforcements outside, Han Feng thought that he was saved this time. Sniper, you lead the mobilized soldiers to intercept the guards. Han Feng readily divided the command power to the sniper who had just been summoned. Yes, Captain Han. The sniper responded in his mind. Okay. All units please. Swoosh. Boom. Before Han Feng finished speaking, a rocket came and exploded directly at the door of the suite where Han Feng was. In an instant, Han Feng and Tanya hid in the gap between the sofa and the coffee table. After the explosion, the 2 were not injured. I told you to worship God, and you told me that I was atheist. This time, they really have large weapons. Tanya stood up first, muttering, Damn, this is also my fault. Han Feng, who stood up right after Tanya, picked up the double guns at hand, cursed secretly and rushed out. Duh. Han Feng and Tanya found their respective positions and began to fight back with the help of the broken arm debris at the door. 10 seconds later, Kaka! After continuous shooting, all the bullets on Han Feng and Tanya were used up. Luna, how many people do they have? Han Feng asked Luna, throwing away his pistol. Report to Captain Han. There are 64 guards who are still capable of fighting, but the follow-up support troops are coming, and it is expected to arrive at Terminal 1 in 3 minutes and 46 seconds, with a total of 166 people. Fuck. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng only felt a sense of powerlessness. There were too many people on the other side, and he had no one and lacked ammunition. Luna, notify Simon. Hurry over and support. The sooner the better. After thinking for a while, Han Feng continued, notify Sean. Don't come back for the time being. Don't let Brother Wang and the others wade into this muddy water. By the way, let Wayne make some movement outside. Try to help share some pressure. As long as there are enough gold coins. Call for the mobilization troops at any time. In just a few seconds, Han Feng issued a series of orders. Okay. Captain Han. Luna. Scan the safe zone? Find a suspicious place for me. Brother Yang must be there. Only by killing him first can there be a glimmer of hope. Okay. Captain Han. The radar is scanning. Please wait. After explaining all this, Han Feng swallowed his saliva. Chapter 198. Decapitation Operation. Time passed by second, and Han Feng's heart sank with each passing second, because he knew that he could not afford to delay. Tanya was right. Without bullets, she could not resist the guards of 100 people outside. No matter how powerful she was not a god after all. Report to Captain Han. The radar scan is complete. 10 seconds later, Luna finally reported the end of the radar scan. Hearing the end of the scan, Han Feng hurriedly asked, Is there anything suspicious? Report to Captain Han. There are 460 combatants gathered in Terminal 2, 350 meters away from here, and they are relatively concentrated. This is the only suspicious place in the safe zone. Terminal 2. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng frowned and repeated this place. It's too far. Let alone rushing over. It's even a question whether we can defend this place now. At this moment, Han Feng felt a little regretful, thinking that he should have summoned soldiers earlier, so that he could summon soldiers while fighting, and he wouldn't be so stretched now. In the final analysis, Han Feng still trusted himself and Tanya too much. Luna, how long will it take Simon and the others to get here? Now, the only turnaround point is Simon and the others. 3 snipers, plus 75 red alert soldiers. 3 or 4 saber-tooth armored vehicles. If they can get here in time, then these armed forces are enough to destroy Brother Yang's so-called guards. Report to Captain Han. Simon and his team will need 22 minutes to arrive here. After reporting Simon's arrival time, Luna continued to report, Wang Man is also rushing here now, because Wang Man observed the thick smoke caused by the explosion in Terminal 1. Although Sean tried his best to stop him, Wang Man still insisted on coming back. Brother Wang and his team are coming back? What are they coming back for? Isn't this distracting me? Guarding Terminal 1 is already exhausting enough. And now Brother Wang is coming here too. After hesitating for a while, Han Feng asked, when will Brother Wang and his team come back? 5 minutes later, they have reached the entrance and exit of the safe zone. Reporting to Captain Han, there is one more thing. The teams in the safe zone have begun to be in chaos. Chaos? What chaos? Is it Wayne? Han Feng only briefly understood the return of the domination team. Now he is more concerned about the chaos in the safe zone and Wayne's safety at this time. Reporting to Captain Han, the cause of the chaos is unknown. Wayne is now mixed in the team outside and secretly assassinating members of the enemy guard. Tell Wayne to be careful. We can't spare the strength to support him now. After a preliminary understanding of the situation outside, Han Feng just told Luna to let Wayne be careful. Okay, Captain Han. I'll pass it on. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng did not reply, but began to prepare for a breakout. After all, fighting in narrow corridors and rooms was too depressing. Sniper, how is the situation over there? Han Feng came to the door crouching down, contacting the sniper, while Tanya blocked the enemy at the ruins at the door. Report to Captain Han. I still have 6 mobilized soldiers here, and I still have 3 bullets left. Ammunition and grenades are still abundant. The sniper reported everything. Where are the people? Weren't there 8 mobilized soldiers at the beginning? There were new ones later. Why are there only? Swoosh. Boom. Han Feng hadn't finished his words when 2 rockets hit, forcing Tanya to roll back to the suite. Report to Captain Han. We only have 4 conscripts left. The others are all killed. After the sniper finished speaking, Han Feng understood. The sacrifice of the conscripts was caused by the rocket bombing. Luna, stop summoning conscripts, and summon 2 American soldiers first. Han Feng knew that once the sniper ran out of bullets, the remaining role would be to command the battle. And in this kind of environment, American soldiers are the best choice. Okay, Captain Han, start summoning American soldiers first now. Luna finished speaking. Han Feng did not reply, but patted the dust off Tanya beside him and said, take a rest first. I'll get you some guns. Hey, you. Tanya was halfway through her words when Han Feng had already rushed out. Han Feng used the ruins in the aisle as a cover, crouched forward little by little, and always resisted the attack from the other side of the aisle. Duh-duh. Duh-duh. The 2 guns in his hand spewed out flames, and Han Feng attacked while moving closer to the sniper. After dozens of seconds, there was no cover on the road ahead. At this time, Han Feng contacted the sniper not far away and said, Grenade. AK-47. Throw it over. After receiving the order, the sniper threw all the weapons of the fallen soldiers over. Han Feng picked up the scattered weapons on the ground and threw them into the suite. He contacted Tanya in his mind and said, use whatever you have. We have to break out quickly. Tanya took the weapon, checked the ammunition, and without saying a word, she rolled out of the suite. Duh-duh-duh-duh. The AK-47 fired continuously, and each bullet would take the life of a guard. Huh? As soon as Tanya came out, the pressure on Han Feng's side was greatly reduced. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief after getting a moment of peace. Duh-duh-duh. Suddenly, the sound of M60 light machine guns was heard in the aisle. Hearing this noise, Han Feng knew that the American soldiers had come out. Luna, report the situation. Report to Captain Han. There are 68 guards in Terminal 1 now. Their subsequent reinforcements encountered a resistance team outside the terminal, so the arrival time is unknown. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng felt relieved and asked, "There is a team outside to help us resist the attack of the guards." "Right." Report to Captain Han. "You can understand it this way." "Which hero?" "It can't be Brother Wang?" "Where is Brother Wang?" "What is Brother Wang doing now?" Han Feng asked after some time was given more time. Report to Captain Han. "Brother Wang is already downstairs. And he has joined Wayne and started fighting." "So fast? Didn't they say it would take 5 minutes? It's only 3 minutes?" Han Feng calculated the time and found that Brother Wang, who shouldn't have been downstairs, had already started to help him resist the reinforcement of the guards. Report to Captain Han. Since there was no guard registration at the entrance and exit, they arrived early, and Simon and his team will also arrive earlier, and it is expected to take about 15 minutes. Good. This old fox didn't expect it. My big army is not far away. Ha ha. It has been too long since he got good news. And these things made Han Feng excited for a while. Duh. At this time, the sound of 2 M60 light machine guns firing continuously rang out, and the 2 American soldiers were finally summoned. Luna, from now on, keep summoning the mobilized soldiers, and the newly mobilized soldiers will immediately join the battle. They are temporarily under the command of the sniper. Okay, Captain Han. After issuing this series of instructions, Han Feng stood up slightly and used the double guns in his hands to kill the guards at the end of the corridor. Now killing a member of the guard will reduce the pressure on his side. So now he is racing against time with the other party. Duh. Caca. Extreme joy leads to sorrow. Han Feng forgot to calculate the number of bullets in the pistol after receiving a few favorable information, resulting in a sudden power outage. Damn! Captain Han! Catch it! Tanya behind him spoke at the critical moment. Looking back, Han Feng saw an AK-47 flying towards him. Okay. Thank you. Throwing away the double guns without bullets in his hands, Han Feng took the AK-47 and fired instantly. You play by yourself first. I'll be back soon. Just as Han Feng was bravely killing the enemy, Tanya behind him suddenly said this. When Han Feng looked back again, he found that Tanya was already sprinting. The next second, Tanya appeared in the enemy camp. Duh. The constantly flying figures and the constant sound of firing made Tanya look extremely smart. Looking at Tanya's figure, Han Feng gritted his teeth and rushed out of the shelter in the ruins, thinking that he had the superpower of speed. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. Right? But dreams are full. Reality is skinny. As soon as Han Feng rushed out of the ruins, he saw an oncoming rocket. Damn! Han Feng shouted, and instantly activated his superpower of speed. At this moment, the rocket in front of him entered a slow speed operation state. Han Feng smiled frivolously, stretched out his hand, and wanted to intercept the rocket alone in midair. But he forgot. The speed of the rocket was as high as 350 kilometers. Even Han Feng, who had entered the superpower of speed, was not as fast as this rocket. Avoiding and intercepting are two different things. The rocket slid away quickly beside his hand, and Han Feng had no time to hold the rocket. As long as the top of the rocket does not touch a hard object, the rocket will not explode. You can check it on Baidu. Seeing that the rocket was about to slip away, Han Feng could only lift the tail of the rocket in a hurry. But with such a slight intervention, the rocket's warhead went down directly. In such a close aisle, the rocket had no time to adjust itself and dived down directly. Fuck. Hot. Because there was a flame burning at the tail of the rocket. The temperature was extremely high. Han Feng, who didn't know, touched it directly with his hand. And of course he was burned. Boom! Before Han Feng finished swinging his hands, the rocket behind him had already hit the ground and exploded. The huge shockwave hit, causing Han Feng, who was in an accelerated state, to stagger. Looking back, Han Feng saw that no one was injured, but a hole was blown out in the floor that led to the first floor. Then you are done. You stinky brothers. After taking a look at the distribution of the other party's personnel, Han Feng rushed into the crowd of guards with an AK-47. The guards only felt a black shadow rushing towards them, and they had no time to react, and were killed by Han Feng. The biggest difference from Tanya was that Han Feng's index finger was always on the trigger at this time. And he would not use a single shot to kill people. Chapter 199. The Armed Helicopter Falls. Duh. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Han Feng was having a blast. Duh. Caw. But good times are always short-lived. After more than 10 seconds of continuous shooting, the AK-47 in Han Feng's hand suddenly stopped. And no more bullets could be fired. And there were still half of the enemies in front of him. Holding the AK-47, Han Feng turned the gun and smashed it with the butt of the gun at the guard closest to him. He didn't seem so panicked. At this time, Han Feng was still accelerating, and the butt of the gun was moving very fast. The guards could not bear the impact, and their heads exploded. Bang! After the last hit, Han Feng did not miss the AK-47. He threw it away and drew the saber from his waist. It must be said that Han Feng's saber was still very rubbish. Apart from stabbing and slashing, Han Feng could not show any elegant and brave feeling. Instead, it seemed like he was chopping wood with the saber. But Han Feng did not care so much. After all the extra guns had been used up. Duh. After a few seconds, Han Feng suddenly heard this continuous duh sound, which did not sound like the sound of a gun firing after careful identification. Luna, this is... Alert! Enemy air forces are approaching. Alert! Enemy air forces are approaching. Alert! Enemy air forces are approaching. Han Feng hadn't finished asking his question when Luna's 3 consecutive alarms sounded first. It wasn't until Luna said air forces that Han Feng realized. Brother Yang had an armed helicopter. Damn it! It's over! Muttering, Han Feng quickly turned back and shouted on the way, Tanya! Go! They have an armed helicopter. After talking to Tanya, Han Feng still connected with the sniper in his mind and said, break out quickly. The armed helicopter is coming. If you can't break out, find a suitable position to evade. Quick! After contacting the red alert soldiers in the terminal, Han Feng had already arrived at the place where the aisle was blown through by the rocket. Han Feng jumped up and rushed down from the narrow hole, landed on the first floor. Getting out from the first floor, Han Feng ran out without hesitation, and connected with Simon in his mind and said, Simon, heavy soldiers. Quick! Bomb that armed helicopter for me. Han Feng knew that the heavy soldiers would definitely be able to hit the armed helicopter, because the attack range of the Stinger missile was very long. Okay, Captain Han. The heavily armed soldiers are getting ready, Simon replied in his mind. Although Simon replied, Han Feng did not feel relieved at all. Instead, the warning of his sixth sense became more and more serious. Han Feng rushed out of Terminal 1 and saw the extreme chaos outside. Basically, the two camps could not be seen, and they were just fighting like a pot of porridge. Han Feng did not care to watch them fight, but went to find the armed helicopter by listening to the sound. Duh. This time, Han Feng saw Brother Yang's armed helicopter close up. Simon, are you still not ready? Seeing the helicopter, Han Feng looked for the figure of the Stinger missile in the sky again, but found nothing. Report to Captain Han. The Stinger missile is being guided and aimed. Listening to Simon's report, Han Feng pursed his lips, hoping that it could be faster. Faster. Swoosh. Whoosh. A missile sprayed tail flames and flew towards the target. What made people desperate was, this missile was not a Stinger missile launched by a heavily armed soldier. Looking at the incoming missile, Han Feng gritted his teeth, but could do nothing. Boom. Boom. Terminal 1, which was the bullseye, was hit accurately by the missile at close range. For a while, bricks and rubble flew everywhere, and the scattered building debris hit many people who were fighting downstairs. Since Han Feng was in an accelerated state, he was not injured by the gravel. Tanya! You are? Stop shouting! Here! After the missile attack, Han Feng hurried to contact Tanya first. But before he could finish his words, Tanya beside him had already given a gentle reply. Great! I'm glad you're okay. Seeing the dusty Tanya, Han Feng felt relieved. Sniper. Han Feng wanted to contact the sniper in the building, but found no such person. The sniper was killed. The sniper worth 2,500 gold coins was killed. This was also the first cutting-edge talent that Han Feng had lost. Han Feng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he asked Luna, Luna, how many surviving Red Alert soldiers are there in this building? Report to Captain Han. There are now 8 Red Alert soldiers left in Terminal 1. They are 2 American soldiers and 6 mobilized soldiers. Swoosh. Ow. At this moment, Han Feng finally saw the supporting Stinger missiles in the distance. Staring at the rapidly approaching Stinger missiles, Han Feng continued to ask with red eyes, how are the Red Alert soldiers in the building? Report to Captain Han. There are no seriously injured people in the building, but all are slightly injured. After hearing Luna's report, Han Feng's heart dropped. Looking at the armed helicopter in the sky preparing to escape, Han Feng wished he could grow a pair of wings right now and fly up to fight it. Toot toot toot. The Stinger missile was getting closer and closer. The armed helicopter opened the jammer in midair, hoping to use thermal jamming to avoid the fatal blow of the Stinger missile. The Stinger missile was very close to the armed helicopter. Han Feng stared at the trajectory of the missile, hoping that it would hit. Swoosh. Boom. Although the Stinger missile hit the target, it did not hit the main body of the armed helicopter, but exploded on the tail of the armed helicopter. It seems that the jammers have reduced the hit rate of the Stinger missiles. Although it didn't kill with one shot, the armed helicopter still emitted thick black smoke and hovered in the air very unstably. Every turn, it was closer to the ground. Good. Damn it. Kill it. Looking at the falling armed helicopter, Han Feng cheered in his heart. Fight if you want to fight. And if you can't win, you call your parents in the plane? I will carry you all away. After Han Feng finished saying this, the helicopter finally touched the ground. Boom. The armed helicopter exploded on the ground with a gorgeous sky-high fire. But it's just pitiful for the people fighting around the armed helicopter. They were implicated to varying degrees. Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Suddenly, Brother Wang's voice came from the crowd fighting below. Following the voice, Han Feng saw Brother Wang and Tanya beside him. This way. Come here quickly. Seeing Han Feng's eyes noticed this, Brother Wang waved quickly. Oh. Okay. In response, Han Feng raised his legs and ran towards Brother Wang and the others, and at the same time said to Luna in his mind, the threat of the armed helicopter is no longer there. Let the Red Alert soldiers in Terminal 1 find a way out by themselves. By the way, when will Simon and his team come? Report to Captain Han. Simon and his team are still 11 minutes away. Okay, as soon as possible. After replying to Luna, Han Feng also came to Brother Wang and his team. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. Patting Han Feng on the shoulder, Brother Wang said with a smile on his face. After that, Brother Wang frowned again and said in an accusatory tone, You want to launch a general attack? Why don't you call me? Are you afraid that I'm too old to be useful? It happened suddenly. It happened suddenly. Isn't it because we didn't reach an agreement and broke up with them? Han Feng laughed and tried to get away with it with a playful smile. If I hadn't come back in time. Forget it. No more talk. Brother Wang waved his hand and asked, What are your plans for the next step? Terminal 2. Terminal 2? Yes. Brother Yang is there. This time, he can't escape. Brother Wang looked at Han Feng's confident face and was deeply puzzled about what kind of trump card Han Feng had behind him. After hesitating for a while, Brother Wang said, There are many teams in the safe zone that can't stand their 3 major teams. This time I brought a few teams here. Although I can't help you in any substantial way, it's still possible to delay a little. Brother Wang said these words because he could not help much. At most, he could muddy the waters. Huh? Brother Wang. Where did you get the other teams? Han Feng heard Brother Wang's intention, but he didn't want Brother Wang and his team to go. As long as time can be delayed until Simon and his team arrive, then things will be easy. This is also when the domination team was strong before, and it made friends with some team alliances. Although the domination team is now in decline, the friendship is still there. In the past, the 3 major teams were strong, and we dared not speak out. But last time, because of the battle in the hospital, they lost a lot of people. We are still more concerned about kicking the dog when it is down, haha. After laughing a few times, Brother Wang said with determination, I can't let them rush in and die. But I can. Don't worry. As long as I, Wang Man, am alive, I will definitely protect you. Although you are better than me, haha. Looking at Wang Man, Han Feng was moved. No need to die. None of us need to die. Just watch me take off the head of that Yang. Haha. That's great, come. I'll introduce you. Brother Wang just thought Han Feng's words were a joke and didn't take it seriously. Pointing to the battle area not far ahead, Brother Wang said, look. The team over there is the Weiyang team. They have 50 or 60 people. And they are the strongest team in our alliance. You would never imagine that their leader is a woman known as a goddess. Watching the battle of the Weiyang team, Han Feng also saw a slender figure in the crowd, dodging bullets and attacking nimbly. Han Feng knew the leader of the Weiyang team should be an evolver without a doubt. That's the Dragon Soul team over there. And the Holy Land, the strongest team on the surface. And the Knights team over there. Following the direction of Brother Wang's finger, Han Feng saw groups of teams covering each other in the battle. Oh my! We still have these partners. Han Feng did not expect to have so many teams to help. Then this battle is stable. Absolutely stable. The support of so many teams is enough to give Han Feng enough time for follow-up support to arrive. Chapter 200, Brother Yang's True Identity. Luna marked the positions of the guard members on the field. Staring at the field, Han Feng said to Luna, Okay, Captain Han. The guard members are being marked. After a few seconds, Luna continued, Report to Captain Han. The guard members have been marked. Thank you. After saying thank you, Han Feng's attention turned to the system radar. Tanya and all Red Alert soldiers, start paying attention to these marked guard members now. And be careful of the people from their 3 major teams. After giving a word of advice, Han Feng exited the radar interface. Gripping the saber in his hand, Han Feng turned his head and looked at the somewhat embarrassed Tanya and said, Do you need to change your clothes? This skirt may affect your performance. Right? Hearing Han Feng say this, Tanya tore off her suspender skirt, revealing the combat uniform inside and said, Of course. Throwing away the suspender skirt, Tanya put on the combat vest on her chest, took out combat boots, combat gloves, black vulture double guns, and Sean saber from the bag. Looking at these items in the backpack, Han Feng was a little surprised. Other girls' bags were full of cosmetics, but this bag was full of killing weapons. Tanya packed the equipment one by one, and then tied her hair with a leather case. Holding the double guns, Tanya smiled and said, Let's go. Swoosh. Before Han Feng could say anything, Tanya had already rushed out, looking at the figures shuttling back and forth in the crowd. Han Feng also jumped and followed Tanya. With the support of these 2 strong generals, Han Feng and Tanya, the balance of the melee between the teams was balanced. Brother Wang and his friends never dreamed that one day they would be able to fight the 3 major teams and the guards head-on and remain undefeated. And this is just the beginning. Captain Han, Simon, and the others are here. 10 minutes later, Luna's voice sounded in Han Feng's mind. Huff. Huff. Okay. Han Feng panted and replied, Sir, you don't seem to be doing well. Tanya returned to Han Feng's side and teased. Han Feng rolled his eyes at Tanya and said nothing. Instead, he contacted Luna and said, Luna, let all Red Alert soldiers gather at Terminal 2. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng turned to Tanya and said, There are not many enemy troops here. Let Brother Wang and the others deal with them slowly. Our reinforcements have arrived. It's time to go to Terminal 2. Looking at Terminal 2 not far away, Han Feng frowned and said, It's time to settle the accounts. 3 minutes later, Han Feng and Tanya arrived at the bottom of Terminal 2. When Han Feng looked at the terminal, he found many corpses and Red Alert soldiers on guard lying downstairs. Simon, you can attack now. Standing in place, Han Feng took out a cigarette, lit it, and gave orders. After thinking for a while, Han Feng said to Luna, Luna, always pay attention to the movements of the guards in the building. Yes, Captain Han. Yes, Captain Han. Simon and Luna replied in unison. What are your plans after occupying this place? Tanya asked casually, taking the cigarette and fire from Han Feng. Go to the Armed Forces Department. I want to know why Lin Lan. Han Feng stopped talking halfway. After hearing this, Tanya did not ask any more questions, but smoked quietly with Han Feng. Report to Captain Han. The first floor of the terminal has been controlled by us. Please give instructions. After a while, Simon's victory news rang in Han Feng's mind. Okay. You stay on guard on the first floor, and pay attention to blocking all entrances and exits in Terminal 2. After saying that, Han Feng threw down his cigarette butt and stomped it out. Then said to Tanya beside him, Let's go. Accompany me to revenge. My people can't die in vain. Entering Terminal 2. Han Feng saw that the first floor was full of guards' bodies. Among them, there were only a few Red Alert soldiers who died in battle. Luna, report their gathering place. As he took Tanya upstairs, Han Feng asked Luna, report to Captain Han. This terminal has 2 floors. The enemy guards gather on the 2nd floor of the terminal. With 80 people. There are 3 people on the rooftop. Okay. Han Feng went upstairs slowly and told Tanya what Luna had just said to him. When he reached the 2nd floor, Han Feng did not see any of the guards due to the huge terrain. Your side? My side? Looking at the empty and unused shops in the terminal, Han Feng randomly chose a road. After talking to Tanya, Han Feng activated his super speed. Under the radar marking, no member of the guard could escape. Some guards were confused before they died. They were hiding very well. Why could Han Feng find their hiding spots directly? Unfortunately, these questions can only be answered by asking the King of Hell. Sir, I have solved all the problems here when Han Feng was halfway through killing. Tanya's voice sounded in his mind. Oh my god? So fast? Responding to Tanya, Han Feng accelerated the pace of cleaning. 6 or 7 minutes later, the entire 2nd floor of the terminal was cleaned up. 80 guards. None of them survived. When the saber was pulled out of the body of the last guard, Han Feng muttered, it seems that Brother Yang is on the rooftop. Let's go to the rooftop to get some fresh air after calling out to Tanya. Han Feng took the lead and walked towards the rooftop. Standing on the rooftop, Han Feng saw a parasol not far away. Under the parasol, Brother Yang was sitting on a beach chair drinking Coke and admiring the beautiful view of the sky. Behind Brother Yang, 2 bodyguards wearing black suits and black sunglasses stood motionless behind him. You're finally here. Brother Yang looked at the sky and spoke to Han Feng nonchalantly, as if he was on vacation. Brother Yang is in a really good mood. He's so relaxed even though he's the only one left, Han Feng said as he walked towards Brother Yang, keeping his body alert at all times, fearing that the other party had some conspiracy. The strong prey on the weak. Survival instinct. This has nothing to do with mood putting down the Coke. Brother Yang sat up straight on the beach chair and looked at Han Feng and said, you and I have no grudges. Why do you provoke me? Han Feng asked, sitting on another beach chair. No grudges? Haha, I've said it. The strong prey on the weak. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. If I swallow you, I will strengthen myself. Is that your reason? Yes, that's my reason. After this conversation, a breeze blew. It's a pity that you found the wrong opponent. Looking at Brother Yang, Han Feng said lightly. Really? I don't think so. Brother Yang smiled and continued. I just lost to you. I can withdraw from this airport, and all the supplies inside belong to you. I think you have no reason to chase me. Right? What do you think? Han Feng was unmoved by Brother Yang's temptation. At this moment, he kept playing the scene of armed helicopters bombing him in his mind, over and over again. Over and over again. I don't believe you will leave like this. You have spent too much energy for the airport. You are obviously the boss. But you have to be the captain of the first team. And even come up with the name of Brother Yang to cover yourself. After a pause, Han Feng continued, now, should I call you Chung Ji? Or Brother Yang? Haha, it's just a code name, does it matter? If possible, I prefer the name Chung Ji. Duh. Suddenly, bursts of gunfire came from downstairs. Alert! Alert! Red Alert soldiers are under attack. Alert! Alert! Chung Ji! You are fucking kidding me. Hearing the gunfire coming from downstairs and the constant alarms in his mind, Han Feng immediately stood up and pointed his saber at Chung Ji in front of him. Ha ha. You think you're going to win, right? Ha ha. Swoosh. Chung Ji's laughter was like a secret code. In the laughter, the 2 bodyguards behind Chung Ji moved. The 2 bodyguards attacked Han Feng from the left and the right at lightning speed. Huh? Seeing this, the vigilant Han Feng retreated several steps and always kept a safe distance from the 2 bodyguards. At this moment, Tanya came up with a saber. The 2 bodyguards saw this and immediately separated. Han Feng randomly gestured with the saber, so that the bodyguard in front of him could not get close for the time being. Damn. I must learn sword skills from Tanya next time. The embarrassed Han Feng muttered helplessly as the bodyguards chased him. Although the bodyguard could not hurt him for the time being, he could not take advantage of him at all. On the other hand, Tanya seemed to be playing the bodyguard on the other side. Puff. After a few seconds, Tanya might have been tired of playing, so she killed the bodyguard with a knife. Squatting on the ground, Tanya wiped the saber with the bodyguard's suit and said in Changji's tone, "Do you think you can win? Stinky sister, come and help." Seeing that Tanya had solved the battle but did not come to help him, Han Feng shouted in desperation. "Sir, you are really not good," Tanya said with a smile, watching him dodge and attack with a saber like a crazy. Bang! After saying that, Tanya took out the Black Vulture pistol and fired a shot at Han Feng. At the moment of the gunshot, the bodyguard in front of Han Feng flew to the side. After landing, Han Feng saw the body on the ground, with a bullet hole the size of a peanut on the head. Holding the saber, Han Feng stared at the body on the ground, a little surprised. This is a superpower who is in acceleration. Just a random shot, and he died? Huh. Thanks. Standing up straight, Han Feng turned his head to Tanya to express his gratitude. "Simon, who is the person fighting with you?" Han Feng asked Simon as soon as he had some free time. In Han Feng's mind, the guards had been almost wiped out. So who else could be fighting Simon at this time? "Captain Han. It's the Star Team." At this time, Luna answered the question. "Star Team? Aren't they in Terminal 1? For a moment, Han Feng was a little confused. Why did he feel that the enemies were getting more and more? Chapter 201, Invulnerable. Report to Captain Han. The only ones fighting with Brother Wang and his team under Terminal 1 are the Iron Cavalry and Blood Battle teams. So, the Star Team has never shown up? Han Feng was a little surprised after hearing Luna's explanation. There are so many hostile forces. But the Star Team didn't participate? How many people are there? Han Feng asked after thinking for a while. Report to Captain Han. The Star Team has a total of 236 people this time. More than 200 people? After hearing the number of people on the other side, Han Feng was completely stunned. 236 people. You know, there are only more than 70 Red Alert soldiers. The difference between the two is more than 3 times. Tanya, you go down to command the battle. Leave this to me. After thinking for a while, Han Feng chose the best solution and let Tanya go down to fight. Anyway, Changji was the only one on the rooftop. As long as he blocked the lower road, he would definitely not be able to escape unless he could fly. Then be careful. I'm going down. Before leaving, Tanya said worriedly. Don't worry. It will be quick, Han Feng replied. Then turned around and stared at Changji. What made Han Feng feel strange was that Changji was still sitting on the beach chair at this time, without getting up or making any extra movements. Could it be that this old guy had other cards? Han Feng smacked his head and felt that it was impossible. The armed helicopter has crashed. The 3 major teams have been tied up, and the guards have been killed. Could it be the secret guards? As soon as he thought of this possibility, Han Feng immediately denied it, because Luna had said clearly before that there were only 3 people on the rooftop, and 2 of the bodyguards were also killed by Tanya. Could it be that Changji is also a superpower? Luna, check Changji to see if he is a superpower. Han Feng instructed Luna as soon as the new idea came up. Okay, Captain Han. The system is checking. Come and sit down? Suddenly, Changji turned his head and looked at Han Feng and said, smiling expression, defenseless posture, just like inviting a longtime friend. Report to Captain Han. The system has made a preliminary detection of Changji. Changji is a superpower. Please be careful. As soon as Changji finished speaking, Luna's report sounded in Han Feng's mind. Hee. No need. I can't imagine that we can be so harmonious during the decisive battle. After talking to Changji, Han Feng asked Luna again, what type of superpower does he have? Report to Captain Han. Changji belongs to the enhanced type, but his genes have a little bit of violent attributes. This was the first time Han Feng heard Luna's explanation. It feels more like Changji has dual superpowers. I believe that as long as we are human, there is nothing that we cannot sit down and talk about. Changji picked up the Coke and took a sip. No need. Make a move, Han Feng said coldly. Took out the pistol he had just looted from the bodyguard, raised his hand, and shot Changji. Bang! At the moment the gun went off, Han Feng saw that Chang Ji had no defense at all, and even his sitting position did not move. At such a close distance, Chang Ji is not a speed-type evolver. Even if he is a speed-type evolver, he will definitely not be able to escape this shot. Thinking of the scene of Chang Ji struggling after being shot, Han Feng's mouth corners involuntarily rose a little. Ding! Unfortunately, all of Han Feng's fantasies were shattered by this sound. The bullet did hit Chang Ji accurately, but it was like hitting a steel plate, not penetrating a centimeter. Ding! 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 The bullet fell to the ground, knocking out a series of crisp sounds. Looking at the deformed bullet on the ground, Han Feng was stunned. On the other hand, Chang Ji only had a hole in his clothes on his chest. From this hole, the place where Chang Ji was hit by the bullet on his chest was only slightly red. Chang Ji slowly put down the coke, stood up, looked at Han Feng, and said leisurely, "The Star Team is also my people. As my intelligence agency, the Star Team is the real first team. So, you guys killed my police dog?" Han Feng's eyes instantly turned red after finding the ultimate target of killing the police dog. "Yeah. Actually, I regret not killing him." Bang! 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 Kaka. Hearing Chang Ji admit it himself, Han Feng raised his pistol and pulled the trigger continuously without hesitation until all the bullets were used up. Ding! 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 Unfortunately, every time there was no bullet, it only caused damage to Chang Ji's clothes, but could not hurt him at all. Swoosh! Han Feng threw away the pistol without bullets, activated his super speed ability, and rushed forward with a military knife. Ding! Ding ding! Han Feng stabbed Chang Ji frantically with his saber. But this attack was just like a bullet. It just scratched Chang Ji's shirt. Chang Ji's skin was only scratched with white marks and scratches. Ding! Han Feng's saber shook violently, and this saber made of high-strength fine steel was actually broken in half. Sometimes, watching you struggle in vain is also a kind of fun, haha. After saying this with a smile, Chang Ji's face changed, and he looked at Han Feng in front of him and said, "You've been beating me for so long. It's my turn. Right?" As soon as the voice fell, Chang Ji clenched his right fist and rushed towards Han Feng's lower abdomen. Damn! Staring at Chang Ji's fist, Han Feng quickly retreated. But he was still half a beat slower. Bang! A dull sound of hitting came, causing Han Feng, who was retreating rapidly, to instantly bend his body. Bang! Although Han Feng tried his best to stabilize his body in midair, he still fell heavily to the ground, making another dull sound. Han Feng slowly propped up his body and made a painful sound. Looking at Chang Ji standing in the same place, Han Feng found that he actually flew backwards 7 or 8 meters away. If he hadn't retreated violently at the moment of being attacked, otherwise the consequences would be really unimaginable. Damn! Are you made of iron? Staring at Chang Ji, Han Feng cursed and then slowly stood up. After stretching his body, Han Feng found that his injuries were not as serious as he thought. At least, he should still be able to fight, submit, or die. Chang Ji did not answer Han Feng's question, but looked at Han Feng and said this sentence out of the blue. Submit? Die? Haha. After hearing the result, Han Feng wanted to laugh a few times, but due to the pain in his abdomen, this smile was not good looking. More like a bitter smile. Let your people retreat? You? Kneel down. You can live. Otherwise, is your head also filled with iron? You still want me to kneel down? Haha. After a pause, Han Feng continued, "Why don't you kneel down for me? And I will give you a quick death?" "Oh, so you chose the second one?" Chang Ji walked slowly towards Han Feng while speaking. "You are so arrogant because you have a turtle shell. Do you really think no one can deal with you?" Han Feng said to Chang Ji sternly. And then he thought of Luna. "Luna, let the heavy armored soldier get ready. Listen to my command and shoot him later." Han Feng knew that the heavy armored soldier still had a Stinger missile in his hand. Chang Ji, this turtle shell is not afraid of swords and guns, but he is afraid of missiles. Right? Okay. Captain Han, the heavy armored soldier is getting ready. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng began to think about how to lead Chang Ji to the edge of the rooftop so that the heavy armored soldier can aim at him. "I gave you the whole airport, but you didn't want it. I asked you to join forces with me, but you didn't agree. I asked you to obey me, but you refused. I really can't imagine what you want. Chung Ji said as he approached Han Feng. You said, the law of the jungle. I swallow you and make myself stronger. Han Feng responded exactly as Chung Ji said a few minutes ago. I've already said that the airport is yours. But you still want to fight for it. This is not the law of the jungle. This is greed, Chung Ji said slowly, as if everything was under control. I want the airport. And I want your life too. What the hell? Are you sick? Why do you have to set yourself an impossible task? Friend? I want you to be buried with my Jifeng. After saying this, Han Feng suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Chung Ji. Ha ha. How stupid. Staring at Han Feng, who was approaching him madly, Chung Ji raised his fist and prepared to hit him hard. When Han Feng was still a few steps away from Chung Ji, his body center suddenly lowered, and he slipped past Chung Ji. Is this a fake move? Chung Ji couldn't react at all at this time, and could only think about this fake move with regret. Sliding behind Chung Ji, Han Feng pulled out the only remaining saber and jumped hard. He stabbed the saber into the back of Chung Ji's neck fiercely. Until this moment, Chung Ji was still in an unguarded state. Ding! Ding! The blade broke again. This result was within Han Feng's expectations, and not surprising. Report to Captain Han. The heavily armed soldiers are ready. The moment he landed, Han Feng received the information that the heavily armed soldiers were ready. Okay. I'll try to drag him to the edge of the rooftop. After giving the order, Han Feng began to retreat strategically. At this time, Chung Ji turned around. I don't know if he was inconvenient to move or he had to pretend. His movements always gave people a slow feeling. How many weapons do you have left? Why not take them all out? So that you can have fun before you die. So that you can have something to talk about with the lonely ghosts on the road. Chung Ji grinned and walked towards Han Feng again. Don't act cool. If you act cool, you will be struck by lightning. It's not certain who will die. Don't be so sure. Han Feng said provocative words while holding a half-broken saber and retreating towards the edge of the rooftop. This action is actually a gamble. Because in this area, the closer you are to the rooftop, the less you have to retreat. Han Feng retreated step by step. Chung Ji approached step by step. Everything went according to the steps Han Feng had imagined in his mind. Submit. Or die. Staring at Han Feng, Chung Ji suddenly roared. Han Feng was startled by this sudden voice, and his footsteps stumbled. Damn it! Boom boom boom. Han Feng had just finished speaking when he saw Chung Ji running towards him at a brisk pace. Damn it! Cursing inwardly, Han Feng turned around and ran quickly towards the edge of the rooftop. Heavily armed soldiers, get ready. When they were still 3 or 4 meters away from the edge, Han Feng gave the order to the heavily armed soldiers in his mind. Chapter 202, Invulnerable. Heavy armored soldiers. Now! Hurry! Han Feng shouted frantically in his mind, as he watched Chung Ji's body running on the edge of the rooftop. 1 second, 2 seconds. Swoosh. Whoosh. After 1.7 seconds of aiming, the Stinger missile was finally launched. A slender missile, carrying a hot tail flame, flew towards Chung Ji on the rooftop. Due to the loud sound of the Stinger missile, Chung Ji also looked at the flying missile at the first time. Hee. Han Feng looked at the confused Chung Ji, and he activated his speed superpower again and escaped from the area. Finding a corner on the rooftop, Han Feng curled up his body with all his strength, trying to reduce the area of his injury. 1 second, 2 seconds, the sound of the Stinger missile exploding has not been heard yet. 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Huh? Why is the sound getting farther and farther away? Han Feng muttered to himself in confusion as he listened to the sound of the Stinger missile slowly getting farther away. Sticking his head out, Han Feng looked over and found that the Stinger missile did not hit Chung Ji in the first place, but flew towards the sky. However, judging from the trajectory of the Stinger missile, it should have turned around in the sky, preparing for a second attack. Report to Captain Han. The Stinger missile was dodged by Chung Ji and did not hit the target. The Stinger missile is now being guided and is ready to attack again. At this time, Luna's voice came to Han Feng's mind. What is happening now has exceeded Han Feng's original expectations. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng replied, okay. I hope I can hit it this time. Now, every extra second is more dangerous. Because the Stinger missile is stupid. If it gets close to Chung Ji, then his life will be in danger. Hey! Chung Ji! Han Feng jumped out of the corner and shouted at Cheng Ji. Hey! Suddenly, Han Feng saw a ball of fire behind Cheng Ji. A ball of fire burning fiercely. And Lu Zhi, who was not far behind Cheng Ji. When did Lu Zhi come up? Seeing Lu Zhi, Han Feng was a little confused. Because Han Feng did not see anyone else on the empty rooftop. Report to Captain Han. Lu Zhi climbed up the rooftop before the Stinger missile attack. Due to the emergency. I did not inform you in advance. It's okay. After replying to Luna, Han Feng asked again, what is Lu Zhi doing? Is Cheng Ji, who is invulnerable, used to burn? Heh! How dare you betray me? I want you to die. Before Luna could answer the question, Han Feng heard Cheng Ji's angry roar. Damn! Isn't this a hindrance? Muttering, Han Feng used his full speed to run towards Lu Zhi, trying to save Lu Zhi from Cheng Ji. Hurry! Hurry! Han Feng roared as he accelerated. Unfortunately, Han Feng is not Wei Peng, not as fast as Wei Peng. At this speed, it would be difficult for Han Feng to save Lu Zhi. Telekinesis. Imprisonment. The dual superpowers were used at the same time, instantly freezing Cheng Ji in place. Han Feng knew that his mental power was definitely not enough. But he didn't expect it to pass so quickly. In just a second, a headache and dizziness came together, causing Han Feng to stagger. After running a few steps, Han Feng fell to his knees. Brother! Lu Zhi noticed Han Feng slowing down, shouted, and quickly approached. I'll take you away. Pulling Han Feng up from the ground, Lu Zhi struggled to drag him away. Han Feng now looked at the Stinger missile that was about to stab down from the sky, and tried his best to control his telekinesis, continuously exerting pressure on Cheng Ji to prevent him from moving. 3, 2, 1. Han Feng whispered the countdown for the missile to hit. At this time, he wanted to get up and dodge, but he was powerless and could only watch the Stinger missile explode. Boom! Flame shield. Open! Open for me! Han Feng heard Lu Zhi yelling behind him 1 second before the Stinger missile exploded. Boom! Boom! Whoosh! The explosion lasted for several seconds, and the shock wave almost continuously destroyed everything on the rooftop. The flames in front of him were bright and dazzling white, making Han Feng unable to open his eyes for a while. Whoosh! After a few seconds, the explosion finally ended. Everything returned to calm, leaving only the flame still burning around. Isn't it great? I think the name of the flame shield is a bit rubbish, so I changed it to a new name. Flame shield. Good, sounds good. Right? Doesn't it sound like the ultimate move? So cool. Ha, ha. When Han Feng could barely open his eyes, he heard Lu Zhi's weak voice behind him. Stupid. Awesome. What the hell are you doing here? Are you going to die? Although Han Feng had no strength at this time, he still turned his head and looked at the staggering Lu Zhi, swearing. Hee hee, you are stupid. Missiles are heat conducting. Human body temperature is not high, which cannot attract the attention of missiles, so I raised the temperature for Brother Yang, so that the missile can hit him. I'm relieved if he dies at this time. Lu Zhi's figure became more and more weak, but he could not hide the joy in his words. Even if the missile can't hit him, I can still deal with him. What if we are killed by the missile? What should we do? What should we do? Han Feng struggled to get up, and at the same time, he continued to scold Lu Zhi. Hee. This is not dead. Surviving a disaster. There will be good fortune in the future. As soon as Han Feng stood up, Lu Zhi sat down on the ground and panted. If you are not dead, you will only have half your life left. Seeing Lu Zhi's appearance, Han Feng really couldn't say anything harsh. Come on. I'll take you down. As he said this, Han Feng pulled Lu Zhi's arm, but saw that Lu Zhi's nostrils were bleeding. Han Feng knew that this was a sequelae caused by overuse of superpowers, so he didn't take it too seriously. He just whispered, hold on. If you can't do it, just faint and sleep for a while. No. Tell me. How about the name of Flame? Flame Shield. Is it good? Such a cool skill. It will be great to pick up girls in the future. Lu Zhi's voice became weaker and weaker, and Han Feng could hardly hear the last few words. Why the hell are you talking so much nonsense? Can't you? Han Feng suddenly stopped talking halfway, because he found that Lu Zhi's mouth was full of blood, and it was still flowing out slowly. Luna, what's wrong with Lu Zhi? Even if he is short of mental strength, it shouldn't be like this. Staring at Lu Zhi, Han Feng quickly asked Luna. Captain Han. The system is conducting a preliminary test. Please wait. I risked my life to save you. How? How do you thank me? Suddenly, Luja raised his head and looked at Han Feng with a mouthful of bloodshot teeth, and asked with a wretched face. Shut up first. Don't talk. We'll talk about the future later. Han Feng stared, warning Luja to shut up, because Luja's blood had already stained most of his shirt. Report to Captain Han. According to the preliminary test of the system, many organs in Luja's body were damaged by the shock wave. Why? Doesn't he have some damn flame shield? Why is he still injured? At this moment, Han Feng's nervous body was trembling slightly, fearing that Luja would have any accident. Damn, you're mean to me. I should have known. Before Luna could reply, Luja on the ground started to talk nonsense. Where do you get so much to say? If you keep talking, I'll glue your mouth shut. At this time, Han Feng was anxious to find a cause and treatment method, and had no time to chat with this chatterbox. Chat with me. I feel like I'm dying. It hurts so much. Luja grabbed the corner of Han Feng's clothes with one hand, but his eyes looked up at the sky. His eyes were a little out of focus. Luna! Luna! Han Feng felt that Luja's life was slipping away, and he had no choice but to call Luna in his mind. Reporting to Captain Han, Luja's flame shield is mostly used to protect you. His body has taken a large part of the damage. Will he die? Luna's answer was not the ultimate answer Han Feng wanted. So Han Feng interrupted Luna's speech and asked directly. No. He just needs to rest for a while. At this time, Han Feng was a little speechless. After all this time, it turned out that Luja was fine. Brother, do you think I will go to the martyrs' cemetery? It would be great if I could. Ahem. After coughing a few times, Luja continued, my dream since childhood is to be a soldier. Hee hee. Don't force me to hit you. Looking at Luja, Han Feng clenched his fist, wanting to punch him to sleep. Han Feng slowly dragged Luja to the entrance of the rooftop. Taking advantage of the short break, Han Feng's attention entered the system. Huh? Is Chang-Ji alive? Looking at the number of gold coins, Han Feng did not find a surge, so he muttered to himself in confusion. Report to Captain Han. Chang-Ji is still alive. Following Han Feng's doubts, Luna added, What? Not dead? Ah! At the same time as Han Feng asked the question, a figure stood up in the ruins. It was Chang-Ji. Fuck. Seeing Chang-Ji, Han Feng put Luja on the stairs and said to him, You are fine. Take a rest. Go down to find my people. They will arrange for you. Leaving Luja behind, Han Feng turned to face Chang-Ji and told Luna in his mind, Let the Red Alert soldiers take care of Luja. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng pursed his lips and said nothing, but stared at Chang-Ji. Why aren't you dead yet? Hee hee. Why am I not dead yet? Because I want to kill you. Walking out of the ruins, Chang-Ji laughed. Luna, how long will the battle downstairs last? Tanya, can she get away? Looking at the ragged Chang-Ji, Han Feng felt that he was unmatched. Even the Stinger missile couldn't take his life, and the pistol and saber were useless to him. Chapter 203, Chang-Ji. Dead. Report to Captain Han. The battle downstairs is ongoing and cannot be ended in a short time. Tanya can withdraw from the battle. Can you let her come up now? Forget it. After hesitating for a long time, Han Feng decided to carry it by himself for a while. Looking at Chang-Ji, who was not as good as before. What if he could survive? Han Feng looked at the amount in the system gold coin column again. 12,030 gold coins. More than 12,000. It seems that a battle of this scale is really profitable. Luna, summon 10 American soldiers and 40 mobilized soldiers. Let them join the battle downstairs. After gritting his teeth, Han Feng said to himself, fighting with more people. Right. Asking brothers for help. Right. Whoever is cowardly is a grandson. Report to Captain Han. It will cost 5,000 gold coins to summon 10 American soldiers, and 4,000 gold coins to summon 40 mobilized soldiers. A total of 9,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. After replying arrogantly, Han Feng said with lingering feelings, Remember, Luna? We will not accept any surrender. We must annihilate them all. Okay. Captain Han. 10 American soldiers and 40 mobilized soldiers are being summoned. I will also convey your instructions truthfully. Okay. After talking to Luna, Han Feng stared at Chung Ji not far away and said nothing. Chung Ji, standing in the ruins, stiffly moved the various positions of his body. At this time, he was covered in black, with almost no clothes, like a poor kid who just came out of a coal mine. Han Feng also saw a lot of wounds on his body. These wounds were big and small, and Han Feng didn't notice them because he was nervous before. But what surprised Han Feng was that Chung Ji's recovery ability was really strong. All the wounds had basically solidified, and it seemed that only a small amount of blood was flowing out. You forced me to do this. Today, only one of us can survive. Ah! Chung Ji's body began to grow slowly in the roar. At this moment, Han Feng suddenly remembered the boss Wei Ge in the BT prison. But unlike Wei Ge, Chung Ji's transformation was very slow. Looking at Chung Ji who was transforming, Han Feng suddenly thought of something, and then contacted Luna and said, Luna, didn't you only use one of the 2 genetic level 1 wild beast serums you bought last time? Is there one left in Wayne's hands now? Report to Captain Han. Yes. Great. Let Wayne come up. After a pause, Han Feng continued, by the way, let another 0-star, seriously injured soldier come up. I want to give Chung Ji a surprise. Staring at Chung Ji, Han Feng planned in his mind. Okay. Captain Han. Wayne and a 0-star seriously injured mobilized soldier are rushing to the rooftop. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng smiled slightly. I thought, aren't you powerful? Aren't you invulnerable? Then I'll find you an opponent. Anyway, the Gene Level 1 Wild Beast Serum is idle, so I'll save every seriously injured and dying Red Alert soldier. Chung Ji seemed to be in great pain and kept howling. However, after these howls, his body size has become a little bigger, and his height has also increased a lot. Does he have any more trump cards? Han Feng stared at Chung Ji and murmured, thinking that his skin was comparable to steel before, invulnerable to swords and guns, and invulnerable to missiles. After the transformation, will even the first-level wild beast men be no match for him? Captain Han, Wayne reports to you. A few seconds later, Han Feng heard Wayne's voice behind him. Turning back, Han Feng saw Wayne holding a seriously injured 0-star mobilized soldier in his arms. Just looking at this mobilized soldier, there were several bullet holes on his body. He was breathing more than breathing in, and was about to die. On the mobilized soldier's body was a box containing the first-level wild beast serum. Wayne, inject it, Han Feng said to Wayne and Chung Ji with his eyes back to Chung Ji. Yes, Captain Han, Wayne answered crisply. And then he heard the sound of opening the box to take out the serum. Report to Captain Han. The injection is complete. Please give instructions. After a few seconds, Wayne stood up and said, Do you have a grenade? Han Feng asked Wayne, turning his head slightly. There is a high explosive grenade, and this mobilized soldier also has an ordinary grenade. Stay here, and you can go down. Here, the 2 of us are enough. Yes. After responding, Wayne took off his high explosive grenade, then took off the grenade on the mobilized soldier, handed it to Han Feng, and went downstairs. At this time, the mobilized soldier lying on the ground began to pull out. Han Feng was counting his transformation time in his mind. 10, 9, 8, 7. Ah roar! The 30 seconds of transformation time ended. And the mobilized soldiers? Oh no! The first-level wild beast man got up from the ground and stood behind Han Feng, roaring. Han Feng looked at Chung Ji not far away and found that he was standing upright on the ruins. His body was no longer hunched. I guess his transformation was also completed. Staring at Chung Ji, Han Feng looked at the first-level wild beast man behind him, who was more than 2 meters tall and half a circle larger than Chung Ji, and said, He is your opponent. Your task is to smash him. Roar! After receiving Han Feng's order, the first-level mad beast roared and then ran towards Chung Ji. Boom boom boom. The dull running sound and vibration came from the first-level mad beastman's feet. Looking at the first-level mad beastman's steps, Han Feng was a little worried. The rooftop of this terminal had just been attacked by a Stinger missile, and now it was so destroyed. Will it be trampled down? What if? Boom boom. Boom boom. It's true that good things don't work, but bad things work. Han Feng just finished speaking, and the rooftop collapsed completely. Half of the huge terminal rooftop fell. Han Feng, the first level Mad Beastman, and Cheng Ji. None of them were spared. Han Feng fell directly under the fault several meters high without any preparation. Ahem. Oh my god. Bah! Bah! Han Feng crawled out of the bricks and rubble, choking on the dust and making tears and saliva flow. Roar! Han Feng was sore all over. But the first level wild beast and Cheng Ji were basically fine. According to Han Feng's order, the first thing the first level wild beast did after getting up was to look for Cheng Ji. And Cheng Ji was also looking for Han Feng after getting up. Roar! Bang! The first level wild beast took the initiative and ran towards Cheng Ji on the gravel, rushing over and making a loud dull sound. Who are you? Why are you helping him? Why? Looking at this first level wild beast, who was stronger than himself, Cheng Ji roared, Submit to me. Help me. Let's kill him together. Then you and I will own this airport. Isn't it good? Cheng Ji saw someone similar to himself appear, and thought it was someone with the same superpowers as himself. Submit to me. Let's join forces. Join forces. Until this moment, Cheng Ji still did not give up his idea in his heart, and tried his best to win over Han Feng's Red Alert soldiers. Haha. You are so silly and cute. Hearing Cheng Ji's words, Han Feng smiled, found a stone, and sat down. Take out a cigarette. Han Feng gently lit it, feeling the pain of nicotine. Han Feng's brows finally relaxed a little. Damn it! Damn it! You all deserve to die. Seeing that the first level wild orcs were unmoved, Cheng Ji said angrily, and the force of the attack became a little stronger. Bang! Bang bang! The two were completely in close combat, and no one used any fighting skills, just punching each other. There were waves of heart-pounding thumping sounds. Han Feng wanted to help, but his physical strength did not allow him to get close to the battle. Duh-duh. Duh-duh-duh. Han Feng was sitting on the second floor, listening to the gunshots coming from the first floor. You look so relaxed you're sitting down? You're smoking? Suddenly, Tanya's voice sounded behind Han Feng. Why are you here? Aren't you commanding the battle? Han Feng asked in confusion when he saw Tanya suddenly appear. A lot of soldiers came to reinforce, so I just slipped away. What else can I command? After Tanya finished speaking, Han Feng remembered the 50 Red Alert soldiers he had summoned a few minutes ago. I'll come and help you. I'm afraid that the first level cyborg can't beat Cheng Ji. Looking at the melee not far away, Tanya frowned and said, The first level cyborg can't beat Cheng Ji? No way. Isn't he several times bigger than Cheng Ji? How can he not beat him? Han Feng looked at the first level cyborg and Cheng Ji, and said puzzledly, You are bigger than me. How about we try? Humph rolling her eyes at Han Feng. Tanya continued, The first level cyborg is still too weak. If it is a second level or third level cyborg, it will definitely beat Cheng Ji. I bet that their battle will end in less than 5 minutes, and Cheng Ji will win the battle against the cyborg. Do you believe it? Let me know. At this time, Han Feng had already seen the fatigue of the first level orc. At this speed, it might not take 5 minutes. I'm going to help. You stay away. Tanya bounced a few times, and when she ran towards the battle between the two, she turned back and said to Han Feng. Hearing Tanya tell him to stay away, Han Feng was still a little confused. Until Han Feng saw the C4 plastic explosive in Tanya's hand. Damn! This woman is going to explode. Han Feng screamed, and quickly got up and threw away the cigarette, but to run for his life. Although Han Feng had no awareness or concept of the power of C4 plastic explosive in the game of Red Alert, as long as Tanya took action, the destruction of the entire building would be in an instant. Who would have thought that a piece of C4 plastic explosive the size of a cigarette box could cause such great damage? Han Feng frightened and fled from the terminal. While running, Han Feng prayed in his heart that he must wait for me to get out. Don't blow it up. After dozens of seconds, Han Feng finally rushed out of the terminal, because he had been using his super speed ability during this period. Han Feng's legs were still a little sore. Tanya, how are you? Staying in the safe zone, he thought of. Han Feng contacted Luna. 3. What? What 3? 2. At this moment, Han Feng seemed to understand something. 1. Hey! You haven't come out yet. Han Feng was a little anxious. 0. Boom. 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 Several huge explosions came from the terminal, shaking Han Feng's ears with a kind of needle-like pain. After the explosion, Han Feng felt the 300 gold coins coming into his account. Chung Ji died. Chapter 204, Armed Helicopter. Tanya! Tanya! Han Feng covered his ears and frantically contacted Tanya in his mind. After waiting for Tanya's reply for several seconds, Han Feng was anxious and said in his heart, "Oh my, this stupid woman should not kill herself. You are stupid." Suddenly, Tanya's reply sounded in Han Feng's mind. "It's good that you are not dead. It's good that you are not dead." Hearing Tanya's reply, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn, you have so much money. We were running out behind you, and you didn't even look back. Who knows when you will detonate C4? Saving your life is the most important thing. By the way, where are you? Why can't I see you?" Han Feng looked around and didn't see Tanya. So he asked, "We are cleaning up the remnants of Chung Ji's team." After Tanya finished speaking, Han Feng jumped and looked at the battlefield in the distance, and indeed found a big guy standing out from the crowd. "Oh, coming right up." After replying, Han Feng ran towards the battlefield while sneaking a peek at the number of gold coins. 6,786 gold coins. This is the number displayed in the gold coin column in the system. After killing these people, the heavy factory will be there, Han Feng muttered while speeding up his pace. At this moment, in Han Feng's eyes, these people from the Star Team were gold nuggets. The heavy factory that he had been thinking about. The tank fighter that he had been looking forward to for a long time. "Here I come!" Ha ha ha. While running, Han Feng actually laughed out loud. Duh. As soon as he entered the battlefield, Han Feng directly said to the American soldier next to him, "Lend me your machine gun." After receiving the instructions, the American soldier directly handed over the machine gun and began to attack with a pistol. Duh. The feeling of holding a machine gun and bang bang is simply too cool. During this period, some people from the Star Team signaled to surrender. But Han Feng turned a blind eye. Because Han Feng knew that these people had been with Brother Yang for so long. What if they turned against him? Having suffered from the remnants of Brother Wei in prison, he could not be soft-hearted this time. If he wanted to blame someone, he should blame himself for standing on the wrong team. With a firm belief in his heart, Han Feng continued to shoot. A few minutes later, with the strong participation of Han Feng, Tanya, and the wild orcs, the battle soon came to an end. Tanya, take some people to help Brother Wang and the others. Let them rest for a while. Don't fight. Han Feng glanced at the amount of gold coins from time to time. At this time, it had accumulated to 9,132 gold coins. Another 800 or so, and the heavy factory could be built. Although the few people in front of him could also collect enough gold coins. Han Feng was anxious to have a tank. That's why he was so anxious to let Tanya eat another wave of economy. "Okay," Tanya said, took dozens of American soldiers with her, and ran to another battlefield without looking back. "Everyone, come on! End this battle quickly," Han Feng shouted from a high place. And the red alert soldiers on the battlefield accelerated their attack. 5 minutes later, with the last gunshot, there were no more members of the Star Team on the battlefield. The Star Team died. Leave 2 teams here to clean up the battlefield and collect weapons and equipment. The rest of you, follow me. Han Feng glanced at the mess in front of him and ordered. With dozens of elite soldiers, Han Feng rushed to the battlefield where Tanya was. In less than 3 minutes, Han Feng arrived here first. But the battle had entered its final stage, and only dozens of the other side were running away in panic. According to Han Feng's principle of refusing to surrender, Tanya and the American soldiers were chasing him. Han Feng turned his head and looked at the other end of the battlefield, and found that Brother Wang and his men were sitting on a large rock in the ruins smoking, and there were many people around them. Brother Han. Suddenly, Kong Xiang, who was beside Brother Wang, saw him and shouted loudly. Han Feng raised his hand to signal to wait, because the more important thing now was to kill the remnants. Each of these people was worth 100 gold coins shining with golden light. Borrowing a pistol, driving to speed up, Han Feng shuttled through the crowd. Every bullet brings great benefits. In just 2 minutes, there was no one else on the field except the Red Alert soldiers. So far, the Iron Cavalry team and the Blood Battle team died, looking at the corpses all over the ground. Han Feng couldn't help but think that the Blood Battle Team was really a fool. The leader of the Iron Cavalry Team was Chung Ji. And the Star Team was also directly managed by Chung Ji. The Blood Battle Team was at best a high-level cannon fodder in the middle. Every time the Blood Battle Team took action, they were eager to perform. I really don't know what to praise Li Xian for. All Red Alert soldiers, listen to the order. According to the previous division, every 5 people form a team. Now start to search this airport in the form of a team. As long as you find equipment, supplies, weapons depots, etc., report to Luna, and wait for me to take time to see. After giving the order, Han Feng added, by the way, if you see the remnants of the 3 major teams, kill them without mercy. After thinking for a long time, Han Feng decided to take control of the airport first. After all, he might have to stay in this airport for a long time. After giving all the instructions, Han Feng raised his legs and walked towards Brother Wang and the others. Hero! 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 With every step Han Feng took, Brother Wang and the others' cheers increased. When Han Feng stood in front of this group of people, everyone came together, lifted Han Feng up directly, and then raised him high. Amid the cheers of the crowd, the era of Chung Ji finally ended. From the afternoon, Han Feng had been communicating with this group of people until the evening. Until Han Feng remembered Luna's report in his mind. Report to Captain Han. The entire airport has been checked. A total of 62 remnants of Chung Ji were found, and they have all been killed. 2 weapons and equipment warehouses were found, and 7 flying vehicles were found, including 3 airliners of different sizes, all of which were old and scrapped aircraft. The other 4 were armed helicopters, the same model as the armed helicopter that attacked you, the Huaxiao Wuji 10. In addition, 4 saber-tooth armored vehicles were found in the airport garage. Everyone, be quiet tomorrow at noon. We will have a banquet to celebrate. It's really late today, and we don't have time. Don't go home until you are drunk tomorrow. After a pause, Han Feng continued, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you. After saying that, Han Feng greased his feet and walked out in a flash. Luna, prepare the car. Let's go see the armed helicopter. Han Feng said to Luna on the way. Your Hummer is 83 meters ahead. Ready for you. Ha ha. Thoughtful. Han Feng laughed. And the excited Han Feng couldn't help but speed up his pace and rush towards the coordinates of the Hummer. In a few tens of seconds, Han Feng rushed to the Hummer. He opened the passenger door and sat in. Hey! You are here too? Seeing Tanya in the back seat, Han Feng suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen her for so long. Here, drink some water first. Tanya didn't answer Han Feng's question, but handed him a bottle of water. Seeing the water, Han Feng felt dry in his mouth. Thank you. After thanking him, Han Feng took the bottle of water and drank it up. Wayne, let's go, Han Feng said to Wayne in the driver's seat after drinking half a bottle of water. After receiving Han Feng's instructions, Wayne stepped on the accelerator and rushed to the armed helicopter, appreciating the dark night view along the way. Han Feng was so happy in his heart. I can't believe that Chung Ji worked so hard to build such a huge airport. And it was all his own. Captain Han. We're here. It's here. Suddenly, Wayne beside him suddenly said, Ah? So fast? As he spoke, Han Feng looked out the window and found that there were almost no people here. And he had never been here before. Get out of the car and take a look at our helicopter, Han Feng said excitedly, and took the lead in opening the car door. The first thing that came into view was a warehouse similar to a large garage, with the door of the warehouse half open. Looking inside through the gap of the half door, Han Feng found that there were no less than 20 Red Alert soldiers guarding here. After walking in, Han Feng saw 4 armed helicopters play side by side inside. Wow! I had always seen this guy from the sky before, so I was not very surprised. Until now, Han Feng realized how big this helicopter is. Luna, do you have any information about this thing? Touching the national flag on the armed helicopter, Han Feng asked Luna softly, reporting to the Han team. There is. Tell me about it. Hearing Luna say that there is data on this thing, Han Feng became excited. Reporting to the Han team. This armed helicopter was originally named CH Wuji 10. English, KXZ 10. China code name, Fiery Thunderbolt. The short wings on both sides of the Wuji 10 can carry anti-tank missiles and air-to-air missiles, and are equipped with a rotating machine gun turret. It adopts a tandem two-seat design, which conforms to the main features of Western professional armed helicopters. WZ-10 related weapons. Tianyan 90 air-to-air missile, abbreviated as TY-90 air-to-air missile. Hongjian-8, HJ-8, wire-guided anti-tank missile. 7-tube rocket launcher. 32-tube rocket launcher. Rotating machine gun turret, caliber 23mm chain gun. Luna introduced while Han Feng touched the armed helicopter and turned around. So, Changji has a total of 6 armed helicopters? After listening to Luna's introduction, Han Feng frowned and muttered, "Yes, Captain Han. Then why didn't he send all these armed helicopters out?" Han Feng said with lingering fear when thinking of this. You know, Han Feng's heavily armed soldiers are pitifully few. If 5 armed helicopters are really sent out at the same time, the number of Stinger missiles is far from enough. Moreover, the hit rate of Stinger missiles when facing jamming bombs is pitifully low. Maybe there are not enough drivers. Before Luna answered, Tanya behind Han Feng took over the topic. Oh, right. Drivers. Tanya's words made Han Feng understand that this thing is not a car. And not everyone can drive it. Luna, can mobilized soldiers drive this kind of armed helicopter? Thinking of the problem of the driver, Han Feng asked Luna directly. Captain Han, the conscripts do not have the relevant skills to fly an airplane. What about the American soldiers? Captain Han, the American soldiers do not have the relevant skills to fly an airplane. What about the heavily armed soldiers? Captain Han, the heavily armed soldiers do not have the relevant skills to fly. Snipers are okay. Right? Han Feng was a little anxious after so many types of soldiers were rejected. Sorry, Captain Han. Snipers do not have the relevant skills to fly an airplane. Is Tanya okay? Han Feng gritted his teeth and said. This was his last stubbornness. Yes, Captain Han. Tanya has the relevant skills to drive all vehicles. Finally. There is a talent who can drive this thing. Looking at Tanya, Han Feng finally put down the stone in his heart. Chapter 205, Building a Heavy Factory. So, I am the commander of the Red Alert system. But I only have one person who can fly an armed helicopter. Han Feng's mentality was a little broken at this time. When it comes to human wave tactics, the mobilized soldiers are the first to bear the brunt. When it comes to firepower crushing, the American soldiers are the best. When it comes to long-range attacks, snipers are elusive. When it comes to air defense, the heavily armed soldiers are the only ones who can stand against thousands of others. How come when it comes to this armed helicopter, the 100-man army can't find another person? Report to Captain Han. The Special Forces and elite combat soldiers on the poster also have the relevant skills to fly various aircraft. Following Han Feng's question, Luna whispered, staring at the 4 armed helicopters. Han Feng was somewhat speechless. Suddenly, Han Feng thought of a possibility and asked directly, by the way, Luna, can Tanya train a group of armed helicopter pilots? As he spoke, Han Feng thought to himself that since Tanya has this skill, it should be okay to teach her. Right? Sorry, Captain Han. Red Alert soldiers do not have the ability to operate or learn across arms. Alas, Han Feng sighed lightly, thinking that the last glimmer of hope was also shattered. So, only one armed helicopter can be dispatched at a time. Han Feng looked around and noticed dozens of large boxes behind the 4 armed helicopters. And then asked, what's on that side? Report to Captain Han. Those behind are the TY-90 air-to-air missiles and other weapons of the armed helicopter. Okay. After saying that, Han Feng paused for a moment and then walked out. Returning to his tent, Han Feng saw that the light in the tent was still on. Brother Han. You? Hi, beautiful girl. Xiao Han. Go wash your hands quickly. You haven't eaten well for a day. You must be hungry. Right? As soon as he entered the tent, Kong Xiang and Brother Wang stood up to greet him. Haha, it smells so good. After a day of intense fighting, Han Feng's stomach didn't feel anything. Now that the battle is over, he is relaxed. And with the aroma of the food, Han Feng feels that he can eat a cow now. Sitting at the table, Han Feng didn't care about his image and started eating directly. Tanya seemed more gentle and chewed slowly. Xiao Han, what are your plans next? Looking at Han Feng, who was eating voraciously, Brother Wang asked tentatively. Plan? What plans can you have? First, confiscate all the weapons in the safe zone. then eliminate the remnants of Chung Ji and his gang. And then, at this point, Han Feng couldn't say what his plans would be for the future. Han Feng's current plans were based on the little experience he had accumulated in the last prison. In terms of management, Han Feng had no experience at all. No. Brother Wang frowned and spoke while Han Feng was hesitating. Why not? Look, Xiao Han. First, we need to confiscate all the weapons in the safe zone. First, it is unrealistic, because there are tens of thousands of people in the safe zone. Plus they go in and out every day. It is impossible to collect all the weapons. Second, these teams have to go out every day. They must have weapons. Otherwise they will go out without weapons to defend themselves. Isn't this giving food to the monsters? Eliminate Yang Ji's subordinates. This depends on the situation. After all, they were a big family, and many of them were in the safe zone. If they were killed, I'm afraid the airport would collapse. If we don't kill them, what if they rebel? After listening to Brother Wang's words, Han Feng spoke up. Kill? How? Only Brother Yang knows how many spies he has planted in the airport. Where can we find them? That's right. Looking at Han Feng's thoughtful eyes, Brother Wang asked, besides these, do you have any other plans? I don't know. I can't even manage 10 people. How can I manage tens of thousands of people in the airport? After saying that, Han Feng's eyes turned and stared at Brother Wang and continued, or, you can manage it for me. The idea came up. Han Feng immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks and said, let's do this, I've decided. From now on, this airport will be under your charge, Brother Wang. When the time comes, you can promote people to assist you. As for me, I will go out for a walk every day so that I don't have to guard this airport every day. How about it? Han Feng hoped that he could take people out to kill zombies and get gold coins every day, instead of staying in the airport security zone and managing this and that every day. For others, the position of airport boss is something they would try their best to get. But for Han Feng, it has become a hot potato. No. 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 You took down the airport. I can't surpass you to be the boss. When Han Feng wanted to push him to the top, Brother Wang immediately stood up, looking embarrassed, shaking his hands back and forth, indicating that he couldn't do it. Oh, Brother Wang. If I say you can, you can. Who dares to object besides? Don't you have many teams that are our allies? Promote them, then you will have free time. After Han Feng finished speaking, he saw that Brother Wang was still shaking his head, but his complexion was much better than before. So Han Feng struck while the iron is hot and said, I really don't have the heart to manage this place. When I think about the eating, drinking, defecating and urinating of tens of thousands of people, my head explodes. So this hard job, I'll leave it to you. Then I'll try? Looking at Han Feng with a smile on his face, Brother Wang also smiled and said tentatively, go ahead. You must be able to do it. Then let's make a deal. If I can't do it, you have to come in person. Although Brother Wang was excited, he still knew his own limitations. For an airport with tens of thousands of people, Brother Wang himself didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to do it well. Okay, we'll talk about it later. Pushing this arduous task to others, Han Feng just acted as his own hands-on shopkeeper after dinner. Brother Wang took the bowl and chopsticks out of the tent. Where are you going tomorrow? After Brother Wang left, Tanya asked Han Feng. HS Armed Forces. Find out where Lin Lan is. Yes. I must find the reason. Looking at the moon outside the window, Han Feng felt uneasy. What kind of power could turn such a strong Lin Lan into this? She couldn't even resist mentally. Although Han Feng said that he was going to find the black hand behind Lin Lan, he was unsure at this time. Okay, see you tomorrow. As she spoke, Tanya stood up and walked out. It's so late. Where are you going? Han Feng asked in confusion as he looked at Tanya, who was about to step out of the tent. I'm just strolling around and finding a place to sleep. Where is the good place outside? Besides, isn't there a spare bed in the tent? Han Feng said, pointing to the spare bed in the corner. Stay and sleep? I can tell you in advance I'm used to sleeping naked. As she spoke, Tanya threw an intriguing wink at Han Feng. At this time, Han Feng also realized that his words were a bit inconsiderate, and he hesitated for a while, not knowing what to say to save the situation. There are empty tents outside. Besides, the terminal is not completely destroyed. There are plenty of rooms to live in. Seeing Han Feng's embarrassment, Tanya said something and walked out of the tent. Watching Tanya walk away, Han Feng thought that he would give Tanya a whole big tent tomorrow. Otherwise, he would feel sorry for her. After watching Tanya leave, Han Feng zipped up the door curtain and turned to walk to the bed. Ugh! Suddenly, Han Feng felt weak in his limbs. His legs could not support the weight of his body, and he knelt down on the ground. Report to Captain Han. The antidote is ineffective, and the mental toxin is spreading. Alarm! Alarm! Neurotoxin is. The drug, isn't it ready yet? At this moment, the alarm in his mind was loud, and Han Feng contacted Luna with difficulty. Report to Captain Han. The combat laboratory has developed the first batch of antidotes for mental toxins. Quick, make 2, and Tanya. At this moment, Han Feng knew that Tanya was also extremely uncomfortable now, because the poisoning time was the same. Okay, Captain Han. It takes 1,000 gold coins to make an antidote, and 2 bottles cost a total of 2,000. Please confirm. Confirm. Hurry up. Okay, Captain Han. The combat laboratory is making antidotes. Please wait. Wayne, help me inject later. Han Feng instructed the only red alert soldier in the tent. After that, Han Feng fell on the bed, unconscious. Water. After a long time, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes and murmured subconsciously, Captain Han. Water. A few seconds later, Wayne's voice came to his ears. Slowly opening his sore eyes, Han Feng could barely see the water cup in front of him. Helped up by Wayne, Han Feng took the water cup and drank it all. What time is it now? After drinking the water, Han Feng felt better and asked Wayne, Captain Han. It's 4:30 in the morning. Oh my, it's already 4:30. After a pause, Han Feng contacted Luna and asked, Where's Tanya? How is she? Captain Han. Tanya woke up an hour earlier than you, and she has already rested in the terminal. Oh, I'm glad she's fine. After saying that, Han Feng stretched his body, then took out a cigarette to wake himself up. Turning his attention to the system, Han Feng saw that his current number of gold coins was 18,650. Luna, build a heavy factory with less than 20,000 gold coins. Hurry up and build a heavy factory first. Otherwise, you'll spend them all. Reporting to Captain Han, 10,000 gold coins are needed to build a heavy factory. Please confirm. Confirm. When he said the word confirm, Han Feng's heart was filled with joy. The legendary apocalypse. Prism. Phantom. Grizzly. Rhino. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Captain Han. The heavy factory is under construction, and the construction time of the virtual heavy factory will take 48 hours. After listening to Luna, Han Feng's smile froze on his face. It takes 2 days to build a heavy factory? Yes, Captain Han. Please be patient. Huh? After confirming, Han Feng took a deep breath and calmed down. Okay, for the tanks. For the fighters, just 2 days, no rush. Chapter 206, Goodbye Lin Lan. It has been almost 2 months since the zombie outbreak, and the heavy factory is finally under construction. This means that the biggest worry is gone. After taking the last puff of the cigarette, Han Feng threw the cigarette butt down and stomped it out before sitting back on the bed. Luna, how are our troops now? Anyway, I can't sleep for a while, so I might as well understand the current situation of the troops. Report to Captain Han. We now have 156 mobilized soldiers, 41 American soldiers, 2 police dogs, 1 engineer, 2 heavily armed soldiers, and 3 snipers. Hero-level character, Tanya. The above personnel total 206. Oh my god, we have more than 200 people? After listening to Luna's detailed explanation, Han Feng immediately opened his eyes and replied excitedly, I can't believe that the once fragile Han Feng is now the chief commander of more than 200 people, even if converted into a serious Chinese soldier. This is the combat power of 2 companies. Luna, according to the previous organization of 5 people in a small team and 10 small teams in a large team, give me 4 large teams, summon the ones that are not enough now. Han Feng did this for his own reasons. After all, the airport is too big now. Although 200 people sound like a lot, it is not enough when they are really scattered in the airport. Besides, there are also day shift, night shift, patrol shift, etc. Report to Captain Han. To complete the establishment of 4 battalions, we need 4 mobilized soldiers, 2 police dogs, 3 engineers, 2 heavy soldiers, and 1 sniper, which requires a total of 7,500 gold coins. Please confirm. Han Feng, who was originally full of confidence, was speechless when he heard that more than 7,000 gold coins were needed. Han Feng did not speak, but quietly entered the system. 8650. 8,650 gold coins are the numbers displayed in the gold coin column of the system. If we want to summon these soldiers now, then there are only more than 1,100 gold coins left. After the heavy factory is successfully built, tanks must be bought, transport planes, fighters, and so on cannot be left behind. Right? Thinking of this, Han Feng frowned deeply. Not enough money. Han Feng said to himself with a bitter smile after calculating in his heart. So Captain Han is going to cancel the scheduled summons now? Hearing Han Feng's muttering, Luna said. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng gritted his teeth. And after a mental game, he said with a ruthless heart, No. Summon. Confirmed. Okay. Captain Han. For mobilized soldiers, 2 police dogs, 3 engineers, 2 heavily armed soldiers, 1 sniper, etc. are being summoned. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's gold coins instantly decreased by 7,500. Now, Han Feng only has 1,150 gold coins left. 1150, hee. Looking at the number displayed in the gold coin column, Han Feng held his forehead and smiled bitterly. Luna, wait for these newly summoned soldiers to come out and let them assign themselves to the 4 battalions. After a pause, Han Feng continued to instruct, just the same as the previous organization. The sniper is the battalion leader, and the American soldiers are the squadron leaders of each team. 1 police dog, 1 engineer, and 1 heavy soldier in each battalion. Okay, Captain Han. I will assign them. Well, you've worked hard. After thanking him, Han Feng lay down. Lying on the bed, Han Feng relaxed all over. I started thinking about the things that happened during this period. Fuck. Suddenly, Han Feng jumped up from the bed. Damn fox. Snap. After saying that, Han Feng slapped his forehead with his right hand, making a loud noise. Simon! Simon! After urgently contacting Simon in his mind, Han Feng asked without waiting for Simon's reply, Where are Fox and Wei Yun? Report to Captain Han. They are still in their temporary residence and have not come with us. Are there any soldiers left behind? Report to Captain Han. No. After hearing Simon's answer, Han Feng got out of bed, put on his shoes and ran out. While running, Han Feng said to Simon, Simon, you've worked hard now. Take your people and follow me. It's your turn to rest during the day. It was extremely dark now, and it was time for everyone to rest. Han Feng was embarrassed to wake up the sleeping Red Alert soldiers. But Huhu and the others were not protected by the Red Alert soldiers now. And Lin Lan disappeared mysteriously. Okay, Captain Han, where shall we gather? Simon had no complaints about Han Feng's order. Drive 5 armored vehicles and gather at the entrance. Han Feng replied while running towards the entrance. Okay, Captain Han, Simon said, and began to prepare. Ding 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 ding. In the silent night, Han Feng heard 2 running sounds. Hearing the sound and locating the location, Han Feng found that the other footsteps came from behind him. Looking back, Han Feng saw Wayne running not far behind him. Alas, how could I forget Wayne? Han Feng cursed himself and began to slow down his pace. At this time, Han Feng's mind was full of thoughts about the safety of Hulu and the others. For a moment, he even forgot that there were other people in the same tent with him. 3 minutes later, Han Feng and Wayne arrived at the entrance. At the entrance of the safe zone, 5 saber-tooth armored vehicles with lights on were ready. Around here, some awakened survivors and team members rubbed their sleepy eyes and watched the excitement, wondering what Han Feng was going to do in the middle of the night. Where is Brother Han going in the middle of the night? Someone in the crowd asked in confusion. Yawning. Is he going out to eliminate dissidents in order to secure his position as the boss? Bullshit. Brother Yang is dead. What else can he do? People stared at the rows of troops and expressed their thoughts. Let's go and find Hulu and the others. Han Feng, who had rushed over, didn't bother to explain anything. and directly got on the co-pilot seat of the armored vehicle and gave an order. Boom! The 5 armored vehicles that received the orders stepped on the accelerator and headed towards the location of Huhu and the others. Luna, are Huhu and the others okay? Han Feng knew that Luna's radar detection range could cover the location of Huhu and the others. So in the car, Han Feng asked Luna first. Report to Captain Han. Huhu, Wei Yun and others are all doing well. They are still in their temporary residence and have not left. Huh? Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Luna said. A few minutes later, with the 5 armored vehicles leading the way, Han Feng finally arrived near the night bar. But I don't know how many private cars were unlucky on the road. Simon, take some people to pick up Huhu and the others. Looking at the night bar, with its sign hundreds of meters ahead, Han Feng continued, leave me 2 teams to clean up the garbage. Yes, Captain Han, Simon said. And at an intersection, 3 armored vehicles turned and headed for the nearby community. The remaining 2 armored vehicles drove to the night bar with Han Feng. By now, Han Feng was no longer panicked because according to the radar, there was no one else at Huhu's temporary residence. Of course, except for the night bar in front of him. In less than half a minute, 2 armored vehicles parked at the door of the bar. Bang! Han Feng got out of the car, closed the door, and walked towards the bar. Welcome to the night bar, the usher behind the door said respectfully after opening it. Han Feng looked at the waiter and found that he was the bartender who received him last time. So he said, Brother Yang is gone. You are still holding on here? Of course we know that Brother Yang is dead. And we also know that we can't go back to the safe zone. We will die outside. And we won't survive if we go back. The only hope is that you can come later. But I didn't expect you to come so soon. As he spoke, there was no panic on the bartender's face. Maybe he had already prepared himself mentally. Looking at the calm bartender, Han Feng didn't know what to say. Looking around the clean and tidy bar, Han Feng thought that they might as well resist, so that he wouldn't feel too guilty when he took action. Who are you to Brother Yang? Responsible for gathering intelligence? After thinking for a while, Han Feng asked. We belong to the Star Team, the intelligence agency team under Brother Yang. I know that in the safe zone, the 3 major teams have been purged. Please give us a quick death. As he spoke, the bartender slowly lowered his head. Don't worry. Don't worry. Make some drinks first. At this moment, Han Feng was a little uncomfortable. Okay. The bartender finished speaking and walked towards the bar, ready to make the last cocktail of his life. What do you want to drink? I'll make it for you. Suddenly, a familiar female voice came from behind the bar. Han Feng frowned and turned his head to look. Lin Lan? Why are you here? Staring at Lin Lan, Han Feng asked in surprise. While looking at Lin Lan, Han Feng also glanced at the bartender next to him with his peripheral vision, and found that his eyes were also full of surprise. This means that the bartender was not aware of Lin Lan's existence. But it was a coincidence. But is it really a coincidence? Why are you here? Haha, waiting for you. Entering the bar, Lin Lan responded with a smile, and then began to fiddle with the various bottles and jars for cocktails. Are you Lin Lan now? Or, at this time, Han Feng was not sure whether the Lin Lan in front of him was the real Lin Lan. Miss, may I ask? Suddenly, the bartender who had been standing motionless at the side asked the strange beauty. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 6 or 7 knives flew out with Lin Lan's swinging hands. Before the bartender could finish his words, the flying knives accurately pierced his throat, and he could no longer say the rest of the words. At the same time as the bartender, other people in the bar also fell down. A knife was inserted into each of their throats. Hoo-hoo. The bartender who fell to the ground was still struggling to stand up, but he no longer had the strength to support his body. The blood gushing from the bartender's carotid artery splashed on Han Feng's body, but Han Feng just frowned and did not move his body. Staring at the knife on the bartender's neck, Han Feng knew that this was a knife used to cut fruit in the bar. Report to Captain Han. All the survivors in the bar are dead. After a few seconds, Luna in his mind reported to Han Feng. Why did you kill them? Han Feng moved his eyes away from the bartender's body and stared at Lin Lan and asked. Haha, you actually asked me why I killed them. Suddenly, Lin Lan laughed out loud. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and even tears were about to come out of his eyes. Looking at Lin Lan, Han Feng did not speak. but just quietly waited for Lin Lan's explanation. Lin Lan laughed for dozens of seconds, and after stopping laughing, Lin Lan whispered, "Isn't it because you are too weak? What about me?" Suddenly, the bar door behind Han Feng was pushed open, and another familiar female voice came. Turning his head and looking behind him, Han Feng was stunned, because the person who came was none other than Tanya. Chapter 207, Disappointment. Unworthy. Ding 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 ding. Tanya's waterproof steel-toed combat boots made a crisp sound when she walked. A few steps away, Tanya came to Han Feng. At this moment, Han Feng could clearly feel the powerful aura from Tanya. Quiet. At this moment, there was no movement in the bar. Even Han Feng could clearly hear his own heartbeat. 1 second. 2 seconds. As time passed, the smell of blood in the air became more and more pungent. "Would you like to drink something?" Suddenly, Lin Lan, holding a wine glass, stared at Tanya and took the lead in breaking the strange silence. "Whatever. It's fine," Tanya said, without changing her posture. At this moment, she was more like a cheetah about to pounce, always maintaining the best posture to deal with various crises that might arise. "Oh!" After a simple response to Tanya, Lin Lan lowered her head and continued to fiddle with her cocktail. Caught between Lin Lan and Tanya, Han Feng was a little embarrassed. In order to ease the atmosphere, Han Feng smiled and said, "What do you mean when you said I was too weak just now?" "It means literally," Lin Lan blurted out without even raising her head. It was originally intended to ease the embarrassment, but it was unexpectedly even more embarrassing now. Really, I don't think it's that bad." Han Feng laughed, shook his hands and muttered to himself, "Come, kill me." After hearing Han Feng's whisper, Lin Lan raised his hand and threw a pistol at Han Feng, subconsciously catching the pistol in the air. Han Feng asked back, "Why?" Hearing Han Feng ask why, Lin Lan smiled and continued, "You see, this is your indecisive character, always asking why." "Damn! Are you sick? You are an inseparable member of our group. Even if you become like this now, I can't kill you." After saying this angrily, Han Feng threw the pistol in his hand on the small table beside him, and then said, "It's inexplicable. If I don't kill you, I will be indecisive." "What's the reason? What if I kill Lu Rui, Wei Yun, and Wei Peng? Will you kill me?" Who? Bang! Han Feng just finished speaking when Tanya beside him moved. Tanya picked up the pistol on the small table and shot Lin Lan. Ding! At the moment the bullet was fired, Lin Lan actually stepped aside and dodged the fatal bullet. The missed bullet hit the metal product behind the bar, flashing a spark. "Impossible. Impossible," Han Feng muttered after seeing this. "How fast is the bullet?" At such a close distance, it was almost an instant. Why could Lin Lan dodge? Even if I activated my super speed ability, I would never be able to dodge this fast-flying bullet. Prediction. Is it prediction? Lin Lan actually predicted the position where Tanya would shoot at such a close distance. All these things happened in a flash, and Han Feng had no time to do anything because it was beyond his reaction limit. "He won't." "I can do it," Tanya said coldly while keeping the shooting posture. "Why?" Han Feng stared at Tanya in front of him with an incredible look and asked, "She obviously didn't do anything? She was just talking. Why shoot her?" "Ha ha ha. Did you see it? This is the person you want to protect? It's so funny." Looking at Han Feng and Tanya, Lin Lan laughed. "The one in front of you is no longer her. Since she can say such words, it means that she has had this idea in her heart." Staring at Lin Lan, Tanya continued to explain to Han Feng, "For all unknown things, the best way is to destroy, especially when the other party's hostility is greater than goodwill." "Oh my god! Are you two going to brainwash me? What the hell is this bullshit?" Looking back and forth at the two, Han Feng was a little stunned. Maybe they are good teenagers in society. Han Feng was very puzzled by their radical remarks. Why can't we sit down and talk? Why do we have to fight to the death? Why must we do it in this way? As a leader, the most taboo thing is to be soft-hearted. One of your decisions may cause immeasurable losses in the future. When saying this, Tanya's eyes never left Lin Lan. Even the gun in her hand. "Some losses you can afford. Some losses," Tanya said here, and then stopped talking. After Tanya finished speaking, Han Feng gradually lowered his head. Yeah, it would have been better if Tanya didn't say anything. Once she said it, Han Feng remembered every stupid order he had issued since the zombie outbreak. How many Red Alert soldiers were killed by these stupid orders? The former number 3 and number 4. The former Winter Soldier. But Han Feng wanted to find some reasons to refute Tanya. But his mind was empty at this time. And he couldn't think of any words that could be used. Report to Captain Han. Wei Yun and others have been safely picked up. Please give instructions. Suddenly, Luna's report came to Han Feng's mind. You go first. Go back to the airport and wait for me. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng raised his head and looked at Lin Lan, wondering what exactly was living in her body. Your drinks? Drink them without worry. They are not poisonous. Under Han Feng's gaze, Lin Lan placed 2 cocktails on the bar and pushed them. In response to Han Feng's gaze, Lin Lan also stared at Han Feng and said, I am really disappointed that I didn't see your change. If you continue like this, you really don't deserve it. After listening to Lin Lan's words, Han Feng's eyes widened, and his mind began to quickly think about the meaning of these words. I'm leaving first. Bai Lin Lan waved and went out of the bar, then walked towards the back door of the bar. Tanya's gun followed Lin Lan's movement slowly, but her body did not move at all, and she had no intention of catching up. After a few seconds, Lin Lan disappeared from Han Feng's sight. During this period, Han Feng had been thinking about the words left by Lin Lan, so he did not say anything like staying. Report to Captain Han. Lin Lan has gone far away. After dozens of seconds, Luna reported. Well, let her go. Han Feng responded helplessly. Sitting on the sofa in the booth, Han Feng took out a cigarette, lit it, and looked at Tanya and said, You don't seem to be very interested this time? What do you mean you are not interested? Tanya picked up the cigarette on the table and lit it after sitting in the booth. Why didn't you catch up with her this time? I couldn't keep her. Spitting out a puff of white mist, Tanya said softly. Didn't you want to keep her last time? She has become stronger. Even if I can catch up with her, I am not sure if I can beat her. Even if I can beat her, it is another question whether I can keep her. It's only been a few days? Only 2 or 3 days. She has become so much stronger? After hearing Tanya's words, Han Feng was a little surprised. Tanya, who is so strong, actually expressed to him a feeling of not as good as others? Just because she fired 7 or 8 flying knives of different sizes with one hand. Just because she dodged the bullet I fired just now. Tanya frowned, scanned the throats of each corpse, and then looked at the bullet holes she had just fired. Oh, forget it. Let's go back first. Han Feng turned his head to look at the door of the bar and found that the sky was slightly bright. Okay. After Tanya's concise answer, Han Feng and his group began to drive away from the night bar and headed towards the airport. At this moment, there is no such night bar in this city anymore. 10 minutes later, Han Feng returned to the airport. After asking Luna, Han Feng learned that the current time was a little after 5:40. It was still a little dark at this time, but some tents had already started fires and were preparing to make breakfast. Back in his tent, Han Feng lay down and planned to take a short rest. After all, I was tired all day and tossed all night. Lying on the bed, Han Feng kept thinking of Lin Lan's words. I'm really disappointed that I didn't see your change. If you continue like this, you really don't deserve it. Disappointed, unworthy, disappointed, unworthy. After a long time, Han Feng repeated these 2 words. Is it Lin Lan who is disappointed in me? Or is it the person behind Lin Lan who is disappointed in me? Why is he disappointed in me? What does he need me to do? Frowning, Han Feng said to himself, unworthy? This means that someone wants me to become stronger, and then do something that matches each other. So what is this? Han Feng kept trying to figure out what Lin Lan said. What kind of things would require one to be cold-blooded, ruthless, and decisive to be competent? Damn. It's so confusing. What's the connection? After thinking for a long time, Han Feng had no idea. No matter how these words are connected, it's impossible to guess what will happen next. Luna, where's Huhu? At this moment, Han Feng decided not to think about it. It would be better to chat with Huhu and the others instead of guessing them. Report to Captain Han. Huhu and the others are taking a shower and will have breakfast soon. Haha, that's right. I haven't showered for so long. Of course. Han Feng paused here. Speaking of showering, Han Feng found that he hadn't showered for many days. I didn't feel anything when I was hanging out with these people every day. But now? Luna, find me a bathroom. I have to take a shower too. Okay. Captain Han. The route is being planned for you. Brother Han. Are you back? When Luna was preparing to navigate, Kong Xiang's voice came from outside the tent. Hearing the noise, Han Feng got off the bed and responded while walking out. I'm back. I'm back. Then wait a moment. Breakfast is being made. Don't worry. Don't worry, I have something else to do. I'll be back soon. He opened the curtain of the tent and strode forward along the route of the navigation. Chapter 208. Unable to build Guangling Tower. After washing and putting on new clothes, it was already 6:30 in the morning. While having breakfast with Wei Yun and the others, Han Feng roughly talked about how he occupied the airport. Of course, Han Feng briefly mentioned the dangerous things to avoid their worries. After all, the things were over. After breakfast, Han Feng called a few teams and asked them to take Wei Yun and others to visit the airport. After all, he might have to live here for a long time in the future. After watching Hu Hu and the others go away, Han Feng began to prepare for the lunch banquet. Han Feng first called 4 engineers and asked them to try to repair Terminal 1, which was not too seriously damaged. 2 teams of people were assigned to transport waste rocks and other construction waste. In addition, Han Feng also found the chefs in the terminal and asked them to cook their specialties soon. A few hours passed, and the lunch was about to begin. Standing in the relatively intact terminal hall, Han Feng looked at the busy crowd and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Dozens of minutes later, everyone, please be quiet, everyone. Please be quiet. Suddenly, Brother Wang's loud voice sounded from the loudspeaker of the terminal. Lunch is about to begin now. Please let our hero Han Feng come up and say a few words. Come on. Applaud. Pa 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 pa. Under the leadership of Brother Wang, waves of applause like tides came from the terminal hall. Lifting his legs to the temporary podium, Han Feng took the microphone. First, a few opening remarks. Thanked the audience. And then Han Feng began to speak the lines he had thought of. First, this airport will be led by Brother Wang in the future. I believe that under the leadership of Brother Wang, the airport will become more and more brilliant. Oh! Long live Brother Wang. After Han Feng finished speaking, the first person to cheer was Kong Xiang. Really? Can this be given up? What ability does Brother Wang have? How can he be worthy of? The domination team is soaring this time. With Han Feng, the big brother, the airport is now as solid as a rock. The people present instantly split into 2 sides. One side was those who refuted Wang Ji's leadership, and the other side was Wang Ji's firm support group. Shh! Everyone be quiet. Listen to me. Hey! What about us? This terminal is like this. Where are we going? Suddenly, several loud voices interrupted Han Feng, who was organizing the order. Who are you? Han Feng looked at the person who said this and asked with a frown. I am the head of HS. Who are you? Why do these troops obey your orders? The troops are back. Where are your documents? Luna. Who is he? Looking at the man in his 30s or 40s under the stage, Han Feng asked. Report to Captain Han. This man claims to be the head of the city. He had asked the Red Alert soldiers questions before, but the Red Alert soldiers ignored him. Oh, is that so? Hey! Come on! Where are your documents? Seeing Han Feng looking at him for a long time without saying anything, the man grinned and continued to shout. So you don't have any documents? That's good. I will lead the people at the airport, and then we will wait for the country's rescue together. He looking at this self-directed and self-acted leader. Han Feng laughed. Hey! What are you laughing at? Can you do whatever you want just because you have a private guard? Come down quickly. Is the stage a place for you to stay? Luna. Who is he? Han Feng asked, looking at the man standing behind the chief and supporting him. Report to Captain Han. This man claims to be the chief and is a subordinate of the chief. What the hell is this? Han Feng said disdainfully, looking at the clowns. I told you to come down. The chief wants to speak. Are you deaf? Seeing that Han Feng was still unmoved, the chief pointed at Han Feng and roared. Are you a dog? You can bark so loudly. Wayne, throw him out. Han Feng glanced at the chief and raised his hand to signal Wayne. Yes, Captain Han. Wayne took the order and walked towards the chief. Hey! 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 I warn you. The people will not be deceived by you guys. Seeing that Wayne was still approaching, the chief continued to shout, I am the chief. Who dares to touch me? Who dares? You have eaten an ambitious leopard. Ouch! Let go! Let go! Gently. After a few seconds, the voice of the chief could no longer be heard in the hall. This young man? I think you are also a talent. How about this? You will work under me in the future. The chief is indeed the chief, and his ability to adapt to the situation is really not to be underestimated. I have never seen you in the safe zone. Where do you live? Looking at the chief, Han Feng continued to ask questions. I live in this terminal. Yesterday, Chung Ji asked us to go to another place for refuge, saying that we would come back after it was over. I didn't expect you to kill him. This murder is a serious crime. When the country recovers this place, you will go to jail. The chief changed his routine and wanted to use the words of jail to intimidate Han Feng. In the eyes of Shirchong, a kid like Han Feng who just graduated from college can be fooled by a few words. Well, then what? Han Feng rubbed his chin and asked calmly. Then, if you can assist me, I will give you a report at that time. And you can. Shirchong paused halfway through his words, his eyes fixed elsewhere. Following Shirchang's line of sight, Han Feng turned his head to look. Haha. It was indeed Tanya. I have seen this girl. She is with you. Right? Haha, how about this? Let her be my secretary. You can choose any position in this city in the future. Hey, wait. Han Feng urgently stopped the unrealistic idea of persimmon and asked, I just heard you say that you are going to take refuge somewhere else. Who else do you have? Leaders from all districts in the city and pointed out. I'll give you a good place. Han Feng interrupted Persimmon and said with a raised corner of his mouth. Okay, wait a minute. After that, Persimmon turned around and waved his hand and said, Come out, I said I would lead you. I will definitely let you live a good life. Haha. Looking at the excited Persimmon and the people who came out of the crowd one after another, Han Feng picked up the microphone and said, Anyone else? Tens of seconds later, all the leaders arrived at the roll call of Chief Shi. Okay. Brother Wang. Watch out. Drive these people out of the safe zone and let them fight their way into the safe zone. We don't want to keep parasites in our safe zone. Okay. Boss. You are wise. Yes. Get them out. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, the people in the hall cheered instantly. You don't keep your word. Why do you want us to get out? Only then did Chief Shi realize that he had been fooled, and he shouted at Han Feng angrily. Everyone. Let's overthrow him together. I believe the country will definitely rescue us. When the time comes, if you really have the ability, start from the bottom. Okay. You guys go. Interrupting the speech of the head, Han Feng ordered in his mind to let the Red Alert soldiers expel this group of leaders. The Red Alert soldiers acted very quickly. In just a few tens of seconds, there was no parasite in the terminal hall. Then, Han Feng talked about the issue of Brother Wang's authority, and then entered the final part of the lunch. Let's eat. This lunch lasted until 2:30 in the afternoon, and everyone left with satisfaction. In the afternoon, Han Feng led the team to go out and kill zombies. There was no way. There were only a little over 1,000 gold coins, which was too little. In order to earn tanks and fighters, Han Feng knew that he had to earn gold coins non-stop. As for the armed forces that Lin Lan mentioned, Han Feng planned to wait until the heavy factory was built before going there. The killing continued until 6 p.m., and the gold coins accumulated to 8,000. And Han Feng called everyone to return home. On the way, Han Feng received a report from Luna. Report to Captain Han. You have occupied the airport for more than 24 hours. May I ask if you can use the airport as a temporary base now? Sure. After listening to Luna's report, Han Feng realized the term temporary base. Okay. Captain Han. The temporary base is set. Set the location. HS Airport. After speaking, Luna paused, and then said, Captain Han, you can now build a defense system around the airport. Okay. I got it. Responding to Luna, Han Feng's attention came to the system. Wall. Machine gun bunker. Sentry gun. Guanling Tower. Guanling Tower? Han Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the Guanling Tower. After exiting the defense system list, Han Feng also looked at the number of gold coins. 8,059 gold coins. Just enough to build a Guanling Tower worth 8,000 gold coins. In this case, Luna, build the Guanling Tower. After speaking to Luna, Han Feng began to imagine the majestic appearance of the Guanling Tower. Report to Captain Han. Are you sure you want to build the Guanling Tower? Listening to Luna's question, Han Feng felt a little weird, thinking that Luna's normal question should not be report to Captain Han. The Guangling Tower is built for 8,000. Please confirm. This sentence? Why did she ask whether to build it this time? Reporting to Captain Han. Are you sure to build a Lightning Tower? Seeing that Han Feng had some doubts, Luna asked again. Is there any problem? Han Feng did not answer the question directly. Reporting to Captain Han. The Lightning Tower will have no defensive effect if it is built in the airport. What do you mean? Luna's words confused Han Feng. What does no defensive effect mean? The airport cannot provide the power required by the Lightning Tower. So the Lightning Tower will not be able to perform beam attacks. After listening to Luna's explanation, Han Feng scratched his head and frowned and asked back, doesn't the Lightning Tower need 100 degrees of electricity each time it attacks? Such a large airport is still short of 100 degrees of electricity? Reporting to Captain Han. The airport is now only powered by diesel generators, which is a continuous power supply. But the light tower needs to use 100 degrees of electricity in an instant. So the diesel generator cannot supply the energy storage of the light tower. Oh, that's right. It was not until Luna finished speaking that Han Feng remembered that the electricity rat of the light tower was an instantaneous energy storage. So, the airport is not suitable for building a light tower. Yes, Captain Han. Chapter 209, 10,000 Arrows Shot. Han Feng felt a little disappointed when he saw that the mighty Guangling Tower could not be built. Giving up the Guangling Tower, Han Feng looked at other defensive weapons. Machine gun bunker, sentry gun. Staring at these two defensive weapons, Han Feng began to weigh the pros and cons. Luna, build a machine gun bunker. After a few seconds, Han Feng decided to build a machine gun bunker. In Han Feng's opinion, the biggest enemy now is zombies. The machine gun bunker with 5,000 rounds of bullets is not as powerful as the sentry gun. But facing the zombies like a sea of waves, the machine gun bunker is definitely worth the money. Report to Captain Han. It takes 2,500 gold coins to build a machine gun bunker. Please confirm. Confirmed. Okay. Captain Han. The machine gun bunker will take 5 minutes to build. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's gold coins were instantly withdrawn by 2,500. At this time, the number displayed in the gold coin column dropped to 559. Han Feng sighed and prayed that the tank would not be too expensive. When he returned to the safe zone, the machine gun bunker was ready and only needed to be built. Luna, put the machine gun bunker at this entrance and exit. Han Feng got off the car and measured the distance. The location in front of the entrance and exit of the safe zone was just enough for the construction of the machine gun bunker. So Han Feng pointed to a small piece of open space and said, Okay, Captain Han. Boom. The moment Luna finished speaking, a machine gun bunker suddenly appeared in front of Han Feng, making a dull sound of hitting the ground. Wow! What is this? Oh my god! I'm scared to death. The people in front of the entrance and exit were shocked when they saw this huge monster suddenly appear. Luna, tell them to send a mobilized soldier to the machine gun bunker every day for the team on duty at the entrance and exit. As for the rotation issue, let them allocate it themselves. Looking at the machine gun bunker, Han Feng thought for a while and said, Okay, Captain Han. There will be personnel in the machine gun bunker 24 hours a day. Okay, thanks. A few minutes later, Han Feng returned to his new home Terminal 1. After a day of repairs, with the joint efforts of 4 engineers and 100 Red Alert soldiers, Terminal 1 no longer had any traces of fighting. Of course, except for the big hole on the rooftop. Living in a clean and bright suite, with 3 meals a day prepared by professional chefs. This is a life that Han Feng could not imagine before the end of the world, not to mention that Wei Yunhu and others have such a safe environment to live in. After having dinner with Lu Rui and others, Han Feng resumed his previous habits and wandered downstairs with a cigarette in his mouth. Looking at the bright moonlight, Han Feng couldn't help but think of Lin Lan. In the past, at this time, Lin Lan would always accompany him for a walk. After a day of hard work, Han Feng fell asleep. But before going to bed, Han Feng's mobile phone finally had a power supply to charge. In the morning, dong dong dong, Brother Han, get up. This time, it was not only Kong Xiang who acted as a human alarm clock, but also Wei Peng. Here I come. Han Feng responded and sat up from the bed. After a simple wash and breakfast, Han Feng continued yesterday's operation to go out and kill zombies and earn gold coins. Because the destination this time was far away. For safety reasons, Han Feng brought Tanya and the first-level wild orc. After getting everything ready, Han Feng boarded the co-pilot seat of the armored vehicle and ordered, "Let's go to the city center." That's right. In order to make more money, Han Feng took away 2 whole battalions of people and countless ammunition this time. He brought 30 rocket launchers alone. There were even more rockets of various types. The front force had 10 saber-tooth armored vehicles and 10 ordinary off-road vehicles. And the air force was the armed helicopter driven by Tanya. Because the troops were quite large, it took more than 40 minutes to reach the shopping mall in the city center. The 1st Battalion first used cold weapons to clear the surrounding zombies and tried to minimize the noise. The 2nd unit prepared ammunition and was ready to attack the mall at any time. Sitting in the car, Han Feng issued the first order, watching the first team get off the car and slaughter the lone zombies with various knives. Han Feng was a little happy. He thought that the gold coins would skyrocket this time. This time I'm going to get rich. Haha then. The 2nd team got off the car and took out various weapons from the trunk of the SUV following behind, including weapons of mass destruction such as rocket launchers. In the sky, the armed helicopter landed on the rooftop of the mall without making too much noise. "Sir, I have cleared the zombies on the rooftop." Tens of seconds later, Tanya's calm voice sounded in Han Feng's mind. Okay, after responding to Tanya, Han Feng contacted Luna again and said, "Luna, use the radar to scan here. Report to Team Han. The radar scan requires 100 gold coins. Please confirm." "Confirm." "Okay, Team Han. The radar is scanning. Please wait." After a few seconds, Luna continued, "Report to Team Han. The radar scan is completed. A supply box was found within the radar scanning range." "Haha, I knew it," Han Feng said with a smile after hearing Luna's report. According to his understanding of the nature of the system, the more dangerous the place, the greater the probability of the supply box appearing. Sure enough, there was a small golden dot flashing inside the mall on the radar interface. And this small golden dot is the supply box. "Luna, where is the exact location of the supply box?" "On the radar display." Han Feng only saw the location of the supply box, but didn't know which floor of the mall it was on. "Report to Captain Han. The supply box is on the 2nd floor of the mall. This mall has 4 floors." "Okay. I got it." After replying to Luna, Han Feng sat in the car, stroking his chin and began to think. How can I get this supply box? "Report to Captain Han. The zombies outside have been cleared. The nearby intersections have also been occupied by various teams. Please give instructions." While Han Feng was still thinking, Simon's report sounded. "Okay. Now, except for the necessary teams at each intersection, all the others come back to get their equipment. Let's prepare to rush into the mall." "Yes, Captain Han." After that, Simon led 5 teams back to the off-road vehicle to get weapons. "Luna, are you sure the supply box won't be damaged?" Looking at the red alert soldiers ready to go, Han Feng asked Luna. "Report to Captain Han. The supply box has the property of being absolutely indestructible." "Okay. That's good." After talking to Luna, Han Feng began to give orders. All red alert soldiers. "Rockets ready. Fire!" Swoosh. 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 The moment Han Feng gave the order, 30 rocket launchers pulled the trigger. A full 30 rockets, carrying hot tail flames, came out in full force. Whoosh. Whoosh. The rockets made bursts of wind-breaking sounds while flying. This scene of thousands of arrows firing at once made Han Feng very excited. Boom. 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 A few seconds later, the 1st and 2nd floors of the mall suffered a devastating attack. The shockwaves swept the broken wall debris, stirring up layers of dust, making it impossible for Han Feng to see the situation behind this layer of fog. Roar! Roar! As the overwhelming attack ended, the roar of zombies came from the mall. Haha, seeing the gold coins rise by more than 600 in an instant, Han Feng knew that the bombing just now killed a large number of zombies. Soldiers holding bazookas. Load rockets. The rest of you get ready for battle. Counting the roars of the zombies, Han Feng stared at the 1st floor of the mall and began to wait. 1 second. 2 seconds. Roar! Suddenly, the first zombie rushed out of the fog and roared towards the nearest red alert soldier. At this distance, Han Feng clearly saw that this zombie was a level 2 zombie. Duh. As more and more zombies rushed out, the red alert soldiers began to attack on their own. For a while, gunfire rang out. Rockets! Attack! Estimating the number of zombies behind the dust, Han Feng ordered the second round of rocket attacks. Swoosh! Swoosh! The moment the 30 red alert soldiers pulled the trigger together, the second round of rocket bombing began. Boom! Boom boom boom! Even under the cover of dust, Han Feng could still see the splendid flames rising to the sky. Tat! Tat! The small gravel produced by the explosion collapsed on the armored vehicle, making crackling sounds. After the explosion, Han Feng looked at the gold coins. Ha ha! It has risen by more than 700. Rockets. Keep preparing. Until now, Han Feng has not lost a single soldier. If we continue to fight in this way, even if there are more zombies in the mall, they will just give away gold coins in vain. Tanya, when the zombies are almost consumed, I will lead the troops to rush in. By then, we will cooperate with each other and get the supply box. Okay, I'll wait for you. At this time, Tanya was holding a cigarette, lying on the edge of the rooftop railing, watching the battle downstairs. Roar! Suddenly, a very deep roar sounded in the mall. Hearing this roar, Han Feng knew the 4th level zombies were about to come out. Bang 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 bang. Even though there were dense gunshots outside, Han Feng could still hear the footsteps of the 4th level zombies running and the slight trembling of the ground. A few seconds later, a super big guy rushed out of the fog and rushed towards the red alert soldiers with his arms waving. Rockets. Focus on it. The moment he saw the 4th level zombie, Han Feng gave an order directly. Swoosh. 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 This time, the 30 rockets had a common target. The level 4 zombie. Boom. Boom. The close-range concentrated fire of the 30 rockets made the armored vehicle, where Han Feng was located, shake and creak. A few seconds later, the explosion ended. 1,000 gold coins were credited, which also meant the death of the level 4 zombie. This time, Han Feng witnessed the death of the level 4 zombie with his own eyes. The red alert soldiers gave 1,000 gold coins for killing the level 4 zombie. So if they killed it themselves, it would be 10,000 gold coins. Haha, isn't this level 4 zombie very tough? It can't withstand 30 rockets. Brother. Looking at the place where the level 4 zombies died, Han Feng said with a smile. Rockets continued to reload, having tasted the sweetness of rockets. Han Feng continued to give orders. Report to Captain Han. There are not enough rockets for the next round of attack. At this time, Luna suddenly said, Not enough rockets? Hearing Luna's report, Han Feng asked back in confusion. In Han Feng's impression, a lot of rockets were prepared. Yes, Captain Han. When we set out, we prepared a total of 100 rockets, but the 3 rounds of attacks just now have consumed 90 rockets. In other words, we only have 10 rockets left now. Yes, Captain Han. Chapter 210, Insufficient Authority. Okay, let's prepare these 10 rockets first, and the rest of the people go get the equipment for the advance. After saying that, Han Feng thought for a moment and added, snipers. Keep an eye on emergencies. The powerful weapon rockets were used up, and Han Feng could only start the next battle plan. Yes, Captain Han. In his mind, the 2 snipers responded in unison. Huh? Taking a deep breath, Han Feng opened the car door. After getting off the car, Han Feng watched and listened to the movement. After a few seconds, well, it seems that the most difficult level 4 zombie should be gone. After listening for such a long time, Han Feng did not hear the roar or running of the 4th level zombies. Da-da-da. Da-da. The sound of gunfire kept ringing in his ears, but it was all aimed at the zombies that had just rushed out of the fog. All soldiers, hold the position. Wait until the smoke clears. Then we will go, Han Feng ordered, watching the fog dissipate bit by bit. After speaking, Han Feng turned around and walked towards the off-road vehicle behind him. Opening the trunk, Han Feng picked up the weapons at random. Assault rifle. For spare magazines for assault rifles. For grenades. 2 pistols. For spare magazines for pistols. Han Feng muttered while hanging the equipment on his body. All soldiers slowly advanced to the entrance of the mall. 2 minutes later, the fog dissipated. In order to achieve a better view, Han Feng waited for dozens of seconds. Duh. As Han Feng's order was issued, the red alert soldiers' gunfire became dense again, and they slowly rushed towards the mall. Stop! When the first row of red alert soldiers stood 5 meters away from the entrance of the mall, Han Feng opened his mouth and ordered to stop the advance. At this distance, even if a level 3 zombie rushed out, Han Feng could react immediately and organize a counterattack. Even if he couldn't react in time, there were still 2 snipers in the high sniper position. Well-trained snipers can kill the 3rd level zombies the moment they rush out. Anyway, there is plenty of time, and the zombies in the mall can be exhausted slowly. At this moment, Han Feng used the delay tactic and decided to use ammunition to pile up damage instead of rushing mindlessly. Duh. Zombies rushed down from the upstairs one after another, and the gunfire around Han Feng never stopped. 5 minutes later, this battle lasted for 5 minutes. During this period, Han Feng only saw the 1st and 2nd level zombies rushing out, but never the 3rd level. The smell of conspiracy is getting stronger and stronger. Tanya, is there anything unusual on the rooftop? Han Feng felt a little uneasy at this time. He always felt that something was going to happen, but he couldn't figure it out. No, the door to the rooftop is locked. No one can get in. Facing Han Feng's solemn answer, Tanya replied leisurely, Okay, let's wait a little longer. When saying this, Han Feng hoped to see the 3rd level zombies rushing out. Because if he led the team into the mall at this time, if he encountered a 3rd level zombie, then even if the sniper had great skills, he couldn't penetrate the wall to kill the 3rd level zombie. Without long-range precision sniping, the result of encountering a 3rd level zombie would be disastrous. Watching the zombies rushing and falling, Han Feng estimated that at least 100 zombies died during this period. Hundreds of zombies rushed out of the tiny mall. Han Feng would never believe that there were no high-level zombies in charge. After another 3 or 4 minutes, Han Feng's sense of loss of control became stronger and stronger. Gradually, he couldn't sit still. Everyone, retreat! Evacuate here first. After the order was issued, Han Feng contacted Tanya and said, Tanya, how many weapons and equipment did the armed helicopter bring? Weapons and equipment? Fully loaded. Be more specific. 8 Red Arrow 8, HJ8, wire-guided anti-tank missiles, and a lot of chain gun bullets. But there is no assistant on the helicopter, so we can't shoot, which is a bit regrettable. After listening to Tanya, Han Feng said directly, Okay, take off now. Aim at this mall and fill me with damage. Really? What Han Feng didn't expect was that Tanya was even more excited than himself at this time. Really? Okay. After getting Han Feng's affirmation again, Tanya ran towards the armed helicopter excitedly and began to pull up. Looking at the armed helicopter hovering in the sky, Han Feng heard Tanya's voice in his mind. Sir! Run! Fuck! Did you see something? No, I'm afraid the missile will blow you up. Although Han Feng was a little speechless, he still followed Tanya's instructions and asked all Red Alert soldiers to retreat 100 meters away from the mall, including various vehicles. Swoosh! Swoosh! Han Feng heard the piercing roar of missiles from the sky just after retreating to a safe distance. Hearing the noise, Han Feng immediately turned around and saw 8 missiles lined up in a row, flying towards the mall. Oh my god! Boom! 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 With Han Feng's exclamation, 8 missiles successfully hit the mall. A huge explosion occurred in the mall. Boom! Boom! When the last missile exploded, the entire mall collapsed. At the cost of 60 rockets and 8 Red Arrow missiles, Han Feng finally successfully collapsed the mall. Luna, will the supply box really not be damaged? Staring at the hill-like ruins, Han Feng subconsciously asked Luna. Report to Captain Han. The supply box will definitely not be damaged. Luna continued to explain again without getting tired of it. After listening to Luna's report, Han Feng's mouth kept rising. And then he said, All soldiers, charge into the original site of the mall. Prepare for battle. Kill any zombies that can move immediately. Ha ha ha. Supply box? Here I come. Standing on the ruins with 2 large teams of people, Han Feng first ordered to find surviving zombies. 20 minutes later, there was no movement in the entire ruins. All soldiers of the 1st Battalion, dig down here. The 2nd Battalion, disperse the squads to the edge of the ruins, and keep alert at all times. It was only now that Han Feng began to dig down according to the location of the supply box on the radar display. Looking at the busy people, Han Feng retreated to the armored vehicle and lit a cigarette, and Tanya, according to Han Feng's instructions, parked the armed helicopter on the nearest high-rise building and waited for orders. Half an hour later. Report to the Han team. The supply box has been found. Suddenly, Luna in his mind sent a good news. The supply box has been found. Okay. Wait for me. Hearing that the supply box was unearthed, Han Feng replied excitedly and rushed towards the ruins. Arriving at the ruins, Han Feng looked around and didn't find the supply box. So he asked in confusion, "Where is the supply box?" Following Han Feng's question, a mobilized soldier handed over something that looked like an envelope and said, "Report to Captain Han. This is it." Luna, is this a supply box? This is a supply box? Pointing at the envelope, Han Feng asked Luna. Report to Captain Han. This is a supply box. Is this really a supply box? Report to Captain Han. This is really a supply box. Having said so much, Han Feng just wanted to confirm whether this envelope was a supply box. In Han Feng's subconscious, how could a supply box contain a few pieces of paper? Didn't the red alert soldier take it by mistake? However, after Luna's repeated confirmation, Han Feng finally believed that this was a supply box. Staring at the thin envelope in his hand, Han Feng observed hesitantly. Silver white surface. Opaque material. It feels like paper. And when you pinch it, it's paper inside. That's right. Open the supply box. Since he couldn't guess what it was, Han Feng directly said the word open. No matter what's inside, you can open it and see it. Report to Captain Han. You don't have the authority to open this supply box now. As Han Feng opened it, the next sound was not the familiar ding sound, but Luna's notification of opening without permission. I can't open this supply box now? At this time, Han Feng was a little surprised. He is the highest commander of the Red Alert system, but he still doesn't have the permission to open it. Yes, Captain Han. You don't have the permission to open this supply box for the time being. Then how can I unlock the permission? Open the supply box? Report to Captain Han. Wait until the heavy factory is built. Your permission will be upgraded. And then you can open this supply box. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng did not answer, but took out his mobile phone to check the time. 14:58. Almost 3 p.m. Okay, let's wait anyway. The construction of the heavy factory is only 14 hours away. Han Feng waved his hand and said, all soldiers, go home. Tanya, you should fly back directly. Okay, sir. On the way back, Han Feng focused on the system. And unexpectedly, a surprise was waiting for him. Wow! 20,000 gold coins. The first thing Han Feng did when he entered the system was to check his current accumulated gold coins. And the number displayed in the gold coin column was exactly 21,036. When the armed helicopter bombed them all, Han Feng also took a special look at the gold coins, which were less than 8,000 at the time. Unexpectedly, after 8 missiles were fired, the price would rise by more than 13,000. Haha. I'm rich. I'm rich. Han Feng had never been so rich before. So much so that he was a little out of control now. Dancing in the armored vehicle, venting his excitement. An hour later, Han Feng returned to the airport. When he got off the car, Han Feng's mouth was still upturned. Along the way, Han Feng's mouth was so happy that he never closed it. And he looked like a nouveau riche. Sister, look at my brother-in-law. Standing behind Wei Yun, Wei Peng pointed at Han Feng, who was walking in a dancing posture in the distance and said, maybe he encountered something happy. That's not the case. Chapter 211, Mysterious File Bag. In the evening, during dinner time, Han Feng still couldn't control his emotions, and his expression of joy was all over his face. The people who didn't know what was going on looked confused. During this period, Wei Peng asked Han Feng several times why he was so happy. But Han Feng always had a mysterious expression, and said that you will know tomorrow, etc. In Han Feng's mind, he was thinking about giving everyone a surprise when the tank was summoned. When he thought of the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Han Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth a little. The people who couldn't get the answer could only give up and wait for the surprise that Han Feng said tomorrow. After a quick dinner, Han Feng changed his usual walking habit and returned to his bedroom early. When entering the bedroom, Han Feng glanced at the mobilized soldier guarding the door, and then said, "If there is no special or urgent matter, no one can disturb me." "Yes." Accompanied by the mobilized soldier's sonorous answer, Han Feng turned around and closed the door. Sitting on the bed, Han Feng looked at the time. It's past 9 in the evening, and there are about 8 hours left before the construction of the heavy factory is completed. After muttering to himself, Han Feng contacted Luna and said, "Luna, wake me up 15 minutes before the construction of the heavy factory is completed." "Okay, Captain Han." After arranging everything, Han Feng took off his clothes, took a simple shower and lay down. 7 hours later. Captain Han. Captain Han. There are 14 minutes and 59 seconds left before the construction of the heavy factory is completed. Luna's precise alarm rang on time. Huh? Han Feng squinted his hazy eyes between half asleep and half awake. After a few seconds of brain restart, Han Feng immediately regained his spirit. "Okay. I know," sitting up from the bed. Han Feng simply responded to Luna. After washing up, Han Feng sat on a chair, smoking a cigarette and counting down the countdown to the heavy factory. 3, 2, 1. Report to Captain Han. The construction of the virtual building heavy factory has been completed. When Han Feng's silent countdown ended, Luna's voice sounded immediately. "Okay. I can't wait any longer. Let me. Congratulations to the commander for unlocking 6 major buildings, including the virtual building base, virtual building power station, virtual building barracks, virtual building radar, virtual building combat laboratory, and virtual building heavy factory. The commander's level authority has now been increased, and he will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins." Han Feng had just said half of his words when the long-lost mechanical sound sounded first. Before Han Feng could react, he felt that his gold coins suddenly increased by 10,000. Now the number of gold coins he has accumulated has reached a terrifying 23,000. Almost 24,000. Since the commander has unlocked all the main buildings, the system has triggered a random lottery. "Do you want to draw now?" Han Feng, who was confused by the system, didn't have time to say anything before he heard the mechanical voice report again. Hearing this, Han Feng suddenly remembered that when he first had the red alert system, there was also such a lottery event. However, the time interval was too long, and Han Feng almost forgot that there was a lottery in this system. What can I get from the lottery? Han Feng thought about it. The last lottery only gave him grenades for the mobilized soldiers. For him who now has a whole arsenal, grenades are not very powerful. This lottery is a random lottery by the system, and the prizes are not fixed. "Do you want to draw the lottery now?" The mechanical voice of the system almost answered with a nonsense. "Draw if you draw a Guangling tank or an Apocalypse tank. You will make a lot of money." "Okay, Commander. The lottery is in progress. Please wait." After a few seconds, with a ding sound, the prizes were settled. "Congratulations, Commander, for winning 1 Molotov cocktail for all combat units." After the system finished speaking, the air was silent for a few seconds. "Is that all?" "Yes, Captain Han. The lucky draw has ended, and the prize is 1 Molotov cocktail for all combat units." "Damn! Are you kidding me? Molotov cocktails? Do you think we are kids fighting on the street? And you're still burning Molotov cocktails?" Han Feng felt that the mysterious gift he unexpectedly received did not match the Apocalypse tank he had imagined in his mind, and he went a little crazy at this moment. The system did not take the challenge and let Han Feng calm down. After dozens of seconds, Han Feng finally realized the fact that this burning bottle was useless. "Come in for a moment." In his mind, Han Feng contacted the mobilized soldier at the door of his bedroom. Looking at the mobilized soldier who pushed the door open, Han Feng began to observe the extra small bottle on his waist. "Give me the burning bottle." As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, the mobilized soldier took off the burning bottle from his waist and handed it over. Han Feng smiled while playing with the burning bottle in his hand, which was only 2/3 the size of a normal beer bottle. The dark brown bottle looked no different from an ordinary beer bottle, and there was no logo on the bottle. Holding the bottle, Han Feng noticed that there was a small pull ring on the bottle mouth, and there was no ignition cotton or something like that as he had thought before. Putting the bottle mouth close to his nose, Han Feng sniffed it gently. "No smell?" Han Feng, who did not smell any fuel, asked in a low voice, putting the incendiary bottle on the table. Han Feng asked, "It's just such a small thing. Let me play with fire." Following Han Feng's question, Luna replied, "Report to Captain Han. The incendiary bottle you just saw is the 7th generation product developed by the Soviet Combat Laboratory. Incendiary bottle, also known as Molotov cocktail. Although it is called a cocktail, it does not contain any alcohol. Instead, it is a fire bottle filled with different types of fuel. As you have just seen, the bottle mouth has improved the original ignition cotton. The purpose is to preserve the maximum amount of fuel from volatilization. Inside the pull ring of the bottle mouth, there is a very small ignition device. 5 seconds after the pull ring is pulled, the fire bottle will explode and form a burning area of about 5 square meters on the ground." After listening to Luna's long explanation, Han Feng pursed his lips and said, "After all, it is still a fire thing. It is not very valuable for combat. Forget it, let me take a look at the heavy factory first." "Okay, Captain Han." Seeing that Han Feng was not very interested in the Molotov cocktail, Luna stopped explaining. "Wait a minute." Suddenly, Han Feng seemed to have thought of something, turned back to the bedside, and took out the file bag from before. "Anyway, the heavy factory has been built, and it can't run away. Why not take a look at what the mysterious file is that I didn't have enough authority to open before?" Han Feng muttered to himself, holding the file bag thrown out from the ruins of the mall. As for the heavy factory, Han Feng's curiosity about the contents of this bag was obviously stronger. Holding the thick file bag in both hands, Han Feng said softly, "Open it." Ding! The supply box has been opened. At this moment, Han Feng was a little confused. As for the supply box, Han Feng had opened at least 6 or 7 of them, if not 10. Every time he opened it, there would be a system explanation, telling him what he got. How come this time? Without entangled in the system's words, Han Feng slowly opened the file bag in his hand and took out a book. The internal structure diagram of the Allied base vehicle. Looking at the cover of the book, Han Feng muttered, "What is this?" Holding the book, Han Feng asked Luna, "Congratulations to Team Han for obtaining the physical building diagram of the Allied base vehicle." Luna's answer made Han Feng's eyes widen instantly. "Base vehicle? Real?" Han Feng looked back at the thick construction blueprint and asked again in disbelief. "Yes, Captain Han. After you build the base vehicle, all your virtual buildings can be built in reality." "Oh my god! I played Red Alert games for half my life. Finally, I can finally realize my dream of building something with my own hands." Chapter 212, Construction Instructions. Feeling the crazy joy in Han Feng's heart, Luna just watched quietly and did not agree with anything. "Luna, is the base vehicle big?" "Report to Captain Han." "Big? Haha, look at this thick construction book. You don't need to think about it to know that this is a behemoth." "Luna, can the base vehicle really transform?" "Report to Captain Han." "Yes." "Haha. I knew it. I knew it." Han Feng kept talking while holding the construction book. After several meaningless questions, Han Feng finally calmed down. Then he opened the first page of the internal structure diagram of the Allied base vehicle with his hands trembling with excitement. After a few seconds, Han Feng stared at the content of the first page in a daze. On the first page of this construction diagram were written 4 standard words: Construction Instructions. Looking at the contents of the construction instructions, Han Feng whispered, "First, the construction of the Allied base vehicle requires at least 50 engineers to work together. Second, the main materials required to build the Allied base vehicle are 4,500 plus tons of steel, 1,000 plus tons of zinc, 600 tons of copper, 120 plus tons of lithium, 1.5 plus tons of beryllium, 500 plus tons of titanium, 300 tons of aluminum, 1.8 plus tons of vanadium, 0.6 plus tons of germanium, 3 plus tons of scandium and yttrium, 0.4 plus tons of lanthanum, 0.4 plus tons of cerium, neodymium." Halfway through, Han Feng felt dizzy. Just in the second condition, there are several rare metal materials that he can't name. If the first construction condition requires 50 engineers, Han Feng can issue a summoning order in minutes. But this second condition really gives Han Feng a headache. Where can I get these materials? Frowning, Han Feng continued to look down. 3. The construction site must not be less than 2,000 square meters, and the height must not be less than 20 meters. 4. from the start to the end of the construction of the Allied base vehicle. The construction time is about 3 to 4 months. Please refer to the actual construction completion time. 5. During the construction period, no unrelated personnel are allowed to approach the construction site within a 5-kilometer radius. Red alert units ignore this rule. After Han Feng silently read these 5 construction instructions, he raised his hand to turn the page and looked at the back. He found that there was a blank piece of paper behind it, which meant that there were only 5 construction instructions. After closing the construction book, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it. Looking at the misty smoke, Han Feng thought that the 3rd, 4th, and 5th items were easy to solve. Now it was the end of the world, and he could find an empty uninhabited area for construction. Although 3 or 4 months was a bit long, it could be waited. As for leaving no one around, it was easier to say. Just let a few teams of people garrison. The only thing that bothered Han Feng right now was the 2nd item of the construction instructions. Thinking of the various dazzling construction materials he had just seen, he was so sad that he could not even cry. Luna, this material. Report to Captain Han. You can collect as many materials as you can. The remaining materials that are not available in nature can be synthesized by the combat laboratory. Although Han Feng's question was just the beginning, Luna already knew it and explained it in detail. If the combat laboratory makes these materials, how many gold coins will it cost? Han Feng knew the nature of the system. Anything made using the system, although it is a fine product, is also expensive. Reporting to Captain Han, the price of any rare material is calculated at 2,000 gold coins per ton. How heavy will this base vehicle be after it is built? How many rare materials are needed? Reporting to Captain Han, the base vehicle is completed and is expected to weigh about 7,000 tons. Rare materials are about 50 tons. After listening to Luna, Han Feng lowered his head and smiled, thinking that the system is really dark, excluding the more easily available steel, copper, titanium, and aluminum. If the remaining materials are made by the combat laboratory, it will cost 2.1 million gold coins. Isn't this bullshit? More than 2 million gold coins. I can't grab them all. Throwing down the cigarette butt, Han Feng was still thinking about another thing. That is, where to get these materials. Steel, which is in great demand, is everywhere on the street. And even if it is made from iron, there is enough supply. But this 1,000 tons of zinc is a big deal. Putting down the construction book, Han Feng looked at the gradually brightening sky and made a plan in his mind. Chapter 213, Heavy Factory. After a long time, Han Feng retracted his gaze towards the horizon, feeling the slight soreness in his feet after standing for a long time. Han Feng turned and walked to the bed. Luna, tell me about the heavy factory. Sitting on the bed, Han Feng said while focusing on the heavy factory. Okay, Captain Han. The tank factory is where all armored tanks, Air Force, units are manufactured. And it is also an important building for building armored forces. While Luna was talking, Han Feng saw the 3 types of tanks and an armed helicopter that could be summoned in the heavy factory. The first one was the Allied specific tank, the Grizzly tank. Following the Grizzlies were the multi-purpose infantry vehicles, armored personnel carriers, and Nighthawk helicopters. Staring at the 4 summoned units, Han Feng was a little confused. Luna, now I can only summon 4 vehicles with the heavy factory? Han Feng, who was so familiar with the Red Alert game, knew that after building 6 or 7 main buildings, how could there be only 4 summoning options in the heavy factory? Report to Captain Han. At this stage you do have only 4 construction options in the heavy factory. If you want to unlock more tanks and air forces, please build related buildings. Oh my god? You still want me to build buildings? Look at the list. I have built all the buildings. What else have I not unlocked? Luna's words made Han Feng even more confused. For this reason, Han Feng took a special look at the construction page and found that all the buildings that can be built were indeed unlocked. Captain Han, let me tell you this. If you want to summon invader fighters now, do you have to build an air command center to park these fighters? Otherwise, how can the invader fighters take off? How can they land after taking off? After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng took a deep breath. After calming down, Han Feng continued, then dear comrade Luna, can you tell me how to build an air command center? Captain Han, please build the Allied base vehicle first. When the Allied base vehicle is deployed, You will unlock more related buildings. Huh? With a chuckle, Han Feng understood. The red alert system just doesn't let itself be comfortable. Okay, I got it. Nodding several times, Han Feng looked at the vehicles in the heavy factory and said, "Let me briefly introduce these tanks." "Okay, Captain Han. Let's talk about the Grizzly tank first." After a pause, Luna continued, "Grizzly tank, a light tank weighing 28.2 tons. The prototype is the Grizzly self-propelled tank gun that Germany built during World War II based on the chassis of the Type 4 tank and equipped with a 150mm howitzer. The tank gun has a capacity of 5 rounds and uses the SFEL.ZF-1A sight. Its advantage is that it has relatively fast mobility, so it is suitable for street fighting and used with infantry. The disadvantage is that the armor protection performance is not as good as other types of tanks. So the Grizzly tank is not suitable for vast battlefields and charging into battle. The internal personnel of the tank are a driver, a gunner and a loader. The gold coins required for summoning are 8,000 gold coins. Multi-purpose infantry vehicle. The multi-purpose infantry vehicle is a 12-wheeled armored vehicle with a self-weight of 18 tons. It has a very fast speed and is a combat support unit. It can transport an infantryman. When it transports infantry, the multi-purpose turret it carries will undergo more than 6 corresponding deformations according to the equipment of the infantry carried. So the multi-purpose infantry vehicle can adapt to battles in any time, climate, and terrain. When there are no infantrymen inside, it is an absolute nightmare for the enemy air force with its light surface-to-air missile launch nest. The internal personnel of the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, none. The gold required for summoning is 5,000 gold coins. Armored troop carrier, because the system scanned and found no ocean around you. The system has specially added an armored troop carrier for you. The armored troop carrier can carry 12 infantry units, or 4 vehicles, tanks. With the amphibious characteristics of the armored troop carrier, you can transport all combat-related personnel to various parts of the battlefield. However, the armored troop carrier is not equipped with any combat-related weapons. So when you use it, please try to avoid moving within the enemy's firepower range on the battlefield. Internal personnel of the armored personnel carrier, 1 driver. The gold required for summoning is 3,000 gold coins. Nighthawk helicopter. This large transport helicopter can transport infantry units quickly and efficiently on the battlefield without being restricted by terrain. The maximum number of passengers is 5. And vehicles cannot carry it. It is worth mentioning that it has a feature that most fighters do not have. That is, anti-radar detection, which is what you know as invisibility. However, the disadvantage of this Nighthawk helicopter is also quite obvious. That is, the firepower is obviously insufficient. It is only equipped with an M60 light machine gun and cannot form an effective air strike force. Internal personnel of the Nighthawk helicopter, none. The gold coins required for summoning are 2,000 gold coins. After listening to Luna's words, Han Feng, who was full of enthusiasm, took out another cigarette. After lighting it, he said in a voice that was slightly trembling with excitement, "Summon. I want all 4. Captain Han, do you want to summon a Grizzly tank, a multi-purpose infantry vehicle, an armored personnel carrier, and a Nighthawk helicopter now?" "Yes. Summon." "Okay. Captain Han. The gold coins required for the above 4 armored vehicles and helicopters are 18,000 gold coins. Please confirm." "Confirmed. Haha, I have been looking forward to it for so long. I can't wait any longer." "Okay. Captain Han. The summoning has started. Please wait." "Wait a minute." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng suddenly thought of something and asked, "How long will it take to summon?" "Report to Captain Han. The summoning time for any tank or vehicle produced by the heavy factory is 10 minutes. Which means that the summoning time for these 4 vehicles is 40 minutes. After listening, Han Feng nodded. After feeling the gold coins drop from 23,860 to 5,860 in an instant, he took a deep puff of cigarette, thinking that when these things are summoned, he must brush up on the gold coins again, then invest in summoning more tanks. While quietly waiting for the vehicle to be summoned, the morning sun filled the earth without knowing when. The sky is bright. Chapter 214, Finding a Construction Plant. Since it was just past 6 o'clock, people in the safe zone had just gotten up. Although there was smoke from the cooking, there was no hot food at this time. How could the anxious Han Feng wait for the hot food to come out of the pot? He hurriedly picked up a few pieces of bread and bottled water, ate quickly, packed up his things, and walked towards the entrance of the safe zone. Luna, wait for the heavy factory to build these tanks, and let them gather at the entrance. By the way, notify Simon, and let him bring 5 small teams, and a matching number of armored vehicles to gather there. On the way, Han Feng did not forget to tell Luna. Okay, Captain Han. Now the Grizzly tanks, armored personnel carriers, and multi-purpose infantry vehicles have been summoned. The destination has been sent. I have also informed Simon, and they are preparing. Is there anything else you need to tell me? Okay, nothing else. After replying to Luna, Han Feng whistled briskly and quickened his pace to the exit. A few minutes later, Han Feng and the Nighthawk helicopter arrived at the exit almost at the same time. In Han Feng's sight, there were many survivors gathered around these tanks. They pointed at the tanks, and their eyes occasionally burst into curiosity. Captain Han, you are here. Hey, why don't you give way? Didn't you see Captain Han coming? Captain Han, how did you get such a big tank? Why haven't I seen it before? As he passed through this sea of people, questions from all directions were asked to Han Feng. Of course, Han Feng chose to ignore these questions. Squeezing out of the crowd, Han Feng saw Tanya and Simon's 5 teams standing next to 4 types of tanks. Of course, there were also 4 saber-tooth armored vehicles. You are so slow in building the heavy factory. It has been so long. How did you summon tanks and other things? Looking at Han Feng walking towards her, Tanya asked with a disdainful look. After listening to Tanya's words, Han Feng frowned slightly, thinking, could Tanya know the red alert system? Otherwise, how could she know the word summon? Haha, it's good to have it. Han Feng laughed, because there were too many people around. The question about the red alert system can only be suppressed in the bottom of my heart. Thinking of asking it in private. Scanning the 4 types of combat vehicles, Han Feng casually asked Tanya, why are you here? Who do you think drove this Nighthawk helicopter? You drove it? Where's the driver? Where's the helicopter driver? As he spoke, Han Feng walked quickly to the driver's seat of the Nighthawk helicopter. All he saw were rows of incomprehensible instrument panels. And the seats were empty. Where's the driver? After Tanya said this, Han Feng remembered that when Luna introduced the Nighthawk helicopter, she said that the configuration personnel. No. Alas, I don't have a driver. If I had known, why would I have wasted this money? Han Feng muttered to himself, and looked away, looking at the other 3 tanks. Today's goal is to find a suitable site for building a base vehicle, not to earn gold coins and kill zombies. So Han Feng set his sights on the fastest multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Luna, how fast does the multi-purpose infantry vehicle run? Report to Captain Han. The multi-purpose infantry vehicle has a speed of 8100 km per hour on flat ground. Mountain, off-road, 70-80 km per hour. The fastest speed on the road is 160 km per hour. Where is the Grizzly tank? Reporting to Captain Han. The Grizzly tank has a speed of 60 to 70 km per hour on flat ground, 30 to 40 km per hour in mountainous, off-road terrain. The fastest speed on the road is 82 km per hour. What about the armored personnel carrier? Reporting to Captain Han. The amphibious armored personnel carrier has a speed of 60 km per hour regardless of the terrain. After listening to Luna's detailed explanation, Han Feng raised his hand and pointed at the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, saying, this is it. After that, Han Feng walked towards the multi-purpose infantry vehicle eagerly, opened the door, and got in. In the car, Han Feng looked around and found that this multi-purpose infantry vehicle only had 2 seats, the driver's seat and the co-pilot's seat, which meant that the vehicle could only carry 2 people. Looking back, Han Feng found that the operation process of this car was similar to that of an ordinary car. Starting the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, Han Feng lowered the window and said to Tanya outside the car, get in. After receiving the instructions, Tanya did not speak, and sat in the co-pilot neatly. The deformation plate is in place, and the automatic machine gun has been transformed. The range is 150 meters, and the ammunition is converted to 900 rounds. Report to the driver. No enemy troops are found within the range. Please drive with confidence. Tanya had just sat down when Han Feng heard the sound automatically played in the car's audio system. At the same time, Han Feng also felt that the infantry vehicle was shaking slightly, and the place that caused the shaking was the roof. When Han Feng looked at Tanya, he found that in front of Tanya, a row of operation buttons appeared at the position where the hand button originally belonged. Oh my god, it has transformed. Han Feng was actually not surprised that the multi-purpose infantry vehicle could transform. But he didn't expect that he could experience it himself. Han Feng opened the door, got out of the car, and looked at the top of the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. It was originally a rocket launcher, but now it has become a gun mount similar to a sentry gun. Hey, this is awesome. I will try to see what other people look like when they get into the car. After expressing his approval, Han Feng returned to the car and gave Simon the order to start the vehicle while starting it. A multi-purpose infantry vehicle followed by 4 saber-tooth armored vehicles set off. Although Han Feng didn't know where there was a suitable site for building a base vehicle nearby, he knew that he had to drive to a remote place. There must be abandoned farmland or factories around the city. There is not only a huge site suitable for building a base vehicle, but the long distance also makes it difficult for survivors to reach it easily. While driving, Han Feng looked slightly at Tanya in the co-pilot. He found that Tanya was looking out the window, wondering what she was thinking. Cough that. Red alert. Han Feng spoke intermittently, a bit like reminding Tanya. Red alert system? What Han Feng didn't expect was that Tanya actually mentioned the red alert system directly. So you know. I asked other people, red alert soldiers? But they didn't know. Seeing that Tanya knew the inside story, Han Feng stopped hesitating. This is no secret to me. Only the poor unlucky ones are protected. Having said this, Han Feng felt confused. What unlucky ones? Who is the unlucky ones that Tanya is referring to? What do you mean? What is? You will understand later. Han Feng had just asked half of the question when Tanya sealed the rest of the question with this sentence. Looking back at the road, the car was quiet again. You said, is the red alert system omnipotent? Han Feng asked casually, as he was free. It depends on what you want to do. The red alert system is not Aladdin's magic lamp. Oh, by the way, is the red alert system unique? At this moment, Han Feng asked the question that had been buried in his heart for a long time. Yes, there is only one red alert system. So you are lucky hearing this. Han Feng smiled, and his heart was suddenly full of security. Along the way, Han Feng asked various questions about the red alert system. Of course, most of the questions were evaded by Tanya with a sentence, you will understand later. A few hours later, it was noon, and Han Feng drove to a place with a wide view. Although the ground was slightly uneven, it was definitely a good place to build a base vehicle. Luna, scan the surroundings to see if it meets the construction standards of the Allied base vehicle. Han Feng stopped the car and said to Luna first. Report to Captain Han. It will cost 100 gold coins to scan the surrounding 5 kilometers. Please confirm. Confirm. Scan it. Han Feng got out of the car. Okay. Captain Han. The radar is scanning. Please wait. Standing next to the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it. While smoking, Han Feng scanned the wilderness. This is an area where wheat is grown, but it is the end of July, the summer, so the green wheat is not yet mature. Report to the Han team. The radar scan is complete. This area is suitable for the construction of the Allied base vehicle. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng immediately asked, have you found any supply boxes? Report to the Han team. No supply boxes were found. After listening to Luna's report, Han Feng nodded slightly. I thought that the absence of supply boxes was also expected. Luna, mark this place. When we come back, we will start building the base vehicle. Okay. Captain Han. This location has been marked by radar. After talking to Luna, Han Feng turned back to the multi-kinetic infantry vehicle. Sitting in the driver's seat, Han Feng issued an order to return. After several hours of running around, Han Feng returned to the airport in the evening. On the way back, Han Feng also deliberately observed the building material stores along the way and asked Luna to mark them together. In these building material stores, there must be several tons to dozens of tons of various steels. Entering the safe zone, Han Feng found that the Grizzly tank had long disappeared at the entrance and exit, leaving only the armored personnel carrier and the Nighthawk helicopter parked in place. Luna, where is the Grizzly tank? Han Feng looked around again and found no trace of it. So he asked Luna in his mind. Report to Captain Han. The Grizzlies are on routine patrol. Do we need to recall them now? No. I'll just ask. Let the Grizzlies continue their routine patrol. At this time, Han Feng also thought about letting the Grizzlies join the formation. But it would not be appropriate to join any of the 4 formations. It would be better to summon 3 Grizzlies when there is money, so that each of the 4 battalions would have won. Okay, Captain Han. Luna, let the armored personnel carrier and the armed helicopter stay together. It's not a good idea to keep them here all the time. Okay, Captain Han. As soon as Luna finished speaking, the armored personnel carrier slowly drove away from the entrance and headed towards the parking area of the Huaxia 10 armed helicopters. Chapter 215, Another Incident. Tanya, please take the trouble to drive this Nighthawk helicopter over as well. Looking at the armored personnel carrier going farther and farther away, Han Feng turned to Tanya, who was sitting on the co-pilot beside him, and said, Okay, sir, with a laugh. Tanya jumped off the multi-purpose infantry vehicle and headed towards the Nighthawk helicopter. Just as Tanya opened the door and got out of the car, the speaker in the multi-purpose infantry vehicle sounded the transformation disc is in place, and the rocket launch nest has been transformed. The range is 5 kilometers, and the ammunition has been converted into 9 anti-aircraft missiles. Report to the driver. No enemy troops have been found within the range. Please drive with confidence. Feeling the slight shaking of the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, Han Feng knew that the weapons above his head had begun to change again. After driving the car back to the bottom of Terminal 1 and parking it, Han Feng went upstairs. During dinner, Wei Peng and Lu Rui kept asking, Brother Han, are the tanks also in the airport? Brother Han, the helicopter is different from the armed helicopter I saw before. Brother Han, I saw an armored ship like a ship parked on the land. What is that? Although Wei Yongxing and Wei Yun did not ask questions, from their curious expressions and eyes, Han Feng knew that they also wanted to know the answer. Look at you guys, you're still asking questions while eating. You're not as obedient as our fox. Look how delicious Fox is eating. Right, Han Feng said in a mysterious and doting tone, stroking Fox's little head. Brother Han, I want to know now. Is there anything you can't do? Lu Rui looked at Han Feng, sat up straight and continued, when you brought a mysterious strongman, Winter Soldier, to save me, I knew that you definitely had a place in this chaotic world. Haha, I was right. Amidst the laughter, this warm dinner came to an end. As usual, Han Feng lit a cigarette after the meal, and then strolled downstairs of the terminal. Walking to a secluded place, Han Feng found a stone block and sat on it. He looked up at the starry sky and admired the stars. Alas! After sighing softly, Han Feng said to himself, the only benefit brought by the outbreak of zombies to the world is that it may make the sky a little cleaner. Tens of seconds later, just as Han Feng was enjoying a moment of tranquility, a discordant light tone appeared in his eyes. In the far distance, a faint, flickering blue light suddenly lit up. This light was so weak that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Otherwise Han Feng would not have discovered it so long ago. When Han Feng noticed the beam of light, he sat up, squinted his eyes, and tried to distinguish. Looking down along the beam of light, Han Feng found that the beam of light seemed to be emitted from the ground in the distance. When he looked down again, the building not far away blocked his view. As a last resort, Han Feng could only stand up and walk to a higher place. On the way, Han Feng looked back at the beam of light from time to time. This slightly familiar light made his heart a little heavy. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's not. Han Feng kept mumbling in his mouth while climbing the stairs of Terminal 1, and his tone became more and more urgent. A few minutes later, Han Feng stood on the top floor of Terminal 1. Standing here, he could still vaguely see the various traces of the battle between him and Chang Ji downstairs. Of course, Han Feng was not in the mood for nostalgia at this time. His eyes were fixed on the distant light, and Han Feng found that the light at this time was brighter than before he went upstairs. It was hard not to notice the light now. Staring at the light, Han Feng slowly took out a cigarette from his pocket. Although he still had a little doubt in his heart, he did not ask Luna anything. Han Feng just looked into the distance and stood on the rooftop. About a minute later, another figure climbed onto the rooftop and walked behind Han Feng. What are you looking at? You are so fascinated. It was Tanya, who said, look at this blue beam of light. Raising his hand, Han Feng pointed to the place where the beam of light was. What is there to see? It's just a blue beam of light produced by gamma rays ionizing the surrounding air. After hearing what Tanya said, Han Feng slowly closed his eyes. After closing his eyes, Han Feng took a puff of cigarette and said to himself, sure enough. Luna, is it a nuclear power plant? In his heart, Han Feng finally asked Luna the question he least wanted to ask. Report to Captain Han. Yes. This should be the meltdown of the number 3 reactor. It is not known whether there was a large-scale explosion. Are there still reactors in the nuclear power plant? Han Feng, who knew nothing about the nuclear power plant, asked. Report to Captain Han. There are 5 reactors in the BT nuclear power plant. Now it seems, only 2 have melted down. Why? Why didn't you tell me at the beginning? If the engineers had safely dismantled the remaining 4 reactors at that time, this situation would not have happened now. Report to Captain Han. The situation was critical at that time, and the engineers might not have enough time to dismantle the remaining 4 reactors. The best situation at that time was to evacuate to a safe enough location for adjustment. So, Luna's voice became smaller and smaller. After a few seconds of silence, Han Feng asked tentatively, then, will it pose a threat to us? Report to Captain Han. Based on the current situation, the nuclear radiation standard at your current location has not exceeded the standard. But it is hard to say in the future. Now only 2 cores of the BT nuclear power plant have melted down, and the probability of the superimposed nuclear radiation spreading here is very low. What is the probability of nuclear radiation spreading here? Han Feng continued to ask with concern. Report to Captain Han. According to the preliminary detection of the system, the probability of nuclear radiation spreading here and causing harm is about 12.35%, 18.62%. After listening to Luna, Han Feng did not speak. He pondered for a few seconds and then asked, what if the 3rd core melts? What is the probability of spreading here? Report to Captain Han. If the 3rd core melts, it also depends on the weather, wind direction and other factors at the time. As for the probability, it will probably not exceed 35%. Of course, this is an optimistic estimate. Oh, I know. After responding to Luna, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Han Feng's eyes widened instantly. It was like seeing a ghost. I saw that there was only 1 beam of light in the distance before, but now there are 2 beams. Even a fool knows what these 2 beams mean. Oh, double happiness. Before Han Feng spoke, Tanya behind him took the lead. Report to Captain Han. This. Hearing Luna's intermittent voice in his mind, Han Feng responded directly. What is this? Tell me. Report to Captain Han. It seems that the previous core exploded violently, which I didn't expect. Then what? Han Feng, who knew Luna's character well, knew that Luna was so nervous, and there must be worse things behind. Then, the other cores? I'm afraid. Sure enough, Luna had just finished saying this, and next to the 2 beams of light in the distant sky, another one was added. 3 blue beams. Looking at the 3 beams of light in the sky in the distance, Han Feng knew that the 4th beam was probably not far away. When the 3rd beam of light rose, Han Feng heard Tanya's footsteps behind him. Turning back, Han Feng looked at Tanya's back and asked, Where are you going? Pack up and prepare to run away, Tanya said as she walked, without any intention of stopping. Run away? Is it that serious? Han Feng, who was already nervous, was made even more nervous by Tanya's operation. Of course, you don't run away and stay here to die? After saying this, Tanya expected Han Feng to ask other questions, so she continued. Oh, don't bother me, asked Luna. After Tanya finished speaking, she turned around and disappeared at the entrance of the rooftop. Luna, 3 reactors have been destroyed, plus the one that was destroyed long ago. A total of 4. Tell me, what is the probability of nuclear radiation spreading here? After that, Han Feng added, Don't be optimistic. I want to hear the exact number. Okay, Captain Han. As of now, the probability of nuclear radiation spreading here is very high. According to the system's preliminary detection, 56%, 64%. So high. 60% to 70% probability. What if all 5 reactor cores explode? It will almost definitely cover this place. This is the nth time Han Feng has been silent. In just half an hour, such an unexpected thing happened. Luna, how long will it take for the nuclear radiation to spread here? At this moment, Han Feng had already decided to retreat, even though he had just occupied this place. At the same time, Han Feng had to race against time again. Report to Team Han. According to the system's prediction of future weather and wind direction, It is preliminarily determined that there are only about 2 days left for the nuclear radiation to spread here, maybe less. Hiss. After hearing Luna's words, Han Feng's brain froze for a moment. And then he took a deep breath. Damn it! Damn it! 2 days. I have to relocate tens of thousands of people in 2 days. Is this a joke? Luna, give me an accurate number. How far should I evacuate this time? How far can I completely avoid these damn nuclear radiation? At this time, Han Feng couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Report to Captain Han. This time, the nuclear radiation will be spread all over the world with clouds and wind. It is estimated that 2/3 of the Earth will be affected by this. It is almost impossible to completely avoid this disaster. Hearing this, Han Feng staggered back a few steps. At this moment, Han Feng remembered the Chernobyl nuclear power plant accident in his mind. You know, only one reactor melted down at that time. But now, there are 4. Is there no way? Han Feng lowered his head and threw away his cigarette butt, asking with some reluctance. Yes, Captain Han. Evacuate to 500 kilometers away from the BT nuclear power plant, where the nuclear radiation will be reduced to the limit of human tolerance. Chapter 216, Another Incident. Hearing Luna's words, Han Feng's eyes widened, and he popped out his chest and asked, Fuck! You lied to me. Didn't you say that nuclear radiation cannot be avoided? Captain Han. Just now you asked me to completely avoid nuclear radiation. Of course it's impossible. Forget it. Han Feng scratched his hair while speaking. So far, this is the only good news he has heard. After straightening his clothes, Han Feng began to walk on the rooftop, muttering, 500 kilometers. 500 kilometers. This place is about 200 kilometers away from the BT nuclear power plant, which means I have to leave here with a large group of people within 2 days. Thinking of this, Han Feng felt like crying, but had no tears. If we evacuate, food has to be transported along. Right? Water has to be transported along? Fuel has to be transported along? Medical supplies have to be transported along? Weapons have to be transported along? Ammunition has to be transported along? I don't know how many tons these things alone would weigh. Of course, there are more important people. Thinking of these survivors, Han Feng gritted his teeth and asked Luna in his mind, Luna, scan the surrounding 5 kilometers. Count how many people there are carefully. Okay, Captain Han. The radar scan requires. Confirmed. Tell me the number of people directly later. Okay, Captain Han. The radar is scanning. Please wait. After a few seconds, Luna's voice sounded again. Report to Captain Han. Within 5 kilometers, the total number of survivors and red alert soldiers is 18,968. 18,968 people. 18,968 people. Nearly 20,000 people. Repeating the number reported by Luna, Han Feng slowly clenched his fists. Not to mention so many people and various supplies. Even enough vehicles can't be taken out by himself. It's impossible for the car to run in front and the survivors to chase behind. Even if the survivors can chase the car, they can't run 300 kilometers in 2 days. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng took out his phone and looked at the time. It was just after 10 o'clock in the evening. The time left for him was too tight. Putting the phone back in his pocket, Han Feng turned his attention to the system again and checked his existing gold coins. 6,042 coins. Luna, summon 2 armored troop carriers now. At this time, in order to transport more survivors, Han Feng chose the vehicle with the largest number of soldiers. Although this did not solve any problems. Report to Captain Han. Summoning 2 armored troop carriers requires 6,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Okay, Captain Han. The armored troop carrier is being summoned. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's gold coins dropped to 42 in an instant. With this amount of gold coins, he couldn't even summon the cheapest mobilized soldier. After doing all this, Han Feng pursed his lips and continued to say to Luna, Luna, temporarily block the news. Let all red alert soldiers move to prevent riots first. Increase the number of soldiers guarding important strategic material parking places such as the arsenal, armed helicopter parking warehouse, and fuel storage area. Make sure these important things are safe. Okay, Captain Han. After making the arrangements, Han Feng suddenly thought of something and continued, from now on, no one is allowed to enter or leave the safe zone unless it is necessary. Send the remaining troops to find me cars. All kinds of cars. As long as they are not broken. Find as many as you can. Okay, Captain Han. I have arranged what you said. Do you have any other instructions? Nothing. Hey, wait. Tell Wei Yun and the others to gather in the restaurant. I will go down and talk to them about this later. As for Hu, if she is not asleep, call her too. As for the rest, I will communicate with you when I think of anything else. Okay, Captain Han. Han Feng gave all the instructions he could think of now. Han Feng, who really couldn't think of anything else, turned around and walked towards the rooftop entrance. Just as he was about to leave the rooftop, Han Feng couldn't help but look at the horizon. For bright blue light beam shot up into the sky and stood there. Fuck. Seeing this, Han Feng knew that the other 4 reactors of the BT nuclear power plant had melted down. After cursing inwardly, he quickly went downstairs. In less than a minute, Han Feng arrived at the restaurant of Terminal 1. In the restaurant, Wei Yun, Wei Peng, Lu Rui, Gui Yongxing and other 4 people looked at Han Feng with a nervous face. Han Feng hurriedly glanced at the 4 people and did not find Hu. He thought that Hu was probably asleep at this time. Brother Han, did something happen? Looking at the silent Han Feng, Wei Peng knew that something must have happened. Otherwise Brother Han would not have such an expression. The other 4 cores of the BT nuclear power plant have all exploded and melted. The deadly nuclear radiation is expected to reach here within 2 days. So we have to evacuate 300 kilometers during this period. Looking at the 4 people, Han Feng briefly explained the current situation in one breath. After Han Feng finished speaking, the first person who couldn't accept it was Wei Yun. Wei Yun covered her mouth and said, no way. Didn't we just evacuate not long ago? It's only been a few days? Less than half a month. How come? Looking at Wei Yun, Han Feng certainly knew that she didn't want to live a displaced life anymore. Nor did she want to live in an environment where she was facing terrifying zombies anytime and anywhere. Pack your things quickly. After a pause, Han Feng continued, from now on, we may evacuate at any time. I don't care whether others live or die. But you? I must ensure your safety. After that, Han Feng didn't stay and turned around and walked out of the restaurant. While going downstairs, Han Feng said to Luna, Luna, call Tanya over to me. I can't handle this emergency alone. Okay, Captain Han. I'll contact Tanya now. With a few words, Han Feng left Terminal 1. Standing downstairs of the terminal, Han Feng saw many people around him looking at the 4 blue light beams in the sky in the distance. In the crowd, people talked from time to time, wow, what a beautiful light, I've never seen such a strange light. Tisk, what's the big deal I tell you? This is earthquake light. Do you know what earthquake light is? It means that an earthquake is about to happen over there. Earthquake light. Is there going to be an earthquake? What are you afraid of? You see, the earthquake light is at least hundreds of kilometers away from us. If it really comes, it will only be a small earthquake. Why panic? Yeah. I'm scared to death. Fortunately. It's far away from us. Otherwise we'll all be finished. Listening to the conversations of the people around him, Han Feng felt bitter in his mouth, thinking that if it was really just an earthquake, it would be easy to say, Captain Han, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a female voice sounded behind Han Feng. It was Tanya. Han Feng turned around, looked at Tanya and said, you came at the right time. Help me think about how to transfer various supplies and these survivors. That's all? What Han Feng didn't expect was that he was like an ant on a hot pot. But Tanya's expression didn't seem to show any sign of nervousness. Isn't this a big deal? It seems you have a solution. Looking at the relaxed Tanya, Han Feng thought he was saved this time. I don't have a solution. Where can I find a solution? I can't even transport hundreds of tons of supplies, let alone tens of thousands of people. Hell, I thought you had a solution. After a few seconds of silence, Han Feng was like a deflated ball. Looking at Han Feng with his head drooping, Tanya said leisurely, I don't have a solution, but I can give you a reminder. Tell me now. After hearing Tanya's words, Han Feng instantly felt a glimmer of hope. Evacuation is certain now. You must have a priority in mind, such as weapons and ammunition. The second is in which direction to evacuate, how far to evacuate, and whether the destination is near the barren mountains or near the city. You must have a plan in mind. Looking at Han Feng's serious face, Tanya continued, what materials do you need most now? Ah? Materials? What materials? Han Feng was a little confused by Tanya's question and didn't know what to say for a while. Are you stupid? Aren't you going to build an allied base vehicle? What materials do you need most? Oh. Right. Zinc. I'm short of zinc. I'm short of 1,000 tons of zinc. You're not just short of zinc. You're short of heart. After rolling her eyes at Han Feng, Tanya continued, then go look for zinc mines nearby. If the zinc mines are located in a place that is not covered by nuclear radiation, wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? A word awakened the dreamer. Tanya's words instantly helped Han Feng find the direction. I'll go find the distribution map of China's mineral resources. After speaking, Han Feng rushed back to the terminal in a hurry and went straight to the library in the terminal, trying to find this escaped secret book. In the terminal library, just as Han Feng was searching for the distribution map of China's mineral resources, the situation happened again. Report to Captain Han. The system detected a sharp increase in nuclear radiation. In his mind, Luna's voice interrupted Han Feng, who was looking for it. After hearing Luna's report, Han Feng jumped up from the ground and asked, Huh? Nuclear radiation came so quickly? More than 200 kilometers? A force 13 gale must have blown for a while? How come it's so fast? Report to Captain Han. This doesn't seem to be the normal spread of nuclear radiation. It seems someone is approaching with super high radioactive materials. After listening to Luna's explanation, Han Feng frowned. I wonder if someone is really running over here with something contaminated by nuclear weapons. Han Feng, who was unsure, asked, Can you detect what it is? Captain Han. The system cannot detect it. After listening, Han Feng took a deep breath and continued to ask, How far is it from us? 5 kilometers. And it is slowly approaching. What about the radiation measurement? Will it be fatal if it gets close? No. But if the human body gets close, there is a high probability that it will cause cancer within 5 years. After thinking for a while, Han Feng said, Let the American soldiers, who are about to be promoted, drive to see what it is. By the way, bring more grenades. At this moment, Han Feng can only use this method to find out the truth. I think that as long as the American soldiers are promoted, the radiation in their bodies will be refreshed. Chapter 217, Mutated Zombies. After receiving Han Feng's order, an American soldier on duty at Terminal 1 was temporarily called up. He took the grenade from the mobilized soldier beside him and placed it on his chest, and drove straight to the place where the nuclear radiation was abnormally excessive. Sensing the departure of the American soldier, Han Feng narrowed his eyes and said to Luna, Luna, connect the vision. I want to see what this weird nuclear radiation is. Okay, Captain Han. The vision connection is ready. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him was already the boundary of the safe zone. The scene in front of me, that was rapidly moving backward, indicated that the car was moving at a very fast speed. A few minutes later, the American soldier came to a place where the nuclear radiation was abnormally high. This was a small forest, which might be an unattended forest or an orchard cultivated by someone. Of course, none of this mattered. With the help of the American soldier's sight, Han Feng looked back and forth, and finally found a hint of unusual movement in the darkness. Staring at the movement in the forest, Han Feng gave an order, Get out of the car, prepare the high-explosive grenade. Be ready for battle at all times. Yes. After receiving Han Feng's order, the American soldier pulled off the high-explosive grenade on his chest in advance, held it in his hand, and slowly pushed open the car door. Squeak! Squeak! When the American soldiers approached the vision within 20 meters, they heard subtle noises in the bushes. Luna, is this a living being? Looking at the scene in front of him, Han Feng wondered if an animal infected with nuclear radiation had accidentally wandered here. Report to the Han team. The radar did not detect any large life forms. As soon as Luna finished speaking, the word zombie popped up in Han Feng's mind. American soldiers, take back the high-explosive grenade and burn it with a Molotov cocktail. Han Feng did this simply because it was too dark. Even if he really had to fight, the little light provided by the car was not enough. Besides, Han Feng also wanted to see the power of the incendiary bottle. After receiving Han Feng's instructions, the American soldier put away the high-explosive grenade and pulled down the incendiary bottle. Pulling the ring of the incendiary bottle, The American soldier raised his hand and threw it towards the place where the noise came from. A perfect parabola cut through the dark night sky, and the distance of 20 meters was reached in an instant. 3, 2, 1. The explosion device of the incendiary bottle was delayed, and in the air, there was a bang, and the thickened gasoline and aviation kerosene mixed with active metal powder, white phosphorus, thermite, and thickened rubber, and other extremely flammable substances burst out, because these substances are extremely viscous. The flames after the explosion are like countless large and small meteorites, rushing madly towards the target below. Boom! Whoosh! The fiercely burning flames instantly swept around, and Han Feng felt the dazzling white light in his sight. At that moment, Han Feng really felt that he was going to be blinded by the flash. Luna, does the incendiary bottle have the power of a flash bomb? Why is it so bright? Han Feng narrowed his eyes and asked Luna in his mind. Report to Captain Han. There is a small amount of thermite in the incendiary bottle, and the temperature will instantly rise to 3000 degrees Celsius. The white light you see is the halo produced when the surrounding objects are instantly vaporized by high temperature. 3000 degrees high temperature. Can a palm-sized incendiary bottle produce such a high temperature? After listening to Luna's explanation, Han Feng was a little unbelievable. To be precise, the incendiary bottle will only release a momentary high temperature, and it must be at the center. After the momentary high temperature, the remaining liquids will continue to burn at a high temperature of about 850 C for 1 to 15 minutes. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's heart was lifted, and he asked, will the American soldiers be in danger? The high temperature of 3000 degrees is released right in front of them, so they will be burned into disabled people? Report to the Korean team. The American soldiers took precautions such as lying down to avoid the moment they threw the incendiary bottle, so the American soldiers will not be affected by the attack of the incendiary bottle at this time. So that's it. I found a treasure. I found... Roar! Just as Han Feng was rejoicing, a loud and dull roar reached the ears of the American soldier. Damn! It's really a zombie. Hearing this familiar roar, Han Feng knew that it was a zombie, and the level of this zombie was not low. Without any hesitation, Han Feng directly ordered remotely, American soldier, high explosive grenade? Blow it up for me. Yes. The American soldier received the order, pulled the high explosive grenade from his chest, and quickly climbed up from the ground. The moment he stood still, he pulled the ring of the high explosive grenade in his hand and threw it towards the zombie 20 meters away. After throwing the high explosive grenade, the American soldier lay down again. Boom! The huge explosion resounded through the sky, and Han Feng, who was 5 kilometers away, could also hear the obvious explosion. Is it dead? Controlling the American soldier, Han Feng raised his head slightly. Roar! Roar! No! The zombie's roar was still intermittent, although it was much weaker. It was definitely not dead. Grenade! Grenade! There are more grenades. Take his life while he is sick. Blow it up. Looking at this flaming man with flames all over his body, Han Feng remembered that the American soldier still had the last ordinary grenade on him. Yes! Without any extra nonsense, the American soldier pulled out the grenade and continued to throw it at the target. Boom! After the explosion, the American soldier stood up and launched a charge towards the zombies that were lingering on. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. The M60 machine gun kept spitting out flames, and bullets rotated and stabbed the zombies at close range. Roar! Roar! Wearing flame armor, the zombies were still able to stand up, looking at the zombies in front of him, who were bombed one after another, but still had strong vitality. Han Feng cursed in his mouth. Damn! Level 4. Level 4 zombies. It's a level 4 zombie. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Although the opponent was a level 4 zombie, after being attacked by incendiary bottles, high explosive grenades, and ordinary grenades, it was also a little out of breath, and its huge body was obviously shaky. Die! 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 Han Feng murmured as he looked at the dying level 4 zombie. Da-da-da-da. Kaka. The light machine gun in the hands of the American soldier suddenly paused. Shit! Hearing the noise, Han Feng knew that the M60 was out of bullets. 120 bullets. A full 120 bullets. The level 4 zombie was still standing even after all of them were used up. Roar. Whoosh. Whoosh. At this time, the level 4 zombie shook its body and slowly approached the American soldier, while making a weak sound from its mouth. Bang! 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 At this time, the American soldier took out his secondary weapon, the M9 pistol. Bang! Bang! Caca! The first magazine was used up. After quickly replacing the last spare magazine, the American soldier continued to fight and retreat. Half a minute later. Bang! Caca! The last magazine was also used up. Swish! At the last moment, the American soldier drew out his only remaining weapon, the saber, and took an offensive posture, ready to attack at any time. Wait! Pause the attack first. Wait and see. Seeing the American soldier's intention, Han Feng hurriedly called a halt. At this moment, Han Feng regretted a little. If he had known this would be the outcome, he would have let the American soldier take some ammunition before leaving. 10 seconds later, the 4th level zombie continued to stagger towards the American soldier. The remaining liquid in the incendiary bottle was still burning on the 4th level zombie. But after 2 baptisms of grenades, the size of the flame was significantly reduced. Roar! Finally, after dozens of seconds, the 4th level zombie fell. After the 4th level zombie fell to the ground, the American soldier held a saber and slowly approached with cautious steps. Chapter 218, Mutated Zombies. Seeing this, Han Feng knew that the level 4 zombie was not dead. Since the reward coins had not been received, he could not help but order, "Be careful. Don't let your guard down. It's not dead yet." "Yes, Captain Han." In response to Han Feng, the American soldier slowed down his approach again, staring at the clusters of burning and jumping flames on the level 4 zombie in front of him. Han Feng carefully observed whether it could still move. Just when Han Feng and the American soldier were sweating at the same time, 1,000 gold coins were received. This means that the level 4 zombie is finally dead. Huh. Damn. I'm scared to death. Sensing that the threat of the level 4 zombie was completely lifted, Han Feng straightened up and took a deep breath, and then continued to say to the American soldier, "Okay, remove the alert." "Yes, Captain Han." The American soldier responded to Han Feng while putting his saber back into the scabbard next to his boots. "Report to Captain Han. This is a level 4 zombie mutated by nuclear radiation. It is not yet known what changes nuclear radiation will bring to zombies. May I ask if we can let the combat laboratory study nuclear radiation and level 4 zombies?" "Yes." "Okay. Research." As he spoke, Han Feng walked out of the library of the terminal building, ready to go to the side of this mutated level 4 zombie. "Okay, Captain Han. The combat laboratory has been activated. Research project, nuclear radiation and level 4 zombies, and the impact of nuclear radiation on zombies." Are you starting the research now?" Han Feng asked in confusion after Luna finished speaking. He thought, didn't he have to touch the research object himself before he could start the research? Now he is 5 kilometers away from this mutant zombie. He can't even touch it. So how come the research suddenly started? Sensing Han Feng's inner doubts, Luna explained, "Report to Captain Han. This is it. Since you have unlocked all the virtual main buildings and your authority has been improved, you don't have to do this research yourself in the future." While there is such a good thing after hearing Luna's words, Han Feng was overjoyed. This means that he won't have to touch this zombie full of nuclear radiation in person in a while. "Yes, Captain Han. So please deploy the physical base vehicle as soon as possible, so that your authority will be upgraded again." Haha, waiting for the base vehicle, Han Feng ran out of words halfway through. Damn it! If we have to evacuate, wouldn't the construction plant we found at noon today be unusable? Damn. Oh, damn it! Han Feng was so angry when he thought that the place he had worked so hard to find could not be used. In order to divert his attention, Han Feng casually asked Luna, "How long will it take for the combat laboratory to study this mutant zombie?" "It won't be silent for several days." "Right. Report to Captain Han. The combat laboratory research project nuclear radiation, level 4 zombies, and the impact of nuclear radiation on zombies took 30 minutes. And there are still 27 minutes and 42 seconds left." It's pretty fast this time. Hearing Luna's answer, Han Feng's mouth curled up, thinking that he finally saw a project that was researched quickly. "Okay, just call me when you figure it out." "Okay, Captain Han." After instructing Luna, Han Feng turned around and continued to look for the map about the distribution of mineral resources in China in the pile of books. More than 10 minutes later. "Oh my! I finally found it. Han Feng was seen in the pile of books with messy hair, holding a book of mineral distribution map in his hand, and shouting and shaking. Opening the book in his hand, Han Feng felt dizzy, let alone identifying the map. Just the various lines and tiny texts that were hard to see made Han Feng dizzy. After thinking about it, Han Feng said to Luna in his mind, "Luna, scan this book?" "Okay, Captain Han." The scan is in progress. It's estimated to take 3 minutes. Hearing Luna start the scan, Han Feng heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that the system is still convenient. Walking out of the library, Han Feng came to the window, looking outside through the huge and bright French windows. The tents in the safe zone were next to each other, and there were only 3 words in his mind: there are so many people. He took out a cigarette, and he didn't know how many cigarettes he had today. Originally, Han Feng's addiction to smoking was not so strong, but the current situation really upset him. While smoking, Han Feng was still thinking about how to transfer so many people. The word transfer may not be suitable for the current situation, and the word migration should be used. Report to Captain Han. The mine distribution map has been scanned. Please give instructions. When Han Feng was halfway through smoking his cigarette, the 3-minute scan time was up, and Luna's voice rang in Han Feng's mind on time. Find out which zinc mines are 500 kilometers away from the BT nuclear power plant. Without any extra nonsense, Han Feng asked straight to the point. Okay, Captain Han. There are a total of 142 zinc mines 500 kilometers away from the BT nuclear power plant in China. Which are? Hey, stop. Stop. Luna had just said halfway, and Han Feng almost choked on his throat with a puff of cigarette. Oh, it's my fault for not asking clearly. I'll ask again. After straightening his throat, Han Feng continued. Which zinc mines are relatively close to me but 500 kilometers away from the BT nuclear power plant? Reporting to Captain Han. There are 4 zinc mines that are relatively close to you and 500 kilometers away from the BT nuclear power plant. The locations have been marked in the radar. Please enter the radar interface to view the details. Okay. After responding, Han Feng dropped his cigarette butt and stomped it out, then shifted his attention to the radar interface in the system. Captain Han. Look, the gold dot represents your location. The green dot is the BT nuclear power plant where a nuclear leak is occurring. And the locations of the 4 red dots are the locations of the 4 zinc mines. In the radar interface, Han Feng saw Luna, who was smiling sweetly under the holographic projection, explaining to him. Staring at the 4 dots belonging to the zinc mine, Han Feng fell into deep thought. 3 of the 4 dots are almost together, so their positions should not be far apart. But there is a biggest problem. The BT nuclear power plant is sandwiched between these 3 zinc mines. This also means that if Han Feng wants to rush there, the shortest path needs to pass through the nuclear contaminated area of the BT nuclear power plant, which takes more than 700 kilometers. If you want to avoid the nuclear contaminated area, you need to walk hundreds of kilometers to take a detour. This detour means at least thousands of kilometers. Are you kidding me? Running 1,000 kilometers with 20,000 people and hundreds of tons of supplies, in a world full of zombies. Of course, Han Feng can also choose another zinc mine that is closest to him. Right behind him, the distance is only more than 540 kilometers. Coincidentally, this zinc mine is just 700 kilometers away from the BT nuclear power plant. Even if the nuclear pollution is serious, the distance of 700 kilometers is enough to fully buffer and dilute it. Staring at this only hope, Han Feng was in a dilemma. If the storage capacity of this zinc mine is less than 1,000 tons, or the mining of zinc mines has come to an end, then he will have nothing. Whether the storage capacity of 1 zinc mine is larger, or that of 3 zinc mines is larger, even a fool can make a choice. But the long distance forced Han Feng to consider more. Unsure of the direction, Han Feng asked Luna, Luna, what is the storage capacity of this single zinc mine? Captain Han. The storage capacity of the zinc mine you are referring to is 24,000 tons. Ahaha, I was scared to death. I should have asked you earlier after hearing Luna give the storage capacity. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But the mineral distribution map you asked me to scan was published 5 years ago, and this zinc mine was mined 11 years ago. On the virtual radar interface, Han Feng and Luna looked at each other in silence for a long time. At this moment, Han Feng was extremely crazy. The zinc mine mined 11 years ago. It is estimated that there is nothing left now. Han Feng lowered his voice and roared. I finally saw hope. In the end times, 1 kilometer less is 1 point less dangerous. Could it be? I really have to cross more than 1,000 kilometers full of danger? When Han Feng thought of the unknown dangers ahead, he felt bitter in his mouth. Captain Han. It's hard to say. Maybe the storage capacity of this zinc mine is enough for 1,000 tons? This also depends on their mining equipment, manpower, and other factors. Looking at the frantic Han Feng, Luna explained in time. Okay. I'll listen to you. What? I said I'll listen to you. If the storage capacity is not enough for 1,000 tons, you change it for me. And you have to be responsible for what you said. At this time, Han Feng, who was extremely reluctant to walk an extra kilometer, turned into a rogue. Okay. I'll go out first. You plan the route during this period. I'll find a Chinese road map for you later. After saying this, Han Feng hurriedly exited the radar interface without caring about Luna's reaction. Opening his eyes, Han Feng took out his mobile phone and checked the time. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Looks like I have to hurry, Han Feng muttered to himself, and turned back to the library to look for a map of Chinese roads. Since this kind of book is easy to find, Han Feng found it in a short time. After giving the road map to Luna to scan, Han Feng walked out of the terminal. On the way, Han Feng didn't forget to mutter, TSK. Walk an extra 600 or 700 kilometers. It's not a trip. How can it be possible? Standing downstairs of Terminal 1, Han Feng scanned the safe zone where no riots had occurred. Luna, are there more soldiers near the key supplies? Report to Captain Han. The reinforcements have already arrived at the important material storage area. What surprised Han Feng was that Luna's answer at this time was obviously a little aggrieved. Feeling Luna's inner emotions, Han Feng responded with a smile. Haha, I was just teasing you. Don't take it to heart. Captain Han, have you really chosen this zinc mine? But what if the storage capacity is not enough? Chapter 219, Radiation Engineer. It's okay if something goes wrong. Just think of it as my decision-making error. After a few seconds of silence, Han Feng continued, there's nothing we can do. No one knows how many people will die along the way. We can only say that one less step means one more hope of survival. Captain Han. Okay, stop talking. Let's just leave it at that. Okay. Captain Han. After finishing the conversation with Luna, Han Feng continued to think about the transfer. Which vehicle is best for transporting goods? The semi-trailer truck is undoubtedly the first choice. Which vehicle is best for carrying people? The bus is the best choice. After making up his mind, Han Feng gave the order, all Red Alert soldiers who don't have any missions now, go find the bus. Simon, lead all the American soldiers in your squad to find large semi-trailer trucks on the highway. Find as many as you can. The more the better. Yes, Captain Han. Simon's response sounded in his mind. Bus, trucks, tankers. Han Feng muttered a few times, and suddenly remembered that when he came here from BT prison, there were a lot of supplies and various vehicles parked in the repair shop. Of course, there were also many survivors who were willing to follow him at that time. Damn, why did I forget them? Damn it! Han Feng slapped his forehead and gave the order, Captain of the 2nd Battalion. You take 2 teams to meet the people in the repair shop. And remember to take all the supplies you can. Yes, Captain Han. Sniper number 2 responded. After issuing these orders, Han Feng sensed that dozens of Red Alert soldiers were quickly going out to execute them. It seems that there are not enough manpower. At this time, Han Feng looked at the sparse Red Alert soldiers in the safe zone and felt a lot of pressure. Just a few days ago, Han Feng felt that more than 200 Red Alert soldiers were too many. At this moment, Han Feng had the urge to summon more Red Alert soldiers. But reason still prevailed. Now there are only more than 1,000 gold coins. Even if all are summoned, at most there will be 10 more mobilized soldiers. In the end, there are too few gold coins. Tanya, go and earn some coins in your Huaxia 10 armed helicopter. You can blow up any mall, hospital, or school. At this time, the only idle person Han Feng could think of was Tanya. Secondly, Han Feng also knew that the Red Alert system was no secret to Tanya. So Tanya must know how to earn coins. Haha. Really? Tanya's joyful voice sounded in Han Feng's mind. Really? Why didn't you say it earlier? You've been idle for so long. After Tanya finished speaking, Han Feng was speechless. I couldn't believe that such rude words came from a beautiful foreign friend. Duh. Not long after, the unique sound of the Chinese 10 armed helicopters came. Looking up at the sky, Han Feng saw an armed helicopter flying straight out of the safe zone. It was Tanya without a doubt. Just as Han Feng watched the armed helicopter go away, Luna's voice came in his mind. Report to Captain Han. The Combat Laboratory Research Project, Nuclear Radiation. Level 4 Zombies, and the impact of nuclear radiation on zombies. The research has been completed. Please give instructions. Go ahead. I also want to know how these damn zombies survived under nuclear pollution. Okay. Captain Han. According to the report issued by the Combat Laboratory, we found radioactive elements such as uranium-235, thorium, and plutonium-239 in this mutated level 4 zombie body. It is worth mentioning that zombies are inanimate creatures. Although radioactive rays destroy the double-stranded DNA structure in their bodies, they do not have much impact on zombies. Hearing this, Han Feng interrupted. Can I understand that zombies will not be affected by nuclear radiation? If it is really as Han Feng thought, then things will be serious. Imagine zombies with nuclear pollution wandering around the world. Report to Captain Han. It is not true. Nuclear pollution is not harmless to zombies, because there is a small part of the still active spirit in the zombie's head, which is damaged by radioactive rays. What do you mean? Nuclear radiation is like tiny bullets, constantly shooting at the double-stranded structure of human DNA, which makes cells unable to regenerate. The still active nervous system in the zombie's head is the target of nuclear radiation. When the old nerve cells cannot be repaired, the zombie will be completely dead. Hearing this, Han Feng was a little puzzled, and then asked, then how to explain this mutated 4th-level zombie? After being contaminated by nuclear radiation, it can still sneak here 200 kilometers away? Report to Captain Han. This may be the special place of high-level zombies, because they have extremely tenacious vitality. The old nerve cells in the head can still remain active, although they will not be repaired. It will not affect their normal activities. Damn! Can't nuclear radiation kill them? Looking at the 4 blue light pillars towering in the sky, Han Feng continued to ask, will the zombies exposed to nuclear pollution mutate? For example, will their vitality become stronger? Or have more superpowers? Report to Captain Han. According to the report of the Combat Laboratory, no other related abilities have been found for the time being. In other words, zombies are still zombies, but they have more radioactive substances on their bodies that will pollute the surroundings. Hearing this, Han Feng was relieved. It seems that the zombies have not really mutated for the time being, since the Combat Laboratory has extracted nuclear fuels such as uranium, thorium, and plutonium from the bodies of nuclear radiation level 4 zombies, and purified them to the purity of nuclear weapons. The system has specially added a new single soldier unit, the radiation engineer. Suddenly, a long-lost mechanical sound rang out. Radiation engineer. It's actually a radiation engineer? Hearing the system mention this type of soldier, Han Feng felt like he had won the lottery. Who is the person who can cause the most casualties to enemy soldiers? In addition to sniper terrorists and some hero-level characters, it is the radiation engineer. In the Red Alert game, as long as a radiation engineer is stationed at the fortress intersection and asked to squat, the entire area will be continuously contaminated by nuclear radiation. No matter how many people you come, or who they are, they all have to be melted for me. Luna introduced the radiation engineer, rubbing his excited hands. Han Feng was said to Luna impatiently. Okay, Captain Han, radiation engineer, you can deploy it. After deployment, a green radiation layer will form around it, which can cause damage to any creature or armor, except radiation engineer, Terra robot, miner, etc., which are immune to radiation. It is especially effective against infantry and vehicles with light armor. The radiation effect is retained for a short time after returning to normal state. The main weapon of the radiation engineer, rad eruption weapon, rad radiation generator, also known as rad radiation launcher. The radiation energy in the gun can be used by the radiation engineer for 12 single shots. After deployment, it will pollute the surface layer within a radius of 500 meters. The pollution time is 24 hours. The pollution source is reset once an hour. Secondary weapon, M9 pistol, with a spare magazine. Equipped weapon, incendiary bottle. the radiation engineer is equipped with a complete set of biochemical protection suits. Wearing this set of biochemical protection suits will be immune to any radiation hazards. Fully automatic oxygen generator. Connected to the fully automatic oxygen generator carried on the back of the radiation engineer through a catheter. Even underwater, the radiation engineer does not need to worry about oxygen problems. Radiation engineers cannot enter underwater. It takes 2,000 gold coins to summon the radiation engineer. So powerful. After listening to Luna's detailed introduction, Han Feng slapped his thigh and said, attention, then turned to the system. But his gold coins were only over 1,000. Forget it. When I have money, I will. Boom. Boom boom boom. Han Feng was just talking to himself when he heard bursts of scarlet flames in the distance. And a few seconds later, there were explosions. It was Tanya. It was Tanya who blew up another building. Retracting his gaze, Han Feng quickly focused on the system. 3628. 3,628 gold coins. These missiles brought Han Feng 2,500 gold coins. It was really timely rain. After he had money, Han Feng waved his hand and said directly to Luna, Luna, summon radiation engineers. Report to Captain Han. It takes 2,000 gold coins to summon radiation engineers. Please confirm. Confirm. Okay. Captain Han. The radiation engineer is being summoned. Please wait. Han Feng smiled when he saw the progress bar of the radiation engineer start to start. He thought that if he encountered any dangerous places, like radiation zones in the future, the radiation engineer would be useful, and even if there were no dangerous areas, like radiation zones, the radiation engineer could squat in hidden places, sneak attack, or resist large numbers of zombies. Hey, Han Feng, who was immersed in his imagination, laughed out loud. 1 minute later, Captain Han? Captain Han? Ah? What's wrong? Han Feng stopped his fantasy after being awakened by Luna's sudden voice. Report to Captain Han. I have called you several times. The radiation engineer has been summoned. Please give instructions. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng looked around and indeed found a tall and thick soldier carrying a huge gun walking towards him. Report to Captain Han. Radiation engineer number 0001 is reporting. As he spoke, the radiation engineer stood up and saluted Han Feng. Of course, under the interference of this heavy protective suit, this salute was particularly awkward. Hello. Han Feng responded to the radiation engineer, and at the same time, his footsteps began to circle around the radiation engineer. Wow, this is so powerful. Han Feng looked at the red radiation launcher emitting a green halo and was full of praise. This launcher alone is 1.5 meters long. From the outside of the huge gun body, it is filled with green liquid, which shakes with the swaying of the gun body, and the liquid also emits a green light. Chapter 220. Loopholes in the Red Alert System. How powerful is your gun? How long does it take to kill someone after deployment? Han Feng wanted to see the power of the radiation engineer in the game in the real world. Report to Captain Han. When I deploy, the rad radiation generator in my hand will be inserted into the ground and release nuclear radiation intermittently. Any human body that approaches my 500-meter nuclear radiation contaminated area will die within 1 minute. Behind the huge respirator, the radiation engineer said in a muffled voice. Hearing the radiation measurement that can kill people within 1 minute, Han Feng took a breath, and then asked, what about after you leave? Will this land become a permanent nuclear contaminated area? This question is too important for Han Feng. If the land dirty by the radiation engineer takes a long time to recover, then the lethality will be too great. The subsequent accidental injuries will also become a new problem. Report to Captain Han. You don't need to worry about this. When I leave the deployment site, the radiation dose of the land contaminated by nuclear radiation will be reduced to normal values after 24 hours. Even if there is residual nuclear radiation, it will not affect the human body. Well, nodded. Han Feng did not ask any other questions. Instantly contaminate the land within a radius of 500 meters, and then return to normal values after 24 hours. It seems that this is the black technology of the Red Alert system. Looking at the radiation engineer, Han Feng's eyes turned and asked, oh, by the way, can you absorb nuclear radiation? Or, can you find a way to clean up the nuclear radiation? Sorry, Captain Han. I can't do what you said. Oh, Okay. I knew it. Seeing that the radiation engineer couldn't do anything, Han Feng had to give up. After thinking for a while, Han Feng said, "Okay, there's nothing to do here. You go down and rest first." "Yes, Captain Han." After replying to Han Feng, the radiation engineer carried his gun, turned around and walked away slowly. Looking at the back of the radiation engineer, Han Feng said to himself, "It would be great if everyone could have a set of biochemical protection suits. Then time wouldn't be as tight as it is now." Boom! Boom! It seems that Tanya has started again looking at the fire in the distance. Han Feng's attention entered the system. For 1,826 gold coins. These missiles brought Han Feng more than 3,000 in profits. Bomb it! Anyway, so many Chinese helicopters can't be driven away. Instead of keeping these missiles, it's better to clear out them all. Exchange them for gold coins. On the way back to the terminal, Han Feng muttered. Half an hour later. Report to Captain Han. Sniper number 2, captain of the 2nd Battalion, is back with your old subordinates and supplies. Okay. Let him arrange for these people to make temporary repairs. As for the supplies, classify what should be classified and guard what should be guarded. Okay. Captain Han. Just after Han Feng finished talking to Luna, the voice of the 2nd sniper sounded in his mind. Report to Captain Han. We brought back 57 people, 10 buses, 8 trucks, and 5 tankers from the repair shop. And all the supplies inside are there. Hearing the report from the 2nd sniper, Han Feng smiled happily. This was the best news he had heard during this period of time. Thank you for your hard work. Go and rest. Yes, Captain Han. Back in his bedroom, Han Feng also began to prepare to pack his luggage. Although, there was not much luggage to pack. With clothes folded in his hands, Han Feng was thinking about how to maximize the benefits of the gold coins in his hand. For now, buses, trucks and tankers are what he needs most. But how many he can find depends on fate. Then the only things he can build are Nighthawk helicopters and armored personnel carriers. But unfortunately, Nighthawk helicopters are not equipped with relevant pilots. So now the only thing he can choose to summon is armored personnel carriers. Thinking about armored personnel carriers, Han Feng read the relevant information about armored personnel carriers again. Armored personnel carriers can carry 12 infantry units or 4 vehicles, tanks. With the amphibious characteristics of armored personnel carriers, you can transport all combat-related personnel to various parts of the battlefield. Squinting his eyes, Han Feng stopped the work in his hands and began to ponder the meaning of these words. Luna, I ask you, is the bus considered a vehicle? Thinking of the possibility of this loophole, Han Feng asked Luna. Report to Captain Han. Buses are considered vehicles. What's wrong? Luna, who didn't understand what Han Feng meant, answered casually. Really? Really? What's wrong? Captain Han? Any problem? Ha ha. No problem. No problem at all. Waving his fist, Han Feng said excitedly, Prepare the car. I'm going to the helicopter parking area. By the way, transfer 4 buses over. Okay, Captain Han. At this time, Luna finally understood what Han Feng was thinking. Hurriedly going downstairs, Han Feng saw Wayne driving the saber-tooth armored vehicle. In less than a few minutes, Han Feng arrived at the empty helicopter parking area. Outside the huge warehouse, 3 armored troop carriers and 4 buses were also ready. After getting off the car, Han Feng scanned everything in front of him. After taking out a cigarette and lighting it, he said excitedly, 4 buses are now entering the armored troop carrier. Han Feng was actually nervous about this order, because the size of the armored troop carrier is slightly larger than that of the bus. It seems a joke to Han Feng to want to fit 4 buses. After Han Feng gave the order, the armored troop carrier turned around and faced the bus. And then the gangplank at the rear of the armored troop carrier slowly lowered, which made it easier for the bus to enter. Soon, not long after, the first bus successfully entered the armored troop carrier. After the first bus entered, the second bus also started slowly and drove towards the armored troop carrier. Will it succeed? Han Feng's eyes moved with the movement of the second bus, and he was still asking himself in his mouth. Unexpectedly, after dozens of seconds, the second bus also successfully entered the armored troop carrier. Oh my god! It went in! At this time, Han Feng opened his mouth wide and stared at the armored troop carrier. Then, the third bus started. Just like the first 2 buses, entered the armored troop carrier again. Then the fourth bus. 2 minutes later. All 4 buses were eaten by the armored troop carrier. Han Feng was stunned by what happened in front of him. Oh! I found your loophole. I found your loophole. Ah ha ha. The excitement and joy gradually surged into his heart, making Han Feng cheer and jump. Luna, let all the buses come out. After a while of craziness, Han Feng ordered. Okay, Captain Han. A few minutes later, 4 buses drove out of the armored troop carrier one after another. After seeing that all the buses had stopped, Han Feng gave the order, come here. 13 soldiers. Get on the buses at random. Since this is a key guard area, the number of soldiers is enough for the number Han Feng called. Tens of seconds later, 13 red alert soldiers boarded the 4 buses. Luna, let these 4 buses enter the armored troop carrier. At this time, Han Feng threw down his cigarette, and gave the same order as before. Okay, Captain Han. This time, Han Feng stared at the 4 buses, feeling more nervous, and his breathing became rapid. Finally, after a few minutes, the 4 buses successfully entered the armored troop carrier again. Han Feng, with his eyes wide open, did not speak at this time, but the incredible look in his eyes showed that he was extremely excited. After a few seconds of silence, Han Feng quickly walked towards the armored troop carrier in front of him. Surrounding the armored troop carrier, Han Feng gently stroked the steel armor and murmured, Is this the legendary mess in space? Is it the black technology of the red alert system? Mustard space? What is that? Obviously, Luna did not understand the new term Han Feng said at all. Storage ring? The storage ring is the mustard space. Don't you know? Hearing Luna's confused words, Han Feng explained. Captain Han, I don't have any knowledge about storage rings. A few seconds later, Luna replied after finding no relevant links. Oh my god? Really? You don't even know about storage rings? At this moment, Han Feng was a little stunned. He didn't expect that there were things in this world that Luna and the system didn't know. After thinking for a while, Han Feng continued to explain, haven't you read the book? It's a ring that can hold a lot of things. Sorry, Captain Han. I still don't understand what you are talking about. Do you need to ask the combat laboratory to start related research projects? Although Han Feng explained so much, Luna still shook her head and said she didn't know, and even moved out of the combat laboratory. Haha, no need, I just said it casually. Let's put this matter behind us. Han Feng laughed a few times and let it go. At the same time, he thought about letting the combat laboratory study the content of the virtual e-book. Haha, it's funny to think about it. Luna, let the buses come out. Stepping back, Han Feng distanced himself from the armored personnel carrier and gave an order at the same time. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, the springboard at the rear of the armored personnel carrier slowly lowered, and 4 buses drove out one after another. Everyone in the bus will go to their posts. After giving this order, Han Feng turned and walked towards the armored vehicle. And then Wayne took him back to Terminal 1. Back in the bedroom, Han Feng sat on the bed, and his mood could not calm down for a long time. At this time, his heart kept shouting 3 words, there is help. Chapter 221, Under the Loophole of the Red Alert System. A dozen minutes ago, in order to verify what he thought, Han Feng did 2 experiments. First, let the bus enter the armored personnel carrier to see if vehicles other than the Red Alert unit can enter smoothly. Second, load 13 Red Alert soldiers in the bus, plus the 4 American soldiers driving the bus. That is 17 people. In this way, the number of people entering the armored personnel carrier has a breakthrough. Come to think of it, what if every bus is full of people before entering the armored personnel carrier? This is the first time in his life that Han Feng has taken advantage of the system and drilled a loophole in the system. While Han Feng was grinning, the familiar sound of the propeller of the Huaxia 10 armed helicopter came from far away. When he heard this sound, Han Feng knew that Tanya had fired all the missiles. Focusing on the system, Han Feng found that he had 6,942 gold coins at this time. Since he had money, Han Feng was not stingy and directly said to Luna, Luna, summon 2 armored troop carriers. Report to Captain Han. Summoning 2 armored troop carriers requires 6,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirmed. Okay, Captain Han. 2 armored troop carriers are being summoned. Please wait. After seeing the progress bar of the armored personnel carrier summoning start, Han Feng continued, Luna. All the armored personnel carriers summoned during this period will automatically drive to the parking area of the armed helicopter. Okay, Captain Han. After the arrangement was completed, Han Feng took out his mobile phone and checked the time. It was 3:30 in the morning. There is still 1 day and 18 hours. Han Feng muttered to himself and ordered, American soldiers, all go out. You can drive, and the task of finding the bus is left to you. The key collection area is placed in the bus company. All engineers will also follow up. If you find an old bus, repair it if you can, and if you can't, tow it back to me. After hesitating for a few seconds, Han Feng seemed to have made up his mind and continued to give orders. All snipers should follow along. Just in case, go to the armory and prepare your weapons when you go out. It's Captain Han. Sniper number 2 received it. It's Captain Han. Sniper number 3 received it. It's Captain Han. Sniper number 4 received it. After Han Feng gave the order, the reports of the 3 captains came one after another. Tanya, when you take off again later, take 2 or 3 mobilized soldiers with you. Let the mobilized soldiers operate the turrets on the armed helicopter to attack the zombies on the ground. During this period, try to use up all the weapons that cannot be taken away. Okay. Commander Han, leave it to me. After giving the order, Han Feng pondered for a few seconds, then said, Luna, I'll take a nap first. When Simon comes back, you can wake me up. Okay. Captain Han, I was just about to remind you that you haven't rested for 24 hours. I'll call you in time when Simon comes back. In addition, do you have any other instructions? No. I'll tell you when there's a situation. Okay. Captain Han. After talking to Luna, Han Feng took off his shoes and laid down on the bed. In order to have a quick response after waking up, Han Feng did not take off his clothes and slept with them on. I don't know how long it took. Captain Han? What Luna didn't expect was that Han Feng woke up after she called him only once. In the past, she had to call him for a long time. Is Simon back? Han Feng asked while rubbing his eyes as he stood up. Yes, Captain Han. Simon is back and is waiting for you at the door. After answering Han Feng's question, Luna hesitated for a while and asked, Captain Han, did you not sleep well? Why did you wake up as soon as I called you? Such a big thing happened. How could I sleep well? Okay. Call Simon in. Okay. Captain Han. When Simon entered the bedroom, Han Feng took out a cigarette to wake up quickly and lit it. Report to Captain Han. The mission of looking for large semi-trailer trucks has been completed. Simon reports to you, Simon said while saluting Han Feng as he walked in front of him. Thank you for your hard work. Sit down and take a rest first. Pointing to the chair in front of him, Han Feng motioned Simon to sit down and said, Okay. Captain Han. Simon replied to Han Feng and sat down, looking at Simon in front of him. Han Feng asked, Did you get a lot this time? Report to Captain Han. This time we went out. We brought back a total of 10 large semi-trailer trucks. There are many large semi-trailers near the highway exit. This time I picked some of the largest models and brought them back. Hearing this, Han Feng thought so. When the zombies first broke out, these large vehicles must have escaped. So it is not surprising that most of them piled up at the highway entrance and exit. Seeing that Han Feng did not speak, Simon continued, Report to Captain Han. This operation killed a total of 8 level 3 zombies and countless low-level zombies. Fortunately, we did not encounter higher-level zombies, and we had no casualties. This is also the reason why we came back late. Huh. I'm glad you're alright. I'm glad you're alright. 10 semi-trailers are already unexpectedly many. As he spoke, Han Feng stood up and patted Simon on the shoulder. Oh, by the way, where are the trucks? Report to Captain Han. These 10 semi-trailers are all parked at the armed helicopter parking area. 6 of them are unloading. After listening to Simon, Han Feng was a little confused, and then asked, Unloading? Unloading what? Report to Captain Han. It's like this. Some semi-trailers are carrying fruits and vegetables. After so long, fruits and vegetables have all rotted. So I ordered the mobilized soldiers to start unloading and cleaning. There are also some sand and wood that we don't need. I also asked the mobilized soldiers to unload the goods. Okay. Take me to see it. After listening to these reports, Han Feng put on his shoes and stood up. After standing up, Han Feng casually opened the curtains, and the dawn light came into his eyes. Looking at the bright outside, Han Feng took out his mobile phone and checked the time. It was already a little after 6 in the morning. Only 2.5 hours. How come the sky got bright so quickly? Han Feng muttered to himself, walked out of the bedroom, and went downstairs. Downstairs, the saber-tooth armored vehicle was already ready. On the way to the parking lot of the armed helicopter, Han Feng solved the problem of breakfast in the armored vehicle. Of course, it was just a piece of bread and a bottle of water. A few minutes later, Han Feng saw the trucks unloading goods. The vehicle stopped. Han Feng opened the door. Wow! It smells so bad. The rotten fruits and vegetables gave off a bad smell, which made Han Feng, who had just got off the car, a little uncomfortable. On these semi-trailers, mobilized soldiers were carrying and cleaning. Covering his mouth and nose lightly, Han Feng walked into the semi-trailer. Simon was right. These 10 semi-trailer trucks were really big. Each one was 13 meters long. 1, 2, 3. After a few seconds, Han Feng counted the number of tires on each truck. 22. Luna, how much cargo can each of these semi-trailers carry? Staring at the 10 Big Macs, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind. Reporting to the Han team, the maximum load of each of these heavy semi-trailers is 100 tons. But considering the tire pressure, cargo height, driving wind speed and safety factors, it is best to reduce the cargo capacity to less than 80 tons. 80 tons. Han Feng was so excited after listening to Luna's report, even his speech was incoherent. Reporting to the Han team. Yes. But this also depends on the quality and size of the cargo. I only give the safe load tonnage calculated by the system. It's incredible. 80 tons of cargo per vehicle. 10 vehicles are 800 tons. If an armored personnel carrier is loaded with 4 semi-trailers, then wouldn't an armored personnel carrier be able to carry 320 tons of cargo? Haha, then these cargoes. Captain Han. Sorry to bother you. Semi-trailer trucks can't enter the armored troop carrier. Just as Han Feng was fantasizing excitedly, Luna interrupted him in time. Huh? Can't get in? Is it because the semi-trailer is too big? Han Feng asked subconsciously after hearing this news. Report to Captain Han. It's not a matter of size. It's because the armored troop carrier can only allow vehicles with passengers to enter, and the semi-trailer is used to transport goods. So the semi-trailer does not meet the entry conditions. Oh, it doesn't matter. Just let these semi-trailers run slowly behind you. Han Feng didn't take Luna's words to heart. Anyway, these trucks are all good. Just drive them on the road, Luna. Calculate how heavy the goods we want to take away in the safe zone are. I think these 10 semi-trailers are definitely enough. Right? Captain Han, can you please specify what the supplies are? So that I can calculate the specific values. All bottled and barreled water. All food. All weapons and ammunition in the arsenal. All medical supplies. That should be it. Han Feng said after thinking about it. Captain Han, do we need to include the cleaning supplies? For example, shampoo, shower gel, facial cleanser, towels, etc. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng was stunned, thinking why he forgot these things. Yes, of course. We need to calculate them together. Captain Han, do we need to include the daily clothing? The warehouse stores a large number of men's and women's clothing. Underwear and panties of various sizes are included. Captain Han, are books, textbooks and other paper cultural heritage items also included? Are included. Captain Han, are household appliances such as air conditioners, electric heaters, refrigerators, freezers, etc. included? Captain Han, what about kitchen utensils? Are pots, pans, chopsticks and spoons also included? Luna, how about this? You count all the things you think you will need in the future? Don't ask me. Ask. Just take them away. Okay. Captain Han. Luna's teasing laughter came from her mouth, making Han Feng feel embarrassed. Chapter 222. Preparations before migration. Captain Han, do I really get to decide what supplies to take away this time? At this time, Luna's words actually had a hint of teasing. Han Feng pretended not to hear the other meaning of Luna's words, and just replied with a serious face, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. I said. Don't ask me. Just take it away. Okay. Listening to Luna's cheerful laughter, Han Feng was secretly embarrassed, thinking that there were so many supplies that could be taken away. Yes, although the zombies have only been rampant for about 2 months now. No one can guarantee when this nightmare will be completely over. What if it takes several years to finish? Bring enough clothes. At least there is a chance to change clothes. Otherwise, when the clothes are damaged, you can't run naked? There are also textbooks and other books. When the time comes, find a few people with higher knowledge and culture to tutor the children's homework, so as to ensure the continuity of cultural inheritance. Alas, it seems that I still think too simply, thinking that it will be fine if I am full in full. Recalling every sentence Luna added before, Han Feng smiled bitterly. As soon as Han Feng finished laughing, Luna in his mind said, "Report to Captain Han. All available supplies in the safe zone have been counted. How much do they weigh together?" Hearing that the calculation was completed, Han Feng still sighed inwardly at the powerful computing power of the system. Report to Captain Han. The total weight of various materials is 1,082.47 tons. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's eyes widened instantly and asked, "Fuck? How can a tiny warehouse hold more than 1,000 tons of materials? Isn't this ridiculous?" Report to Captain Han. Among these materials, weapons, ammunition, water, and food account for the majority. The total weight of weapons and ammunition alone has reached more than 400 tons. Can weapons and ammunition alone be so heavy? I haven't seen much. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng was a little unbelievable. It's just some assault rifles and bullets. How come the weight reaches the terrifying level of 400 tons? Captain Han, have you forgotten the 2 equipment warehouses in the police station and prison in BT City? Together with the equipment warehouse in the airport, it really reaches more than 400 tons. Seeing that Han Feng did not reply, Luna continued, "Captain Han, you have issued an order before that the weapons of all the Red Alert soldiers who died in battle must be recovered. The weight of the weapons of these dead soldiers alone cannot be underestimated. How many weapons did the dead Red Alert soldiers leave behind?" Han Feng's heart twitched slightly when he heard Luna talking about the dead soldiers. Reporting to Captain Han, there are 228 AK-47s, 52 M60 light machine guns, 52 M9 pistols, 51 sabers, an AWP sniper rifle, 106 ordinary grenades, and 13 high-explosive grenades left by the fallen Red Alert soldiers. Hearing Luna's description of these weapons, Han Feng's mouth gradually curled up. 228 AK-47s represent 228 dead mobilized soldiers. 52 M60 light machine guns represent 52 dead American soldiers, and a sniper rifle belonging to a sniper. For a few seconds after the report was completed, Han Feng did not speak, but just stood there blankly, wondering what he was thinking. Seeing that Han Feng didn't move, Luna asked softly, "Captain Han? Captain Han? Are you still listening?" "Yes, I am listening." After getting Han Feng's response, Luna continued, "It's like this. Captain Han, some of these supplies are large in size and light in weight, so you need to find some of these semi-trailers to transport them completely." "Well, okay." After a brief reply to Luna, Han Feng turned to Simon behind him and said, "Thank you for your hard work, and go to the highway to find 10 more semi-trailers like this." "Yes, Captain Han," Simon said without any nonsense. Tens of seconds later, under the leadership of Simon, a large group of American soldiers set out again and embarked on the task of finding semi-trailers. Duh. As Simon left, the sound of armed helicopters came from the sky. Seeing the armed helicopter, Han Feng knew that Tanya had come back to replenish ammunition. At the same time, Han Feng turned his attention to the system, wanting to see how many gold coins Tanya had brought back in the past few hours. Well, when Han Feng saw the number in the gold coin column, his excitement instantly exploded. 1, 10,000, 18,000. That's right. At this time Han Feng's gold coins have risen to 18,640. "Hello, good morning, dear Commander." As soon as the armed helicopter stopped, Tanya jumped off the helicopter and greeted Han Feng with a smile. Behind Tanya, several mobilized soldiers began to carry red arrow missiles to fill the ammunition bay of the armed helicopter. "Oh my God! How many times did you fly back and forth tonight?" Looking at the energetic Tanya, Han Feng wanted to rush up and hug her immediately. "This is simply his cash cow." Not much. I only flew back and forth 8 or 9 times tonight, Tanya replied casually, while moving her body. By the way, the ammunition of the Huaxia 10 armed helicopters is running low. I estimate another 20 or so will be almost empty. Looking back at the ammunition depot of the armed helicopter, Tanya said leisurely. Haha, try to shoot them all. Even if we transport all the ammunition away, there is no place to fire it. I've made up my mind. Of these 5 helicopters, I will only take the Nighthawk helicopter. So you may have to work non-stop these 2 days. Okay, I like explosions the most, Tanya said happily. Then turned around and ran briskly towards the armed helicopter that had been loaded. Duh. Looking at the armed helicopter slowly rising into the air, Han Feng whispered an order. Luna, summon 6 armored troop carriers. Report to Captain Han. Summoning 6 armored troop carriers requires 18,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirmed. In order to take more people away, Han Feng is squeezing every gold coin he has. Okay. Captain Han. 6 armored troop carriers are being summoned. Please wait. Seeing the summon progress bar open, Han Feng thought for a moment and continued, Luna, find Brother Wang and send me over. A few seconds later, Luna said, report to Captain Han. Brother Wang's location has been found, and the detailed information is in the radar. Start navigation. After saying that, Han Feng turned and walked towards the armored vehicle. Simon, the driver just now, was out on a mission, so now he had to drive himself. A few minutes later, Han Feng found Brother Wang. Brother Wang, help me find some people. I probably need about 300 people. As soon as he saw Brother Wang, Han Feng directly explained his purpose. Looking at Han Feng's serious face, Brother Wang thought something serious had happened. Without thinking, he picked up the intercom beside him and shouted, Domination Team, Unharmed Team, Dragon Soul Team, Holy Land Team, the strongest team on the surface, Knights Team. Now I want each of your 6 teams to draw 100 elites. A total of 600 people. Report to me. What Han Feng didn't expect was that he wanted to borrow 300 people, but Brother Wang doubled it for him. And they're elites? Okay. Brother Wang. Domination Team received. As soon as Wang Man finished speaking, Kong Xiang's voice quickly rang out on the intercom. Brother Wang. I'm from the Wuyang Team. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be there soon. Dragon Soul Team received. 100 people. Right. Coming soon. Brother Wang. The Knights received. I'll give you 70 people first, and I'll notify the rest immediately. Captain Wang. The strongest team on the surface received. In just a few seconds, the intercom in Wang Man's hand did not stop. Seeing that Brother Wang was facing a great enemy, Han Feng hurriedly reached out to hold Brother Wang and quickly explained, Brother Wang. No. I'm looking for people to test the troop transportability. 300 people are enough. 600 people are too many. Hurry up and ask them to send fewer people. Isn't this the wolf is coming? Seeing Han Feng's bitter smile, Brother Wang was also a little confused for a moment. Seeing Wang Man still in a daze, Han Feng couldn't help but say, Brother Wang, let them send fewer people. What are you doing? Brother Wang. I'm coming. Suddenly, Kong Xiang shouting came from outside Terminal 2. Hearing the voice, Han Feng and Wang Man walked to the window together. Through the window, they saw a large group of people running past in a sparse manner. Among them, there were some who were loading bullets and tidying up their clothes. 2 seconds later, Han Feng and Wang Man looked away and began to look at each other. Brother Wang, what should I do? It's nothing, let's go downstairs. Wang Man waved his right hand and said with a little lack of confidence. During the time of going downstairs, the number of people under Terminal 2 had gathered to a certain scale. Report to Brother Wang. All 100 members of the Domination Team are here. Report to Brother Wang. All 100 members of the Wuyang Team are here. Report to Brother Wang. All 100 members of the Knights Team are here. Looking at the hundreds of people in front of him, Han Feng was a little surprised. I can't believe that in just 5 minutes. Xiao Han. The bases of these teams are nearby, so they came quickly. Seeing Han Feng staring at the crowd, Wang Man said quietly. At this time, the follow-up troops were still coming. 1 minute later, all 600 people stood downstairs. Although these teams assembled quickly, there was still a world of difference between them, and the red alert soldiers summoned by Han Feng. First of all, the queue of these people was incomparable with the red alert soldiers. Looking at the scattered crowd, and then thinking about the neat square formation of the red alert soldiers. Secondly, the noisy environment of 600 people, and the silent standing of the red alert soldiers also formed a sharp contrast. While Han Feng was still comparing in his heart, Brother Wang spoke with a loudspeaker. Good. The performance of each team is very good. After a pause, Wang Man continued, there are two purposes for calling everyone to assemble this time. First, to see everyone's alertness and mobility. I am very satisfied. Second, Chapter 223, Advance Force. Second, Captain Han needs you to perform a mission. Ha ha. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Long live Captain Han. Yeah. Captain Han is finally going to give me a mission. As soon as Wang Man finished speaking, the crowd in the audience was instantly boiling. Yes, in the hearts of these people, Han Feng is a god, represents salvation, hope, and the future. Looking at the cheering crowd, Han Feng's heart gradually ignited a spark of fire. At some point, Han Feng thought of 4 words in his mind: wolf, tiger, momentum. But what embarrassed Han Feng was that he just wanted to test the maximum number of people that the armored personnel carrier could carry. Not to take soldiers to fight. To put it bluntly, it's just a bus full of people getting on and off. But now? Xiao Han, what are you doing? Say something quickly. Wang Man saw Han Feng's eyes flickering, and he called him a few times, but there was no response. So he had no choice but to pat Han Feng on the shoulder. Oh, okay. Han Feng, who had reacted, took the loudspeaker with both hands, thought for a while and said, everyone, please be quiet. Hearing that Han Feng was about to speak, the audience instantly became much quieter. How should I put it? I'm going to do a test now, and I need your cooperation. After a pause, Han Feng continued, please follow me now. Let's go to the test site first. Han Feng couldn't think of what to say, so he could only get straight to the point. After speaking, Han Feng raised his legs and walked towards the parking area of the armed helicopter, followed by the 600 elites. With a large army, Han Feng's speed must have been much slower. 10 minutes later, the group finally arrived at the test site. When people saw the scene of the semi-trailer unloading, although they had doubts in their hearts, no one asked anything. Come on. People in the front row, please get on the bus. On the way here, Han Feng prepared the bus and other vehicles. Captain Han, why are you getting on the bus? Kong Xiang, who was following behind Han Feng, had a question mark on his face. Just get on. You'll know in a minute. After talking to Kong Xiang, Han Feng shouted to the crowd, everyone, please work hard and squeeze in. If you can't squeeze in, go to the next bus. I want 4 fully loaded buses. Han Feng gave the order, and although everyone was confused, they still obeyed. A few minutes later, the 4 fully loaded buses could no longer accommodate 1 more person. Okay, get ready. Get on the bus. Looking at the crowded people in the bus, Han Feng quickly gave the next order. After watching the 4 buses successfully enter the armored troop carrier, Han Feng smiled. All right, Luna, let the buses down. By the way, calculate how many people the armored troop carrier carried just now. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, the gangplank at the rear of the armored troop carrier slowly lowered, and 4 buses came out one after another. Report to Captain Han. The armored troop carrier just now carried a total of 223 people, and the average loading capacity of each bus is 55 people. Okay, I know. After getting the specific data, Han Feng began to calculate. Just now, the bus was crowded with people, and it would definitely not work if it wanted to transport them long distances, and it would be very crowded. But these people are all a group of big men, and they must be big in size. By then, children and women will be mixed in, and there will be a lot of space. 50 people on a bus should be able to ensure their safety. There are more than 18,000 people in and outside the airport now. According to the calculation that 1 armored troop carrier can transport 200 people, a total of more than 90 armored troop carriers are needed. More than 90 armored troop carriers require 270,000 gold coins. Oh my god, Han Feng said helplessly after getting the calculation result. Captain Han? What's wrong with you? At this time, The person next to Han Feng saw his state and asked, "It's okay. It's okay." Han Feng responded casually, picked up the loudspeaker, thought for a moment and said, "Everyone, be quiet. I need your help now. You will go to the warehouse in a group. About 300 people. And your task is to move all the goods in the warehouse to the semi-trailers." As everyone looked at each other in confusion, Han Feng said again, "The remaining 300 people, you go to the armory and move various weapons and ammunition. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work." As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, the people from each team shouted at the top of their voices, "Not hard. Not hard." Looking at the excited crowd in front of him, Han Feng contacted Luna and said, "Luna, now divide 5 semi-trailers to go to the warehouse, and the remaining 5 semi-trailers to go to the armory. As for the rotten vegetables on top, speed up the processing." "Yes, Captain Han." After receiving the order, Luna began to make arrangements. Looking at the 600 people and 10 semi-trailers divided into 2 groups, Han Feng let out a sigh of relief, thinking that he was really not the person who could speak on the podium. Too embarrassing. "Luna, do you think we can move in 2 days? Is it enough?" After everyone left, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it and asked, "Report to Captain Han." "I don't know. For the time being, we cannot rule out extreme special factors such as zombie attacks and survivors rioting." Luna said everything in detail. "Alas, I wish you all the best." Han Feng was smoking a cigarette, and it was rare for him to have some free time. It was not until noon that Han Feng received the news that Simon and the other captains of the 3 teams had returned. Simon brought back 10 large semi-trailer trucks again during this outing. The 3 teams that Han Feng had sent out to find buses also brought back 54 intact buses and 31 old buses that were damaged beyond repair. Han Feng also had plans for the damaged buses. Anyway, the armored troop carrier was called a vehicle, but it didn't say whether it was broken or not for this reason. Han Feng also conducted another experiment. Let everyone push the damaged bus onto the armored troop carrier, and the result was also gratifying, which was completely possible. Everything was going in a good direction at the moment, if there were no other factors interfering. Han Feng had absolute confidence in solving this transfer crisis. Due to time constraints, Han Feng issued another task to go out and find buses. After all, more than 18,000 people need more than 360 buses. The city's buses are definitely not enough. But there are other vehicles. For example, trucks can carry people. Armored vehicles can carry people. Cars, etc. In the morning, Tanya also went back and forth many times, and Han Feng's gold coins accumulated to more than 15,000. Taking out his mobile phone, Han Feng saw that the time was already after 1 p.m. There were less than 33 hours left before the last time of retreat. "Luna, let me ask you, how long does it take to get from here to the zinc mine?" "Report to Captain Han. The total distance from here to the zinc mine is 541 kilometers. Considering the current zombies and road conditions, it will take about 2 days to complete the transfer, if we let a group of task forces go first, without considering the rear transfer. The purpose is just to be the vanguard. To explore? Yes. For the sake of safety, Han Feng had already planned to let a small number of Red Alert soldiers go first. The purpose is to explore the situation on the road and the environment near the zinc mine. What if someone like Cheng Ji appears on the road or near the zinc mine? I don't have a base camp yet. Isn't this blind? Report to Captain Han. If a reconnaissance team is sent to the zinc mine first, the time required will be greatly reduced. The estimated time is within 1 day, and the reconnaissance team will collect all the information during this day," Luna said, understanding Han Feng's meaning. "Okay. Then send a reconnaissance team to check the situation first." Seeing this, Han Feng no longer hesitated and gave the order directly. "Excuse me, Captain Han. Who will be the members of this reconnaissance team sent to the zinc mine?" "Call 2 snipers. Call a heavy soldier. Call an engineer. Call 5 American soldiers. Call a police dog. Call 6 mobilized soldiers. Let these 16 people form a reconnaissance team. The number of people is just enough for 2 saber-tooth armored vehicles. Report to Captain Han." Summoning a sniper, engineer, heavy armored soldier, police dog, 5 American soldiers, and 6 mobilized soldiers requires a total of 8,100 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Okay, Captain Han. The summoning is in progress. Please wait. A few seconds after Luna finished speaking, Han Feng seemed to be talking to himself. 2 snipers will take turns to be responsible for remote observation. Heavy armored soldiers are ready for air defense at any time. Engineers can be responsible for maintenance, unlocking, and logistics. American soldiers are responsible for driving and fire suppression in emergency situations. Mobilized soldiers are responsible for transportation. And police dogs are responsible for alertness. Oh my! Suddenly, Han Feng seemed to have thought of something, and his body shook violently. Then he said, "Air supremacy." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Feng asked Luna, "By the way, Luna, how long will it take for Tanya to use up all the missiles of the 10 Chinese armed helicopters?" Reporting to Captain Han, if Tanya wants to use up all the missiles of the armed helicopters, she needs to go back and forth 16 times, which will take about 9 hours. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng roughly calculated in his mind. That is to say, Tanya can only set off 9 hours after the reconnaissance team sets off. After thinking about it, Han Feng ordered, after 9 hours, let the 10 Chinese armed helicopters keep a full ammunition state. And then Tanya will drive them to chase the reconnaissance team and perform reconnaissance missions with the reconnaissance team. After the reconnaissance team arrives at the zinc mine, Tanya will come back to report by helicopter. After hesitating for a few seconds, Han Feng murmured, 9 hours. I think there should be no one in the city who can threaten the reconnaissance team. When they are halfway there, Tanya should have caught up with them. Okay, that's it. After looking around, Han Feng instructed, if the reconnaissance team unfortunately encounters a level 4 zombie on the road and there is no air cover from Tanya, run away with all your strength and don't fight. Okay, Captain Han. After explaining this, Han Feng found a cool place to sit down and rest, quietly waiting for the call of the reconnaissance team to end. Chapter 224, The Most Important Thing. 10 minutes later, a whole 16-man reconnaissance team was summoned. Looking at the red alert soldiers in front of him, Han Feng said seriously, I think Luna has conveyed all the details of this mission to you. Now I will say a few more words. First, I don't want any of your team members to be in trouble. Second, your mission this time is only to investigate the safety along the road and the environment near the zinc mine. If you encounter enemy armed personnel on the road, my advice is to retreat in time and don't fight. Yes. Woof. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, 15 red alert soldiers and a police dog responded in unison. 2 snipers. You will drive 2 saber-tooth armored vehicles for this operation. You 2 will be the captains of the 2 vehicles respectively. As for the personnel allocation, discuss it yourself. Yes. Yes. Okay, you are ready to go. Remember to go to the equipment warehouse to get enough ammunition first, in case of any unexpected events. You also have spare weapons and ammunition to fight back. Yes. Yes. Okay. Let's go! Han Feng saw that there was no other arrangements at the moment, so he let the reconnaissance team set off. Looking at the backs of the reconnaissance team leaving, Han Feng silently took out his mobile phone and checked the time. It's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If everything goes well, this time tomorrow will be the time for me to leave. Everything is just right. Back in the car, Han Feng took out the bread and bottled water, and found a clean place to sit on the ground. While eating lunch, Han Feng was thinking in his mind. What else he didn't expect. 5 minutes later. Fuck. Just when the bread was about to be finished, Han Feng's body suddenly shook. Holding the bread and bottled water tightly in his hands, Han Feng almost squeezed out 3 words from his teeth. Woo. Armed. Department. Just now, Han Feng thought of something that he had forgotten for several days. Lin Lan. Damn it. How could I forget this? Damn it. While cursing himself, Han Feng quickly got up, and didn't even have time to brush the dust off his butt. A few days ago, when Lin Lan was possessed, he told me to go to the HS Armed Forces Department to find something. At that time, I was busy competing with Chung Ji, so I didn't go to the Armed Forces Department in time. Then I encountered such a big thing. So Han Feng couldn't remember such an important thing for a while. Sitting in the saber-tooth armored vehicle, Han Feng stuffed the last small piece of bread in his hand into his mouth, and took a few sips of water by the way. Luna, how many red alert soldiers can be mobilized now? Swallowing the bread, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind. Report to Captain Han. Now every red alert soldier is on duty. There is no idle person. Damn. Holding the steering wheel tightly, Han Feng cursed in a hurry. Focusing on the system, Han Feng looked at the gold coin column. 7,624 gold coins. TSK, hiss. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng was a little entangled at this time. The biggest use of gold coins now is definitely to summon armored troop carriers. After all, an armored troop carrier worth 3,000 gold coins can be exchanged for 200 lives. But Han Feng, who has no manpower available at this time, is in urgent need of red alert soldiers. This multiple-choice question made Han Feng feel difficult. Luna, find the red alert soldiers to contact Brother Wang. Let him send some confidants to take over the less important positions of the red alert soldiers. And take as many as you can. At this moment, Han Feng could only think of this money-saving method, letting Brother Wang's people replace the red alert soldiers. Okay, Captain Han. Send the red alert soldiers to find me at Terminal 1. After telling Luna again, Han Feng stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Terminal 1. Arriving at the bottom of Terminal 1, Han Feng got off the car and found the multi-purpose infantry vehicle he had parked before. At this moment, several mobilized soldiers were rushing here. Within a minute, 20 mobilized soldiers arrived one after another. Report to Captain Han. A total of 30 mobilized soldiers will be transferred from the red alert this time. Suddenly, Luna's voice came to Han Feng's mind. 30 mobilized soldiers? Where are the American soldiers? Hearing such a single type of soldiers, Han Feng was a little surprised. Reporting to Captain Han, the American soldiers are all on a mission to find various vehicles. Do you need to call them back now? Hearing the reason, Han Feng pondered for a few seconds, and then responded, no. Summon them. Summon 5 American soldiers. Reporting to Captain Han, summoning 5 American soldiers requires 2,500 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirmed. Just in case, the summoned American soldiers go to drive armored vehicles. And by the way, go to the equipment depot to load more ammunition. Okay, Captain Han. By the way, Luna, the Grizzly tank, also be transferred here. After hesitating for a while, Han Feng decided to bring the Grizzly tank with him in this operation. The 28-ton Grizzly tank can help you carve out a bloody path if you encounter any unstoppable danger. Okay, Captain Han. The Grizzly tank is heading to the entrance and exit of the safe zone. Okay. While Han Feng and Luna were talking, the American soldiers were summoned one by one. Soon, 5 armored vehicles carrying spare weapons and ammunition appeared in Han Feng's field of vision. When the armored vehicles stopped, Han Feng ordered all mobilized soldiers, get on the bikes. Let's go! Luna, navigate to the HS Armed Forces Department. Han Feng had just asked Luna to scan all the road maps of China a few days ago, so he was not worried about not being able to find the Armed Forces Department at this time. Okay, Captain Han. The Armed Forces are navigating. When they arrived at the entrance of the safe zone, the Grizzly's tanks were already ready. There were tanks in front, armored vehicles in the back, and the multi-purpose infantry vehicle driven by Han Feng was in the middle. Half an hour later, with the tanks ruthlessly clearing the way, Han Feng and his team finally arrived at the HS Armed Forces. When the convoy stopped at the entrance of the Armed Forces, Han Feng silently ordered in his mind, everyone get off the car. Be alert. Get ready for battle. Opening the car door, Han Feng got off the car and began to look at the armed forces with the door locked in front of him. At this time, the roadblocks in front of the armed forces were disrupted by someone and scattered around, and the 2 sentry posts were already empty. Smash it. Raising his hand and pointing at the lock on the door of the armed forces, Han Feng ordered. Bang, bang, bang. After receiving the order, a mobilized soldier stepped forward, raised the butt of the AK-47 in his hand, and smashed it hard. With a bang, the lock fell. Go in. As soon as the door opened, Han Feng gave the order and walked in. The air was filled with a hint of decay, and there was nothing else in my ears except the footsteps of the red alert soldiers and the roar of the tank and armored vehicle engines outside the door. Looking at the gray glass on the wall of the armed forces, Han Feng's heart slowly sank. Lin Lan asked me to come here. What surprise will be waiting for me here? Han Feng, who was thinking about something, suddenly found a black, spray-like solidified substance at his feet. Luna, test it. Is this blood? Staring at the unknown object in front of him, Han Feng asked Luna. Report to Captain Han. Yes. This is blood. But it has already dried up. Okay. I know. After listening to Luna, Han Feng raised his head and looked around. Clean and tidy walls. There are no marks on the lawn. There are no broken doors and windows. There is no trace of fighting. Not even a shell was found. Han Feng murmured while observing. After pondering for a few seconds, Han Feng finally found something wrong. It was too neat. Except for the dried blood on the ground. There was no normal place. Everyone stopped moving forward. Stay alert. Suddenly, Han Feng smelled a hint of danger in the air. Luna, scan here. Take out a cigarette. Han Feng continued, can you try to analyze this place? Report to Captain Han. Scanning the surrounding 5 kilometers requires 100 gold coins. Please confirm. After a pause, Luna continued, sorry. Captain Han. The system cannot analyze unknown events. Okay, confirm the scan. Han Feng had expected to get an answer that he couldn't analyze. Report to Captain Han. Radar scanning is on. Please wait. After listening to Luna, Han Feng shook his head, thinking that he could only analyze it himself. First of all, there was no battle here. For 2 reasons. First, the soldiers originally stationed here retreated. Second, the owner of this blood has too low combat power. Even if he resisted, death is a matter of seconds. That's why there are no signs of any battle. But another question Han Feng couldn't explain. That is, after the zombie attack, what about the person who was supposed to transform? Looking at this pool of blood, it should be difficult for this person to survive. But there should be at least 2 zombies here, including the zombies that attack people and the people who turn into zombies? How come? Report to Captain Han. The radar scan is complete and a supply box is found. Suddenly, Luna's words interrupted Han Feng, who was thinking. Supply box? Where is it? Han Feng hadn't heard the word supply box for a long time, and he was a little excited for a while. Report to Captain Han. The supply box is on the 3rd floor of the Armed Forces Department. Han Feng's heart suddenly sank when he heard Luna say the location of the supply box. Han Feng knew that every time a supply box appeared, it was accompanied by danger. In other words, the supply box always appeared in the most dangerous place. Looking up at the 3-story armed forces, Han Feng pursed his lips. At this time, a breeze blew by, causing the fallen leaves on the ground to float back and forth. Dong dong. Dong dong. The courtyard of the armed forces was so quiet that Han Feng could even hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Let Tanya come and flatten this place. Then find a supply box in the ruins? This seemingly safest method has a fatal problem. That is, if there is really a secret about Lin Lan's possession here, wouldn't it also be destroyed with the explosion of the missile? 3 mobilized soldiers come to form an assault team. Be on standby outside the Grizzly tank. The rest of the mobilized soldiers all go get the rocket launcher. American soldiers. Machine guns ready. After a few seconds, Han Feng decided to break into the armed forces. Chapter 225, Encrypted Files. As Han Feng issued orders, the Grizzly tank turned its turret and aimed its long gun barrel at the armed forces. 3 mobilized soldiers quickly formed a triangular assault team, and the remaining 27 mobilized soldiers prepared dozens of rocket launchers. The remaining 5 American soldiers found a shelter and set up an M60 light machine gun. And all this was just to provide the first-time armed support for the commando team composed of 3 mobilized soldiers. Seeing that all the units were ready, Han Feng whispered, "Commando, set off. Be sure to pay attention to safety." After receiving the order, the 3 mobilized soldiers began to move, stepping on the tactical pace and slowly approaching the door of the armed department. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Squeak! Just as Han Feng was nervously watching the mobilized soldiers approaching step by step, the door of the armed department opened. That's right. The door of the armed department, which was originally closed, opened without any signs. Stop moving forward. Seeing such a strange thing happening, Han Feng issued a stop order in time. Obviously, this door was deliberately opened by someone. And as for the purpose, it is not clear for the time being. Luna, is there anyone in the armed department? There was no movement for several seconds after the door opened, and Han Feng had to be cautious. So he asked Luna, "Report to Captain Han. There is no one in the armed forces." Hearing that there is no one in the armed forces, Han Feng hesitated. "Luna, Connect the vision. Target any mobilized soldier in the commando team. After thinking for a few seconds, Han Feng decided to change the method of advancing. That is, to select a cannon fodder to enter in an unknown dangerous environment. How to reduce casualties is the most important thing. Instead of putting all 3 people in danger, it is better to let 1 person enter first. Report to Captain Han. The vision connection is complete. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng closed his eyes. When he opened them again the next second, the scene in front of him was already the vision of the mobilized soldier of the commando team. Cover at any time. After briefly speaking to the 2 mobilized soldiers behind him, Han Feng walked into the Armed Forces Department. Through the mobilized soldier's vision, Han Feng scanned the environment on the first floor. On the first floor, tiles covered with fine dust, a black bloodstain clearly came into view. And the place where the bloodstain finally disappeared was in the last room on the right-hand side of the first floor. From the mobilized soldier's perspective, the door was closed. Han Feng did not take care of that room immediately, but controlled the mobilized soldiers to approach the door closest to him, and then gently pushed it open. No one. The empty room was clear at a glance. After leaving the room, Han Feng continued to control the mobilized soldiers to open other doors. No one. No one. No one. And no one. When the last mountain door was left open, Han Feng did not push it open rashly, but called the other 2 commandos to enter. At this time, the 2 newly entered mobilized soldiers pointed AK-47s at the door. After they were ready, Han Feng quickly pushed the door open, then quickly picked up the AK-47 and prepared to fire. However, what Han Feng did not expect was that there was no danger behind the door, only a rotting corpse. Seeing the scene in the room, Han Feng was a little disgusted, but he still controlled the mobilized soldiers to approach slowly. Looking at the clothes on the body, Han Feng knew that this was a soldier, but why he died here was something Han Feng didn't understand. Gently poking the body with the tip of the gun, Han Feng found that the soldier's fatal injury was in the neck, which meant that the soldier's throat was cut by a knife. The fairly neat military uniform also indicated that he didn't struggle too much before his death. Who could kill a national soldier in an instant? An acquaintance? Impossible. They would definitely call out names when retreating, and 1 person missing would definitely be noticed. Han Feng, who couldn't think of the reason, gave up temporarily and asked Luna, Luna, how long has he been dead? Report to Captain Han. This person died about 10 to 12 days ago. 10 to 12 days ago? Han Feng, who was standing outside the armed forces, frowned slightly after repeating Luna's words. Report to Captain Han. A metal product was found in the hands of the deceased. Suddenly, Luna reminded. After Luna's reminder, Han Feng continued to manipulate the mobilized soldier to squat down and gently pulled out the metal product held in the soldier's hand. This is a necklace. But the difference is that there is a small metal plate on this necklace, which looks similar to the hero nameplate needed to summon Tanya. With the help of the mobilized soldiers, Han Feng saw a lot of English words engraved on this metal plate. Oh my god! Seeing the English, Han Feng felt that it was just heavenly book. He couldn't understand it at all, so he had no choice but to ask Luna for help. Luna, translate it, and see what is written on this metal plate. Report to Captain Han. This time, Luna did not answer Han Feng's question quickly as usual, but hesitated for a few seconds and then said, this is a U.S. soldier's nameplate. What? Hearing the answer given by Luna, Han Feng's brain buzzed, almost crashed on the spot. On the land of China, a soldier's nameplate of another country was found, and it was in the hands of a dead Chinese soldier. Even a fool knows the seriousness of the problem. Things are serious, Han Feng murmured subconsciously in a trance. Obviously, this Chinese soldier was attacked before his death. He pulled off the enemy's nameplate before he died. But he never thought that the first person to discover this was Han Feng. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng ordered, let's talk about this later. The plan remains unchanged. Continue to explore the armed forces. After the order was issued, Han Feng reconnected the vision connection function and continued to control the actions of the mobilized soldiers. Soon, the second floor of the armed forces was also explored and empty. Now, only the last third floor is left, which is the floor where the supply box is. Going up to the third floor, Han Feng continued the previous operation. During this period, Han Feng also found the arsenal of the armed department. But there was nothing inside except the gun cabinet. This means that they had plenty of time to evacuate at that time. A few minutes later, there was only one room left in the entire armed department that was not open. Staring at the radar display screen, Han Feng knew that behind this door, the supply box was only a few meters away from him. At this time, Han Feng, standing outside the building, had sweat on his palms. For some reason, this feeling of danger always lingered in his heart and refused to dissipate. This is also the reason why Han Feng has not opened the door until now, because he is also afraid that there is something unknown inside. 10 seconds later, Han Feng finally made up his mind and pushed the door open. Behind the gas mask, Han Feng saw the same brightness as always. Empty, empty. Only now did Han Feng realize that the entire armed department was really empty. Ding, ding, ding. The mobilized soldier walked slowly into the office and scanned the surroundings. Looking at the interior style, Han Feng could easily guess that this office should be the office of the highest level commander here. On the huge desk, a silver-white box was placed in the middle. Supply box? Han Feng instantly recognized what it was when he saw the box. But what puzzled Han Feng was that there was a piece of paper on the supply box. Han Feng thought that the supply box was scanned by the system half an hour ago. According to the first come, first served order, even if there was this piece of paper, it should be pressed under the supply box? How could it run on top? Han Feng thought about it for a few seconds and didn't figure it out. So he simply ignored it and asked the mobilized soldier to bring the supply box and the paper down together. 10 seconds later, the mobilized soldier came downstairs with the supply box and the paper and appeared in Han Feng's sight. Han Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief when he stepped forward to take the two things. It's really great that the armed forces are not in danger. All personnel start searching here. Collect all useful information, Han Feng ordered. Holding the supply box, Han Feng found a cool place and began to study the paper and supply box. First, he looked at the supply box. Han Feng had seen this unique appearance before. If he guessed correctly, there should be gold coins inside. While thinking in his heart, Han Feng put his hand on the supply box and said softly, "Open it." Ding. After a crisp ding sound, a dollar sign appeared on the supply box. Congratulations to the Han team for obtaining the gold coin supply box with 10,000 gold coins. Then, Luna's voice of congratulations rang out. Well, how should I put it? Now is a time when gold coins are urgently needed. Ha ha. Han Feng laughed a few times, took 10,000 gold coins, put the empty supply box aside, and began to study the paper. What made Han Feng feel a little strange was that there were only a bunch of things that looked like symbols and garbled codes on the paper. What is this? Han Feng looked at the special text on the paper over and over again, and asked a few questions from time to time. Luna, what does it say? Do you know? After finding that he could never solve the puzzle, Han Feng asked Luna, reporting to Captain Han. I don't know what's written on it, Luna said awkwardly, and continued, maybe it's encrypted text or garbled code similar to Morse code. How about letting the combat laboratory try to decipher it? Okay. Let the combat laboratory try to decipher it. Okay, Captain Han. The combat laboratory is deciphering it, and it is estimated to take 1 hour. Please wait. After handing the problem to the combat laboratory, Han Feng began to quietly wait for the search results of the Red Alert soldiers. But what surprised Han Feng was that the Red Alert soldiers did not find any other useful information. Han Feng, who didn't believe in evil, went to the armed forces himself and got the same result. These people had too much time to retreat. No information was left behind. Han Feng was a little unwilling to find the result, but he had no choice but to retreat. Little did he know, on the rooftop of the armed forces, a pair of eyes were staring at the departing convoy. If Han Feng saw this person, he would definitely recognize her. She was Lin Lan. Chapter 226, Re-encountering the Precognitive Dream. Just when Han Feng was sitting in the armored vehicle and driving hundreds of meters away from the armed forces, the strange sense of danger disappeared. This discovery made Han Feng a little confused. In Han Feng's cognition, the sense of oppression in the armed forces was caused by his overly cautiousness. But thinking back carefully, when he found that there was no one in the armed forces, the sense of oppression should have disappeared? Why did the sense of danger still lock on him? Luna, is there really no one in the armed forces? Han Feng, who was sitting in the armored vehicle, leaned his head and looked back at the armed forces in his field of vision and asked, "Report to Captain Han. The armed forces are confirmed to be empty." After answering Han Feng's question, Luna asked again, "Hey, Captain Han? Didn't you ask me this question before? Why are you asking it again?" "It's okay. I just feel a little strange." Following Han Feng's question, Luna asked, "Captain Han, what makes you feel strange?" "I always feel someone is in the Armed Forces Department, and he can pose a threat to me, a big threat." After retracting his gaze from the Armed Forces Department and sitting up straight, Han Feng continued, "That feeling of danger always lingers in me. But I can't tell what the problem is. Maybe you are too nervous?" Luna couldn't find the reason for Han Feng's question for a while, so she could only comfort him like this. "Oh, forget it anyway. This feeling has disappeared now." As he spoke, Han Feng took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit one, and asked lightly with smoke, "By the way, Luna, I want to know if the appearance of the supply box will push the original object up. That is, will the supply box that appears later prop up the things that were originally below?" Han Feng explained again, fearing that Luna didn't understand. "Report to Captain Han. This depends on the situation. Under normal circumstances, the supply box will only appear on the top layer. But if it appears in a messy warehouse, etc., there is indeed a possibility of mixing in it." After hearing Luna's answer, Han Feng fell silent. He didn't dare to ask again, fearing that Luna would say that someone deliberately put this encrypted file on the supply box. "Captain Han? Any questions?" Seeing that Han Feng didn't say anything, Luna asked tentatively. "No. It's okay." After hurriedly ending the conversation with Luna, Han Feng closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and pondered the secret alone. When the cigarette in his hand burned out, Han Feng threw it out of the car window. "Hey! Gas station?" The moment he looked away, Han Feng suddenly saw a gas station not far away. "Everyone stop!" After receiving Han Feng's order, all vehicles stopped. Sitting in the car, Han Feng stared at the gas station, thinking that a large amount of fuel would be needed to transfer a large force, and then asked, "Luna, how much fuel of various types is there at the airport?" "Report to Team Han. There are 100 tons of number 95 gasoline, 100 tons of number 92 gasoline, 53 tons of number 89 gasoline, 12 tons of number 0 diesel, 81 tons of number 5 diesel, 90 tons of no-10 diesel, 33 tons of no-20 diesel, 18 tons of no-35 diesel, 8 tons of no-50 diesel, 225 tons of aviation gasoline, and 230 tons of aviation kerosene in the airport." So much?" Hearing Luna say these tonnages of fuel one after another, Han Feng felt happy. At the same time, he also thought of Chung Ji. This old guy really plundered all the gas stations in the city. "Luna, then this migration, are all kinds of fuels sufficient? It's better to be safe than sorry. For the sake of safety, it's better to ask this kind of question first. If it's not enough, there's still a day to replenish. Report to Captain Han. The storage of fuel is definitely enough for the transfer." "That's good. Okay, let's continue." Hearing this answer, Han Feng felt relieved and then issued an order to continue moving forward. Half an hour later, Han Feng led the convoy back to the airport. Entering the airport, Han Feng took out his mobile phone and saw that the current time was more than 4:50 in the afternoon. 3 hours had passed since the reconnaissance team set out. "Luna, how is the reconnaissance team?" Han Feng, who was a little worried about the reconnaissance team, asked. "Report to Team Han. The reconnaissance team has advanced 61 kilometers and is still moving at a constant speed. There are no casualties for the time being." "Okay, that's good. If there is any situation, report to me in time." "Okay, Team Han." Hearing the news that everything went well, Han Feng's mood couldn't help but change a lot. During the hours Han Feng was away, the teams also brought back many buses, small cars and other vehicles. According to statistics, there were 130 intact buses alone. There were also more than 70 scrapped and damaged buses, and countless cars. After learning about these situations, Han Feng asked, "What about the situation at the warehouse? How are the various materials being transported?" "Report to Team Han. 300 tons of various materials that need to be transported have been loaded, accounting for less than 30% of all materials." hearing that there were still more than 700 tons of materials that had not been loaded. Han Feng frowned slightly and said, "No. It's too slow at this speed." Luna, continue to look for Brother Wang. After a little thought, Han Feng continued, "Let Brother Wang ask everyone to move the goods. And let our Red Alert soldiers focus on moving weapons and ammunition. As for water, food, etc., let Brother Wang handle it." "Okay, Captain Han." After Luna finished speaking, she began to issue a message to the Red Alert soldier closest to Wang Man. Tens of seconds later, Luna sent back a message, "Report to Captain Han. Wang Man wants to see you." "Okay. Give me Brother Wang's location. I'll go find him." Going back to the armored vehicle, Han Feng replied while starting the armored vehicle. After a while, Han Feng drove to Terminal 2 and saw Wang Man waiting downstairs. Seeing Han Feng, Wang Man did not exchange pleasantries and asked directly, "Xiao Han, tell me the truth. Is the airport dangerous?" "Haha, Brother Wang. How did you know?" Seeing Wang Man's nervous face, Han Feng couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Damn, is it really dangerous?" Staring at Han Feng with wide eyes, Wang Man continued, "During this period, you first blocked the entrances and exits, and sent a large number of people to collect various vehicles. In addition, with the semi-trailer truck that appeared today, what can a fool guess? Tell me quickly, what happened at the airport? What made you so panicked?" Seeing that Han Feng just kept laughing, Wang Man's tone couldn't help but become a little hurried. "The BT nuclear power plant has a serious leak, and the nuclear contamination will spread here in about 29 hours. During this period, I have to think about evacuation." Han Feng described the reason in a light tone. After hearing what Han Feng said, Wang Man was completely shocked. Nuclear radiation. How serious is it?" After a few seconds, Wang Man asked. Very serious. The entire airport will become a nuclear radiation contaminated area." "Not really, strictly speaking. Within a radius of 500 kilometers from the BT nuclear power plant, it is a nuclear radiation contaminated area, and people definitely cannot stay there." After hearing what Han Feng said, Wang Man did not speak again, but frowned with a serious face. Seeing Wang Man, who seemed to be facing a great enemy, Han Feng comforted him. "I have already made preparations for evacuation. Now I need your help with the material problem. The 600 people you gave me this morning are still too few. Not enough for the loading speed. So, okay, I understand. Leave the loading problem to me." Wang Man patted his chest and promised after understanding Han Feng's meaning. After speaking, Wang Man's eyes flickered, and he hesitated and said, "Xiao Han. Then, when do you plan to inform everyone of this news?" "I have thought about this issue a long time ago. When all the materials are ready, I will notify everyone to pack their personal luggage. If time is tight, it can also reduce unnecessary panic and riots." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Seeing that Han Feng had his own ideas, Wang Man said nothing more. Knowing the disaster that would happen in the future, Wang Man didn't say anything more, turned around and left to call for help. Watching Wang Man leave, Han Feng returned to the armored vehicle and prepared to return to Terminal 1. Just as Han Feng thought, as soon as he found Wei Yun and the others, it was time for dinner. At the dinner table, everyone looked tired. It seems that at this moment, no one has rested well. "Brother Han, I had a dream last night." At the dinner table, Lu Rui was the first to break the silence. Seeing Lu Rui's expression and tone, Han Feng also had a premonition that things were a bit heavy. But he still pretended to be curious and asked, "What did you dream about?" "I dreamed that everyone died." "Hey! Bah! You are just too nervous. It's a nonsense dream." Seeing this, Han Feng quickly interrupted Lu Rui and stopped him from continuing. But in Han Feng's heart, a huge wave has been set off. Who is Lu Rui? A prophetic superpower, even if he himself doesn't know it. That's right, dreams are the opposite. Maybe I've been nervous recently after being interrupted by Han Feng. Lu Rui also laughed. "That's right. You should have a good rest. I have solved the nuclear radiation issue and the way out, even though there was a huge boulder in his heart." Han Feng still mobilized the most positive emotions to speak, hoping to break this cloud-shrouded atmosphere. "Luna, is what Lu Rui just said the content of a precognitive dream?" When everyone's emotions gradually recovered, Han Feng silently asked Luna in his mind. "Report to Captain Han, It is unknown for the time being. Regarding Lu Rui's superpowers, the system cannot give an accurate value for the time being. Maybe it is really a prophecy, or maybe it is really a blind dream. Okay. I know. Seeing that the system could not give an answer, Han Feng could only put the matter aside and continue to perform as if nothing had happened. Half an hour later, the early dinner came to an end. Holding a cigarette, Han Feng stood up and glanced at Lu Rui and said, "Little fatty, let's go eat." Okay, after saying that, Lu Rui wiped his mouth and followed Han Feng out of the restaurant. Chapter 227, Another Precognitive Dream. After coming downstairs, Han Feng asked Lu Rui in a relaxed tone, "I just heard the general idea of your meal. Now tell me about your dream. Didn't you say it was a nonsense dream? Why do you start to care about it?" Lu Rui teased, following Han Feng. "I'm curious." "Okay? Tell me." Haha, okay. After laughing a few times, Lu Rui slowly said, "I dreamed that many people died last night." "Who died? Or are they all dead?" Turning his head, Han Feng tried to interrupt Lu Rui in a joking tone. "I don't know. I only saw Wei Peng dead. There were many bodies scattered around Wei Peng's body. I couldn't see who they were." "Wei Peng? The body next to him. Can you tell who they were from their attire?" At this time, Han Feng tried his best to hide his trembling voice. "Oh, I didn't see clearly. I woke up too quickly. I didn't have time to take a closer look. But there were many of your people. Too many bodies." "My people? Who? Be specific." Seeing that Lu Rui was still speaking ambiguously, Han Feng's tone became heavier. "Damn! The picture was full of ruins. How could I tell? Only Wei Peng was lying on his back. I could barely recognize him." "Ruins? Describe the environment in detail," Han Feng asked after hearing the useful information. Seeing Han Feng stop and look serious, Lu Rui also said emotionally, "Hey, why are you so anxious? I said it was a dream. Not real, ha." I said I was curious, I just want to hear it." "Okay." Not knowing how to explain to Lu Rui, Han Feng could only find a lame excuse to get away with it. Fortunately, Lu Rui did not notice the emotions hidden behind Han Feng, and began to speak seriously. "In my dream, it was night. It was very dark, without much light. Wei Peng was lying in the ruins with a dusty face and a lot of blood on his body. Although I did not go forward to check, my intuition told me that it was a corpse. A lot of your soldiers died around Wei Peng, wearing all kinds of clothes. But judging from the ruins, it's definitely not here, and definitely not the airport. And what else? I also saw the lights of a car coming in the ruins. Very urgent. What else? No more. No more. Nonsense. I just woke up from this dream. That's all? Can't you turn your head and look around in your dream?" At this time, Han Feng felt a wave of regret. After all, Lu Rui was the first person in the incident at that time. It would be better if he gave more information. It only took a few seconds from the beginning of this dream to waking up. Lu Rui pouts and defends. Seeing Han Feng dazed, Lu Rui continues, "Besides, I didn't know I was dreaming in the dream. I was scared to death at the time. How could I think of turning around and looking at other things?" "Okay. I know. You go back first. I have other things to do, so I won't accompany you." Leaving this sentence, Han Feng walked away alone. "TSK. What are you doing?" Lu Rui muttered softly while looking at Han Feng's back. He would never have thought that at this moment, Han Feng's brain was sweeping a storm. Xiao Peng will really die. Now Han Feng is absolutely certain that what Lu Rui just told is definitely not a story, but a real event. What kind of power can catch up with Xiao Peng? Who is a speed superpower? What kind of power can wipe out a large number of Red Alert soldiers? What kind of power can turn the entire building into ruins? In his heart, Han Feng kept thinking about these three questions. In terms of speed, let alone bullets and shells, even the third-level zombies can't outrun Wei Peng. But Wei Peng still died. In terms of weapons, long-range snipers, heavy armored soldiers for air defense, and American soldiers with strong firepower suppression. But even the Red Alert soldiers with heavy firepower still died. Is it a military unit from another country? At this moment, Han Feng suddenly thought of the U.S. military nameplate he saw at the Armed Forces Department this afternoon. Luna, what will happen if the Red Alert soldiers encounter elite troops in the real world? Suddenly, Han Feng asked Luna an intriguing question. Report to Team Han. The outcome is unknown. Please ask Team Han to expand more single soldier summoning units to increase the winning rate. Will the chance of failure be high? Han Feng ignored the second half of Luna's sentence, but turned the corner and asked from the side. Report to Team Han. In an encounter with our snipers, unless the enemy uses armored vehicles, tanks, or uses intercontinental missiles and other extremely difficult to intercept air strike forces, our chance of winning is very high. Okay. I got it. And Luna's answer made Han Feng very happy. First of all, where is this place? It's China. It's our great country. If you want to drive tanks into our territory, it means war. Even if it's the end of the world full of zombies. Even if we are dealing with zombies now, China will never allow the infiltration of external heavy armed forces. And even if the enemy tanks come, the Grizzlies are not vegetarians. At worst, there are still a large number of 1-star and 2-star orcs. Let them join the battle. No matter how many tanks you have, they will be hammered into scrap metal. Not to mention intercontinental missiles. If an intercontinental missile really comes, there will be no ruins at all. They will all be turned into slag. After ruling out these two possibilities, Han Feng began to struggle again. Obviously, these two situations are unlikely to happen. Even if they happen, Wei Peng is absolutely sure to escape. It is impossible for him to die so easily. After thinking for a long time, Han Feng still couldn't think of what force could destroy all this. All we can do now is to strengthen our weapons, strengthen our vigilance, and strengthen our alertness. After taking a walk for a while, Han Feng looked at his phone. The time was now close to 7 o'clock. There were less than 27 hours left before the final retreat. Report to Captain Han. The combat laboratory has deciphered the contents of some encrypted files. Would you like to check them now? Deciphered? Tell me. I didn't expect Luna to give the result in 1 hour. But now it took 3 hours. Reporting to Captain Han. The level and means of this encrypted file are relatively advanced. The combat laboratory has only deciphered a few words. The contents are retreat, extremely dangerous, female body, infection, and powerful. Did you connect the words into a sentence? Hearing these words, Han Feng smiled slightly, and at the same time thought that he knew most of these things about zombies. So this encrypted file was not so mysterious. Excuse me, Captain Han. Do you still need the combat laboratory to continue deciphering? Forget it even if it is deciphered. The content is probably about retreat and unknown mysterious viruses. There is no need to pursue what we know. Without hesitation, Han Feng directly rejected Luna's proposal. Okay, Captain Han. After finishing the conversation with Luna, Han Feng found the multi-purpose infantry vehicle and began to patrol various stations. Arriving in front of the warehouse, Han Feng asked Luna, how much supplies have been loaded? How long will it take? Report to Captain Han. More than 500 tons of supplies have been loaded, which is more than 50% of the total weight of supplies. The remaining part will probably take about 5 hours. What about the 10 Chinese armed helicopters? How many more round trips do they need? At this time, Han Feng heard the sound from the propellers of the armed helicopters in the distance, and asked subconsciously, report to Captain Han. The 10 Chinese armed helicopters need to go back and forth 7 times to use up all the bombs in stock. It will take about 3 hours. Okay. After replying to Luna, Han Feng found Tanya in his mind again, and then asked, Tanya, you have been bombing for more than 15 hours. Take a break for a while. Dear Commander Han, I am not tired. 15 hours? I feel like the bombing has just begun. Ha ha. Oh, you can see for yourself. Take a break if you feel tired. Hearing Tanya's energetic voice, Han Feng felt relieved. Time passed quickly, and 3 hours passed quickly. At this time, there was only 1 full load of bombs left for the 10 Chinese armed helicopters, and 8 hours had passed since the departure of the reconnaissance team. After coming to Han Feng, Tanya took a break, simply replenished some food, and then hurried back to the armed helicopter. Before leaving, Han Feng asked some questions about safety, and then watched Tanya take off and leave. Luna, where is the reconnaissance team? How is the situation? Looking at the helicopter going away, Han Feng asked in his mind. Reporting to Captain Han, the reconnaissance team has traveled 260 kilometers. Now they are still moving at a constant speed, and nothing has happened. That's good. That's good. Hearing that the reconnaissance team is fine, Han Feng asked again, How long will it take for Tanya to catch up with the reconnaissance team? Reporting to Captain Han, Tanya's Huaxia-10 armed helicopter can meet up with the reconnaissance team in 50 minutes. Oh my, so fast! Hearing that it took 50 minutes to fly more than 260 kilometers, Han Feng was a little surprised. Reporting to Captain Han, if Tanya drove the Nighthawk helicopter, the speed would be even faster. At this time, Luna began to show off Red Alert manufacturing. During this chat, the Huaxia-10 armed helicopters had disappeared from Han Feng's sight. Luna, how is the transportation of supplies going? Retracting his gaze from the horizon, Han Feng began to care about the problem of supplies. Report to Captain Han, more than 800 tons of various supplies have been transported, exceeding 80% of the total weight of the supplies. The remaining supplies will be transported in about 2 hours. So, we can set off at dawn tomorrow? Han Feng, who felt that everything was going well, showed a happy expression on his face, and then asked, what about the buses and other vehicles? Are they enough to transfer 18,000 people? Report to Captain Han, the number of intact buses collected now is 151, and the number of damaged buses is 109. The number of small cars is 367. The number of 7C commercial vehicles is 184. And the number of semi-trailer trucks is 36. Chapter 228, Unknown Attack. After reporting the number of vehicles, Luna continued, excluding the 15 semi-trailers carrying supplies. The safe maximum number of people for each semi-trailer is 100. These vehicles can accommodate a total of 18,223 people. There are still 745 people without vehicles. After listening to Luna's report, Han Feng was overjoyed. There are only more than 700 people without vehicles. If we collect some more vehicles in the next few hours, we can definitely take all the people in this airport away. Report to Captain Han. Just when Han Feng was happy, Luna suddenly sounded apologetic. What's wrong? Report to the Han team. Due to the previous system's weather forecast error, now the nuclear radiation is coming with the wind. This will speed up the pace of arrival. What? Something Han Feng didn't expect happened. According to the previous calculation, the time is enough. But how much earlier? How much time do we have? Han Feng asked decisively without any nonsense. Report to the Han team. According to the latest calculation of the system, the dust material full of nuclear radiation will arrive at the airport in 9 hours. 9 hours. 9 hours. Repeating Luna's words, Han Feng kept walking on the ground, rubbing his hair. Han Feng said to Luna, notify Brother Wang and ask him to notify the airport and the surrounding areas immediately, and ask all the survivors to go to the helicopter parking area. After calming down for a while, Han Feng took the lead in issuing this order. Okay, Captain Han, do you need Wang Man to tell the survivors the reason? Hearing Luna's question, Han Feng was silent for a few seconds. If the nuclear radiation problem is really told to everyone, there will definitely be some riots. And what Han Feng is considering now is whether he has absolute confidence in controlling the riots that may happen. After thinking for a while, Han Feng replied leisurely, tell them, and notify the survivors by the way, and let them pack their luggage quickly. Also, let Brother Wang organize some people to prevent riots and trampling. Han Feng thought, so because he was prepared for a rainy day, it was impossible to rely on his 200 Red Alert soldiers to manage the evacuation of nearly 20,000 people. That's why he thought of using the various teams under Wang Man to maintain the situation. Okay, Captain Han. A few minutes later, Wang Man received Han Feng's evacuation information from a Red Alert soldier, and also received the bad news that nuclear radiation would arrive in advance in 9 hours. Not daring to delay for a second, Brother Wang took out the walkie-talkie and began to issue a series of orders to his teams. Within half an hour, the entire airport knew about the impending disaster. Out of the desire for life, everyone began to pack their luggage quickly. The survivors who were closer to the parking area of the armed helicopter had arrived one after another, under the guidance of dozens of mobilized soldiers. The first survivors began to board the bus in an orderly manner. Of course, they boarded damaged buses. Every time a bus was filled, the mobilized soldiers behind it worked together to push it into the armored personnel carrier. Although a small number of survivors were dissatisfied with such a crowded environment, they had to give up because of the cold muzzles and serious Red Alert soldiers. And there was no riot. From the radar, Han Feng saw a large number of dense red dots slowly coming. almost making Han Feng suffer from intensive phobia. Exiting the radar, Han Feng thought that he only had 11 armored personnel carriers now. With such a small number, he couldn't even load all the damaged buses. Paying attention to the system, Han Feng saw that he now had 32,803 gold coins. This was the precious wealth he had obtained at the cost of Tanya's continuous bombing of the city for nearly a day and dozens of tons of bombs. More than 30,000 gold coins. Han Feng muttered ever. This was the most gold coins he had ever had. Luna, summon 10 armored troop carriers. Han Feng gritted his teeth and gave the order. Report to Captain Han. Summoning 10 armored troop carriers requires 30,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Okay. Captain Han. 10 armored troop carriers are being summoned. Please wait. After sensing the number of gold coins drop precipitously to 2,803, Han Feng did not feel relieved, because even with these 21 armored troop carriers, they still could not carry all the damaged buses. Report to Captain Han. Something happened at the airport. Just when Han Feng was still struggling with what to do, Luna reported this expected news. Has the riot started? Frowning and pausing for a moment, Han Feng ordered, allow the Red Alert soldiers to use weapons to suppress it. What I want is to protect the safety of the vast majority of survivors. Never allow a small number of bad apples to delay this precious time. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng issued orders ruthlessly. Now it can be said that every minute is extremely precious. In less than 9 hours, whether nearly 20,000 survivors can all get on the bus, and whether they can safely evacuate on the highway after getting on the bus are all problems. As for these problems that can be solved by fists, they cannot become stumbling blocks that delay the pace. Report to Captain Han. The riot did not happen. But some people are unwilling to leave here. Ah? There are still people who don't want to leave. What are they thinking? Han Feng was a little surprised to hear that it was not a riot. But what was even more surprising was that there were still people willing to wait to die. Report to Captain Han. Most of these people are elderly people with limited mobility, and a small number of young people. What's the reason? Report to Captain Han. The reason given by the elderly is that they have reached a certain age and don't want to drag their weak bodies around. And the reason given by a small number of young people is they still have important or loved ones who have not been found. So they want to continue looking for the missing people and are unwilling to leave. Persuade them. If they really don't want to leave, forget it. After a moment's hesitation, Han Feng gave his answer. Han Feng couldn't be a saint at this moment. There weren't enough vehicles now. And even if he found more, it would be too late. Instead of wasting time and effort to persuade them, it would be better to let some people go free. This would also leave some living space for those who still had the will to survive. The situation afterwards could be described as a race against time. And there was no idle person in the entire airport. Under the fear of nuclear, everyone was full of urgency. 2 hours later, except for supplies such as weapons and ammunition, all the rest were loaded. 3 hours later, weapons and ammunition were loaded. 4 hours later, all vehicles were fully fueled. 5 hours later, more than 18,000 people boarded the vehicles and entered the final stage. 6 hours later, there were only 3 hours left before the nuclear contamination arrived. Grizzly tanks and 2 saber-tooth armored vehicles will lead the way. Use the Grizzly tanks as the arrowhead to clear all roadblocks on the highway. Make sure the road is clear for the follow-up teams. Seeing that the transfer was almost done, Han Feng gave the order. Boom! The Grizzly tank, which had been on standby for a long time, stepped on the accelerator after receiving the order, and rushed to the highway with 2 saber-tooth armored vehicles. Luna, notify them to set off in an hour. If anyone is not ready, prepare yourself for the disaster. This time, Han Feng issued a die order. Okay, Captain Han. Luna, can you find Lin Lan's location now? Nestled in the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, Han Feng thought of Lin Lan. A few seconds later, Luna responded, sorry, Captain Han. Lin Lan is not in the radar scanning range at this time. Oh, I see. Han Feng responded casually, feeling a little entangled in his heart. After all, Lin Lan is also his teammate. In the early days of the zombie outbreak, Lin Lan saved him several times. There were even a few times when she was alone to turn the tide, and now, he was going to run away. But he couldn't find Lin Lan. I hope she knows that disaster is coming. Looking at the night sky, Han Feng muttered to himself. An hour passed slowly. and there was only 1 hour left before the nuclear radiation arrived. Now, we must set off. Taking out his mobile phone, Han Feng saw that the current time was 5 o'clock, and the darkness before dawn was still lingering on the earth. After a simple analysis of the existing forces in his hands, Han Feng said, the vehicles carrying weapons and ammunition are in the front, and the tankers carrying fuel are following closely behind the weapons. The armored personnel carriers and buses are in the middle, followed by trucks carrying daily necessities, food and fresh water. The rest of the small cars follow at the end. All vehicles carrying red alert soldiers are evenly distributed in the middle of the convoy. The remaining 11 saber-tooth armored vehicles, 5 in front and 6 in the back, followed the convoy on both sides. Let's go! With the words, the convoy that stretched for several kilometers slowly started, like a long dragon ready to go. The Grizzly tank got on the highway an hour earlier, and its huge steel body squeezed out a road, just enough for the vehicles behind to pass one by one. 40 minutes later, the last car got on the highway. Han Feng and his group finally evacuated the airport before the nuclear radiation dust arrived. Looking back at the direction of the airport behind him, Han Feng's heart seemed to be full of mixed feelings. It was not easy to find a place to take root. It was not easy to live in peace for a few days. And it was not easy to have a base. Alas, a long sigh slowly came out. An hour later, the sky gradually brightened, just as Han Feng was still admiring the dawn. The mechanical voice of the system came to his mind. Congratulations to the commander for crossing 2 cities in a row in the end times. The system specially rewards the special soldier spy. I hope the commander will continue to work hard. Hey! Spy! Han Feng repeated excitedly, retracting his gaze to the horizon. Congratulations to the Han team for obtaining the Red Alert Single Soldier Unit Spy, I hope. Luna's congratulatory voice just stopped halfway. What's wrong? Luna? Report to the Han team. The reconnaissance team is under attack. Chapter 229, Summoning Spies. Fuck. Who? Hearing that the reconnaissance team was attacked, Han Feng immediately sat up and asked, report to Captain Han. Since the reconnaissance team's current position is beyond the radar's detection range, the attacker is unknown. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng became even more nervous. Now he didn't even know who was attacking the reconnaissance team, so he couldn't send any commands or send back any images. Luna, I want to enter the soldier details interface. At this time, the only interface that could reflect the battle situation was the soldier details interface. Okay, Captain Han. The scene changed, and Han Feng's attention was already on the radar. Luna, call up the details of all the reconnaissance soldiers. Okay, Captain Han. A few seconds later, the physical details and ammunition status of the 16 reconnaissance soldiers were displayed one by one on the interface. Seeing the data in front of him, Han Feng almost gritted his teeth. The soldier details interface showed that 2 Red Alert soldiers had been killed. In addition to the dead soldiers, there were 2 seriously injured soldiers, and the rest suffered varying degrees of minor injuries. The moment the battle started, Luna reported the situation to herself. In less than a minute, there were so many casualties. Luna, analyze the current data. Is it an attack from the survivors? Han Feng tried his best to stay calm in the face of the opponent's terrifying force. At this moment, Han Feng couldn't help but think of the nameplate of the American soldier in the armed forces. Could it be that the reconnaissance team really encountered the army of another country? Report to the Han team. It is impossible to calculate. Such casualties may come from ground bomb attacks. Such attacks can be carried out by both the army and the survivors. Obviously, Luna heard the meaning behind Han Feng's question. While Han Feng and Luna were talking, another Red Alert soldier was killed. Huh? What can I do now? Han Feng felt a deep sense of powerlessness as he kept monitoring the soldier details interface. Sorry, Captain Han. You can't do anything now. Even Luna's answer at this time had a taste of despair. After a pause, Luna continued, all combat orders for the current reconnaissance team are commanded by 2 snipers. Maybe they can save themselves. Hearing Luna's reassurance, Han Feng said nothing, but clenched his fists and smiled bitterly. At the same time, he secretly swore in his heart that no matter who it was, I must make him pay 100 times the price. Time passed by with Han Feng's nervous heartbeat. 3 minutes later, what surprised Han Feng was that the Red Alert soldiers didn't seem to be attacked again. It was as if the battle was over. Did they find a shelter? Or were the enemies annihilated? Han Feng muttered to himself anxiously. But he knew it was good news. As long as there were no new casualties among the Red Alert soldiers, it would be the greatest comfort. After holding his breath and waiting for a few minutes, Luna suddenly said, "Report to Captain Han. The reconnaissance team should have been captured." Captured? Hearing this news, Han Feng felt both happy and disappointed. The good thing was that after being captured, the chances of the remaining 13 Red Alert soldiers and the reconnaissance team surviving would be greatly increased. What's disappointing is, a troop as strong as the Red Alert soldiers actually surrendered. Report to Captain Han. The remaining soldiers of the reconnaissance team are now heading in another direction away from the zinc mine. This direction is not within the route specified by the system, which shows that they should have been forced to change their direction by hostile forces. In this case, I can't think of a second situation except being captured. Listening to Luna's report, Han Feng was silent for a long time. "Where's Tanya?" Han Feng asked after a few seconds. "Report to Captain Han. Tanya is returning, and the estimated arrival time is 33 minutes later." "Okay, let's talk about it when Tanya comes back." When Han Feng replied to Luna, he had thought about taking some soldiers to the scene of the accident first. But there were more survivors behind him. If he left, what if something happened again? After waiting for half an hour, the sound of an armed helicopter came from the sky in the distance. "Report to Captain Han. Tanya is back." "Yes, I heard it." While Han Feng replied to Luna, he parked a multi-purpose infantry vehicle on the side of the road and waited for Tanya to arrive. Looking at the armed helicopter getting closer and closer in the sky, Han Feng narrowed his eyes. The sky was already bright at this time. In Han Feng's sight, there was a not-so-obvious black line behind the helicopter. Seeing this, Han Feng clenched his fists again. This black line was nothing else but the damage to the helicopter. In less than 2 minutes, the helicopter driven by Tanya slowly landed not far from Han Feng with waves of shaking and black smoke. After turning off the helicopter, Tanya got off. At this time, Tanya no longer had the previous playful expression, but a serious face. "Who attacked you?" Looking at Tanya, Han Feng asked. "I don't know. It's too dark. When I knew there was an attack, for anti-aircraft missiles were already flying towards me." Speaking, Tanya began to tidy up her scattered hair. "What about the ground troops?" "They were bombed very suddenly. When I dodged the 4 missiles, your 2 saber-tooth armored vehicles were already lying on the ground with their stomachs turned upside down." Listening to Tanya's narration, Han Feng's clenched teeth clicked. "There are a lot of them, and I saw a lot of firing points in the air. I called back all the bombs from the helicopters, but they had a lot of anti-aircraft weapons, and I couldn't get close to the battlefield in the air. In the end, I had used up all my jamming bombs. I had no choice but to come back." Tightening her hair, Tanya continued, looking at their fighting style. "I think they are not a ragtag army, but more like a well-trained regular army." "Ha ha. I knew it." At this moment, Han Feng was sure of what he was thinking. They were undoubtedly foreign troops. "What are your plans?" Looking at Han Feng's expression and tone, Tanya tasted the meaning and asked. "Fight back. Dare to touch my people in China. Beat him." "Good." At this moment, Tanya felt like a war maniac and cheered loudly with Han Feng. "Luna, let me introduce the spy." Suddenly, Han Feng thought of a new game, which is to summon a new single-soldier unit. The spy, as a spy in Red Alert, stealing electricity, money, and vision is undetectable. Of course, except for the police dog. However, Han Feng really doesn't know whether the police dog in the real world can really find the Red Alert spy. "Okay, Captain Han. The spy, an infantry unit, belonging to the Ally camp. It can transform into the appearance of the enemy and enter the opponent's mines, barracks, heavy factories, power stations, combat laboratories, air command units, radars, and super weapons to produce different tactical effects. In the battlefield, spies will not be discovered by anyone and can perfectly pass through the detection of all electronic monitoring equipment. When a spy enters the enemy camp, he can quickly obtain all the information that the commander wants to know. Spy equipment, simulation materials. Simulation materials can be used to replace the items to be stolen. Money, bribe the enemy to obtain information. Summoning price, 3,000 gold coins. Summoning restrictions, only one spy can be summoned unless the previous spy is killed. After listening to Luna's introduction, Han Feng asked, "Will the spy be discovered by the opponent's police dog?" Report to Captain Han. The police dog in the real world will not discover the existence of spies. Only the police dog you summon can distinguish who is the spy by smell. Invincible? Invincible? Han Feng was shocked after hearing this. This means that even if the spy walks in front of the enemy, the spy will not be discovered. However, the price of 3,000 gold coins is 500 more expensive than a sniper, and only one spy can be summoned. Luna, does the spy have a weapon? Report to Captain Han. Spies cannot wear any weapons. Oh, that's a pity. Han Feng was still thinking about using the spy for an assassination, unexpectedly. The spy's force value was 0. After learning the details of the spy, Han Feng's attention entered the system. After seeing that he had 3,124 gold coins at this time, he no longer hesitated and said directly, "Luna, summon a spy." Captain Han, summoning a spy requires 3,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Summon. Okay. Captain Han, the spy is being summoned. Please wait. Seeing the progress bar of summoning the spy start, Han Feng exited the system and chatted with Tanya. During the conversation with Tanya, Han Feng did not get more information about the enemy. A minute later, Han Feng saw a mobilized soldier walking towards him. Looking at the mobilized soldier, Han Feng thought he had something to report. But when the mobilized soldier walked in front of him, he heard, "Captain Han, spy number 0001 reports to you." "Uh-huh. Are you a spy?" Han Feng smiled at the mighty conscripted soldier in front of him. "Yes, Captain Han." "What? Are you not satisfied with my outfit? Well, I'll change it." After the spy finished speaking, he waved his hands. And in a trance, a conscripted soldier turned into an American soldier. "Oh!" Looking at the great transformation in front of him, Han Feng exclaimed in admiration. "Report to Captain Han, spy number 0001 reports to you at this time." The spy's voice changed. "Oh my, is it true?" Looking at the American soldier in front of him, Han Feng stepped forward in shock and raised his hand to touch it. Bulletproof vest. Bulletproof helmet. Even the high explosive grenade hanging on his chest is extremely realistic. "Give me your gun." Staring at the M60 light machine gun in the spy's hand, Han Feng ordered. But what surprised Han Feng was, the spy actually said, "Sorry, Captain Han, I can't give you the gun in my hand, because it can't appear in your hands." Chapter 230, Mysterious Girl. Why? At this time, Han Feng's curiosity was bursting. Following Han Feng's question, the spy explained, "Because this kind of simulation material can only simulate small objects. Objects like guns are slightly larger in size. And only if I keep maintaining it can it show the state of a light machine gun. If I give it to you now, it will be exposed in less than 10 seconds. After listening to the spy, Han Feng nodded thoughtfully. Looking at the magician in front of him, Han Feng suddenly thought of something, and then asked, "Oh, by the way, can you imitate everyone's appearance?" "Of course. This is my specialty." The spy smiled lightly, and changed his appearance again, with a wave of his hand. This time, the spy turned into Tanya. "Hi, dear commander." At this moment, the spy not only changed his appearance, but also changed his gender, and even learned Tanya's speaking habits and movements vividly. Now, 2 Tanyas appeared in front of Han Feng at the same time. Although Han Feng knew who was real and who was fake, he couldn't help but marvel at them. "Very cool. Really cool." Clapping his hands, Han Feng continued, "In this case, you set off now and rush to the accident site alone. Luna will give you the location later." "Yes, Captain Han." The spy took the order and saluted while returning to his real body. He was a man in a suit, like an upper-class person who had just attended a cocktail party. Putting down his hand, the spy turned and walked to a car left on the side of the road, took out the key and opened the door. Seeing this scene in front of him, Han Feng gave up the idea of calling an engineer. Where did he get the car key? Watching the spy start the car, Han Feng whispered to Tanya beside him. The simulation material in the spy's hand can simulate anything. You forgot it just now. Maybe Tanya is familiar with the spy's skills, so her expression has always been calm. And even the imitation of herself just now did not attract Tanya's attention. Just as Han Feng watched the spy leave, Luna in his mind reported, "Report to Captain Han." The reconnaissance team has stopped moving now, and should have arrived at the enemy camp. Take out your phone and Han Feng sees that the current time is 6 o'clock. More than an hour has passed since the reconnaissance team was attacked. Give the location of the reconnaissance team to the spy, and let the spy go directly to their home. It was easy to find the enemy's lair, and the rest was to think about how to fight back. Okay, Captain Han. I want to go too. Tanya received Luna's news at the same time. So as soon as Luna finished speaking, Tanya took the initiative to volunteer. Having just suffered a defeat, Tanya is now in urgent need of saving face. No. 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 You can't go now. Why? Because I don't know their purpose. They came all the way to my country of China. Although I don't know what they are going to do. I know that things are definitely not simple. Staring into the distance, Han Feng said leisurely. This is simple. Leave their commander alive. I have experience in interrogation. Let the spies investigate first. They can always steal more than what they can get out of the interrogation. Humph. Let them live for a while. The anger slowly subsided, and Tanya began to think about the overall situation, and found that what Han Feng said made sense. Let's go get in the car, let's take it slow. After arranging these things, Han Feng took Tanya into the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. This time with Tanya, Han Feng was too lazy to drive himself. So he opened the door and sat in the co-pilot. In a blink of an eye, it was already noon, and Han Feng ordered everyone to get off the bus and get organized. After all, the people on the armored troop carrier are people, and people will be hungry, thirsty, and urgent. Before stopping for repairs, Han Feng also specially used radar to scan the surrounding 5 kilometers, and there was no abnormality. This stop lasted for 2 hours. After a large number of people solved their own problems, they got into the damaged bus and were pushed onto the troop carrier by the mobilized soldiers. When the convoy set sail again, it was already around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, 6 hours had passed since the spy set out. Although Han Feng understood the spy's skills, he still couldn't help asking Luna, "How far is the enemy camp from us? The spy has been walking for so long. Has he arrived?" Report to Captain Han. The enemy camp is 421 kilometers away from us, and the spy is expected to arrive in 1 hour. After listening to Luna's report, Han Feng whispered to himself, "Alas, it would be great if I could contact the spy." What's wrong? Captain Han? Do you have something to talk to me about? Suddenly, the spy's voice came to Han Feng's mind. Can you hear me? Han Feng was extremely shocked by the voice said back by the spy. Yes, you can contact me at any time. What instructions do you have? As soon as the spy finished speaking, Luna interrupted to explain, report to Captain Han. It's like this. Spies are not affected by terrain or distance. You can contact spies at any time. Of course, spies are also the only infantry units in the Red Alert system that are not restricted by distance and can transmit messages over long distances. Fuck, so awesome? After exclaiming, Han Feng asked back, how far is this super long distance? 100 kilometers? No, the spy has exceeded this distance. Is it 1,000 kilometers? Report to Captain Han. This ultra-long distance is only for the Earth. Even if you and the spy are at the 2 poles of the Earth, you can still communicate unimpeded. Really there are no restrictions. After listening to Luna's report, Han Feng asked again in disbelief. Report to Captain Han. There are really no restrictions. Even if the spy is in the area covered by the crack generator created by the enemy, you can still communicate with the spy. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng slowly widened his eyes, and his breathing slowly became rapid. There is no distance limit for communication, and no one or equipment can detect it during the operation. Even entering the heavily defended Kashiwa Palace of Magnesium is not a dream. If that's the case, what about the Magnesium Treasury? What about the bank? Hey! At this moment, Han Feng has already begun to fantasize about letting the spy steal the evil old Magnesium, and then become the richest man in the world. Thinking about it, Han Feng laughed out loud. Captain Han? Captain Han? Are you still listening? Luna's sudden voice interrupted Han Feng, who was in his sweet dream. I am listening. Listening. After waking up, Han Feng regained his seriousness and continued, Luna, notify me after the spy enters the enemy camp. Okay, Captain Han. After the conversation with Luna ended, Han Feng continued to close his eyes, and fantasize about his dream of becoming the richest man in the world, in order to make himself look justified. Han Feng even thought, who let these unlucky American soldiers come to provoke me first after I deal with them? The next step is to take all the gold in your country, as compensation for me. I'm thinking about it. The tired Han Feng slowly fell asleep. Little brother, I'm coming in the dream. Han Feng returned to the room surrounded by pink mist again. But this time, Han Feng's consciousness was extremely clear. Looking at the extremely ambiguous decoration in the room, Han Feng turned around and looked around. But he couldn't find the source of the female voice. Suddenly, the female voice sounded again. Little brother, do you miss me? A familiar female voice surrounded his ears, making Han Feng frown. But he couldn't remember who the owner of this voice was. Holding his breath and concentrating, Han Feng began to observe the room carefully. Little brother, why don't you speak? After a few seconds of silence in the air, the female voice sounded again. Mysterious girl? It's you? Yes. At this moment Han Feng finally remembered the owner of this voice. Little brother, so you have been calling me mysterious girl? This time, Han Feng clearly identified that the voice of the mysterious girl came from behind him. Turning around suddenly, Han Feng saw the mysterious girl standing behind him. Very close. It can be described as close. Facing the beautiful face of the mysterious girl, Han Feng had no desire at all, but an extremely strong fear. When did he enter the dream? And how did this girl appear in my dream? Even his own dreams are not controlled by Han Feng. This feeling of losing control of everything made Han Feng feel a little desperate. Han Feng struggled to wake up, but found it useless. Luna! Luna! Wake me up! Quick! Han Feng thought of asking Luna for help in desperation. Even though Han Feng knew the pain of the system's emergency reminder, compared to the dream, the pain of the system's emergency reminder was nothing. What disappointed Han Feng was that Luna, who used to be available at any time, did not respond at this time. Spy! Spy! Quick! Let Luna wake me up. Seeing that he could not contact Luna, Han Feng quickly thought of a compromise and asked the spy to contact Luna. But what disappointed Han Feng again was that the spy still couldn't be contacted. In his heart, Han Feng roared hard. Why? Why can't I contact the spy? No one can interrupt the connection between me and the spy. Could it be that I have come to outer space? Fuck. Isn't this nonsense? Brother, why did you contact them? Am I not good looking? Did I scare you? The mysterious girl stared into Han Feng's eyes and asked cutely. When asked by the mysterious girl, Han Feng felt a deep sense of powerlessness. She actually knew Luna. Knowing the spy. Who are you? What are you going to do? Having given up struggling with the outside world, Han Feng was not so anxious. Hearing Han Feng's question, the mysterious girl covered her mouth and laughed. Haha, a man and a woman alone, in the same room. I didn't ask you what you wanted to do, but you asked me instead. While speaking, the mysterious girl took a small step back. But it was this small step that almost made Han Feng kneel down. Pulling the distance, Han Feng actually saw, she was actually not wearing, please use your imagination later, looking at the exquisite girl in front of him. Han Feng ABA for a long time and couldn't organize his words. A second before his brain crashed. Han Feng thought, could it be? I have maintained my virginity for 23 years. Am I going to lose it like this? Chapter 231, Mysterious Girl. Are you going to keep watching like this? Seeing Han Feng's absent-minded eyes, Mysterious couldn't help but asked with a smile. Ah? Han Feng immediately reacted when the girl asked this. The next moment, Han Feng turned around and stopped looking at the girl. Hey! Come on! Little brother. You've been standing for so long. Aren't you tired? Come and sit. Come here, do gurgle. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Han Feng stupidly asked, do what? Slowly turning his head, Han Feng found that the girl was wearing the white dress that he first met, and she looked pure and moving. It was as if what I saw just now was just a fantasy. Now I can't just let you take advantage now. As soon as the mysterious girl finished speaking, Han Feng felt that he was slowly losing control. His two hands raised involuntarily, and he actually began to unbutton his thin shirt one by one. Until this moment, Han Feng's eyes changed. If he was afraid before, he was a little angry now. From the beginning of the dream, he was played around by this girl. Now he even asked me to take off my clothes. You know, this is my dream. Even if it is a wonderful spring dream. I have to take the lead. Han Feng. I have to start fighting for the dominance of the dream. You have superpowers. I have them too. After saying that, Han Feng began to activate one of his superpowers. Telekinesis. The power from his body gushed out. And Han Feng tried desperately to regain control of his body. Han Feng's hands shook violently under the interweaving of the two powers. At this moment, even the veins on his hands were exposed. But soon, Han Feng found that his power was too weak. Even with the use of superpowers, the movements of his hands were only a little slower. You know, Han Feng was already risking his life at this time, while the girl was just sitting leisurely by the bed. In that case, you forced me to do it. Han Feng glared and prepared to use his ultimate move. Telekinesis. Imprisonment. That's right. Han Feng used the ability to imprison. And the object of imprisonment is himself. Han Feng knew that for an imprisoned person, everything else would be still except the brain, including breathing, including blinking. But what he didn't expect was, even though his breathing was forced to stop, his hands were still approaching the first button of his shirt. The only change was that the movement speed of his hands slowed down again by half a second. Faced with such a thing, Han Feng felt like crying but had no tears. Even in his heart, Han Feng asked himself, is she a god? It's slow to say. But in the dream, only a few seconds passed. After more than 10 seconds, no matter how Han Feng blocked him, his hand still took off his shirt. Throwing the shirt aside, Han Feng's hands actually began to drive towards the waistband. This scene scared Han Feng. Not because Han Feng resisted what happened with this mysterious girl, but in this restrained and forced situation, what can be felt is not pleasure, but powerlessness and despair. When Han Feng took off his pants, and the only clothes left on his body were a pair of shorts, he growled desperately, "What are you going to do? Do you think it's interesting? Ha ha ha, it's funny, look at you. Your face is red." How funny it would have been better if Han Feng didn't ask. This question made the mysterious girl laugh, and even tears could be seen flashing in the corners of her eyes. After laughing for a while, the mysterious girl put away her smile. You forgot something. Suddenly, the mysterious girl said this. Ah? What? After saying this, Han Feng found that his hands were no longer taking off randomly, and the control of his body was restored. Clenching his fists, Han Feng immediately picked up the clothes and pants on the ground and put them on quickly. You promised me something. Did you really forget? The girl looked at Han Feng and stood up. What did I promise you? Tell me now. I'll do it for you right away. After trying several times secretly, Han Feng found that he still couldn't get rid of the dream. It seems that you really forgot, the dog man. Bah! The mysterious girl gritted her teeth and said, waving her right hand. Han Feng saw the girl's right hand coming towards him, and thought that the girl was going to slap him. So he closed his eyes subconsciously. After waiting for 2 seconds, Han Feng felt no discomfort on his face. Slowly opening his eyes, Han Feng saw that the venue of the dream had changed. It turned out that the girl just wanted to change the scene just now. Haha. I thought too much. After the near miss, Han Feng began to look around. Night bar? This? Han Feng was shocked when he saw the surrounding environment. That's right. The mysterious girl took Han Feng back to the past. The screen showed that this was the first time Han Feng and the mysterious girl met. The girl still had the supply box in her hand, which kept Han Feng's appetite and kept asking Han Feng to say you love me, you like me, and so on. Watch it. Dog man. See how you cheated me in the past. Suddenly, the mysterious girl reminded. Oh. After mumbling, Han Feng looked at his past self. Can you give it to me now? Han Feng said to the mysterious girl sitting next to him, and his eyes were on the supply box in the girl's hand. No, you have to promise me one thing. Hey! Are you going too far? I have done what you asked. Once and twice, but not 3 or 4 times. Hearing this, Han Feng curled his lips, because Han Feng knew that the first few sentences in the picture were what he said to the girl. I love you. I like you, and so on. You are mean to me. In the picture, the girl began to tear up after shouting this sentence. Don't cry. I promise. Isn't it enough if I promise? Well, you can't cheat. Did you remember? Idiot. Suddenly, the mysterious girl beside him interrupted with a smile. As the girl said this, the picture of the night bar gradually dimmed until it disappeared, looking at the girl. Han Feng scratched the back of his head awkwardly, and replied with a laugh, haha, I think I remembered a little. Remember a little? What do you mean a little? I played back what you just said to you. You can't cheat. You can't. As she spoke, the mysterious girl jumped in anger. Her cheeks puffed up. Looking at the harmless and somewhat cute girl, Han Feng was a little stunned for a moment. The girl in front of him was a tough character, and her ability and appearance did not match at all. Looking at the girl, Han Feng said angrily, Okay. I know. I won't lie to you. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Kill them all, the girl said lightly. Kill? Kill who? Who could afford to offend your ancestor? You have to plow their ancestral graves. Looking at the girl, Han Feng really couldn't think of anyone that this girl couldn't kill. At the same time, Han Feng was a little curious. If even the mysterious girl couldn't kill him, how could he do it? Hey! That's not right, they? Them? That means there's more than one person. Hearing Han Feng's ridicule, the girl squinted at Han Feng and said coldly, Go when I tell you to. If you keep talking nonsense to me, I'll deal with you now. Let you dance for me in just a pair of shoes. Han Feng was speechless. Seeing Han Feng become well-behaved, the girl continued, You will meet them tomorrow. They are the foreign army you mentioned. Fuck. It's better if you don't mention it. Let me do this. I will kill them all. Hearing that the mysterious girl was talking about this, Han Feng immediately became interested. Turning to face the girl, Han Feng continued, I'm not sure if I can do other things. But for this matter, I will kill them even if you don't say it. You can only go alone. Facing the enthusiastic Han Feng, the girl poured a bucket of cold water on him. What? I told you to kill them all by yourself. The girl reiterated. I alone? I killed them all by myself? Han Feng asked blankly. Even now, Han Feng's brain is still a little confused. Is there something wrong with your ears? I have said this sentence 3 times. And you asked it 3 times? Are you sick? Let me go and wipe them out by myself. You said they are the army. The army? Not gangsters. With my little fighting power, do I have to go up and deliver food? Han Feng said this with hands and feet dancing. But the girl seemed to be deaf. Her eyes looked at the dancing Han Feng as if she was looking at a clown. Hey! Please. No way. Are you really going to let me go and wipe them out by myself? The girl rolled her eyes and said impatiently, This is the 4th time you've asked me this. What do you want? Why should I go by myself? Should I knock on the door? Then say hello. Do you need takeout? Come on. How is that possible? Seeing that the girl was not moved, it was Han Feng's turn to jump up and down. You figure it out yourself, I don't care anyway. You can only rely on yourself to kill them all. Looking at Han Feng, the girl seemed to remember something and continued, Oh, I almost forgot I said rely on yourself. Really rely on yourself? You can't even bring a gun. When you enter the venue, your weapon is your fist. I won't go. At this moment, Han Feng was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and he could do whatever he wanted. Then take it off. The girl said hateful, and Han Feng's hands moved again involuntarily. Hey, whatever, I won't suffer any loss anyway, you can do whatever you want. Come on, the little ruffian's character was exposed. And Han Feng thought, in order to save his life, losing chastity is nothing. He took off the shirt that he had just put on for a few minutes. And Han Feng's expression was still as open-minded as ever. You piss me off. Based on the principle that as long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassed person is you. Han Feng succeeded. Chapter 232, Mysterious Girl Part 2. Where is spring? Where is spring? Spring is here. Han Feng undressed and sang nursery rhymes, looking relaxed and contented, not taking the mysterious girl seriously at all, staring at Han Feng with cold eyes. The mysterious girl smiled gently and continued, As long as you go, I will tell you a huge secret. How about it? No. 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 No matter how big the secret is, I have to be alive to hear it. I still understand the truth that curiosity kills the cat. Han Feng refused without hesitation. I will protect Wei Peng from death. And add another secret. Do you want to go? Suddenly, the girl made a promise that shocked Han Feng. How did she know that Wei Peng would die? Wait! How did she know the scene that Lu Rui dreamed of? Even Wei Peng's sister didn't know that Wei Peng would be in trouble. How did she know? At this time, Han Feng's eyes changed when he looked at the mysterious girl. No longer playful, but more solemn. Only Lu Rui, and I know the content of Lu Rui's precognitive dream. Lu Rui has never seen the mysterious girl, and I haven't told her about this. Thinking of this, Han Feng realized the gap between himself and the girl in front of him. She had sneaked into his side several times without anyone noticing. And even Luna and the red alert system could not detect it. She could even cut off all connections between herself and the red alert system. In the airport, she could nail 7 or 8 people to the outer wall that was more than 10 meters high overnight. It was not discovered until the next day at dawn. This ability alone made Han Feng unattainable. Not to mention Han Feng. Even Tanya, it seems, does not have such an ability. Since getting to know the mysterious girl, he knows nothing about her, from her name, age, or what kind of superpower she has, nothing. On the other hand, the mysterious girl knows everything about him. He feels that nothing can escape her eyes, including his thoughts and ideas. Who are you? Staring into the girl's eyes, Han Feng continued to ask. I think someone as strong as you will not approach me for no reason. I want to know your purpose. For you, the army is not a threat to you at all. Why do you still want to do this? After Han Feng finished speaking, the girl did not speak, but just looked at Han Feng quietly with a faint smile. Why are you approaching me? What's your purpose? You are the cause of the incident. Now you ask me? It's hard for me to answer you. After saying this, the mysterious girl took a half step back and continued. I have said everything I should say. You can think about the rest yourself. As for whether to go alone, you decide for yourself. I promise you, I will go. At this moment, Han Feng made a choice. I can go, but I have a condition, Han Feng said, changing the subject. What condition? I can go without any equipment, but I need an assistant. You know, I don't know anything about them, so I need a deputy who can draw some firepower for me when necessary. Okay. Han Feng didn't expect that the girl agreed so straightforwardly. Then let's make a deal. You can only have one deputy on the field. Okay. Okay. Don't worry about this. We'll wipe them out. Okay. You should wake up. And I should go. Suddenly, the mysterious girl interrupted Han Feng, who was speaking. Captain Han? Captain Han? Just as Han Feng was wondering, Luna's voice sounded. With Luna's voice, the whole dream began to become unreal. Captain Han? Captain Han? Han Feng opened his eyes unconsciously. The dazzling light made Han Feng's eyes very uncomfortable. Squinting his eyes, Han Feng asked, What's wrong? Luna? Report to Captain Han. The spy has found the enemy camp and is preparing to sneak in secretly. Okay. Let the spy sneak into the enemy camp and collect information. Before I arrive, any useful intelligence collected, the better. Replying to Luna, Han Feng sat up straight. Okay. Captain Han. Oh, by the way, Luna, just now, was there anything unusual? Report to Captain Han. Everything is normal. Nothing happened, Luna reported truthfully. Hearing that everything was normal from Luna's mouth, Han Feng smiled bitterly and continued, Okay. I know. If there is any situation, notify me in time. Okay. Captain Han. After finishing the conversation with Luna, Han Feng turned his head to look at Tanya in the main driving seat. Hee. What are you laughing at? Seeing Han Feng's weird smile, Tanya pouted and asked. Nothing. Nothing, waving his hand. Han Feng continued, Well, don't you want revenge? How about this when we get to the place? How about we team up to wipe them out? That's right. The deputy Han Feng needs is Tanya next to him. With a combat power that explodes, he can just play soy sauce by himself. The mysterious girl and Tanya would never have thought that Han Feng's scheming was actually used on Tanya. Haha, just the two of us? Just the two of us fighting a group of people on the other side? After hearing what Han Feng said, Tanya laughed. Yeah. Just the two of us. Are you not afraid? Han Feng was also afraid that Tanya would reject him. So when he said this, his tone was slightly teasing. He hoped to stimulate Tanya with such words so that Tanya would agree to him. It's okay to fight alone. But why should I take you with me? At this moment, Han Feng realized that he was overthinking. Who is this? War maniac Tanya. Is there a place she dare not go? In the Red Alert game, Many tasks need to be completed by Tanya alone. Enter the Soviet camp alone and destroy Yuri's plan alone. This time, the task of single-handedly fighting the army is basically the same as in the game. In Tanya's opinion, it is just a warm-up exercise. Seeing Han Feng looking at her without saying anything, Tanya said, I can deal with him by myself. If I take you with me, I have to take care of your safety. And then you will become a hindrance. So, just wait for me to come back. They are a bunch of bastards. I am enough. Hearing Tanya's gnashing tone, Han Feng knew that she wanted to use this battle to wash away the previous shame. No. This time you are the one who will follow me to carry out the mission. Not me following you. Han Feng said with a heavier tone. Is there any difference? Yes. Of course. This is an order. At this time, Han Feng brought out his identity as the commander. Oh, then you should be careful. Don't hold me back. A higher rank can crush a person. Under the military order, Tanya can only obey. Okay, you can go boldly. Don't worry about me. Han Feng has arranged the overall situation in a brisk tone. As long as Tanya makes a move, the scene will be chaotic at that time. I will squat in the corner and shoot. At worst, I can hide in a hidden place and wait for the battle to end, thinking of the excitement. Han Feng laughed. Reporting to Captain Han. I'm a spy. The spy's voice sounded in his mind. What's wrong? What's the matter? I have mastered the basic composition and number of the enemy's personnel, as well as the locations of the enemy's sentries and secret sentries, and the location where the reconnaissance team is detained. Tell me about it. What Han Feng didn't expect was that the spy had only sneaked in for half an hour and mastered the problem of the enemy's personnel configuration. You know, during the battle period, personnel configuration and sentry configuration are top secret information. It seems I still underestimated the spy. The enemy is composed of the armies of 3 countries, namely Magnesium, Japan, and Goryeo. They are in cahoots with each other. It's unexpected, but reasonable. Hearing the names of the 3 countries, Han Feng snorted and cursed inwardly. After Han Feng finished mocking, the spy continued. The strongest armed force among the 3 armies is the Triangle Porridge Special Forces of Magnesium. Han Feng has also heard of this force. This is one of the most well-trained, best equipped and best funded special forces in Magnesium and the world. After the Triangle Porridge Special Forces of Magnesium, it is the Special Attack Team of Japan. Then, there is the 707 Special Forces of Goryeo. After the spy finished speaking, Han Feng recalled it in his mind, but did not find any information about these 2 special forces. I guess they are ranked low and unknown. After a pause, the spy continued. The total number of the 3 special forces is 200. Among them, there are 80 people in the Triangle Porridge Special Forces of Magnesium, 60 people in the Special Attack Team of Japan, and 60 people in the 707 Special Forces of Goryeo. Oh my god! Why are there so many people? Isn't the Special Forces just a small team composed of a few members? 200 people. Use the Special Forces as regular troops. After shouting this sentence in his mind, Han Feng panicked. All along, Han Feng thought that the other party was a soldier of the regular army. But he never thought, this is a big iron plate. Tanya, do you know the Triangle Porridge Special Forces? Without bothering to reply to the spy, Han Feng directly asked Tanya, who was driving beside him. Triangle Porridge Special Forces? Isn't that the 1st Special Operations Detachment of the Magnesium Army Special Forces? What's wrong? Tanya directly said the full name of the Triangle Porridge Special Forces. After hearing the tongue-twisting full name, Han Feng asked again, how is this unit? Is it powerful? Except for the Special Air Service Regiment, SAS, of Ing country, Triangle Porridge is the most powerful. Tanya said concisely. What's wrong? Why do you suddenly ask me this question? Seeing that Han Feng's eyes were a little dull, Tanya asked back. Following Tanya's question, Han Feng slowly said, can you fight against special forces? Yes, why not in my opinion. Conventional special forces are like children who have just entered elementary school, just fight casually. Hearing Tanya's confident tone, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Tanya is more awesome. Chapter 233, Doubts. Haha, beating the special forces is like beating a child so powerful. After exclaiming, Han Feng's curiosity was aroused, and he asked, what do you think of the soldiers in the regular army? Turning her face to the side, Tanya said with a laugh, a baby holding a toy gun without bullets. Ha ha, so funny, so vivid. Without the psychological pressure. Han Feng laughed out loud. But I'm only talking about the regular special forces. For the top special forces, like the triangle porridge you just mentioned, I still have no pressure if I meet a dozen of them. If the number of the triangle porridge special forces exceeds 50, I can't guarantee that I won't get hurt. Ha ha. Han Feng's laughter stopped abruptly. Then, Han Feng's face looked worse than seeing a ghost. What if we encounter 80 triangle porridge special forces? Han Feng asked with a bitter face. Run away. What are you thinking about? 80 top special forces in the world, I guess I want to wipe them out. I really have to fight hard. Hey! That's not right. Tanya raised her pretty eyebrows and turned her head to ask, why do you always ask me these weird questions? What if there are 80 triangle porridge special forces? Plus 60 Japanese special attack teams? Plus 60 Goryeo 707 special forces? Han Feng ignored Tanya's question and continued to ask a series of questions. At the end, Han Feng was a little embarrassed to speak. You mean? At this time, Tanya also reacted, and the shock made Tanya's pupils gradually shrink. Well, yes, then can you still beat them? The kind with total annihilation. When answering Tanya's words, Han Feng's old face flushed. At the same time, I thought to myself, I can't believe that I asked such a shameless question. The other side actually has so many special forces? Turning back, Tanya stared at the road ahead, and her hands holding the steering wheel clenched. The other side has a total of 200 people, just what I just told you. After saying this, Han Feng noticed that Tanya's lips were pursed. Then what should we do? We can't win. We absolutely can't win. Don't think about it. What should we do? Is there any way? Han Feng felt bitter in his mouth and heart when he thought of the enemy he was about to face. There is a way. Of course, a one-on-one fight is impossible. I need all your snipers, heavy soldiers, and radiation engineers. After saying this, Tanya turned her head and looked at Han Feng and continued, for such a battle, it is completely meaningless to let the mobilized soldiers and American soldiers go on the field. Understand? Tanya always gave Han Feng the feeling of being confident, optimistic, full of fighting factors, an absolute war maniac, and an existence with absolutely explosive force value. This is the first time Han Feng has seen such a serious expression. Seeing Tanya's gaze staring at him, Han Feng looked embarrassed. He had already promised the mysterious girl that the two of them would wipe out the enemy. Damn. He couldn't afford to offend a special forces team of more than 200 people. What about the mysterious girl? Haha. He couldn't afford to offend her even more. After figuring this out, Han Feng no longer hesitated and refused. No. Han Feng, have said something and it's done. We'll do it anyway. It doesn't matter if it works or not. It has to work. This majestic look. This courage to face death. He is really a great hero. A great hero. Okay. Then you go up by yourself? I won't follow you when you're dead. I'll pick you up myself. I'll find you a good place to stay and never let you die in the wilderness. How about that? This is an order. You have to follow me. Hee hee. Looking at the discouraged Tanya, Han Feng looked very proud. This is a suicide mission. I can't guarantee that I can survive. It's okay. We can play with them slowly. 200 people. They can't be together forever. As long as we see someone alone, the opportunity will come. At this time, Han Feng was still planning a guerrilla war in his mind. You know nothing about the operations of special forces, especially under the leadership of such a powerful triangular porridge. Alas, Tanya must obey Han Feng's orders unconditionally. At the same time, Tanya could only secretly despise Han Feng's ignorance. The arrow is on the string and must be shot. You are my main force, and I will rely on you when the time comes. After that, Han Feng contacted Luna and said, notify the captains of the 4 brigades. From now on, Simon will take charge of the migration mission on my behalf. Let him continue to rush to the zinc mine according to the plan. Okay, Captain Han. Then, what about you? Tanya and I will go to remove the roadblocks. The convoy will pass through the range of the enemy's special forces tomorrow. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to take the initiative. Han Feng had a firm grasp on finding excuses. Okay. Captain Han. I'll notify them now. Okay. After replying to Luna, Han Feng said to Tanya, speed up. Let's go ahead and try to get rid of them before the convoy comes. Tanya didn't say anything, but the speed was indeed increasing slowly. After a while, Tanya drove away from the convoy with Han Feng. Alas, looking at the grizzly tank in the back, which was the leading vehicle, Han Feng sighed softly. Because the multi-purpose infantry vehicle has super off-road performance and strong armor. Tanya stepped on the accelerator and started racing. Luna, how long will it take us to reach the enemy camp? After a few minutes, the convoy had already exceeded the radar detection range of 5 kilometers. In order to know the arrival time, Han Feng asked casually. Report to Captain Han. The estimated arrival time at the enemy camp is 3 hours and 20 minutes later. Okay, I got it. At this time, all of Han Feng's previous battle plans were ruined. What long-range sniper tactics? What bombing tactics? What four-sided attack tactics? Under the mysterious girl's rules, none of them can be used. Report to Captain Han. I'm a spy. Now I have basically figured out the purpose of the other parties coming here. Just when Han Feng was feeling depressed, the voice of the spy sounded in his mind. So soon? Tell me quickly. I also want to know what these stupid road deer are doing here. Okay, Captain Han. They came here for 3 reasons. First, to find the scientific researchers from their 3 countries who have disappeared here. Second, to find the mother body and capture it alive. Third, to bring the mother body back to magnesium for further research. Mother body? What is this? Hearing the new term, Han Feng frowned and asked. Sorry, Captain Han. I haven't met their senior officers yet. The term mother body is just a name for their special forces members. And I don't know what it refers to. I don't know it yet. Okay. You should get all their intelligence as soon as possible. I will arrive at the enemy camp to meet you in about 3 hours. Before that, I hope you can complete the task successfully. In response to Han Feng's order, the spy patted his chest and guaranteed, Okay. Captain Han. 3 hours is enough. I will definitely satisfy you. By the way, what's your name? At this time, Han Feng found that it was a bit awkward to call the spy. So he wanted to know the spy's name for future communication. Hee. Sorry, Captain Han. I don't have a name. Only a code name. My code name is 47. 47? You don't have a name? Han Feng was a little surprised to hear the spy say that he only had a code name, but no name. Yes, Captain Han. I don't have a name. Haha, then you will be called James Devon from now on. Han Feng suddenly thought of the classic Agent 007. It's just that the agent in the movie is called Bond, and the spy is called Devon. Okay, Captain Han, I really like this name James Devon, haha, with a new name. The spy smiled happily. Okay, Devon. Quickly infiltrate the upper level to collect intelligence. Yes, dear sir. After finishing the conversation with Devon, Han Feng began to think about the content of the intelligence he just received. The first piece of intelligence. They want to search for the missing scientific researchers. Why don't they notify China? Armed combatants cross the border. Aren't they afraid of causing a war? Secondly, why would so many special forces be dispatched for search and rescue? Wouldn't it be better to let the search and rescue forces responsible for professional search and rescue come? Obviously, the profession is not suitable. The second piece of information. Find the mother and capture it alive. The word capture means that the mother is a living organism. Mother also means female. Female body. Suddenly, Han Feng remembered the weird garbled paper in the assembly department. Among the 5 words deciphered by the combat laboratory, the 3 words female body appeared. Could it be that the mother they are talking about is the female body mentioned in that paper? The third piece of information. Bring the mother back to magnesium for further research. And the word continue means that they have studied the mother before. After connecting all the known clues, Han Feng slowly widened his eyes, not daring to believe the guess in his heart. That is the powerful Matrix. It is so powerful that it takes so many special forces to subdue it. That's right. Why send the special forces here? On the one hand, it is to search and rescue the scientific researchers in their country. More importantly, it is for the Matrix. Even Tanya stays away from the armed forces. How powerful must the Matrix be? After finding the direction of thinking, Han Feng began to ponder. I wonder if the mysterious girl is the Matrix they are looking for, possessing the ability to be bottomless, and having a terrifying figure that can block the detection of the red alert system. The more Han Feng thought about it, the more possible it was. Thinking of this, Han Feng had to ask himself again. Why did such a powerful, mysterious girl have to find him to destroy the special forces? Could it be that the special forces have special weapons that can check and balance her? At this time, Han Feng felt that he was getting closer and closer to the truth. The sudden appearance of zombies. Is there a reason for the Matrix? If the zombies are really created by the Matrix, what should I do? Suspicion, shrouding Han Feng, also shrouded the earth. Chapter 234, Energy 7 Potion. As the scene outside the car window quickly receded, Han Feng and Tanya finally arrived 10 kilometers away from the enemy camp 3 hours later. Although this place is not close to mountains and rivers, there are some trees. Tanya collected some branches and leaves and piled them on the multi-purpose infantry vehicle to hide them. For safety, Tanya did not dare to go deeper. While Tanya was busy camouflaging, Han Feng secretly glanced at the number of gold coins. 124. In other words, this amount of gold coins is only enough to pay for one radar scan. There are no zombies in this desolate mountain, and gold coins can't be replenished at all. After thinking it over, Han Feng decided to start scanning after approaching the enemy camp. After all, a 5-kilometer scan is really short. About 5 minutes later. Let's go. If I had known you were so stupid, I would have eaten more delicious food for lunch. Tanya patted the dirt on her hands and said jokingly. Obviously, in Tanya's opinion, this operation is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you may really die here. I really can't understand it. You have a golden rice bowl, but you have to be a beggar. There are so many snipers who can provide us with external assistance, but you don't want it. You are really brave, Tanya complained while walking on the mountain road. Han Feng, who didn't know how to explain, chose to play dumb at this time. Just kept laughing. In less than half an hour, Han Feng and Tanya arrived 5 kilometers away from the enemy camp. Hey, don't play tricks. Let her go. Suddenly, the voice of the mysterious girl sounded in Han Feng's mind. Fuck. Perhaps out of shock or fright, Han Feng subconsciously yelled. Tanya, who was walking in front, heard the movement behind, frowned and turned around and said, You didn't take the medicine? What if you are so startled? I wipe it. Don't you know? Know what? Your condition? Tanya said, looking at Han Feng. Obviously, Tanya didn't notice the voice of the mysterious girl in Han Feng's mind. Luna. Without bothering to talk to Tanya, Han Feng contacted Luna directly in his mind. What's wrong? Captain Han? Any instructions? Luna's reply was the same as usual. Don't think about it. We are in one-way communication now. They can't find me. Let her go. You enter alone. You just promised me and you forgot? Humph. Hearing this, Han Feng was dumbfounded. What's going on? I'm awake now? How can the mysterious girl bypass Luna and the red alert system to contact me? Hey! Are you going to leave or not? Why are you standing there like an idiot? Seeing Han Feng standing there like a wooden chicken, Tanya said impatiently. Just as Han Feng was about to speak, the mysterious girl in his mind spoke again. Let her go. This is the 3rd time I've said it. You go back first. I'll do the rest myself. Han Feng had no choice but to order Tanya to leave because of the mysterious girl. I think you're really crazy. Go away. Tanya thought Han Feng was joking. If she takes another step forward, I'll kill her right now. In his mind, the mysterious girl gave Han Feng an ultimatum. This is an order. Seeing that Tanya was about to raise her leg, Han Feng quickly stopped her. Turning around, Tanya looked at Han Feng in confusion. What she didn't know was that she had just brushed shoulders with death in the last second. From now on, you can't follow me anymore. I allow you to move freely here. Maybe wait for me in the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Hey! Why? Don't ask anymore. This is an order. Han Feng didn't plan to tell Tanya about the mysterious girl, because he knew that even if he told Tanya, it wouldn't solve the current problem. Facing Tanya's various questions, Han Feng just pursed his lips and stopped talking. Leaving Tanya behind, Han Feng raised his legs and walked slowly towards the enemy camp. On the way, Han Feng asked the mysterious girl in his mind, I said I need an assistant. Why can't I let Tanya follow? You can't deprive me of my rights just because Tanya is so powerful? I said. There can only be one deputy in the field. The mysterious girl explained lightly. What? I'm alone now. Where can I find a deputy? A spy to be more precise. It should be James Devon. At this moment, Han Feng almost bit his teeth. James doesn't count as a deputy. Not. It counts who made him enter the field before her. This is your arrangement. You can blame yourself. Han Feng's eyes went dark at the girl's explanation. But he still argued, then, there are 13 of my soldiers in the field? Are they all my deputies? The 13 soldiers you mentioned? They are under control now. And they can't provide you with any help even if they are tied up. So of course they don't count. I can't beat him. I can't talk him out. Han Feng is so wrong now. And that's no fun. James's force value is 0, he can't help in a fight. Now you let me fight a special forces of 200 people alone. That's asking me to commit suicide. Then I don't care. How to kill them is up to you. Han Feng could only sigh at the unreasonable behavior of the mysterious girl. Are you the Matrix? Since he was about to die, Han Feng was not afraid of asking a taboo question, and asked such a question directly. Matrix? What Matrix? Unexpectedly, the mysterious girl didn't know the Matrix? This was the first time she said to him that she didn't know these 3 words. Could it be that I guessed wrong? She is not the mother? Nothing. They came to China to capture the mother alive, and take it back for further research. I thought you knew something, Tisk, without hiding anything. Han Feng directly shared the information he knew with the mysterious girl. After Han Feng finished speaking, the mysterious girl did not reply. But this was exactly what Han Feng wanted. Anyway, every time he communicated with her, he would be very angry. James Devon. 3 hours have passed. How are you doing? Why didn't you reply to my letter? At this time, Han Feng was still 3 kilometers away from the enemy camp. Luna. What's going on? Where's James? After waiting for dozens of seconds without getting a response, Han Feng could only ask Luna. Reporting to Captain Han, James is stealing precious materials from the enemy, and has no time to respond. Oh. Okay. After saying that, Han Feng found a stone and sat down. On the one hand, Han Feng now needs to replenish his physical strength for the subsequent battle. On the other hand, Han Feng didn't even know where the enemy's secret sentry was, and he was reluctant to turn on the radar scan. So he really didn't dare to move forward, take out a cigarette and light it, and start chatting with the mysterious girl. You say, what if I'm unfortunately shot and my life is in danger? Will you suddenly appear and save my life? No. Oh. Then will you help me get rid of them when I'm not paying attention? Even a small part of them? No. Han Feng's 2 questions got the same answer. And Han Feng, who was tactful, didn't say anything. Han Feng exhaled a puff of smoke and stared for a long time. For Xiaoping, is it worth it? If I go up and fight, there may be a glimmer of hope. If I don't go up, Xiaoping will definitely die. Han Feng also thought about letting Xiaoping follow him closely to prevent Lu Rui's dream from coming true. But as long as they are not together, there will definitely be a time to separate. Han Feng did not want to gamble on this. Nor could he afford it. After thinking for a long time, Han Feng put out the cigarette butt and shouted softly, worth it. Han Feng thought about it. And he would die if he went up. And the mysterious girl must know it. But why did she force him to go? There must be her plan. Secondly, for Xiaoping's survival. And then, for the great secret that the mysterious girl said. Captain Han. Captain Han. I'm James. I was stealing just now. Please forgive my late reply. Just when Han Feng was full of enthusiasm, the voice of Spy James rang in his mind. What did you steal just now? So cautious? Han Feng was also very interested in what James liked. No way. They protected this thing too strictly. I couldn't be distracted just now. Oh my. Could it be a state secret? Knowing that the other party was keeping a close watch, Han Feng subconsciously thought it was a secret document of his own country. His heart was lifted in an instant. No. No, this is not a state secret. What I just stole was an injection. Named Energy 7. Energy 7? What? Hearing that it was not a secret of his own country, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, he remained very curious about this unknown injection. According to their senior commander's description, Energy 7 is the 7th generation of energy agent. As long as it is injected into the body, it will gain the ability to destroy everything. As super invincible stimulant? After listening to James' description, Han Feng snorted coldly. What the hell is Energy 7? Compared with the wild beast serum? TSK wild beast serum will definitely kill their stimulants in seconds. And the energy that destroys everything? Even more funny. Not to mention the second level wild beasts. Even the first level wild beasts can make them feel despair. I don't know if it is a stimulant. But according to his description, the energy agent contains a small amount of mother serum as the main material. Without the mother body, they have no research object. So they are so anxious to find the mother body. Mother body. This is the second time Han Feng heard these two words from Spy James. After hesitating for a while, Han Feng continued to ask, what will happen if it is injected into the body? Is it the same as the wild beast serum? According to the information I have now, everyone who has been injected with energy potions has died. All dead? Hearing this, Han Feng couldn't help but interrupt. Took so much effort to research poison? These people are really interesting. There must be a reason why there are so few foreigners. After sneering, Han Feng said he couldn't understand. Chapter 235, Opportunities. After Han Feng finished speaking, James reported, the reason for the death is that their researchers were unable to purify it. There is a trace amount of GS virus in the serum of Energy Agent 7. And they cannot completely eliminate it anyway. So the people who have been injected eventually become zombies. After a pause, James continued, but before mutating into zombies, the injector will gain nearly infinite energy. They will not feel tired or painful. And their strength will increase exponentially. Usually, it takes about an hour from injection to mutation. The stronger the physical fitness, the more power they gain. Compared to the weak, the strong can maintain their sanity for a longer time. Their scientific research goal is to completely eliminate the GS virus in the serum, and then mass produce it on a small scale, equip the country's top armed personnel, and build the world's first war machine. And from him, I learned that the GS virus spread to the world with the loss of the mother body. Crack, crack. Listening to James' report, Han Feng's clenched steel teeth made a series of sounds. With red eyes, Han Feng squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. This damn bastard. Beasts? At this moment, Han Feng knew the whole story. They wanted to create superhumans, but accidentally created the Matrix. The loss of the Matrix officially opened the beginning of this zombie disaster. How many families in the world have been broken? How many people have died? The survivors are displaced and struggling. All of this is due to them. Han Feng was extremely angry, trembling all over. The anger almost turned into substance, burning Han Feng's reason. At this time, Han Feng had only one thought. Kill! Kill all of them. Kill all the researchers. Use their blood to make amends to the world. However, even if he was angry, Han Feng was not a brainless idiot. He was not stupid enough to slap the master on his forehead just because of his passion. Wait! Captain Han, they seem to have a mission. Han Feng just resisted the urge when he heard James' new intelligence. Mission? What mission? I saw them gathering in formation. Captain Han, wait for me for a few minutes. I'll figure it out. Hearing James' tone, Han Feng felt a sense of urgency. At this moment, Han Feng wanted to turn on the radar scan. But then he thought that he was in an uninhabited place. And even if he scanned the other party, it would probably be a few. Han Feng, who resisted the urge, lay dormant again, waiting for the Spy James' reply. During the waiting time, Han Feng was nervous, and couldn't help wondering if these people had discovered me? Did they lead the team to find me? 2 minutes later, what Han Feng didn't expect was that James actually said with a little apology, Sorry, Captain Han. I didn't get the intelligence. Huh? This was the first time in history that James got something that the other party was guarding closely. But he didn't get what the other party was going to do? What happened? I saw most of them gathering, so I went directly to their highest level commander. But what I didn't expect was, the door was already closed to anyone. Then what? Hearing this, Han Feng could easily guess that this mission must be extraordinary. Then I went to find their subordinate commanders. They didn't know the content of this mission either. But I got some clues. They organize a large number of people to find the mother body every few days. And all orders are issued at short notice. Hearing this, Han Feng narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment and asked, Where are they? They left. And left very quickly. When I came out, they had already left. If I had given me one more minute, I could have gone up and asked them. How many people left? 100 people. Half of them were dispatched for this operation. They are 50 people from the Japanese Special Attack Team, and 50 people from the Goryeo 707 Special Forces. After a pause, James continued, now only the Triangle Porridge Special Forces have not moved in the camp, and the other 2 Special Forces have left 10 people each. According to the intelligence, there are only 100 people in the enemy camp at this time. This is good news, although those who left are miscellaneous troops. The fewer people, the better. How long will they take to come back? At this moment, Han Feng knew that the opportunity had come. I don't know the exact time, but according to the estimate of their subordinate commander, there is no possibility of returning within 2 hours. Okay, James, you retreat now. Han Feng didn't dare to delay for 2 hours. James has no fighting power, so even if he stays in the enemy camp, it will be useless if a real fight breaks out. After thinking about it, it is better to let him retreat. Han Feng has already thought about the next step of the plan. The first thing to do, when entering the enemy camp, is to find the 13 imprisoned Red Alert soldiers. Anyway, the mysterious girl said that these people are not considered assistants. So why hesitate? Snipers, heavy soldiers, American soldiers, and mobilized soldiers are all available. With their help, maybe I can really fight. Okay, Captain Han, I will retreat now. After a pause, James continued, Captain Han, your current position is not tightly guarded. As long as you are careful, there should be no problem. Okay, I know. While responding to James, Han Feng stood up. After stretching his muscles a little, he began to move forward. Along the way, Han Feng crouched and moved forward quietly, not daring to make too much noise or show his head. Captain Han, are you not going to use Energy 7? When approaching the enemy camp by 1 kilometer, Luna's voice suddenly came from Han Feng's mind. What's the use? I don't want to become a zombie. And don't I already have the wild beast serum? I think this thing is useless. Han Feng answered his thoughts truthfully. Captain Han, maybe the combat laboratory can remove the GS virus in Energy 7? Oh my god? Yes. As long as there is no virus in Energy 7, then I won't become a zombie. Who doesn't like free power? Thinking of this, Han Feng thought of another possibility. That is, whether Energy 7 can be mass-produced during combat tests? If it can, then the power of his Red Alert soldiers will be a step up. Han Feng stood up involuntarily when he thought of the excitement. Report to Captain Han. Danger? Get down. Hey! You! Suddenly, the voices of Luna and the mysterious girl sounded in Han Feng's mind at the same time. Then, the next moment, bang! The loud sound of a sniper rifle firing rang out. Han Feng felt a sudden pain in his back, which was a warning from his body. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant, and his eyes subconsciously looked towards the place where the gunshot was. In Han Feng's sight, a copper-yellow bullet was spinning at high speed and shooting towards him. The speed superpower was activated in an emergency, and Han Feng's body began to move slowly. Seeing the sniper bullet getting closer and closer, Han Feng moved his body desperately. But this little movement of his own could not avoid the sniper bullet that was within reach. Such a dodge was nothing more than the difference between being hit in the left eye and being hit in the right eye. With such a speed, a sniper bullet, not to mention Han Feng, even Wei Peng himself might not be able to dodge it. When the sniper bullet approached to within a few dozen centimeters of his chest, Han Feng's first thought popped into his mind. Damn! I was careless. In a split second, Han Feng had no time to think about anything else. Buzz! Suddenly, the air in front of Han Feng fluctuated, and the vibrating air actually blurred Han Feng's vision. And the buzzing sound also came into Han Feng's ears like a wave. Buzz! The vibration in the air suddenly increased, and when the buzzing sound disappeared, Han Feng came back to his senses. Ah! Han Feng subconsciously covered his chest with the point where the sniper bullet landed, and suddenly fell backwards. Am I going to die? Hee hee. Damn it. I didn't expect that I was so weak. I was knocked down before I even met. Before dying, Han Feng looked at the sky and murmured. At the moment of life and death, the voice of the mysterious girl sounded in Han Feng's mind. Hey! I didn't expect you to have such courage. You dare to stand up here. You are really looking for death. Huh? I'm almost dead. You're still insulting me. It's all your fault. You insisted that I come here to die. Now you are happy. The barefoot are not afraid of the ones wearing shoes. Anyway, He was about to die. Han Feng was not afraid of anything, and responded directly. Who said you were dying? Aren't you alive and well? After listening to the girl, Han Feng hummed in confusion, then raised his head slightly and looked at his chest. No blood, no bullet hole, and no pain. Gently patting his chest, Han Feng felt a little confused. Did it miss? Han Feng looked up while wondering. Unexpectedly, he saw an extremely shocking scene. The sniper bullet was frozen in the position just now and trembled slightly. Can you imagine? A bullet was actually stuck in the air. 2 seconds later, the sniper bullet in the air stopped trembling and fell directly to the ground. Instantly, Han Feng understood. At the critical moment just now, the mysterious girl took action. She used an unknown superpower to intercept the fatal sniper bullet in midair. Now the impact of the sniper bullet was offset, and it naturally fell to the ground. Thank you. The shock was beyond words, and Han Feng could only keep thanking her to express his gratitude for saving his life. I tell you, this is the last time. Next time, I won't help you. Listening to Han Feng's thanks, the mysterious girl said proudly. Okay, I know. As he spoke, Han Feng slowly got up. Now is not the time to chat. The enemy sniper is probably still observing here. He must be killed quickly. Chapter 236, Embarrassing the Enemy. Han Feng crawled quickly with his hands and feet. Fortunately, the bushes around him provided him with cover. While crawling, Han Feng contacted Luna and said, Luna, turn on the radar scan. Report to Team Han. It takes 100 gold coins to turn on the radar scan within a radius of 5 kilometers. Please confirm. Confirm. Turn on the scan. Okay. Team Han. The radar scan is scanning. Please wait. After a few seconds, Luna continued, report to Team Han. The radar scan is over. The radar scan found 2 supply boxes. The supply box location, enemy camp. Well, as expected, Han Feng knew that the more dangerous the place where the supply box appeared, the greater the probability. So he did not show much shock. After talking with Luna, Han Feng had already climbed dozens of meters away, finding a stone as a cover. Han Feng leaned over. Who? Luna. Where is the position of the sniper who attacked me just now? Report to me. Han Feng asked while panting. Report to Captain Han. The enemy sniper is at your 10 o'clock direction, 462 meters away. The position has been marked on the radar interface. Following Han Feng's question, Luna gave an accurate report. Okay. Are there any other secret sentries besides him? Han Feng asked. Within 1 kilometer of the enemy camp, 300 meters behind the sniper, there is a patrol of 5 people. Apart from them, there is no one else. Okay. Got it. After replying to Luna, Han Feng took a few deep breaths and prepared to sprint. Swoosh. After getting ready for the start, Han Feng activated his speed superpower. His hind legs suddenly kicked the ground, and his whole body shot out like an arrow from a string, straight to the enemy sniper. The distance of more than 400 meters came in an instant, and in the sniper's sniper scope, only a black shadow flashed by. A few seconds later, when the sniper lying on the ground searched in vain and wanted to put down the sniper rifle to observe, he suddenly saw the sky behind him and Han Feng. Before the pain came, the sniper only felt difficulty breathing. He hadn't realized that Han Feng had broken his neck. So in his opinion, the world was so weird. After getting rid of the sniper, Han Feng quickly took off the wireless microphone on his ear, put it on his own ear, and listened attentively. Sure enough, as Han Feng expected, there was a movement from the microphone. Luna. Translate it. Han Feng couldn't understand the series of English in the headset, so he could only ask Luna for help. Tom. I know. Now the 4th team of the attack team is rushing to the location you reported. Luna translated the English in the headset at the same time. Something embarrassing happened. Although Han Feng knew the information in the headset, he didn't know how to reply. Even if he asked Luna how to say received in English, it would be useless because everyone's voice is different. As long as he opened his mouth, he would definitely be exposed. But if he didn't reply, he would also be discovered. Tom? Tom? At this time, a voice came from the headset again. Oh! Fuck! Attention! All teams! Tom may have seen God. Everyone is ready to meet the enemy at any time. The number of enemies is unknown, and the location is Han Feng silently took off the headset after listening halfway. With 2 fingers exerting force, the headset shattered. Luna, let the combat laboratory remove the GS virus in the Energy 7 potion now, Han Feng said calmly. Okay, Captain Han. How long will it take? Report to Captain Han. It will take about 5 minutes for the combat laboratory to remove the GS virus in the Energy 7 potion. Okay. Now turn on the radar for real-time detection. After instructing Luna, Han Feng maintained a half-squatting posture and quickly took off the bulletproof vest, bulletproof helmet, pistol and other equipment on Tom's body. Report to Captain Han. The patrol team is coming in your direction. Distance, 230 meters. Listening to Luna's report, Han Feng didn't say anything, but just quickened his hands. After taking off Tom's equipment, Han Feng quickly changed for himself. In Tom's equipment bag, Han Feng found a box of color ink, dark green. Seeing this, Han Feng didn't hesitate, directly picked out some with his hands and smeared it on his face. Report to Captain Han. The other patrol team is 180 meters away from you and is about to enter the minimum warning line standard. Huh? After getting everything ready, Han Feng picked up the sniper rifle on the ground. Raising the sniper rifle, Han Feng aimed at the patrol team that was attacking him. Luna, how do you use a sniper rifle? In the sniper scope, the crosshairs were aimed at the chest of an enemy patrolman. Just as Han Feng was about to shoot, he suddenly thought of the sniper knowledge from the movie. What about wind direction, wind speed, humidity, heart rate, etc.? Sorry, Captain Han. Bang. Han Feng knew that Luna couldn't teach him how to use a sniper rifle when he heard the first 4 words. He simply pulled the trigger. It was like the first word of the lottery ticket was thank you. There was no need to wait any longer. In the sniper scope, a blood flower burst out from the patrolman's right arm. What a fucking miss. Knowing that he missed, Han Feng cursed softly. Duh. The remaining 4 patrol members of the other side reacted extremely quickly, and directly used light machine guns to form a firepower net to cover them. For a moment, the weeds around Han Feng flew everywhere. After rolling several times, Han Feng temporarily left his original position for dozens of meters and avoided the attack of the firepower net. Then, Han Feng directly broke the scope on the sniper rifle. Although he couldn't use this sniper, it didn't mean that they wouldn't use it. As long as the sniper rifle didn't have a sniper scope, there would be no threat. Leaving treasures to the opponent is to find a dead end for yourself. Han Feng understood this principle quite thoroughly. After destroying the sniper rifle, Han Feng crouched and quickly bypassed it, trying to sneak attack from behind the patrol team. At this time, the 4 patrolmen were still paying attention to the position where they had just fired their guns. This was a rare opportunity for Han Feng. With the help of his super speed, Han Feng quickly approached the other party. At the same time, Han Feng took out the pistol he had just confiscated. Bang bang. Right behind the patrolman, Han Feng steadied his breath and knocked down 2 people with 2 gunshots. The other party was wearing a bulletproof helmet and a bulletproof vest, so Han Feng could only shoot at the unprotected part of the neck. This undoubtedly added a lot of difficulty to Han Feng, whose shooting skills were already poor. Fortunately, the goddess of luck favored Han Feng, and both bullets hit the target. Hearing the movement behind them, the 2 patrolmen reacted. Unlike the armed personnel they had seen before, these 2 patrolmen did not turn around and shoot at Han Feng, but directly threw away the light machine guns in their hands, drew their sabers and rushed towards Han Feng. This is the combat awareness of special forces. This is the battlefield quality that is different from ordinary armed personnel. They know very well that in close-range attacks, the role of sabers is far greater than that of firearms. But Han Feng doesn't know. Seeing the 2 holding sabers, Han Feng quickly pulled the trigger, trying to knock down another person. Bang bang bang. With some panic movements and nervous mood, Han Feng's bullets all missed. Perhaps the only bullet that worked was the bullet that hit one of them on the bulletproof vest, slightly stopping his pace. The distance between the 2 sides was not far, and Han Feng wasted 2 seconds. Now, the 2 patrolmen have come close. In order to avoid, Han Feng's speed superpower keeps running. Then, he activated his telekinetic superpower. Imprison, he shouted softly. And while imprisoning the 2 people, Han Feng drew out his military knife, which he had confiscated from the sniper. The 2 superpowers intertwined and took effect, causing Han Feng's mental power to drop sharply. In order to avoid mental power from being exhausted, Han Feng raised his knife and slashed it. The blade quickly passed through the necks of the two people, and then released the superpower. All the actions were done in one go. Like flowing water. Enemy. Enemy. Attack. Just when Han Feng thought the battle was over, he suddenly heard a burst of bird calls from the bushes beside him. Han Feng raised his hand and fired a few shots. And then the air fell silent. According to the radar display, all 5 patrol members died. The crisis was temporarily relieved. Luna. What did he say just now? Han Feng asked Luna while cleaning, confiscating the battlefield. Report to Captain Han. What he said just now was the Japanese language, which means enemy attack. Enemy attack. Listening to Luna's report, Han Feng turned over the bodies on the ground. Sure enough, they were all wearing dogskin plaster national flag armbands. Heh. Bah! Seeing the white and red national flag armband, Han Feng spitted a mouthful of old phlegm. It hit the bullseye. Damn. I hate the little Japanese the most in my life. Report to Captain Han. 20 people are approaching here. 300 meters away. Han Feng was halfway through cursing when Luna's report sounded. Hearing this news, Han Feng quickly moved his position. With a scale of 20 people, there must be a special force of triangle porridge among them. Han Feng did not dare to be careless. After shifting to the left for about 200 meters, Han Feng hit again. Hiss. Just after lying down for a few seconds, Han Feng felt a little pain in his lower back. So he touched his lower back with his hands, and the touch felt a little sticky. Blood. Seeing the red on his hand, Han Feng shouted in a low voice. It turned out that Han Feng was shot in the previous shooting, because the bulletproof vest was short and did not protect the waist. And Han Feng was indeed a bit unlucky. Damn it! I really didn't protect it. I was shot. Staring at the blood on his fingers, Han Feng roared at the mysterious girl in his mind. A real man. You complained when you got a little skin scratched. I want to marry in the future. Humph. Be careful. I said I don't care about you. The mysterious girl roared in the same tone to respond to Han Feng. The nervous Han Feng didn't hear what the mysterious girl said at all, but contacted Luna and said, Luna, am I okay? Report to Captain Han. The degree of your physical injury is now 1.13%, and the gunshot wound on the lower back is a scratch. The injured area is about 1 square centimeter, and it does not affect your movement. Chapter 237, unfortunately hit. After waiting for a few seconds, there was no response from the girl. It seems that the girl is a little emotional. At the critical moment, Han Feng did not say anything, but stared at the enemy more than 100 meters away. Luna, how is the Energy 7 potion clearing? How long will it take? Report to Captain Han. The Energy 7 potion is clearing the virus, and the estimated time is 4 minutes. So long. Only 1 minute has passed? Han Feng thought it was almost done, but he didn't expect it to be 4 minutes. Yes, Captain Han. Han Feng quickly thought of a countermeasure while purging his lips. Sensing his own mental power, Han Feng's eyes gradually became firm. Time is of the essence. At their search speed, they will find me soon. Rather than waiting to die, it is better to strike first. Telekinesis. Han Feng stared at the bushes 50 meters away in another direction, and suddenly released his telekinesis superpower for a moment. Wow! The bushes shook violently due to the interference of telekinesis superpower. Duh. Hearing the movement not far from them, 20 Special Forces members opened fire directly. More than 10 guns fired fiercely at the bushes, and the remaining people who did not attack were responsible for observing the surroundings. Telekinesis. Han Feng released his superpower for a moment again, but this time in another direction. Duh. The remaining small number of people responsible for observation were attracted by the sound. This time, all of them were in the state of shooting. Speed. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Han Feng attacked decisively. Bang bang. Bang bang. Kaka he pulled the trigger until the bullets were exhausted. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and these bullets did not kill the target. Throwing away the pistol, Han Feng accelerated his sprint. In Han Feng's vision, all the movements turned into slow motion. At this moment, even if a Special Forces member reacted and turned the gun head, it was too late. The distance of dozens of meters was close in an instant. Raise your hand. Swing and stab. Hit the target's throat. All this was done in 1 second. After succeeding, Han Feng ignored the saber stuck in his throat. Instead, he turned his hand and took the grenade from his body. This was a high-explosive grenade fixed on the bulletproof vest on his chest. In order to save time, Han Feng did not choose to take it off. He just pulled out the pull ring. All actions were carried out according to what he thought. Until this time, the other Special Forces members just turned their guns around, holding the pull ring of the high-explosive grenade. Han Feng did not dare to take the next step and retreated directly. With the wind under his feet, he left dozens of meters with a whoosh. Duh. Whoosh. Whoosh. The bullet made a sharp whoosh sound when it passed by Han Feng. Although Han Feng used his super speed ability to the fullest, it was still faster than the bullet of 300 or 400 meters per second. Puff. Puff. Suddenly, the sound of the bullet entering the flesh sounded. The next moment, Han Feng swung forward violently. At such a high speed, Han Feng couldn't control his body at all, and could only let his body fall freely and roll. Ugh! Han Feng made a painful sound while rolling. Han Feng was shot twice in the right thigh. Everything happened in a flash. And only now did the Special Forces member, who was stabbed in the neck by Han Feng, begin to kneel down slowly. Boom! After a few seconds, when Han Feng stopped rolling, the detonation delay of the high-explosive grenade ended, and the grenade exploded. Han Feng knew that the diameter of the high-explosive grenade's killing coverage area was 30 meters. So Han Feng specially selected a Special Forces member close to the middle to detonate it. However, these 20 people are not gathered together, and there must be Special Forces members alive now. Without time to check the wound on the thigh, Han Feng directly asked Luna, how many of them are still alive? Report to Captain Han. Your leg. Tell me, how many of them are still alive? Han Feng raised his voice and asked again, not wanting to hear nonsense about his injuries. Now is not the time to care about his injuries. Even if a leg is crippled, it is better than losing a life, especially now that he has no weapons in his hands. He is at an absolute disadvantage. If the other party finds him first, then he will definitely die. Report to Captain Han. 13 people died in the explosion just now. 5 of them were seriously injured and lost their combat ability, and the remaining 2 will recover their combat ability in 18 seconds. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng gritted his teeth and stood up with a muffled groan. Han Feng didn't dare to look at his thigh, but he knew in his heart the injury was definitely serious. Enduring the pain, Han Feng asked, give me the position. Quick! Okay. Captain Han. The opponent's position has been marked by radar. Knowing the opponent's position, Han Feng immediately began to approach. At this moment, Han Feng's right leg was already wasted, and the superpower of speed could not play a big role. Han Feng limped slowly towards the target. Fortunately, the 2 opponents were not far away from Han Feng. On the way, Han Feng walked while observing the ground, hoping to find a machine gun. Even if there is no machine gun, it would be fine to find a pistol. Unfortunately, Han Feng was not favored this time, and he didn't even see a saber. 3, 2, 1. 18 seconds passed. In Han Feng's sight, 2 Special Forces members staggered and climbed up from the ground. Oops, Han Feng muttered to himself, and he accelerated the swing of his legs, trying to get rid of them before the other party could stand firm. At this time, the 2 Special Forces members also noticed Han Feng. However, the explosion just now damaged their vision and hearing. In addition, Han Feng was wearing a bulletproof vest of a Special Forces member, and his face was covered with dark green camouflage. So, in their eyes, Han Feng is their team member. Approaching the 2, Han Feng saw a pistol on the ground. Picking it up with great effort, Han Feng fired several shots at the 2 without hesitation. Han Feng stopped only when the radar showed that the 2 had died. Slowly moving his feet, Han Feng came to the 5 people who were seriously injured and lost their combat ability. Bang! 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 5 gunshots. Han Feng finally dealt with the 20 people. Looking around, Han Feng casually took off the equipment bag of a Special Forces team member, and then dragged his injured leg back to the dense bushes again. Hiss! Ah! Han Feng leaned against a tree, slowly sat down, and uttered a series of trembling wails. Looking at his legs, Han Feng was silent. Due to the cavity effect, the bullet hole behind the right thigh was extremely small. But, looking at the two fist-sized bullet exits in front of him. Han Feng was dumbfounded. At 2 seconds later, Han Feng chuckled, took out a cigarette and lit it. While taking the natural analgesic, Han Feng contacted Luna in his mind and said, "Luna, how many people are approaching here? Report to Captain Han. No one from the other side is approaching yet. Oh, if someone approaches, remember to tell me immediately." When replying this sentence, Han Feng's tone was extremely calm. "Okay, Captain Han." After finishing the conversation with Luna, Han Feng contacted the mysterious girl again. "Hey, this is over. There are 200 people on the other side, and I have only dealt with 25 of them, and they are already in such a state. What should I do next?" Without waiting for the mysterious girl to respond, Han Feng took a puff of cigarette and continued, "Although they are not moving now, I guess they will send someone back soon. I have basically lost my ability to act. And the task you gave me, I guess it has failed. It's my fault I'm so weak. Captain Han, you need to bandage your wound immediately. According to this injury, in 10 minutes, you will face a series of problems such as excessive blood loss." Luna didn't know the existence of the mysterious girl, so she interrupted Han Feng's words when she said this. Okay. Han Feng simply responded to Luna and opened the equipment bag he had just picked up. "Luna, what is this?" Han Feng took out of the equipment bag, all with English annotations. So Han Feng just took a look and asked Luna, "Report to Captain Han. This is an energy bar, which is made up of high-calorie foods such as chocolate." "Oh, I thought it could stop bleeding. How about this, Captain Han? This is a vitamin powder, used to supplement vitamins." "Oh, I thought this could also stop bleeding. How about this, Captain Han? This is compressed food." Hey, these people, who traveled across the ocean, came here for a picnic? Why are they all eating? Luna was speechless at Han Feng's question. Is the mission considered a failure? If so, I'll call Tanya to rescue me now. Han Feng silently contacted the mysterious girl and searched for Tanya on the radar at the same time. To make matters worse, Tanya was not within the 5-kilometer radius. Damn. It seems that Tanya went back to the multi-purpose infantry vehicle to wait for him. What? Are you scared? The mysterious girl's voice sounded. Scared? Of course I am. I have so many soldiers. Why should I wade into this muddy water? If someone really dies, it will be a big loss. Han Feng took off his shirt while holding a cigarette in his mouth. He tore it into strips and wrapped it around the wound on his thigh, then tightened it hard. A wail squeezed out from between his teeth, and Han Feng was in so much pain that tears were about to burst out. Cold sweat flowed down his cheeks, and Han Feng was too lazy to wipe it off. The pain in his thigh has made his whole body tremble. In addition to the pain, Han Feng also feels a chill. This is not good news. It is hot in August and it is afternoon, which is a sunny time. The cold means that the blood in his body is in urgent need. Hey. Make a decision quickly. If you delay for a while, I will be really cold. A trembling voice came out of Han Feng's mouth. It may hurt a little bit in a while. You have to bear it. The mysterious girl seemed to be talking to herself and did not directly answer Han Feng's question. What? Han Feng was confused after listening to the girl's unreliable answer. At this moment, Luna said, "Report to Captain Han. The GS virus of Energy 7 potion has been cleared. Bring it here." At this moment, Han Feng knew that the pain in a while might come from this potion. Chapter 238, The Power of a Punch. After taking a deep puff of his cigarette, Han Feng threw the butt away and took out another one to light. Han Feng hoped to use this method to make his brain dizzy and reduce the pain. "Captain Han, I'm here." Before he saw the person, he heard his voice first. It was the spy James. A few seconds later, James came to him quietly with a needle in his hand. When Han Feng saw the needle in James' hand clearly, he almost popped his eyes out. Fuck. Is this the needle for injecting dinosaurs? Why is it so long? Staring at the needle that was more than 5 centimeters long, Han Feng was a little scared. "Captain Han, this is a number 8 needle, specially used for intracardiac injection." Afraid that Han Feng didn't understand, James continued, "This needle is injected into the heart. The process may be a little painful, but it will pass quickly," James said easily while motioning Han Feng to lie down. Han Feng couldn't waste any more time due to his physical condition. Even though his teeth were trembling with fear, he still laid down obediently. It won't hurt after the injection. It won't hurt after the injection. While waiting for the injection, Han Feng murmured this sentence like chanting a mantra. Seeing Han Feng lying down, James took out a small bottle of alcohol and dripped a few drops on the heart position on Han Feng's chest to disinfect it. Then, the long and terrifying needle found the right position and pressed down. Hiss. Oh! Not everyone can understand the feeling of the needle piercing the heart. The sourness of this moment made Han Feng groan. As James slowly pushed the medicine down, Han Feng felt his heart warm and comfortable as if it was injected with warm water. Unfortunately, the warm feeling slowly turned hot. Han Feng grabbed the weeds at hand and asked with gritted teeth, Okay. Is it done? Captain Han. It's over. How do you feel? James pulled out the needle and asked Han Feng while answering. It's so hot, so hot, so hot. The replies of "it's so hot" became louder and louder. That's right. In just a few seconds, Han Feng felt that his heart was as hot as molten iron. Boom, boom. This was the first time that Han Feng could hear his heartbeat so clearly. Ah! What Han Feng didn't expect was that he could still grit his teeth and hold on to the pain in his heart. But he didn't expect that the wound on his thigh would also burst out with severe pain at this time. He couldn't hold it back for a while. And Han Feng let out a tragic scream. As soon as the scream came out, Han Feng immediately covered his mouth tightly, even though the pain made him lose his mind. Han Feng knew that shouting would only report the enemy's position. He closed his eyes tightly and clenched his fists. Now Han Feng needed strong willpower to support every breath. Lulu. Luna. Is there any way to make me faint? I don't know if it was due to physical reasons or other reasons, but Han Feng's brain began to hurt. The saddest thing was that Han Feng's consciousness was extremely clear at this time. There was no sign of fainting. Report to the team. Sorry. There is no way. Due to the pain. The words Han Feng heard became intermittent. But based on the few words he heard, Han Feng also knew that Luna couldn't make him faint. Does it hurt so much for others? How can they bear it? Turning his head, Han Feng narrowed one eye and looked at James. James didn't answer Han Feng's question, but stared at the change in Han Feng in shock. On Han Feng's thigh, a huge wound was wriggling. In his sight, the wound was slowly healing. James was stunned when he saw all this. As far as he knew, the Energy 7 injection could not heal the wound, and there was no medicine in it that could make the wound recover quickly. Besides, James knew that the pain from the injection would not last more than 10 seconds from the beginning to the end. And now, it has been more than a minute. Also, according to the data before the injection, the pain brought to the injector is definitely not so severe. But James can't explain all of this. Now he can only stare at Han Feng's eyes. Han Feng is on the verge of collapse. And even the sound of wailing has become weak. Beads of sweat poured out. And soon, Han Feng's clothes were soaked with sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. Damn, sloppy. Suddenly, Han Feng thought that those who injected this injection were all Special Forces soldiers. They are strong and have strong willpower. And I am just an ordinary college student. I can't compare with these top Special Forces in the world. If I had known earlier, I would have just taken half an injection. Can I withstand such a powerful energy? What if I can't? Will my body explode and die? Or will I bleed to death? At the moment of life and death, Han Feng began to have wild thoughts, and his consciousness became a little vague. Now, it's too late to say anything. The pain continued, without any improvement. In this way, another minute passed. The pain seemed to be agreed upon. When the 2 minutes were up, all the pain immediately receded like a tide. Who? Panting, Han Feng propped himself up with both hands. With a slight upward curve in his mouth, he said weakly, I'm alive. Report to Captain Han. There are 10 Special Forces members heading in your direction. Distance, 513 meters. The enemy did not give Han Feng a chance to breathe. As soon as they learned that the team members they had sent out had died, they immediately organized the next group of personnel to come. Hey. No more playing. I want to go home. Upon hearing the news, Han Feng immediately begged for mercy, hoping that the mysterious girl would let him go back. Facing such a group of powerful people, he really had no chance of winning. Stand up and fight back. What are you afraid of? The mysterious girl still said in a playful tone. As if all this was just a game. Han Feng gritted his teeth and said nothing. He almost cursed her in his heart. But the next second, Han Feng's face changed. He exerted force with his legs, and his right leg didn't hurt anymore. Can this medicine really block the pain? Han Feng muttered to himself while unbuttoning the shirt tied to the wound on his right leg. When the shirt was unbuttoned, Han Feng saw that the wound that was originally bloody and fleshy had healed at this time. It was healed. There was not even a scar left. Staring with surprised eyes, Han Feng turned to look at James, hoping that James could tell him something. Don't look at me. I don't know either. James responded with a bitter face, thinking how could he know how this wound could heal so quickly. After listening to James, Han Feng immediately said to the mysterious girl, "It's you? Well, you're welcome." Now, there is one more superpower about the mysterious girl. But what makes Han Feng a little puzzled is that she has used so many superpowers. Blocking bullets and healing wounds. Why does she sound so energetic? Is her mental power very strong? Inexhaustible? Warning! Warning! Ground-to-ground missiles will attack in 5 seconds. Warning! Warning! Ground-to-ground missiles will hit in 3 seconds. Warning! Warning! Ground-to-ground missiles. While Han Feng was still confused, he suddenly remembered the system's warning. He looked up in the direction of the enemy, and a missile was flying towards him with a long tail flame. The distance was less than 100 meters. Fuck. With a curse, Han Feng subconsciously picked up James and activated his superpowers to run to the side. But with James, he couldn't escape the missile's explosion range in the remaining seconds. Boom! Just when he thought of this, a huge spark exploded behind him. Fortunately, Han Feng and James were not injured. Dodging the missile attack, Han Feng stopped and looked back. Looking at the traces of the explosion 300 meters away, Han Feng was stunned. 1 or 2 seconds. Ran more than 300 meters? Impossible? I know my own speed, and I can't reach such a fast speed. But James was even more confused than Han Feng. At this time, James sat on the ground with messy hair, with his mouth open. Han Feng stared at his legs blankly, muttering, "This speed is much faster than Wei Peng." Closing his eyes, Han Feng felt the energy in his body that he had never had before. In this state, Han Feng even had an illusion that he could punch through the bulletproof steel plate of the tank. So, great joy filled his heart. That's right. Energy 7 potion worked. This is the ability to destroy the world. In this case, Han Feng sneered. Relying on his powerful ability now, he sprinted towards the opponent's 10-man team. And James was left there to recover his senses. The distance of more than 800 meters was reached in 3 seconds. And in the sight of the enemy team, a very vague black shadow floated. The next moment, his eyes went black and he lost consciousness. While accelerating, Han Feng punched the bulletproof helmet of one of the enemy team members. The bulletproof helmet was instantly dented, crushing the head that was supposed to be protected. After a successful strike, Han Feng withdrew from the battlefield. In just a few seconds, the other 9 of them just raised their guns and fired. Duh. Listening to the gunshots 100 meters away, Han Feng leaned against a tree trunk and observed his hands. The right fist that had just attacked was swollen at this time, and blood was oozing from the fist tip and slowly flowing down. He tried to squeeze his right fist, but Han Feng could not feel any pain. TSK. It's not good to have no pain. I don't even know if my hand is okay. After thinking for a while, Han Feng asked Luna, how is my hand? Captain Han, your right hand, the 3rd and 4th proximal phalanx are broken. Damn it! It's all an illusion. What the hell? Even a bulletproof helmet can break my hand. Bullshit! Looking at his right hand that was getting more and more swollen, Han Feng said to the mysterious girl with a playful smile, "Miss, why are you calling me in such a disgusting way?" The mysterious girl asked knowingly. Chapter 239, Playing Dead. For the next mission. My hand? It would have been fine if Han Feng hadn't said it. But as soon as he said it, the girl took advantage of the situation and mocked. "Ah! What happened to your hand? Ouch, I'm so heartbroken. Help me heal my wound." Han Feng pretended not to hear the girl's words and directly stated his request. "I can help you heal. But I have 2 conditions. I will help you if you agree. Okay. Hearing the girl say this, Han Feng felt a little sad. Every time when conditions are mentioned, it is always himself who suffers. But looking at his right hand swollen like a pig's hoof, Han Feng had to agree. First, call me dear. No way. Again? Call me. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Dear. After that, Han Feng waited to hear the second condition. Well, not bad as for the second. I can only help you recover this time. I won't care if you get hurt again. Okay. I promise not to test my strength blindly. I will protect myself well. Hearing Han Feng's straightforward agreement, the mysterious girl said seriously, I'm talking about the future. I won't help you anymore. Not just this time. Han Feng hesitated for a moment about the additional condition, but still nodded and agreed. At this time, the right hand could no longer complete the action of clenching a fist. Even if he went back now, he had no medic and no operating room. Okay. Then wait a moment. After saying this, Han Feng began to observe his right hand. The girl's movements were very fast. After a while, the right hand began to slowly shrink and the swelling slowly disappeared. In less than 2 minutes, Han Feng's right hand had returned to its normal size. After trying to clench his right fist, Han Feng thanked him. Thank you. After saying that, Han Feng turned around and looked at the 9 team members who were still searching for him, and began to ponder. In order to avoid further injury to his body, Han Feng returned to the place where he was attacked before. After finding a few pistols and sabers and putting them on his back, and 2 high-explosive grenades, he began to act. He crouched and slowly walked to a place 50 meters behind the group of people. Han Feng pulled the rings of 2 high-explosive grenades and activated his speed superpower. With a gust of wind, Han Feng quickly approached. After throwing 2 high-explosive grenades at their feet, Han Feng evacuated. After hearing 2 huge explosions 100 meters away, Han Feng checked. Well, they were all dead. No one was alive. Such a speed of resolution was unimaginable 10 minutes ago. If it weren't for the blessing of this energy, it would be impossible for him to enter and exit so easily. After some calculation, Han Feng has now eliminated 35 Special Forces members of the enemy. At this time, there are still 65 in the enemy camp. Whistling briskly, Han Feng walked slowly towards the enemy camp. Without any nervousness, he thought that even if he encountered danger, the worst thing would be to throw a high-explosive grenade and run away. Anyway, you can't catch up with me. What can you do to me? A few minutes later, under the guidance of Luna, Han Feng quietly approached the enemy camp. It was not until now that Han Feng, who was hiding on the top of the mountain, saw the full picture of the enemy camp. This is a small bungalow with its back close to the mountain. A bit like the cave dwelling in northern Shanxi. According to the radar scan results, Han Feng could see that there was a secret passage between the bungalow and the mountain. And in the mountain was their base camp. Outside the door of the small bungalow, there was a dark old man sitting at the door, smoking a pipe and humming a little tune. But such appearances could not deceive Han Feng. This old man had a pistol hidden under his clothes. Upon closer inspection, it was either a Japanese or a Korean disguise. After carefully analyzing the enemy's distribution, Han Feng was entangled. From the position analysis, no matter which direction Han Feng attacked from, he would be discovered. Luna, interfere with all the opponent's communication equipment. In this case, let's make you deaf first, so that you can't communicate effectively. Okay, Captain Han. Luna responded and started to operate. In Han Feng's sight, the old man sitting in front of the door suddenly had a distorted expression, then covered his ears with his hands, and then quickly took out a miniature headset from his ears. Obviously, it was the noise in the headset that hurt him. Report to Captain Han. All the other parties' communication systems have failed. After completing it, Luna reported. Nodding, Han Feng said, Good. Well done. Next, Han Feng quickly approached the hidden sentry closest to him, according to the radar display. Just like dealing with snipers, go around behind and suddenly attack. After breaking the opponent's neck, Han Feng continued to look for the next target. 10 minutes later, within 1 kilometer around the enemy camp, all 10 secret sentries were eliminated by Han Feng alone. Now, there are still 15 sentries patrolling and standing guard outside. Due to the interference of communication, they did not move. It is estimated that they are still repairing the communication until now compared with secret sentries. The sentries are more difficult to deal with. They are all in groups of 5. No matter how fast I am, I can't deal with them quietly. As long as there is a noise, the enemies in the mountain will know. After hesitating for a long time, Han Feng finally took off all the guns on his body and kept only 3 sabers. Although guns are more powerful than sabers, sabers are better for minimizing noise. Next, Han Feng found a sentry with a similar body shape, stripped him of his equipment, and put on his own. A minute later, Han Feng stood up wearing a set of American-made triangle porridge special combat personnel uniforms. He reapplied camouflage on his face to make himself look more like them. Following their steps, Han Feng calmed down and slowly walked towards the special combat patrol team on the side. "Hey, brother, why don't you lie down?" Looking at Han Feng, one of the special combat team members laughed, listening to the language he didn't understand. Han Feng didn't ask Luna to translate, but pointed to his throat with his finger, indicating that he was not convenient to speak now. During this period, Han Feng continued to approach them. Until now, they have not noticed anything unusual. When Han Feng stood 1 meter in front of them, they finally frowned and noticed something was wrong. But it was too late. The speed superpower was activated instantly. At the same time, Han Feng also used the telekinetic superpower to imprison 5 people, throwing down the light machine gun in his arms. Han Feng drew out the saber. He took a small step forward and swung the sharp blade in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. The blade cut through the air, making a whistling sound. Even if the cold blade entered the throat, it was like nothing, and did not bring any hindrance to the saber. After the 5 special forces were all cut by the knife, Han Feng removed the speed superpower, but the imprisonment continued. A few seconds later, Han Feng silently released the restraints. Swish, swish. Blood gushed out of the throats of the 5 special forces. The scarlet color painted the ground under their feet. At the same time, the 5 people who were attacked covered their necks together. One of them reacted and wanted to shoot a warning shot at the last moment of his life. But how could he be faster than Han Feng? Han Feng, who had been prepared, grabbed his hand and prevented him from touching the gun on his waist. As he struggled, blood stained Han Feng. Looking at the struggling eyes of the special forces before they died, Han Feng began to tremble in his heart. These are all living people, not zombies. Even though Han Feng knew that this was a life-or-death battle, and even though Han Feng knew that this apocalyptic crisis was caused by this group of people, he still felt a little reluctant in his heart. When the life of the last Special Forces member disappeared from the radar, Han Feng finally loosened his tightly held hand, as if waking up from a dream. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Han Feng subconsciously took a step back. Han Feng didn't know what to say, and kept thinking back to the eyes full of shock, regret, struggle, survival, and hatred. After all, it has only been 2 months since the zombie outbreak. For Han Feng, it was the first time to kill someone at such a close distance, and he couldn't help feeling a little scared and panicked. "Hey! No way! Big brother? Compassion?" Suddenly, the mysterious girl interrupted Han Feng's daze. Han Feng reacted instantly after being pulled out of his inner struggle by this sentence, and immediately crouched down. If he was seen by a sniper or another patrol team, he would be exposed. Fuck. Han Feng felt a little nauseous at the greasy smell of blood. "Report to Captain Han. A patrol is approaching this side. Distance, 53 meters. Before the mysterious girl spoke, Luna reported. Luna paused and continued, "According to the preliminary calculation of the system, they should be personnel changing shifts. And it seems that they have not discovered what is happening here." "How many people?" "Report to Captain Han. 5 people. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng secretly smacked his lips. Now he was covered in blood, and it was impossible to deceive like before. Thinking for a while, in less than 2 minutes, they would come here and see the bodies lying on the ground. Instead of doing this, in an emergency, Han Feng suddenly had an idea. Just lie on their bodies. Look at the sky with half-open eyes and pretend to be dead. Pay attention to the radar and watch the patrol team slowly approaching. 1 minute later. OF******. When the patrol team saw the bodies on the ground, they immediately cursed. Then the 5 people began to look around, looking for possible attackers. But what they never expected was ahem. Han Feng covered his chest, pretending to be seriously injured and just woke up. Attracted by the coughing sound, The 5 special forces looked down at Han Feng. Since Han Feng was wearing the same uniform as them, and Han Feng was covered in blood, the 2 special forces did not doubt him, and squatted down to check Han Feng's injuries. Taking advantage of this moment, Han Feng stabbed out the long hidden military knife with both hands. Puff! 2 sharp knife sounds rang out. And then Han Feng activated the confinement superpower again, confining the other 3. Duh. But this time, Han Feng was half a step late. Chapter 240, sending warmth across the air. Since the other party saw the enemy attack, they would naturally be on guard. So, the moment they saw Han Feng take action, they pulled the trigger. If Han Feng had opened the telekinesis confinement 1 second earlier, there would not be such a problem. But Han Feng also had his own difficulties. Telekinesis consumes mental power very quickly. For the subsequent battles, Han Feng had to be thrifty and save every second. If it was against ordinary people, it would be okay. The bad thing is that they are special forces who have undergone devil training. After the gunshots, Han Feng also knew that the situation was not good. He quickly pulled out 2 sabers with both hands, jumped up, and quickly dealt with the remaining 3 imprisoned people. Bang! The sniper 1 kilometer away discovered this situation and immediately provided long-range support. The sniper bullet whizzed and pointed directly at Han Feng's chest. At this time, the alarm in Han Feng's mind sounded loudly. Han Feng, who was tense, instantly activated his speed superpower and dodged to the side. Swish! At the critical moment, Han Feng finally dodged the fatal blow of the sniper bullet. But he was not completely uninjured. The sniper bullet grazed Han Feng's right arm, leaving a blood strip about 4 centimeters long. Blood slowly flowed down. Bang! The sniper in the distance did not give Han Feng a chance to breathe, and the second sniper bullet was fired again. Since the speed superpower was still continuing at this time, this sniper bullet was perfectly avoided by Han Feng. The next moment, in the sniper's sniper scope, Han Feng strangely disappeared. The sniper was a little confused about what happened in front of him. When he confirmed that he could not see Han Feng, he thought about moving his position to prevent Han Feng from coming to him. But he thought too much. For Han Feng, no matter how perfect and exquisite your disguise is, you will never escape the eyes of the radar. As long as you are within my 5-kilometer range, killing you is just a matter of time. Han Feng stood behind the sniper, looking at the sniper who had just climbed up from the ground. His face as cold as ice. This process did not even take 5 seconds. Gaga. The cold saber quickly inserted into the back of the sniper's neck, and the collision between the blade and the bones made a slight gurgling sound. Staring with eyes wide open, the sniper desperately turned his neck to look back. Before dying, he wanted to know who was silently standing behind him and attacking him. But the saber was stuck in the bones of his neck, and until he died, the sniper could not turn his head around. Who? After getting rid of the sniper, Han Feng began to breathe heavily. Due to the effect of the drug, Han Feng could not feel his body normally. As for the current panting, it is the body's spontaneous adjustment and need. 47 have been eliminated. After a short rest, Han Feng counted the number of people he had eliminated. At this time, there were still 53 Special Forces members in the enemy camp. 10 minutes later, after a full rest, Han Feng stood up and looked at the enemy camp. During the rest period, Han Feng found the sniper's snack bag and ate it casually. But unfortunately, Han Feng can't feel the feedback of his taste buds now, and eating anything is almost like chewing wax. After resting, Han Feng walked straight to the enemy camp. When there were only 300 meters left, Han Feng found a hidden corner to hide. All the sentries were eliminated by himself, except for the enemies inside the mountain. No one could be seen outside. However, in front of the small bungalow, the old man was still camouflaged professionally. Han Feng lay down not far away, paying attention to the system and observing the 3D map of the passage inside the mountain. The crisscrossing environment made Han Feng feel troubled. What should he do? It's easy to get in but difficult to fight. And it's not easy to get out? Especially the space in the passage is so small. There is no room to dodge when a row of bullets sweep over. What kind of movement becomes a joke under such a dimensionality reduction attack? Go up. Why are you lying down? Suddenly, the mysterious girl in his mind urged. How to fight? They are all hiding in the mountain and won't come out. I can't stand the attack. How about you lure them out? Listen to me. Just go ahead, and it'll be done. You are much stronger now. Try to use this power. Before Han Feng could reply, the mysterious girl continued, try to feel the mental power now. After listening to the girl, Han Feng closed his eyes and felt the mental power with his heart. Does it feel like it is inexhaustible? Han Feng didn't say anything, but nodded slightly, and the corners of his mouth raised on his face revealed his inner shock and joy. That's right. At this time, Han Feng felt that his mental power was like sea water, as if the mental power he had used before was like a glass of water. After opening his eyes, Han Feng finally understood the meaning of destroying the heaven and the earth. It turns out that the greater effect of the Energy 7 potion is on the spiritual field. The change to the physical body can only be said to be a strengthening incidentally. Since this is the case, Han Feng is no longer hesitating. Staring at the body of the sentry 10 meters away, Han Feng's mind moved. The body wearing a bulletproof vest slowly rose into the air. Seeing telekinesis, Han Feng knew how to fight next. Putting the body down, Han Feng took out the high-explosive grenade. The telekinesis lifted the high-explosive grenade, and Han Feng gently pulled out the safety pin. The high-explosive grenade in the air flew towards the small bungalow at a high speed according to Han Feng's telekinesis. The high-explosive grenade was not big to begin with, and with its fast-flying speed, naturally no one would notice it. 3, 2, 1. Watching the high-explosive grenade enter the bungalow, Han Feng counted down the last seconds of the delayed explosion. Boom! Even on the small slope 300 meters away, Han Feng could still feel the shock for a moment. The small bungalow and the leisurely old man at the door were instantly surrounded by flames. And the next moment, countless flying stones and gravel shot indiscriminately in all directions. Ha ha! Is this a new superpower? What is it called? Telekinesis? Or teleportation? Han Feng waved his fist and laughed excitedly for sending warmth 300 meters away. This is what you call telekinesis. Just an enhanced version, what a fuss. Haha, that's fine. That's fine. Han Feng didn't care about the cold water poured by the girl. After waiting for 2 minutes, when the smoke from the explosion just now dissipated, Han Feng saw the mountain gate blocked by collapse. Of course, although a large number of stones blocked the entrance, there were also several small openings for high-explosive grenades to enter and exit freely. These small openings meant that the battle was a one-sided massacre. According to the radar display, there were 3 rooms in the mountain with a large number of people gathered. One of them was Han Feng's 13 Red Alert soldiers. Arriving at the mountain gate, Han Feng took out the second high-explosive grenade. Pulling out the pull ring, the high-explosive grenade floated in the air again and entered through the small opening. With the help of the radar, Han Feng was like threading a needle, using telekinesis to carry the high-explosive grenade through it. Boom! Buzz! Whoosh! Inside the mountain, the high-explosive grenade exploded. The shock wave was transmitted back and forth in the narrow tunnel, causing the mountain to hum. Taking a small step to the side, Han Feng avoided the oncoming impact gas at the door. Without haste, Han Feng took out another high-explosive grenade. The people inside couldn't get out, and they lost the advantage of the terrain even if they wanted to fight. They would never have thought that the tunnel that was so easy to use against ordinary people would become their own grave. Controlling the high-explosive grenade, Han Feng launched the third attack. Boom! Buzz! After the second high-explosive grenade exploded in the mountain, the shaking of the mountain was obviously intensified. Looking at the dust blown out of the door, Luna's voice sounded, "Report to Captain Han. The mountain can't withstand the next explosion of high-explosive grenades. If it happens again, the probability of mountain collapse will be as high as 94%. No need. With so few people, it's enough to deal with it." Han Feng looked at the radar display and stared at the 8 surviving enemy soldiers in the mountain, and said slowly, taking a few steps back. Han Feng stared at the gravel at the door and activated his telekinesis. Hua! Hua! Hua la la! All the gravel piled at the door, no matter how big or small, was slowly loosening at this time. Han Feng exerted his telekinesis almost to the extreme, moving the stones weighing several tons. Bang! After more than 10 seconds, Han Feng knelt on one knee, making a dull sound. Looking at Han Feng's face, a stream of scarlet blood slid down his nostrils. Drip, drip, drip. The blood from his nose dripped on the dry land, splashing dust flowers. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng continued to output telekinesis. Han Feng's current state is not because his mental power is exhausted, but because his body cannot withstand such a strong output. His face is pale, but Han Feng's eyes are clear and resolute. He understands the principle of 1 effort, 2 failures, 3 failures. These stones must be moved away in 1 go. Once you relax, your body will not be able to withstand such trauma again. 10 seconds later. Boom, boom, boom. Huge stones mixed with endless small pieces of gravel were moved several meters away by Han Feng and scattered aside. Han Feng roared in a low voice after forcing himself to stand up. What made him feel strange was that his body actually felt a little sore and numb. Is the drug going to expire? Or is it starting to decline? Han Feng didn't dare to think about it. He just wanted to quickly deal with the remaining enemies and rescue the red alert soldiers still in the mountain. Raising his legs, Han Feng slowly stepped inside. Due to the successive explosions of high-explosive grenades, all the lines in the cave were destroyed, and the lights hanging on the wall became decorations. The dark cave seemed to be bottomless. After dozens of steps, Han Feng, who had lost the light source, could no longer see his hands. But Han Feng was not afraid with the holographic 3D image of the radar. He would know even if a needle fell in front of him. With the external plug-in, Han Feng confidently stepped in. A minute later, Han Feng found 7 Special Forces members holding fluorescent sticks who were still in fear. Behind them, a relatively intact door was tightly closed. No need to ask. Han Feng knew that behind the door was their Supreme Commander.